In the modern realm, the president of a corporation finds himself inexplicably transported to the celestial realm of Yutian, where he transforms into a young master of cultivation. Throughout his journey, he encounters an array of challenges and tribulations, with the frequency of his near-death experiences being quite unfathomable. Ultimately, he achieves the esteemed status of an immortal. Chapter 1. The Accident. Characters introduced. Wu Hongyu, General Manager of Fuana Group. Wu Hongyu, an alumnus of the prestigious ESSEC Business School in France, returned to his homeland on a certain date to assume the role of General Manager at Fuana Group. Each time he ventures out, he is frequently mistaken for the celebrity Zhao Yaoting by many enthusiastic fans. The protagonist is situated in the lavish office of the general manager on the 11th floor of a bustling skyscraper in the heart of Huizhou. Shun, please make a call to Director Su and inform him that tonight's dinner gathering has been canceled. I must rush to the airport to catch the last flight to Shanghai. There is a contract to be signed this evening. Wu Hongyu instructed while clutching his briefcase and glancing at his assistant. Character introduced. Shun, assistant to the general manager. Shun, a recent graduate from Shanghai Business School, was recruited by Wu Hongyu immediately after graduation to serve as his assistant. Standing at 1.78 meters, he possesses a striking resemblance to the celebrity Ming Dao. Understood. I will accompany you. Shun promptly responded, following closely behind the general manager. Upon exiting the office, they found that most employees had already left for the day, leaving only 2 new hires wrestling with incomplete tasks, rendering the lobby eerily quiet. Shun hurriedly pressed the elevator button, and they stepped inside together. Wu Hongyu, feeling particularly anxious, glanced at his limited edition Piaget watch. Will we make it in time? How much longer do we have? Shun queried, pressing the button for the ground floor. 38 minutes remaining, Wu Hongyu replied, his eyes fixed on the watch. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor. They proceeded to the underground parking lot, where Shun activated the Audis anti-theft key. Hand me the keys, time is of the essence. I will drive, Wu Hongyu insisted, tossing his briefcase into the back seat and taking his place behind the wheel, with Shun settling into the front passenger seat. The vehicle sped towards the national highway, navigating through the heavy traffic of the evening rush hour. Wu Hongyu drove with remarkable urgency, accelerating to nearly 100 km/h. Shun, seated in the passenger seat, gripped the overhead safety handle, his expression a mixture of fear and concern. Wu, please slow down. We will make it. Safety must come first during this peak hour. Given your attitude, do you expect me to catch my flight? Stop bothering me and let me drive, he retorted, pressing the accelerator harder. Just then, a large truck barreled towards them at an alarming speed. At that moment, Wu Hongyu's phone rang, and he absent-mindedly answered it while maintaining his grip on the steering wheel. Hello, he exclaimed, oblivious to the oncoming truck, which collided with them violently. A cacophony of police and ambulance sirens soon filled the air. Character introduced, Captain Liu, Huizhou City Police. In the aftermath of the accident, 3 police vehicles and 1 ambulance arrived on the scene. Hello, Director Zhang. We have 2 individuals with serious injuries. One appears to have no visible wounds, but is unconscious, Captain Liu reported. Understood. Thank you, came the response. Sir. Upon investigation, both parties were speeding. All right, sir. Goodbye. After concluding the call, Captain Liu turned to his subordinates. Check their phones for emergency contacts. We need to reach their families as soon as possible. Character introduced. Dr. Su Ning, Huizhou Central Hospital. The ambulance transported the injured to the hospital, where the doctor assessed their conditions. One individual has only minor external injuries to the forehead and remains in a coma. He must be kept under observation, the doctor stated while jotting down notes and answering a phone call. Character introduced. Wu Fu, chairman of Fuana Group. Good day, doctor. I am the father of the patient in room 806. How is my son? When will he awaken? Wu Fu greeted the doctor with a firm handshake. Given the current situation, aside from his persistent unconsciousness, there are no significant issues. A CT scan of his head revealed no blood clots. We will need to monitor him closely, the doctor replied. Thank you for your diligence, doctor. Wu Fu responded, his hands tucked into his pockets. Upon returning to the hospital room, Wu Fu gazed at his son, Wu Hongyu, lying silently in bed. You young man, sleeping so soundly without a word. Do you realize that if you continue to slumber like this, you may miss the chance to reclaim your position in the company? There are many matters I remain unaware of, and I must await your awakening to comprehend them. Chapter 2. The journey to a remarkably enchanted world in this extraordinary realm, known as the Yutian realm. Most individuals blessed with spiritual roots can embark on the path of cultivation. Wu Hongyu, upon traversing the dimensions, has found himself in this mystical world. The Yutian realm comprises 5 continents and an infinite sea, reminiscent of Earth from his past life, yet vastly more expansive. Legends suggest that even the most accomplished cultivators require over a decade to traverse the Yutian realm. A practitioner at the transformation stage can instantaneously cover a distance of approximately 100 miles. Thus, one can only imagine the vastness of this realm. The 5 continents are named Jinyue, Muyue, Shueyue, Huoyue, and Tuyue. Human cultivators predominantly inhabit the Jinyue, Shueyue, and Tuyue continents, while demonic cultivators are largely found on Huoyue. And the Muyue continent is home to various beasts. Each continent is separated by oceans, with the vast Wuwang Sea alone occupying a third of the Yutian realm, concealing numerous fierce creatures that engage in their own cultivation. Why am I still alive? Wasn't I in a severe car accident? Wu Hongyu pondered. Where am I? Why does my home look so different? Who dared to renovate without my consent? Zhangma, come here. As Wu Hongyu shouted from his bed, Aunt Hui, the wet nurse of the 5th young master, Mu Ningyi, approached with an expression of joy. My 5th young master has finally awakened. You have been asleep for over a month. Madam has been praying for you daily. Thank you, ancestors. You are awake at last. What would you like to eat? Tell Aunt Hui, and I shall prepare it for you. She then called out to a servant at the door. Ah Chong, hurry and inform Madam that our 5th young master has awakened. At this moment, Wu Hongyu felt a peculiar sensation. Why did the house resemble something from ancient times? The furnishings appeared as though they belonged to a wealthy family depicted in a historical drama. Moreover, the attire of Aunt Hui and the servants resembled that of characters from traditional costume dramas, with titles such as Madam and 5th Young Master that he had never encountered before. Could it be that he truly had traversed into a novel-like world? Oh no. My contract remains unsigned. The company must be in chaos. I wonder if my clever father can manage without me. I must think of a way to return home. Just then, Madame Luojing, Mu Ningyi's mother, entered with exuberance, grasping Wu Hongyu's hand. Ningyi, my precious son, you have finally awakened. Do you know how worried I have been? You fell from a horse and have slept for so long. What would I have done if you had not awakened? Wu Hongyu gazed blankly at this woman who claimed to be his mother, silently contemplating what a noble and kind mother she is. Would it be impolite not to respond? He also felt sympathy for her, having waited so long only to be greeted by a stranger. I will play the part of her son for now and observe how people in ancient times lived. He smiled warmly at her and said, Mother, I missed you dearly. Madame Luojing beamed with joy. At that moment, Aunt Hui entered with a steaming bowl of porridge. 5th young master must be hungry after such a long slumber. Since you did not express any cravings earlier, I took the liberty of preparing some porridge. I have added dried radish and pickled olives. Do try it and see if it suits your palate. Madame Luojing urged him. Yes, son. Eat quickly. You need your strength to pursue your aspirations of cultivation. Wu Hongyu, Mu Ningyi, thought to himself, cultivation? How does one cultivate? This is quite perplexing. I must devise a plan to navigate through this situation. I will eat first. With a smile, he replied, What cultivation? Oh, my head hurts. I can't remember anything. Mother, I shall eat now. Madame Luojing wondered if her child had sustained a head injury during the fall. The doctor should have mentioned this. Perhaps it's time to seek a new physician. As Wu Hongyu, Mu Ningyi, descended from the bed, Aunt Hui draped a cloak over him, and he took a seat at the table to enjoy the porridge. Before he could finish, Mr. Mu Yang, Mu Ningyi's father, returned home, exclaiming, Luojing, I just heard from the steward that our son has awakened. I was quite anxious. Luojing replied joyfully, Yes, he is awake and eating porridge. Would you like to join him? Upon hearing this, Mu Ningyi, Wu Hongyu, regarded his father, pondering, Is this truly my father? He appears so youthful, like a man in his 30s from modern times. What a young father. You rascal. Falling from a horse and sleeping for over a month has left your father and me in a state of worry. Now that you have awakened, you merely stare at me without greeting? How have I raised you? Wu Hongyu thought to himself, It seems Mu Ningyi is a well-mannered individual. He responded, Father, I apologize. I truly am dazed from sleep. Are you hungry? Would you care to join me for some porridge? Mu Yang sat beside Luojing at the table and replied, Very well, it is nearly mealtime. Have the wet nurse bring a bowl for me as well. How are you feeling after your long slumber? Once you finish your porridge, you should prepare to visit your grandfather. He has been asking about you constantly. After all this time, you must be feeling somewhat out of practice. Your cultivation master, Ziyang Zhenjuan, has been eagerly awaiting your awakening. Now that you are awake and in good health, we shall prepare to visit the Tianyi sect in the next few days. Chapter 3. The Tianyi sect Mu Ningyi, Wu Hongyu, accompanied Mu Chong, Aunt Hui's son, who had been with him since birth, to the courtyard of the clan's elder. In the center of the courtyard stood a grand hall, adorned with numerous antiques and a large bookshelf filled with a vast collection of books. Nearby, a sturdy sofa reminiscent of those found in period dramas was occupied by a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s. Wu Hongyu mused. This must be the clan's elder. Greetings, elder, Mu Chong announced, bowing respectfully. Ah, is this not my fifth grandson, Mu Ningyi? The elder replied with a bright smile. At this moment, Mu Ningyi responded, Greetings, grandfather. I have come to pay my respects. The elder looked at Ningyi with delight. My dear child, how do you feel upon awakening? Is there any discomfort? Your long slumber had me, and your parents quite worried. A few days ago, Ziyang Zhenjuan visited and mentioned you would awaken soon, and he was indeed correct. Your master's medicine is quite effective. Your sister, Ling Xin, is currently in seclusion for her cultivation. Otherwise, she would have prepared some elixirs for you. Your father, Mu Yang, visited earlier and asked me to take you and Mu Chong to the Tianyi sect tomorrow. Have you prepared your belongings? Mu Ningyi, Wu Hongyu, smiled. Many items are being prepared by Mother and Aunt Hui. I am unsure of what else to gather. I await your guidance, grandfather. Very well, have some tea. I have just brewed some spiritual tea leaves. If you find it delightful, we shall take some with us to the Tianyi sect tomorrow. Mu Qian looked at his grandson before him, feeling quite content. Mu Ningyi, Wu Hongyu, took a sip of the spiritual tea and thought to himself, this is truly bitter, even more so than coffee without sugar. With a smile, he addressed Mu Qian, grandfather, it's quite all right. The elder replied while sipping his tea. Then take 2 packets with you to Tianyi sect tomorrow, and 1 for Exiner. After bidding farewell to Mu Yang, Luo Jing, and the wet nurse, the clan leader, grandfather, led Mu Ningyi, Wu Hongyu, and Mu Chong aboard the spaceship bound for Tianyi sect. Luo Jing wore a reluctant expression, pondering when they might meet again. The wet nurse noticed this and stepped forward to offer comfort. Standing at the tail of the spaceship, Mu Ningyi, Wu Hongyu, contemplated. How can I manage to blend in? There are many things I do not know, and I won't be able to recognize which one is my master. He then turned to Mu Chong and said, Mu Chong, when we meet the masters, you can take the lead in greeting them. I just woke up not long ago, and my head feels a bit fuzzy. I can't remember many things. All right, young master, are you feeling unwell? Do you need to rest a bit? There's no issue with me greeting them first. Mu Chong moved closer to support Mu Ningyi, Wu Hongyu. The latter gazed out at the drifting white clouds, thinking, I feel fine physically, but I can't recall many things. It feels like modern-day air travel. If I had a mobile phone now, I wouldn't miss taking pictures for memories. My scalp is itchy. I can hardly stand it. I need a shower and a wash as soon as we arrive, and he frowned. Mu Chong noticed Mu Ningyi's expression and asked, Young master, are you feeling unwell again? When we arrive, I'll have the master take a look at you. Mu Ningyi, Wu Hongyu, shook his head. I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of some things. Are we almost there? Yes, young master. Can you not remember this either? That's right. I'll talk to the master once we meet. Mu Ningyi, Wu Hongyu, replied. Before long, the spaceship arrived at Tianyi sect. Upon disembarking, Mu Ningyi and Mu Chong followed the clan leader into the treasure peak. Outside the main gate, disciples were on guard. Upon seeing the visitors were the old clan leader of the Mu family and Mu Ningyi, they approached to greet them. Greetings, Elder Mu, Brother Mu. After exchanging pleasantries, the old clan leader, Mu Qian, led Mu Ningyi and his servant to seek out the cave dwelling of Ziyang Zhenjuan. Chapter 4. Treasure Peak. In the previous 3 chapters, it was mentioned that Wu Hongyu traversed to the Yutian realm, taking the name Mu Ningyi. I shall refrain from repeating this in the following chapters to avoid the cumbersome parentheses. Wu Hongyu. Characters introduced. Ziyang Zhenjuan, who is also Mu Ningyi's master, a fervent craftsman, currently an 8th rank crafting master. The Mu family elder nodded as they arrived at Ziyang Zhenjuan's cave dwelling. At that moment, Ziyang Zhenjuan was in meditation. He had anticipated that the old clan leader of the Mu family would arrive with Mu Ningyi and his servant. Upon seeing the meditating figure, Mu Ningyi, Wu Hongyu, realized this must be Ziyang Zhenjuan. As the master opened his eyes, Ningyi immediately approached, saying, Master, I have returned. The elder also greeted Ziyang Zhenjuan, and Mu Chong followed suit. Greetings, Master. I was just thinking that this disciple should awaken in a couple of days. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the 3 of you arrive at Treasure Peak. How is the disciple's health? Is there any discomfort? Mu Ningyi replied, Master, I have no major issues, but my head hurts a lot when I think about things, and I can't remember many past events. May I have a word with you alone, Elder Mu? Ziyang Zhenjuan asked. Ziyang Zhenjuan gestured for the elder to step outside. Once outside, Ziyang Zhenjuan spoke, Your grandson has suffered from an emotional tribulation. I noticed he was quite sorrowful, so I administered a forgetting elixir. It is natural for him to forget many things upon awakening. However, enduring this tribulation has significantly enhanced his cultivation. Please rest assured, Elder Mu, and when you return to the Mu family, please inform the parents of the disciple to alleviate their worries. The issues regarding his head are not serious. Thank you, Zhanjuan, the elder replied. Elder, no need for formality. He is my only cherished disciple. Who else would I think of? Ziyang Zhenjuan remarked. As they walked back to the cave dwelling, Mu Ningyi was seated with his eyes closed, recuperating. The elder approached, saying, My grandson, your sister Lingxin is still in seclusion. If she were not, we should call her over so the three of us can gather. I am sending you back to Tianyi Sect now, and I have no further business here. I must return home. There are many matters requiring my attention. Mu Ningyi rose to his grandfather's side, saying, All right, when there is time, the three of us will gather. Safe travels, grandfather, and please don't fly too fast. After bidding farewell to Ziyang Zhenjuan, the elder exited Treasure Peak. Time passed swiftly, and tomorrow marked the day Lingxin would emerge from her retreat. Mu Ningyi had felt particularly restless over the past half-month, but thankfully, the previous Mu Ningyi had a habit of journaling, allowing him to understand some matters from the diary. As for how to refine his body, he still needed to ponder it further. After sifting through numerous books without success, he finally found a book on body refinement beneath his pillow, thinking to himself that it must be the one. After reading for a long time, he still couldn't grasp it, realizing he would have to wait until tomorrow when his sister emerged to consult her. At dawn, Mu Ningyi awoke, wishing to continue sleeping but found it impossible. After a while, Mu Chang brought in water for washing and saw that Mu Ningyi was already awake. Young master, you've risen early. Are you eager to see Miss Lingxin? Indeed. There are many things I cannot comprehend, and I must personally seek my sister's guidance. How do my sister and I usually interact? What is our relationship like? Mu Ningyi inquired of Mu Chang. Mu Chang replied, Miss Lingxin and you share the closest sibling bond in the Mu family. Since childhood, she has taken great care of you, always considering your needs. For instance, the book on body refinement was obtained with her help. After breakfast, Mu Ningyi and Mu Chang set off towards Yunhai Peak. Chapter 5. A visit to Yunhai Peak. Characters introduced. Mu Lingxin, who is also the second daughter of the Mu family, currently a disciple of Qingmu Daojun at Yunhai Peak, and a talented young woman. Before long, Mu Ningyi and his servant arrived at Yunhai Peak. Upon entering, Mu Ningyi sensed an extraordinary aura, far stronger than that of Treasure Peak. After taking a deep breath, he followed Mu Chang to Mu Lingxin's cave dwelling. At that moment, Mu Ningyi pondered, I am about to meet my sister here. How should I approach her? I do not yet know her well and only recall that the previous Mu Ningyi shared a deep bond with Mu Lingxin. How should I initiate conversation with her? I remember Mu Chang mentioning that Mu Ningyi used to speak loudly, so perhaps this will do. Upon entering the cave dwelling, the outer room was empty. She must be inside. Mu Lingxin was in her bedroom changing the sheets. Hearing the loud call from outside, Mu Ningyi shouted, Sister, where are you? I know you are emerging from your retreat today. Hearing his voice, Mu Lingxin stepped out of the bedroom. Greetings, second miss. Mu Chang said with a twinkle in his eye and a smile. Brother Chang, we are no longer at the Mu family. There is no need for such formalities. You are older than I, so just call me Exiner like you did when we were younger. We are all siblings here. Mu Lingxin smiled. Very well, Exiner. Mu Chang replied with a smile. What you said is what I wanted to say too. From now on, you can call me IE, Mu Ningyi added. Mu Ningyi displayed a resolute expression. Subsequently, Mu Lingxin tugged at Mu Ningyi and remarked, The moment I emerged from seclusion, I heard that you've become quite notorious these past 2 months. How could you be so careless while riding a horse? That fall left you in a slumber for over a month. Sister, my master said that was a tribulation. Upon awakening, I found that my inner spiritual energy had significantly increased. Mu Ningyi playfully responded, demonstrating his penchant for charm and cuteness before his sister. After indulging in some playful banter, Mu Ningyi continued, By the way, Mother asked me to bring you quite a few things. She's so thoughtful, fearing I would tire myself out carrying them. So she even used her precious compression bag. Look, I can just wear it on my belt. What did Mother entrust you with? How wonderful. Let me see. Mu Lingxin inquired. All of it is in this bag. I wouldn't dare look or touch it, given that it's my older sister's belongings, Mu Ningyi replied. Mu Lingxin teasingly responded, it's best you don't, or else your medicinal bath materials and your favorite spiritual fruits might just go to waste. I've calculated that you must have very little left, right? Mu Ningyi hesitated and said, Sister, that's not the main issue. The real concern is that upon waking, I've forgotten many things, and now I'm even unsure how to practice body refinement. Could you help me? Worry etched on her face. Mu Lingxin looked at Mu Ningyi and asked, Did you bring the book? It's right here, sister. Mu Ningyi expressed his disappointment. Mu Lingxin comforted him. Just watch. If there's anything you don't understand, I will explain it to you. Pointing to the fifth layer, Mu Ningyi asked, What does this mean, and how should I comprehend it? Looking at the book, Mu Lingxin explained, It means you need to draw some spiritual energy into your body and store it in your dantian. Mu Ningyi attentively listened, and Mu Chong, too, was earnestly absorbing the information. Among all the servants of the Mu family, Mu Chong was the most diligent, as he lacked a strong family background. His mother was the wet nurse of Mu Lingxin and Mu Ningyi, and his own aptitude was subpar, possessing 4 spirit roots. Fortunately, he often received elixirs from Mu Ningyi and Mu Lingxin, and he was able to occasionally sell goods at a market, significantly improving his life. He was now learning to cultivate alongside Mu Ningyi. Have you grasped it? Go back and study thoroughly, then try refining it, Mu Lingxin advised while walking to the cabinet, pulling out 4 packets of medicinal materials. Use these medicinal bath materials for now. There are no spiritual fruits here at the moment. I've just emerged from seclusion, and many matters await my attention. I want to have time to pick them until tomorrow when I reach the peak, at which point I will have them sent to you. All right, thank you, sister. It's about time, so I'll head back with Brother Mu Chong. Please take care of yourself, Mu Ningyi said with a bright smile as the master and servant exited Yunhai Peak. Chapter 6. Early Spiritual Veins. After listening to Mu Lingxin's explanation on body refinement, Mu Ningyi returned to his cave dwelling to study. The beginning was quite arduous, even more so than military training during his college days. However, he had always been unafraid of hardship. After several attempts, he succeeded on the 3rd try, earning Mu Chong's admiration, who thought he would give Mu Ningyi 3 praises if he were to speak of it now. Mu Ningyi was adept at learning, quickly reaching the early stages of spiritual veins. His master, Zhang Zhenjuan, also deemed him a worthy disciple. Disciple Mu Ningyi pays respects to master. He greeted upon arriving at his master's cave. Zhang Zhenjuan, sipping spirit tea, observed Mu Ningyi's flourishing aura and remarked, Very good. You've completed the early stage of spiritual veins. Do you wish to return home for a visit, and then venture out for some training? I, too, wish to enter seclusion for cultivation. Mu Ningyi, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Master, really? I can finally see the world outside. Seeing his disciple's enthusiasm, Zhang Zhenjuan affirmed, Of course, I always keep my word. Venturing out for training is essential for growth, but remember to exercise caution. Do not let any incidents like the last time occur again. Some matters are best left forgotten. Uncertain of his master's implications, Mu Ningyi maintained a nonchalant demeanor, replying, Yes, master is right. I will keep it in mind. Zhang Zhenjuan, observing Mu Ningyi's expression, felt at a loss for words, knowing that his disciple had consumed a forgetfulness potion and had lost memories of certain events. He merely said, Since you have decided to descend the mountain for training, prepare yourself. After you leave, I will begin my seclusion. Curiously, Mu Ningyi asked, All right, master. I will go prepare now. Tomorrow, I shall depart. I suppose you don't have many spirit stones on you, do you? I have 10,000 excellent spirit stones to gift you. It's always good to have some spirit stones on hand when you're out. Just remember not to reveal any valuable possessions to ensure your safety. Now, go and pack. Thank you, master, Mu Ningyi replied, taking the spirit stones and returning to his cave to begin his preparations. Suddenly, he remembered he needed to inform his sister about his upcoming training, so he sent a message talisman to Mu Lingxin. On Yunhai Peak, Mu Lingxin was engrossed in researching how to concoct pills for enhancing inner strength when she received Mu Ningyi's message talisman. Upon opening it, she read, Sister, I've entered the early stage of spiritual veins. Shouldn't you congratulate me? Master said my progress is swift and has allowed me to venture out for training. I plan to set off with Brother Mu Chong tomorrow, and I will visit Grandpa and our parents first. Please take care of yourself while you're at Yunhai Peak. Mu Lingxin contemplated the message, noting her brother's cheerful tone, and hoped that things would remain stable without any unforeseen incidents. She opened a drawer, took out a blank message talisman, and wrote, Ai, please be extra cautious this time. No matter what happens, your safety is of utmost importance. I'll see you off tomorrow and bring some items back for Mother. As dawn broke, Lingxin rose early to prepare the items for the return home. She soon arrived at the entrance of I's cave, exclaiming, "Ai, it's fortunate that Mother's precious bag was used. It seems it can hold everything. I also brought this small bag for Muling. She took care of me for such a long time. So let us have Brother Mu Chong deliver it to her." She added, "Sister, you arrived so early. With Mother's precious bag, it's indeed convenient. By the way, have you had breakfast? Would you like to join me?" Mu Ningyi asked while enjoying his meal. "I'll extend my thanks to Sister Sheener on behalf of Mu Ling," Mu Chong remarked. Mu Lingxin, recalling it had been a while since she dined with her brother, sat down and began eating. "Why are these buns so hard? I feel like they might break my teeth. Who made these?" "Sister, I intentionally made them this way for convenience while traveling. I enjoy this chewy texture," Mu Ningyi replied. "Then I'll save them for later at my cave. Quickly now, I'll send you off," Mu Lingxin urged. "All right, we'll be ready soon," Mu Ningyi said. Finishing his meal in a hurry, the three of them soon arrived at the entrance of the Treasure Peak, where Mu Lingxin gifted Mu Ningyi a flying device before returning to Yunhai Peak. Chapter 7. Returning to the Mu family. Mu Ningyi rarely returned home. Upon hearing that her son was back, Luo Jing felt particularly joyous. She personally went to the market to purchase a variety of vegetables and meats, all of which were Mu Ningyi's favorites from childhood. With only 15 minutes until noon, Luo Jing and the wet nurse returned home, immediately instructing the chef to prepare the meal. The chef worked swiftly, and within a quarter of an hour, the dishes were ready. Mu Ningyi sat in the hall, watching as Luo Jing and the wet nurse brought in a plethora of dishes, soon filling a large table to the brim, which made his mouth water. In such an environment, it would be considered quite lavish in modern times. His meals at the Treasure Peak were simpler, sometimes consisting of just a few spiritual fruits to substitute for a full meal. At this moment, Luo Jing and the wet nurse had completed their tasks, and Luo Jing called out, "Ear, come, it is time for dinner. You must be famished." Then she added, "Hui, please invite Mu Chong and Mu Ling to join us as well." With Mu Yang absent, there is no need for formality. "Certainly, madam," the wet nurse replied with a smile as she exited to summon them. Characters introduced: Mu Ling, the wife of Mu Chong, and also a former maid to Mu Lingxin in her youth. She is a charming and intelligent young woman, albeit from a humble background with 3 spiritual roots. As Mu Ningyi settled at the dining table with Luo Jing, Mu Chong and Mu Ling entered with the wet nurse to greet the lady and the young master. Mu Ningyi smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, to which Luo Jing responded, "Please, take a seat and enjoy the meal. With the master away, let us all feel at ease." "Thank you, madam," they chorused as they gathered around the table. After the meal, Mu Ningyi went to pay respects to the clan elder. Arriving at the elder's door, he called out, "Grandfather, where are you? I have come home to see you." Upon entering, he found his grandfather seated in the main hall. "Grandfather, have you dined?" The elder, hearing Mu Ningyi's voice from afar, set his book aside and approached his grandson. "Ai, my dear grandson, it is good to have you back. It shows you have matured. I have dined already, but tomorrow I shall treat you to a meal, and we must share a few cups together." "That is a must," Mu Ningyi replied, presenting a small gift. "Grandfather, this is spiritual tea from my sister, sent from Yunhaifeng. I am foolish to have brought nothing else." "Having a filial heart is what matters," the elder said, patting Mu Ningyi on the arm. "Girls are often more considerate than boys. Now, how long do you plan to stay at home? You are of an age to consider marriage and family. If you have time to spare, you should attend to this lifelong matter. It will bring me peace of mind for our clan's lineage." Mu Ningyi joked, "Is grandfather eager to hold a great-grandchild?" He continued, "I wish to strive further before settling down. I do not want others to endure hardships alongside me. So, tell me, do you have someone in mind?" asked the elder. "If not, I could help you find a suitable match, provided she has good spiritual roots, as they will benefit you in the future." The elder was aware that Mu Ningyi once had affections for a girl deemed unworthy to be a daughter-in-law of the Mu family, as character is paramount. Feeling an emotional void, Mu Ningyi replied, "There is no rush. Perhaps my destined partner awaits me along my journey." Since that day with his grandfather, he had remained in Wudong Courtyard, assisting Luo Jing with talisman crafting. Initially captivated by her skilled work, he learned from her and had now become a level 3 talisman master. Chapter 8. The Fire Mountain Tree Demon. During his brief stay at home, Mu Ningyi joined Mu Chong for training after just half a month. Their first destination was Fire Mountain, rumored to be teeming with demons. It was believed that a period of training there would significantly enhance their spiritual and internal energies. Soon, They arrived at the perilous border of Fire Mountain, where few ventured, especially after dark, when eerie sounds echoed, likely the mischief of demons. In this desolate terrain, those who survived were undoubtedly exceptional, and Mu Ningyi was among them. I.e., there is a wooden cabin ahead. We may rest there tonight, Mu Chang said. Upon seeing the cabin in the distance, Mu Ningyi found it peculiar. Why did I not notice this cabin while surveying the terrain with my binoculars earlier? The binoculars were crafted by Mu Ningyi from bamboo during his time at home. He felt a sense of unease and cautioned Mu Chang. Let us proceed with caution and investigate the interior first. As they approached the cabin, its exterior appeared clean, possibly due to recent rain. However, upon entering, they were met with dust. The moment Mu Ningyi stepped inside, he sensed something was amiss, as if the cabin was ensnared in a formation. He recalled the defensive spells taught by Luo Jing and thought, thank goodness for the spiritual jade that protects me. Even if I accidentally trigger the formation, I will not be ensnared. This is a treasured gift from my mother, reserved for her son. He warned Mu Chang, do not touch anything. There is a formation within. Understanding the gravity of Mu Ningyi's words, Mu Chang refrained from making any movements. Mu Ningyi contemplated whether to attempt breaking the formation or to proceed further. Closing his eyes in silence for a moment, a voice within urged him, you have come to train, not merely to pass through. Since you have encountered this, you must find a way to dismantle the formation. Opening his eyes, he told Mu Chang, I will investigate further. Do not wander off, wait for me here. Mu Chang, seeing the determination in Mu Ningyi's gaze, replied, you must take care of yourself. Characters introduced. The tree god, over 500 years old, currently in a period of cultivation, absorbing spiritual energy, as only spiritual energy can accelerate his training. Nodding at Mu Chang, Mu Ningyi swiftly entered the formation. Inside, it was eerily quiet. Approaching a divine tree, a voice emerged, who dares intrude upon my formation? I have waited here for 200 years. Only those I ensnare have entered uninvited. Ha ha ha. The voice was grating, coarse, and terrifying. Since you have come of your own accord, I shall not be polite. Young man, I am in dire need of spiritual energy. Surrender your essence to me. If I absorb it successfully, I shall release you at once. How does that sound? With that, the tree god fell into a deep slumber. Undeterred, Mu Ningyi approached the divine tree, observing it silently for a long while. He had always been steady in handling matters, but recalled reading that one method to kill an ancient tree was to use salt. Before leaving, his mother had prepared some for him. He retrieved a compressed bag from his waist, tossing it to the ground where it expanded into a large sack, and extracted the salt. Chapter 9. Breaking the formation. Setting the salt aside, Mu Ningyi found a spot to meditate, noting that the tree demon remained asleep. He closed his eyes and pondered. Having seen similar scenes in ancient dramas where demons were defeated with fire techniques, he decided to attempt using the Samadhi true fire, a technique difficult to master, requiring the essence of one's spirit. He directed the fire towards the tree demon. Suddenly, fiery leaves began to swirl around him, some already ignited. The tree god, however, would not be easily vanquished. You insolent boy, daring to steal from me. Let me show you my power. As he spoke, the tree demon's eyes glowed green, transforming into a trunk devoid of leaves, with the leaves swirling about. Its mouth agape and voraciously absorbing anything nearby. If Mu Ningyi were not careful, he might be consumed himself. The tree demon then ensnared Mu Ningyi, binding him tightly, believing this would compel him to submit. In that moment, Mu Ningyi unleashed his internal energy, shattering the bindings. The tree demon retaliated with renewed aggression. Mu Ningyi defended with his sword, successfully severing some of the tree vines, yet the remaining tendrils relentlessly pursued him. Realizing that his spiritual energy would soon wane, Mu Ningyi knew he had to devise a means to eliminate the threat. Mu Ningyi ultimately unleashed the true fire of Samadhi to assault the tree demon, directing the flames towards its leaves, resulting in a fierce conflagration. The intensity escalated, culminating in an explosive sound as the flames consumed the tree, leaving the demon struggling to cope. Most of its leaves had vanished. In that moment, the tree demon transformed into a frail, white-haired old man, resembling a weakened figure. Mu Ningyi launched another attack, and after several exchanges, he succeeded in striking the demon's vital point. The tree demon coughed up blood, indicating its precarious state. It seemed that hastening the assault could lead to victory. Mu Ningyi's thoughts raced as he intensified his attacks, engaging for an entire incense stick's duration, depleting both their energies significantly. Observing the tree demon's feeble appearance, he turned and kicked it in the back. then channeled his spiritual energy into a strike at the back of its head. The demon collapsed, motionless. At this juncture, Mu Ningyi found himself more exhausted than during the most grueling phases of military training, reduced to kneeling on the ground. The tree demon, bereft of spiritual energy to stabilize its core, saw its inner core escape from its life palace. Mu Ningyi perceived a luminous point emerging and approached it. It was a small, round object, likely the inner core spoken of by the locals. Having seen such a thing on television before, he was astonished to witness it up close. The inner core seemed to seek its master, spinning 3 times before rushing into Mu Ningyi's life palace. He felt a surge of vitality and spiritual energy coursing through him, the nature of the inner core still uncertain, warranting further exploration. Without its inner core, the tree demon was rendered as useless as refuse, gradually disappearing into the divine tree, whose branches had become splintered and broken, the formation dissipating into nothingness. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Mu Chang rushed over, concern etched on his face. Just a significant depletion of spiritual energy, nothing more. After all, it was a tree demon over 200 years old. It seems we will rest here for the night. This is the safest place at present, Mu Ningyi replied. All right. I will gather some firewood to keep warm through the night. You look tired. Rest here while I return, Mu Chang said. Okay. But remember to be quick and not stray too far, Mu Ningyi cautioned. As Mu Ningyi settled in a clean spot to meditate, he recalled that the water he had brought was nearly depleted, barely enough for himself. He needed to instruct Mu Chang to bring back more. Turning to call out, he noticed that Mu Chang had already ventured off in search of firewood. After consuming the last sip of water, Mu Ningyi closed his eyes to recuperate. Chapter 10. The Venom of the Serpent. After a brief period of meditation, Mu Ningyi awaited Mu Chang's return with the firewood. The winter chill had intensified as night deepened. Soon, 15 minutes had elapsed with no sign of Mu Chang. He pondered, with so many trees around, finding a few dry branches should be simple. It shouldn't take this long. Has something happened? With growing concern, Mu Ningyi opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and swiftly employed his lightness technique in the direction Mu Chang had taken. After navigating a couple of turns, he spotted Mu Chang lying on the ground, pale and weakened. Brother Mu Chang, what has happened? You look so frail. Did something occur? He exclaimed, rushing to his side. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble instead of assisting you. I was bitten by a venomous snake, and the poison is slowly spreading through my body. Don't worry about me. Please take care of my mother and Mu Ling. You must go, Mu Chang replied, guilt and sorrow evident in his voice. Do not speak like that. After spending so long together, do you truly think I would abandon you? As long as I, Mu Ningyi, am here, you will be safe. Focus on your recovery. I cannot afford to lose you, he declared, examining the wound, which appeared not to be severe. He understood the urgency of the situation. First, I need to find a cloth or a shoelace to bind the area around the wound. You must remember to loosen it for 2 to 3 minutes every 15 minutes, he instructed earnestly. Okay, Mu Chang replied weakly, drenched in cold sweat, barely able to whisper. Mu Ningyi proceeded to rinse the wound with cold water repeatedly to cleanse the snake venom. Then, using a small knife coated with disinfectant, he made a cross-shaped incision around the bite mark. Applying pressure with both hands, he forced the toxic blood out. His actions mirrored those of a modern-day doctor, and he reflected on how his prior studies were proving invaluable now. Once the toxic blood was managed, Mu Ningyi poured a cup of water for Mu Chang to drink. After consuming the water, Mu Chang's complexion began to regain some color. Mu Ningyi then ignited the gathered firewood, and they huddled around the warmth, with Mu Ningyi draping his cloak over Mu Chang as a blanket. Mu Chang, roused from his slumber by the weight of the cloak, murmured, you should cover yourself. I am not cold. Sure, you need it more than I do. Sleep now. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. Rest easy tonight. I will set up a formation to ensure our safety, Mu Ningyi reassured him. He then began to draw a large circle in the ground with a branch, positioning the formation around them. Ignoring any further words from Mu Chang, he closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. Observing Mu Ningyi's determination, Mu Chang felt a sense of calm wash over him. Yielding to Mu Ningyi's kindness, he thought to himself that this young master was becoming increasingly adept at handling matters, exhibiting a growing resemblance to a young lady. Surely, their mother would be thrilled to witness this transformation. As dawn approached, the sun rose in the east, casting bright rays that stirred Mu Ningyi from his slumber. He checked upon Mu Chang, who was still peacefully asleep. Gently placing his hand on Mu Chang's forehead, he confirmed there was no fever. Everything appeared normal. He rummaged through his supplies to retrieve some rations, realizing the exertion from their battle with the tree demon had greatly depleted his energy. Now, he felt an intense hunger, yet he was wary of eating too late, fearing it might disrupt his digestion. Thus, he decided to eat first and would wake Muchang afterward, allowing him to rest a little longer. Chapter 11. The auction encounter. By midday of the following day, Muchang had gradually regained his strength. He and Mu Ningyi prepared to rise, with Mu Ningyi producing a compact flying device gifted by his sister during his training, perfectly sized for two. They boarded the contraption and set off toward their next destination. As they soared through a dense thicket and circled a mountain cliff, they sensed considerable fluctuations in spiritual energy above, likely indicating a conflict among cultivators. Mu Ningyi contemplated whether to investigate but ultimately decided against it, recalling his mother's admonitions to exercise caution and not to trust strangers easily. Continuing their journey, they flew for approximately 15 minutes before spotting a lively scene below, likely a small castle bustling with activity. "Let us land and see what awaits us. There may be opportunities for gain," he suggested. The host of the auction, a humanoid hawk demon, was noted for collecting rare and peculiar items, holding auctions monthly. As they approached a crowded marketplace filled with various demon vendors, the hawk demon held up a small purple seed, addressing the assembled crowd. "Esteemed guests, behold this extraordinary seed. Do not underestimate its value. This plant, once it blooms, can be used to concoct potions. The resulting elixirs possess remarkable properties, aiding the weak in rapidly restoring their spiritual energy, staunching bleeding, and enhancing the purity of one's spiritual roots with consistent use over a month." Mu Ningyi gazed intently at the seed before him, which emitted a faint yet dazzling purple glow. Truly, it was a remarkable specimen of flora. His sister, who had an ardent passion for cultivating plants and collecting unique seeds, would have undoubtedly devised a myriad of ways to capture this moment if she were present. Alas, he resolved to photograph it himself. The host then announced, "The auction is now commencing, with an initial price set at 100 superior spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must increase by 50 superior spirit stones, and the highest bidder will claim it." Voices arose from the crowd. 100 superior spirit stones, 150 superior spirit stones, 200 superior spirit stones, and so on, escalating to 450 superior spirit stones. Noting the dwindling excitement, the host called out, "450 superior spirit stones," twice. Just as he began to conclude, a booming voice interrupted, "500 superior spirit stones." It was Mu Ningyi, thinking, "Let this plant serve as a gift for my sister during this journey. She will surely adore it." The host turned toward the source of the voice to find a dashing young man clad in white. "This esteemed cultivator has bid 500 superior spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer more?" Silence enveloped the room, and with no counterbids, the host declared the seed to this white-clad cultivator. Mu Ningyi procured a pouch of superior spirit stones from his waist and handed it to the host, who gratefully accepted it. After securing the spirit stones, the host presented the next auction item, a silent, invisible garment crafted from fine black silk, starting at 300 superior spirit stones with increases of 100. Bids quickly escalated: 300 superior spirit stones, 400 superior spirit stones, 500 superior spirit stones, up to 1,000 superior spirit stones. Again, silence fell as the host called, 1,000 superior spirit stones, twice. Mu Ningyi raised his voice, 1,100 superior spirit stones. The same young man in white bid again, and the auction continued until the garments were claimed by him for 1,100 superior spirit stones. Mu Ningyi exchanged 2 large pouches of superior spirit stones for the invisible garment, storing it in his spatial compartment. He then observed the remaining auction items, none of which piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Muchang, standing nearby, reflected on how easily Mu Ningyi had spent 1,600 superior spirit stones. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as more valuable treasures awaited. As the auction progressed, the host introduced the next item, the legendary broken cloud fan, lost for centuries. The tale unfolded, revealing its original owner, the celestial treasure master, who had gifted it to the Fox Empress by Qian after a dispute involving a phoenix. The fan possessed unique powers, adapting its strength according to the user's cultivation level. The host cautioned that only those of considerable means could hope to acquire it, starting at 2,000 superior spirit stones with increments of 200. Bids surged, 2,000 superior spirit stones, 2,200 superior spirit stones, up to 4,800 superior spirit stones, where the excitement reached its zenith. With the room silent, Mu Ningyi boldly stated, 5,000 superior spirit stones. The black-clad cultivator countered, raising the bid until Mu Ningyi opted to concede, acknowledging the other man's desire for the fan. After the auction concluded with Mu Ningyi securing the fan for 6,200 superior spirit stones, he felt a tinge of regret at the expenditure. Yet, he reassured Mu Chong, emphasizing the importance of seizing opportunities, for spirit stones could be replenished if one were resourceful. With their spirits lifted, the two conversed cheerfully, unaware that lurking shadows had already set their sights upon them. As they reached an open area, Mu Ningyi activated their flying device. Despite the strong winds, an unsettling sense of foreboding gripped him. Urging Mu Chong to hasten their pace, they secured their valuables in their spatial compartments, bracing for the impending confrontation as a malevolent aura drew nearer. With the ominous presence encroaching upon them, Mu Ningyi steeled himself for the impending clash, addressing the unseen foe. Pray tell, who approaches? What is your intention? I have not invited you to accompany us. I prefer a tranquil existence. The protagonists, 5 spider spirits, all possessing the ability to transform into human forms but with mediocre powers, emerged from the Pan-Sea cave. As they were undergoing their trials, the leader of the spiders, standing prominently among them, boldly demanded, "Hand over the broken cloud fan you just captured, and we shall spare your life." Unfazed, Mu Ningyi retorted, "Are you truly expecting me to be frightened by a mere spider spirit? You may be able to spin webs, but I am more than ready to face you." The leader, sensing Mu Ningyi's confidence, sneered, "You really think you're unafraid? If I don't show you my true power, I must have been raised on water alone." With that, the leader opened her navel, releasing a flash of golden light as spider silk surged forth, aiming to ensnare Mu Ningyi. In that perilous moment, he had no time for second thoughts. Drawing his radiant sword, Mu Ningyi swiftly slashed at the oncoming silk. Swish, swish, swish. With a quick maneuver, he evaded the attack. The spider silk was indeed formidable, and the pilot in the flying machine, Mu Chong, found himself ensnared, being dragged towards the spider spirits. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Mu Ningyi's mind, to incinerate the silk. He dashed behind the spider spirit and unleashed the 3 flavors true fire, directing a fierce flame towards her lower back. The spider spirit emitted a stream of green blood as the silk disintegrated. Meanwhile, the flying machine, now devoid of control, began to sway dangerously. Mu Chong leaped to regain the controls. Unable to assist further, he shouted, "Be cautious. Those spider spirits possess toxic bellies." The flames from Mu Ningyi's attack steadily consumed the silk, causing the spider spirit to shrink and revert to her original form. The remaining 4 spider spirits, undeterred, opened their navels, releasing a blinding golden light, transforming from weak to strong. In a swift response, Mu Ningyi brandished the broken cloud fan, fanning the flames to double their intensity. The spider silk was reduced to mere ashes. At that moment, the 4 spider spirits fell to their knees, spewing green blood. 2 smaller spider spirits, witnessing this, trembled in fear and pleaded, "Esteemed sir, please spare us. We did not intend to offend you. We sought only the broken cloud fan. If it serves you well, we beseech you to let us go." Mu Ningyi, filled with indignation, replied, "I may spare you, but I have one condition. You must never again venture out to rob others. What rightfully belongs to you is yours. What does not belong to you will never be taken. Remain in your domain and refrain from disturbing others. I shall not hold this incident against you, but do keep that in mind." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. The spider spirits, bowing in submission, quickly retreated in their original forms. The flying machine still bore the acrid scent of burnt silk, a foul odor that compelled Mu Chong to hasten his pace. "Are you unharmed? Do you require an antidote?" "The toxin within those spider spirits is nothing to be trifled with," Mu Chong inquired, his expression laced with concern. In response, Mu Ningyi took an antidote pill, feeling his anxiety dissipate as he prepared to rest his eyes. "What troubles you, young master?" Mu Chong, who had remained quietly by Mu Ningyi's side, noticed his change in demeanor and asked urgently. "Nothing of consequence. Let us proceed onward," Mu Ningyi replied, closing his eyes. Chapter 14. Arrival at Jinyu. Desiring to enhance his training efficiency, Mu Ningyi decided to depart from the Muyu continent and set his course for Jinyu continent. After a 2-day and night journey, they finally arrived. It was said that the teachings of the esteemed monks from the Buddhist sect on Jinyu continent were renowned, and Mu Ningyi was eager to attend. "Young master, if you wish to go, then by all means, do so. It's a rare occasion, and you might gain valuable insights. I will accompany you to share the tales with Mu Ling, who has a deep belief in Buddhism, Mu Chang said, somewhat shyly running his hand through his hair. Indeed, there appears to be an inn ahead. Let us inquire there. Follow my lead, Mu Ningyi stated with determination. Upon reaching the Bai Jiahe Inn, Mu Ningyi approached the innkeeper and requested, please provide me with a quiet double room. I have no qualms about the cost. Seeing distinguished guests, the innkeeper beamed and replied, welcome. I will arrange that for you immediately. Would you like to order any food? Having endured hunger on their journey, Mu Ningyi felt his stomach rumble. What is your signature dish? I'll have 2 servings, he inquired. Our signature dish is roasted duck, accompanied by a 3-flavor soup. I shall have it prepared right away. Please follow me to your table, the innkeeper replied warmly, leading them to a small round table not far from the counter. Here, please take a seat. Our chef is efficient. Your meal will be ready shortly, the innkeeper gestured. Within 15 minutes, the table was laden with an array of dishes. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Ningyi discreetly asked the server, are there any esteemed Buddhist monks nearby who deliver teachings? The server, taken aback momentarily, responded, my apologies. I was lost in thought. Yes, there are indeed teachings nearby, just a short distance from here. If you exit the inn, take a right turn, and proceed to the 3rd alley. The 5th establishment bears the sign Buddhist teachings. However, the session has concluded for today. It typically occurs in the morning. Is it open to all, or are there restrictions? Mu Chang questioned. Anyone can attend, but there is a fee of medium-grade spirit stones, the server replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Mu Ningyi smiled, listening to their exchange as he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Thank you. Mu Chang nodded in agreement, joining in the meal before it grew cold. The following morning, Mu Ningyi and Mu Chang ventured to the location the server had mentioned. Upon entering, they found a speaker engrossed in delivering profound teachings. After a while, seated nearby, Mu Ningyi absorbed the depth of Buddhist philosophy, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of the practice, marking this expedition as fruitful. Once the teachings concluded, it was noon, and the duo settled at a nearby tea house, enjoying an open-air table. The weather was splendid, basking in the warm sun and gentle breeze, allowing Mu Ningyi and Mu Chang to indulge in light banter, sipping tea and savoring delicacies as the day leisurely passed by. After the meal, Mu Ningyi sat in the inn, lost in thought, reminiscing about the modern world where he often resorted to flipping a coin to resolve dilemmas. He rose to toss a spirit stone into the air, focusing intently on it. As the stone descended before his eyes, it suddenly trembled and hovered in midair. This ability to explore the environment, manipulate objects, and exert mental influence over matter was indeed a manifestation of telekinesis. Mu Ningyi's heart surged with excitement at this revelation. This telekinesis bore a striking resemblance to the divine consciousness possessed only by the exalted innate cultivators in the texts he had read. Perhaps this was the essence of mental power, the strength of the soul. This sensation reminded Mu Ningyi of a book he had encountered in modern times that detailed such consciousness. Chapter 15. The Sea of Illusions, Part 1. Described consciousness as an awareness that encapsulates both the microcosm and the macrocosm, as the Buddha stated. In a cup of water, there are 8 million living beings. Consciousness encompasses all sentient beings' hearts and minds. Young master, how many more days shall we stay here? Mu Chang inquired, gazing steadfastly at the contemplative Mu Ningyi. Mu Ningyi was jolted back to reality. Didn't Ti mention, Chang? When we are away from the Mu family, there's no need for such formalities. You are several years my senior, so just call me Ai while we're outside. It sounds more pleasant. Feeling a bit sheepish, Mu Chang scratched his head. All right, Ai. How much longer until we depart? If there is nothing pressing, let us set out tomorrow. Please reserve some small dishes that can be stored for a while. We'll need sustenance for the journey, Mu Ningyi replied. The following day arrived swiftly. Mu Ningyi and his servant were already en route, traversing a desolate wilderness. The landscape was vast and barren, shrouded in mist, creating a sense of disorientation. Mu Ningyi thought it unwise to linger in such a place, fearing entrapment in a maze, and resolved to leave promptly. Considering their speed, he opted to utilize a flying device for swifter travel. The pair soared toward the sun, their figures gradually receding into the distance. Faint voices carried by the wind reached their ears. Ai, look ahead. We might be nearing the Sea of Illusions, Mu Chang said, shielding his brow with his right hand. Mu Ningyi produced a telescope he had crafted and peered ahead, indeed detecting signs of the sea. After a while, the scent of the ocean breeze wafted toward them as they sped onward. At that moment, a solitary flying vessel glided across the boundless sea. Mu Ningyi and his servant reveled in the scenery, and Mu Ningyi suddenly spread his arms wide, closing his eyes to savor the refreshing sea breeze. He had never experienced such proximity to the ocean before. The exhilarating sensation of soaring above the waves was indescribable. Opening his eyes, he exclaimed, "Chong, look, the sky and sea merge beautifully, shimmering in harmony." Nodding in agreement, Mu Chong gazed toward the horizon. Indeed, it's mesmerizing to behold the boundless sea that seems both vast and unfathomable. His spirits lifted as he slowed the vessel to a leisurely pace, allowing them to appreciate the uniqueness of the ocean. As twilight descended, the sun resembled a drop of blood, casting a warm glow over the undulating waves that danced like butterflies. The rhythm of the sea fluctuated in tandem with the winds. Mu Ningyi remained captivated by the waves when suddenly, a spiraling vortex began to whirl on the surface, as though some unseen force was controlling it. Could this be the legendary gateway to the ocean depths? Mu Chong pondered aloud. What is this gateway you speak of? Please enlighten me. Mu Ningyi urged. The gateway to the ocean depths refers to entering this spiral to access the underwater realm, only visible to those with destiny. It is said that within lies the divine Ganoderma, renowned for its life-restoring properties. However, acquiring it is no simple feat, for it is guarded by 4 ferocious beasts, known to be formidable foes. Legend has it that several centuries ago, the Fox Emperor of Qingqiu, Baizhen, was gravely injured while attempting to obtain the Ganoderma for his daughter's cultivation. Mu Chong explained in detail. Mu Ningyi, filled with confidence, responded, "If that is the case, then this presents a splendid opportunity for me to hone my skills. Chong, I shall dive down to investigate. Remain here in the vessel and do not depart." Without waiting for a reply, Mu Ningyi brandished his sword and leaped into the spiraling vortex. Mu Chong, realizing the urgency of the situation, clasped his hands together in prayer. Please be safe. If anything befalls you, I shall have no explanation for the clan leader and the elders." Little did they know what awaited Mu Ningyi beneath the waves. Chapter 16. The Sea of Illusions, Part 2. Mu Ningyi was swept into the depths by the swirling vortex. The force of the current was overwhelming. It was truly immense. Anyone lacking sufficient spiritual energy would surely be rendered unconscious. Upon reaching the ocean floor, Mu Ningyi opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by numerous oysters. Reflecting on his experiences in the modern world, he recalled their exquisite taste. But he also knew they possessed greater value as they contained an antibiotic known for its anti-tumor properties. He cradled a particularly prominent oyster in his hands. While he had eaten many in the past, they had always been prepared by others, cleaned and cooked before reaching him. This time, he marveled at the sight of a living oyster still in its shell. Suddenly, the oyster began to emit a shimmering pink light, pulsating with varying intensity. Mu Ningyi observed it intently, but just as he considered releasing it, the oyster opened on its own, and a radiant burst of pink energy coalesced into a small figure resembling a puppet, which transformed into a beautiful girl adorned with long hair and a pearl headdress. Astonished, Mu Ningyi stared as the puppet spoke. "I have awaited over 500 years for a destined person to arrive and take me to the surface. Based on my observation, you are indeed that person. From this moment on, you shall be the master of my pearls. Do you agree?" Mu Ningyi, still reeling from the encounter, gazed at the puppet. She possessed enchanting eyes and wore a pink dress, reminiscent of a modern-day Barbie. "What am I thinking?" he mused, shaking his head to regain composure. Seeing Mu Ningyi's silence, the puppet waved her hand and asked, "Do you agree? If so, I will call you my master, as I shall follow you from now on. You are currently in a perilous place. I may be able to assist you." Mu Ningyi pondered. Having a companion wouldn't hurt. "You are a pearl. I shall remember that. Very well. You may stay in my belt. Just refrain from emerging unless necessary. Is that acceptable?" The puppet smiled at him. "Master, I must bring my shell with me. It is where I have cultivated." "All right, then you may enter the shell," Mu Ningyi replied. "Understood, master." The puppet transformed into a pink light and glided into the oyster shell, which promptly closed. Upon witnessing the scene, Mu Ningyi swiftly concealed an object within his belt and proceeded to swim forward. After approximately 15 minutes, he encountered a stone door ahead. Curiosity piqued, he approached, placing his right hand upon the door panel and pushing it open. The stone door creaked ajar, revealing a space devoid of water, resembling solid ground, flanked by steep mountain walls on either side. Intrigued, Mu Ningyi felt compelled to enter and explore further. As he stepped inside, the stone door closed automatically behind him. "Master, please be cautious. Ahead lies great danger. For ferocious beasts guard the spirit herb, Pearl warned anxiously. Fear not. You stay safe inside while I uncover the origins of these beasts, Mu Ningyi replied confidently. The 4 fearsome creatures were 1. Chaos, resembling a gigantic dog. 2. Qiongqi, a winged tiger. 3. Taotai, with a human head and a sheep's body, possessing eyes under its armpits. 4. Tulu, a creature with a human head, tiger legs, and wild boar tusks. As Mu Ningyi advanced a dozen steps and turned left, he encountered a creature resembling a dog, covered in long fur and 4 legs, appearing fearsome yet clawless. Master, be wary of this ferocious beast. It possesses eyes yet cannot see, ears yet cannot hear. It is known as Chaos, a being of intellect yet lacking inner organs, with a straight gut but no twists. Though its features are disarrayed, it is skilled in song and dance. Despite its virtuous facade, it aligns with malevolence, Pearl elaborated. Upon hearing Pearl's caution, Mu Ningyi observed Chaos emitting a red glow from its mouth, its limbs poised for confrontation, and a sense of danger washed over him. Pearl, remain inside and do not emerge. Allow me to teach it a lesson, he commanded, summoning a blade of light to attack Chaos's ears. Caught off guard, the creature sustained a wound. Infuriated, Chaos retaliated with a kick aimed at Mu Ningyi, who, though struck on the mouth and causing a slight bleed, remained undeterred. The clash continued for about 15 minutes, with Mu Ningyi skillfully evading further attacks. In a deft maneuver, he executed a series of rapid kicks, ultimately rendering Chaos unconscious. Master, he has fainted. You are truly remarkable. Originally, he was the son of the celestial Emperor Hong, a divine being. However, due to his propensity for wrongdoing, he was stripped of his divinity and transformed into a ferocious beast, Pearl exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, evil begets evil. Mu Ningyi replied, reflecting on the justice served. Master, hasten onward. 3 more await us, Pearl urged. As she spoke, Mu Ningyi beheld an approaching beast resembling a bull, covered in spiny fur, adorned with 2 golden dragon horns and an eagle-like beak, likely one of the 4 legendary ferocious beasts, Qiongqi. Legend has it that Qiongqi relishes conflict, seeking to consume the righteous. With a fierce demeanor, it charged at Mu Ningyi, who prepared to counter with a brilliant sword strike. Despite his previous injuries, the force of his swing resonated through the air, and Qiongqi screeched as a portion of its horn was severed. Enraged, Qiongqi lunged at Mu Ningyi with its claws, jaws agape as if to swallow him whole. Mu Ningyi, employing a strategy of retreat, evaded the onslaught, contemplating how to best approach this beast, which, though formidable, seemed less challenging than Chaos. As Qiongqi continued its assault, Mu Ningyi deftly evaded once more, delivering a series of powerful kicks that ultimately subdued the beast. Master, that was terrifying. I nearly became its meal. Thank goodness for your agility, Pearl exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Stay put and watch the spectacle unfold, Mu Ningyi chuckled, as the ground trembled ominously. Before he could finish his thought, another fearsome creature appeared. This one even more intimidating, with a human head and a sheep's body, possessing keen eyes under its armpits. Master, that is Taotai, a descendant of dragons, known for its gluttonous nature. It devours anything in sight, particularly human infants, Pearl warned, her curiosity evident. Mu Ningyi weighed his options, recalling tales of sword immortals wielding their blades with unparalleled finesse. With resolve, he brandished his sword, channeling his spirit energy, unleashing a powerful strike towards Taotai. Despite its massive size and formidable defenses, Taoyu's agility paled in comparison to Mu Ningyi's swift swordplay. A well-aimed strike severed Taoyu's tail, prompting a desperate attempt to bite Mu Ningyi. Seizing the moment, Mu Ningyi leaped onto Taoyu's back, gripping its dragon horns and unleashing a flurry of strikes to its head. After a fierce struggle, Taotai, disoriented, charged towards the cliff, inadvertently aiding Mu Ningyi in his escape. Though stained with dirt and blood, Mu Ningyi remained undeterred. Just when he thought Taotai incapacitated, the beast rose again, calling for its allies. Mu Ningyi, undaunted, executed a series of kicks, ultimately rendering Taotai unconscious once more. The ground trembled again, signaling the approach of yet another adversary. The sound of oscillation heralded the arrival of a creature resembling a tiger, yet cloaked in fur akin to that of a dog, its hair approximately 2 feet long. It bore a human visage, the paws of a tiger, and the teeth of a pig. Its tail stretched an impressive 18 feet in length. Master, behold the Taowu, came the warning. It is a stubborn beast with a ferocious temperament. You must exercise caution. Pearl, still nestled in the corner of the belt, expressed her concern. Mu Ningyi scrutinized the Taowu, noting the two curved, dragon-like horns beneath its ears. Each side of its body bore a small tiger-faced visage, the hair cascading down like that of a modern woman, adding to its terrifying appearance. It was evident that this beast was the most formidable of the four, necessitating careful strategizing. At that moment, all of Mu Ningyi's attention was fixated on the Taowu. Upon witnessing Mu Ningyi's triumph over the chaotic Qiongqi and Taotai, the Taowu erupted in fury, howling at the heavens in anger. Now is the opportune moment to seize the tower, urged Pearl, prompting Mu Ningyi to advance with his sword. With a flash of light, he severed a substantial portion of the Taowu's dragon horn. The ferocious beast was instantly enraged, sweeping its massive tail and sending Mu Ningyi crashing against the steep wall. Fortunately, Pearl shielded him with her shell. Otherwise, the impact would have left him grievously wounded. In that fleeting moment, Mu Ningyi felt as though he were ensnared in a holographic game, reminiscent of his past encounters in 3D games, battling formidable bosses. It was clear that this final beast was not to be trifled with. Noticing a peculiar glow emanating from the Taowu's remaining horn, Mu Ningyi surmised that it was preparing for a ranged attack. His reflexes were timely, narrowly evading the Taowu's strike. Pivoting swiftly on his left foot, he raised his right hand, illuminating the He-Bo sword. A flash of sword light surged forth, striking the Taowu's tail with a silent yet decisive blow. With a resounding crack, a segment of its tail fell to the ground. The Taowu, now in excruciating pain, charged at Mu Ningyi with a ferocious roar, its eyes ablaze with venomous fury, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. As the Taowu lunged, its forked tongue poised to ensnare Mu Ningyi, he smirked, sidestepping effortlessly. The massive creature, unable to halt its momentum, collided violently with the opposing steep wall. Master, seize the moment, Pearl urged. It can hardly retaliate now. Act quickly. Having awaited the perfect opportunity, Mu Ningyi rose, wielding the He-Bo sword, and directed a powerful strike toward the fallen Taowu. The sword light soared with uncatchable speed, cleaving into the Taowu's right leg. Despair enveloped the creature as it crumpled to the ground, one eye reflecting profound sorrow as it gazed at Mu Ningyi, emitting mournful cries. Mu Ningyi contemplated the difficulty of vanquishing such a beast. Since it posed no further threat, he resolved to spare its life. Adhering to the adage, one should show mercy when possible. Pearl, recognizing the defeat of the four fierce beasts, exclaimed with excitement, Master, do you realize that these four beasts inherited half of the divine power from their progenitor? They were confined to Ingzhou Island to guard the divine Ganoderma, which may be nearby. Bloodied and weary, Mu Ningyi had expended 2/3 of his spiritual energy during the confrontation. Chapter 18, Cod. With merely 1/3 of his original energy remaining, he felt utterly drained, his complexion pale, and the weight of his sword felt heavier than before. Enduring the sting of his wounds, he knew he must proceed with caution. Yet, buoyed by his recent victories, he felt an exhilarating surge of confidence. Master, look at the steep wall ahead. That appears to be the Ganoderma, Pearl exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement and curiosity. Mu Ningyi shook his head. It is merely Ganoderma. Why are you so elated? Pearl replied, do you not understand its significance? It possesses remarkable healing properties, invigorating the spirit and soothing the mind. Its greatest power lies in its ability to resurrect the dead. We must collect it at once. Despite his weakness, Mu Ningyi attempted to utilize his lightness technique, yet found himself lacking the strength. Pearl, observing his fatigue, insisted, Master, allow me to retrieve it. You have exhausted too much energy. Please rest. With that, she soared upwards, swiftly plucking the Ganoderma and returning to present it to Mu Ningyi. He accepted the precious herb, glancing at it briefly before storing it in his spatial pouch. A grin spread across his face as he suggested, Pearl, why not reside within the spatial pouch along with the Ganoderma? It offers much more room than your belt, providing you a space to cultivate. With a look of delight, Pearl gazed at Mu Ningyi. How splendid. Oh, absolutely. I shall enter now. Simply call for me if you need anything. With that, she entered the spatial pouch, taking the Ganoderma with her. Mu Ningyi sought a clean and comfortable place to meditate, retrieving a restorative pill gifted by his sister. This pill was akin to a lifeline. He swallowed it in one go, feeling the energy circulate within him as the pill gradually infused his meridians. Though the process was slow, The pace at which his vitality increased was several times faster than before. Typically, he would require half a day to restore his energy, but after consuming the pill, he regained his strength in just over an hour. As he slowly opened his eyes, Pearl inquired eagerly, "Master, how do you feel?" Mu Ningyi smiled. "The absorption of the pill has indeed enhanced my cultivation efficiency. This pill is extraordinary. I must request more from my sister." Nightfall enveloped them, and the pair spent the night beneath the sea, untroubled by ferocious beasts. The only disturbances came from minor fish spirits, which Pearl swiftly chased away, leaving them in peace. After a night of cultivation, Mu Ningyi's spiritual energy had significantly increased. He realized that if he consumed another pill, combined with the essence of the Ganoderma, his energy would likely double, advancing his cultivation further. With a confident smile, he asked Pearl, "Have you ever taken a pill to enhance your cultivation?" Pearl shook her head. "Of course not. Have you, Master?" Mu Ningyi merely smiled in response. Suddenly, a fish tail struck his thigh, rousing him from his reverie. Opening his eyes, he discovered it was a cod. Observing the 2-meter-long fish, he recalled reading that cod enjoyed leaping at the water's surface and could even allow a person to ride on its back. Perhaps it could assist them in returning to the surface. A wave of excitement washed over him as he rummaged through his supplies for some food to lure the cod. With little sustenance remaining, he remembered that cod favored sea intestines, squid, sea hares, shrimp, and clams. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that these were readily available in the ocean. Acting swiftly, he swam toward the area abundant with fish. He caught several squids and shrimps and approached the cod, offering it food with a friendly demeanor. Gently stroking its head, the cod quickly sensed Mu Ningyi's goodwill, its tail swaying with joy. Mu Ningyi contemplated, perhaps it could comprehend human speech. Why not give it a try, speak to it, and observe its reaction? With a smile, Mu Ningyi gently patted the cod's head and said, "Eat up. All of this is yours. If you find it insufficient, I shall catch more for you. However, nothing comes for free. I have a request, and I wonder if you would oblige." The cod wagged its tail and replied, "What is it? Speak, and if I can assist, I shall." Mu Ningyi was taken aback, as Pearl had just awakened to witness this conversation with the cod. "Master, be cautious. This cod is a formidable fish spirit with over 200 years of cultivation, notorious in these depths. You must tread carefully," Pearl warned, eyeing the cod warily. Their familiarity was not recent. Encounters with this domineering fish were frequent, known for its penchant for snatching away others' belongings. Those who dared to oppose it often faced dire consequences. Mu Ningyi looked at Pearl, considering, this fish is indeed not to be trifled with, but in this critical moment, one must take a gamble to ascertain the outcome. Thus, he proceeded with his intention. "If you can take us to the shore, I shall grant you 3 requests, provided they are not malevolent and within my capabilities." After pondering for a moment, the cod agreed, "Very well, climb upon my back." Pearl observed the exchange in silence, ready to adapt should any complications arise. Mu Ningyi reassured Pearl, "Fear not. We shall ascend." Pearl nodded in response, and together they mounted the cod. In less than 15 minutes, the cod brought them to the surface, where they felt the refreshing sea breeze. The calm waters hinted that perhaps a storm was approaching. The cod inquired, might the young hero have encountered any spirit herbs? Mu Ningyi was caught off guard by the question and struggled to respond. Pearl whispered to him, "Master, tell it that the spirit herb has been consumed." With a resigned tone, Mu Ningyi replied, "Indeed, we have seen it." The cod, filled with excitement, urged, "Then show it to me." Mu Ningyi smiled and explained, "Yesterday, an incident occurred, and the spirit herb was eaten." The cod, filled with rage, thrashed its body, declaring, "If I cannot see it, what use is it to carry you?" With a splash, Mu Ningyi and Pearl fell into the ocean. Chapter 19. A deep bond. They landed precisely in the ocean's depths. Attempting to utilize his lightness skill proved futile. Fortunately, Mu Ningyi was an adept swimmer in modern times, describing his current predicament with a mere 3 words. "Not a problem." "Master, are you all right?" Pearl asked anxiously. "This depth is trivial for me," Mu Ningyi assured. Pearl relaxed, her eyes twinkling with a smile. Meanwhile, Mu Chong had been waiting outside the tent for 2 nights, growing increasingly worried about Mu Ningyi's absence. Suddenly, he noticed movement on the water's surface and strained to see, but it was unclear. In a moment of urgency, he leaped into the air, utilizing his skills to investigate. As fate would have it, he spotted none other than young Master Ai. Filled with concern, Mu Chong shouted, "Ai, are you all right? Let me help you." Extending his hand towards Mu Ningyi, he felt the icy grip of the sea. As Mu Ningyi grasped Mu Chang's hand, the ocean splashed around them, creating a beautiful scene. Together, they reached the tent, and Mu Ningyi quickly changed clothes, drenched from head to toe, while Mu Chang gathered firewood nearby. Mu Ningyi sought warmth and hot water. Once dressed, he sat cross-legged outside the tent, commencing his meditation. Mu Chang, having collected ample firewood, decided not to disturb Mu Ningyi and instead prepared a fire. He contemplated fishing to alleviate their hunger, having not had a proper meal in days. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chang retrieved the fishing rod he had purchased previously and began digging for bait. After a lengthy wait, he felt a faint tug on the line. With a swift motion, he pulled the rod, and to his delight, a fish emerged from the water. An impressive catch, roughly the size of 2 adult fists. Feeling a surge of accomplishment, he continued fishing, and soon enough, several more fish were caught. After some time, Mu Chang returned with a dozen assorted fish, though he could only classify them as miscellaneous due to their unfamiliarity. However, the largest catch would suffice for a meal. As night fell, it was time to return. He gathered some resilient grass stems and strung the fish together, packing up the fishing rod for their tent. Upon his return, he found Mu Ningyi still in meditation. To avoid disturbing him, Mu Chang quietly selected 3 straight and slender twigs from the firewood pile, skewered the fish, and placed them over the flames. The aroma of cooking fish soon filled the air. Mu Ningyi, having finished his meditation, awakened to the delightful scent. Pearl, catching a whiff, felt her stomach rumble with hunger. Unable to contain herself, she rushed out, drooling at the sight of the fish. "Good sir, might you spare me a morsel?" she implored. Mu Chang, taken aback, asked, "Where did you come from?" Pearl pointed to Mu Ningyi, declaring, "I call him master." Mu Chang scrutinized Pearl curiously, wondering when Ai had acquired such a diminutive companion without mentioning it. At that moment, Mu Ningyi opened his eyes, smiling. "Brother Chang, this is Pearl, whom I brought up from the depths. She resides in my small space when not adventuring." "Pearl, this is Mu Chang. You may refer to him as Brother Chang from now on," he introduced, smiling at the two. "Is this fish roasted? I truly feel famished. Brother Chang, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Ai, here are a few that are ready. Please take some and eat." Mu Chang offered warmly. As Pearl savored the fish Mu Ningyi had provided, she exclaimed, "This is delightful. Truly, it surpasses all expectations. Humans are fortunate to enjoy such exquisite fare." Chapter 20. Sea of flowers under a clear sky adorned with white clouds, the vast expanse instilled a sense of tranquility. Mu Ningyi and his companions set out, arriving at a boundless meadow bursting with blossoms, akin to a sea of flowers, evoking a desire to linger forever. Pearl, sensing the presence of spiritual energy, eagerly darted forward. Wow, wow, wow. Such beauty exists even in the human realm. She soared towards a patch of roses. Mu Ningyi assumed she wished merely to admire them and did not intervene. However, as soon as he finished his thought, Pearl impulsively reached to pluck a rose. Alarmed, Mu Ningyi quickly interjected, "Please, do not. The flowers here are peculiar. Some may be toxic, and the poisons can be difficult to counteract. We should remain cautious." Unfortunately, Pearl disregarded his warning, exclaiming, "Toxic or not, I possess the antidote from my ancestor." Seizing the opportunity, she grasped a yellow rose, but in her eagerness, she pricked her finger on a thorn. She cried out in pain. The rose itself is toxic. When its thorns pierce a person, venom enters the flesh. If not promptly extracted, it can rapidly inflame, causing a stinging sensation, and in severe cases, lead to swelling or pus formation. Mu Ningyi recounted the situation in detail, while Pearl shyly lowered her head, insisting, "No, I must find my disinfectant." She rummaged through her entire pack, yet the disinfectant remained elusive. Observing Pearl's expression, Mu Ningyi felt a mix of amusement and restraint. He advised, "If you cannot find it, then use your internal force to expel the thorn." Upon hearing this, Pearl immediately sat down to meditate, channeling her internal energy. Mu Ningyi then instructed Mu Chang to keep a watchful eye on Pearl while he went in search of medicinal herbs. After a lengthy search, he finally spotted a few faint yellow flowers near a large stone. Could these be dandelions, the queen of medicinal herbs? He recalled reading in Compendium of Materia Medica that dandelions can help eliminate internal heat and toxins, proving effective against infections and suppuration, as well as beneficial for various inflammations, including pharyngitis, oral ulcers, gastric ulcers, and gastritis. Mu Ningyi picked a handful of leaves and swiftly returned. By this time, Pearl had managed to expel the thorn. Using a stick, he crushed the dandelion leaves, tore a corner of his clothing, and wrapped the prepared dandelions. Pearl gazed at Mu Ningyi with affectionate eyes. After completing the preparation, Mu Ningyi approached Pearl and said, "Extend your injured hand." For a long while, Pearl's gaze remained fixed on Mu Ningyi as she extended her hand. In that moment, Mu Ningyi found himself at a loss for words, pondering. For the next few days, avoid getting this area wet, and keep the herbs wrapped until the pain subsides. Pearl's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she dared not lift her gaze, softly replying, "Understood. Pearl will remember." Mu Chang observed from the side, aware of some underlying feelings but unable to voice them, deciding it best to let them sort it out themselves. He reminisced about Mu Ling from the Mu family, whom he had not seen in 3 years. He then retrieved a small pouch from his waist, containing strands of Mu Ling's hair, reflecting, "Seeing a strand is akin to seeing the person. I wonder how she and my mother are faring at home, and when our next meeting will be." The sentiment of nostalgia washed over him. As twilight descended and the evening breeze began to chill, Mu Ningyi and his servants settled around a campfire. Observing Mu Chang's weary expression, Mu Ningyi suggested, "Brother Chang, you look tired. Perhaps you should rest against that round stone for a more comfortable sleep. It's my fault for leaving the tent by the Wuwang Sea. Otherwise, we could be lying down comfortably now." Mu Chang smiled and patted his head, while Mu Ningyi chuckled. "What's the big deal? Everyone forgets things sometimes. If we see a shop selling such items on our way, we can buy another." Hearing Mu Ningyi's words, Mu Chang murmured a series of thoughts before falling asleep against the large stone. Watching him sleep peacefully, Mu Ningyi couldn't help but smile. However, he himself felt no inclination to sleep and began to pace. Suddenly, a silver light caught his eye near the stone. Intrigued, he followed the shimmering trail and took a step forward, only to feel a sinking sensation in his heart. "Oh no, this feels like I've stepped into a trap," he thought, surveying the desolate surroundings. The area was eerily barren, with steep slopes on 3 sides and a river nearby, while the ground where he stood was remarkably flat, devoid of any vegetation. Upon further inspection, he noticed a stone wall behind him, prompting his curiosity to explore the area. After walking about 5 meters, he reached the source of the silver light. Continuing for another 8 meters, he was met with a thicket of reeds. Drawing his sword, he deftly swept aside the reeds, revealing a river with the silver light emanating from its center. At that moment, Mu Ningyi sheathed his sword and leaped into the river, swimming toward the source of the light. As he ventured deeper, the water reached a depth of approximately 4 meters. A proficient swimmer in modern times, this depth posed no challenge for him. While swimming, he felt something beneath his feet. Looking down, he discerned a wooden jewelry box, slightly ajar, from which the silver light radiated. Leaning closer, he reached inside and pulled out a stone, which glimmered with a brilliant silver light. Mu Ningyi sensed a potent spiritual energy emanating from the stone. Could this be the spirit crystal? He pondered. "Master, this is indeed a spirit crystal. I can feel the abundant spiritual energy. We must secure it." Pearl, having emerged from her small space, gazed intently at the spirit crystal. Mu Ningyi smiled. "When did you awaken?" "I too sensed the powerful energy." After stowing the crystal in his small space, he swam back to shore, drenched but eager to find firewood. Unfortunately, only some dried weeds were available, which would have to suffice. Finally, the fire was lit, and Mu Ningyi sat beside it, contemplating how to ascend from this place. He wondered if Brother Chang had awakened yet. Feeling a bit fatigued, he nibbled on some rations, allowing the fire to dry his damp clothes. After a brief meditation, he sensed dawn approaching and resolved to find an exit, hopeful that he would soon discover one. As he stood and scanned the surroundings, he recalled the spot where he had fallen and approached it, considering that with his current abilities, flying directly up might be a challenge. Just then, a series of eerie, raspy laughter echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a ghostly presence. "Who goes there?" Mu Ningyi's expression darkened. "You dare to seize the body I have claimed? Bold of you. What manner of being are you?" The raspy voice grew increasingly furious, culminating in a furious roar. "Die." The overwhelming rage resonated within Mu Ningyi's mind, followed by an intense pain that nearly knocked him unconscious. The agony emanated from the depths of his soul, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. "It cannot be. You are not of this world." The voice faltered, filled with desperation. "Just a little more. I'm not ready to accept this. Not ready to perish." The raspy voice trembled, seemingly frightened by something unknown. After a furious outburst, the voice vanished as if it had never existed. "What just transpired?" Mu Ningyi wondered as the pain subsided. Was this an attempt at possession? Truly terrifying, he thought, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just then, the voice ceased. Why is that? Despite the otherworldly confrontation, Mu Ningyi remained astonished. Master, that was truly frightening. Please be cautious, Pearl exclaimed from her small space. Taken aback, Mu Ningyi replied. Even I was terrified. When that ghostly presence gripped me, I thought I might perish. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, it relented. Let's find a way to ascend. This cursed place is unfit for prolonged stay. Pearl peeked out, surveying the surroundings. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. There is no escaping it. Thus, let us attempt to merge our powers. Chapter 25. The loss of spiritual power. At this moment, the moonlight paved a path, and the stars pointed the way, elongating Mu Chang's silhouette. Upon awakening, Mu Chang found Mu Ningyi missing, which filled him with anxiety. He pondered where she could have gone. Logically, she should have informed him if she had to leave for some reason. Had she encountered some malevolent creature? No, that could not be. He had been sleeping here, unharmed. What should he do? Where could he search? Perhaps it was best to wait for her return. Meanwhile, Mu Ningyi and Pearl were meditating. With Mu Ningyi's back turned to Pearl, Pearl had closed her eyes, hands clasped together, then spun them apart while murmuring something inaudible. Suddenly, a series of mist-like vapors emerged from her palms, swiftly striking Mu Ningyi's back. This must be the so-called spiritual energy. As Mu Ningyi sat in tranquil meditation, he sensed the arrival of the energy, feeling his body invigorated. Before long, the energy transfer was complete. At that moment, Pearl had collapsed, her vitality drained, her hair turning white and skin wrinkling, resembling an elderly woman. Mu Ningyi turned to speak with her, only to be startled by her transformed appearance. Pearl, are you all right? Had I known that merging our powers would yield this outcome, I would have refrained, Mu Ningyi exclaimed, astonished. In a weak voice, Pearl replied, Master, it's all right. The extent of my assistance is limited to this. Please allow me to return to my shell to recuperate. And could you place this spiritual crystal beside me? Perhaps I can absorb some spiritual energy to aid in restoring my strength. Seeing Pearl in such a state filled Mu Ningyi with regret. Of course, I will do as you ask. He gently placed Pearl back into her shell and positioned the spiritual crystal beside her to hasten her recovery. Lifting his gaze, he looked wistfully at the opening from which he fell. Drawing the He-Bo sword, he hesitated momentarily before channeling all the spiritual energy within him to leap upward through the opening. Mu Chang observed Mu Ningyi emerging from the stones, relief washing over him. Ai, where have you been? I awoke and found you missing. Mu Ningyi rolled his eyes and pointed to the opening from which he had just ascended. After you fell asleep, I approached to survey our surroundings, but accidentally stepped into a trap and fell below. After much effort, I finally devised a way to return. Concerned, Mu Chang scrutinized his young master. Are you uninjured? Did anything happen to you? Mu Ningyi chuckled wryly. I am unscathed. However, Pearl has sacrificed her own cultivation for me, and now she is left with but her inner core. Mu Chang paused in astonishment. Did something transpire? Chapter 26. The search for water. Initially, everything seemed well. Yet the challenge of exiting this cavern proved formidable. Mu Ningyi's gaze shifted to the stones nearby. The depths of this pit were unfathomable. It felt as if he had descended for the duration of an incense stick. Inside, it was a world apart. Had it not been for Pearl's predicament, Mu Chang's curiosity would have compelled him to investigate further. But what of Pearl now? Should he transmit spiritual energy to her? Mu Ningyi shared this thought. Pearl, awaken. I just discussed with Mu Chang. Shall I transfer some spiritual energy to you to expedite your recovery? Weakly, Pearl responded. Oh, due to her diminutive stature, the transfer of energy could not occur in the same manner as with a person of normal height. Mu Ningyi searched for something to lean against, quickly spotting a small stone. Cautiously, he placed Pearl against the stone, then sat behind her, palms together, before separating them to channel his inner energy and draw forth the spiritual energy. Pearl was pitifully small. Mu Ningyi could only use his right hand to transmit his energy. After a while, Pearl's complexion gradually regained its color, her hair turning from white back to black, and the wrinkles on her face vanished. Mu Ningyi withdrew his hand, drenched in sweat. Mu Chang smiled as he handed a water flask to Mu Ningyi. Replenish your fluids. With a grin, Mu Ningyi accepted the flask, took 3 hearty swigs, and turned to Pearl. How do you feel? Would you like some water as well? Desperately in need of hydration, Pearl eagerly replied, Yes. Master, if it is convenient, I would love to swim in the water. Mu Ningyi surveyed the area. Mu Chang chimed in. Allow me to search nearby for a water source. As Mu Chang scanned his surroundings, he noticed the sun shining brightly above. At that moment, he felt no discomfort from the sunlight. Rather, it enveloped him in a pleasant warmth. He ventured westward. After an indeterminate time, he spotted a small, clear stream, the water appearing pristine and untainted, likely due to the absence of creatures in the vicinity. Kneeling by the riverbank, Mu Chang cupped his hands to drink. Delightfully sweet. He filled his small water flask before rising and swiftly returning. Upon seeing Mu Chang approaching with the long-awaited water, Pearl's face lit up with joy. Mu Chang halted, grinning. I found it. Shall we take Pearl there? Without delay, Mu Ningyi cradled Pearl in his hands as Mu Chang leaped ahead to lead the way. Chapter 27. A torrential downpour. The trio soon arrived at the riverside, where a long river stretched before them. Mu Ningyi placed Pearl within an oyster shell, allowing her to swim in the shallow waters. Pearl gasped in delight, feeling invigorated and no longer weak. I have endured for so long. Finally, I feel comfortable again, she mused. Perhaps I should ask Master to fill a small space with water, so I can enjoy a soak every day. I wonder if he would agree. Standing on the bank, Mu Ningyi stretched his arms wide, inhaling deeply. It felt as though he had not breathed such fresh air in ages. Mu Chang chuckled at his antics. You are quite dramatic. Embarrassed, Mu Ningyi replied, I apologize, but I simply wish to savor this pristine atmosphere. Indeed. We have been on the road daily without a proper rest, Mu Chang agreed. As they exchanged banter, the sky suddenly darkened, ominous clouds gathering. Pearl, relishing the water, was unaware of the impending storm. Before long, a heavy rain began to pour. What on earth? The weather has changed so abruptly. It was sunny just moments ago. Oh no. Pearl is still in the river. What should we do? This unexpected turn of events left Mu Ningyi and his companions utterly unprepared, barely managing to react before the torrential rain fell relentlessly. Gazing at the pearls washed away by the rain, a look of profound regret adorned her face. The pearls, carried by the flowing water, drifted into the unknown. The shell swayed unsteadily, and within it, the pearl sensed something amiss, still in the midst of recovery. She lacked the vigor to resist the torrential downpour, surrendering to the relentless rain. At that moment, the river surged ferociously. Mu Ningyi observed the deluge, mentally preparing himself. With a sudden leap, he took flight, but the rain hampered his speed, rendering him slower than before. He could only hasten towards the direction where the pearl had been swept away by the current. The pearl, initially exposed and absorbing the river's spiritual energy, now cowered in fright, retreating into her shell, unable to venture outside. As the river's current slowed considerably, she found herself lodged beside a large stone, unable to move. Just then, Mu Ningyi soared past, oblivious to her presence. The rain fluctuated between heavy and light, reaching its peak intensity, nearly sweeping the stone away. Unfortunately, the pearl was not as fortunate. She was once again swept away by the torrential rain and the river's force, as if in pursuit of Mu Ningyi. She drifted beside a large log, ensnared. This log, seemingly felled for an unknown reason, lay half on the ground and half in the water. Drip, drip, drip. The rain began to subside, the droplets becoming lighter. Soaked to the skin, Mu Ningyi remained unaware that the pearl was just behind him. The rain battered his eyes, nearly closing them. His already poor eyesight was put to the test. It was rare to witness such dedication from his master. At this moment, the pearl was thoroughly dazed, unaware of the happenings outside. Mu Ningyi waved his right hand to disperse the surrounding rainwater, blinking as he surveyed his surroundings. With the rain diminishing, the atmosphere grew eerily tranquil. Chapter 28. Returning to form, it was peculiar. Having chased the river for so long, the pearl was nowhere to be found. Reflecting deeply, he wondered if it might be behind him. Mu Ningyi turned to search the area, approaching a dry log approximately 5 meters in length. He pondered whether the pearl could be trapped nearby, in the depths of the water. Fortunately, the river was remarkably clear after the rain, allowing Mu Ningyi to scan the water. In the lower left corner of the log, he spotted something resembling a pearl shell. His heart raced with a mix of concern and anticipation. Without hesitation, he leaped into the water, already drenched. As he reached out, he confirmed it was indeed a pearl, its shell encrusted with mud and roots, resembling a small black shell. Mu Ningyi cradled it in his palms, gently allowing the water to wash over it. The pearl sensed the familiar essence of her master. Could it be that her master had come to rescue her? Overjoyed, the pearl felt immense relief. Meanwhile, Mu Chong had been pursuing Mu Ningyi closely. Arriving at the log, he peered into the water and asked, "Ai, did you find the pearl?" "Brother Chong, don't just ask. Look at what I have in my hand." Mu Chong stared in astonishment at the small black shell. Could this be the pearl? Indeed, the genuine article. Without a doubt. Mu Chong, however, was bewildered by Mu Ningyi's words. "I haven't read much, so please speak in terms I can understand." Realizing the inappropriateness of his words in this era, Mu Ningyi clarified, "What I meant is that this is indeed the pearl. No fakes here." Mu Chong sheepishly scratched his head. After being tossed around like this, she won't be harmed, will she? With worry, Mu Ningyi replied, "Theoretically, she might be disoriented. If I were in her place, I would certainly feel the effects." The mud on the oyster shell had been nearly washed clean. Mu Ningyi casually removed the black roots, leaping back onto the shore. Mu Chong hurried over. "Quickly, let us see." As Mu Ningyi opened the shell, he discovered the pearl had reverted to her original form, and regret flooded his heart. The pearl's belly was swollen, likely from drinking too much river water. Observing Mu Ningyi's expression, Mu Chong remained silent. Finally, Mu Ningyi spoke. "I'm not sure how to help her. All I can do is wait. With her belly like that, any undue pressure could be dangerous. How about this, Brother Chong? Can you find a box to hold water, and we can keep the pearl in there?" "Of course, I'll go find one right away." After a while, Mu Chong returned with a bowl, the kind used for soup in this era, filled with river water to about 60%. Mu Ningyi carefully placed the pearl inside, then sat idly beside it. Mu Chong was busy gathering firewood to start a fire. Come closer to warm up." Feeling weak, Mu Ningyi slowly moved closer. "Stay here, don't wander off. I'll find something for you to eat." Chapter 29. Fever. Once Mu Chong left, Mu Ningyi sensed something was off. A premonition creeping in. Was this the onset of a cold? His body grew increasingly feverish, and he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Mu Chong returned shortly after picking some wild fruits. Upon entering, he noticed his master had fallen asleep, his clothes nearly dry. Something seemed amiss. Why is his face so flushed? He reached out to feel Mu Ningyi's forehead. Wow. Could it be he has a fever? What should I do? Mu Chong rummaged through Mu Ningyi's bag, retrieving a bowl and pouring some water into it. He then constructed a makeshift stand with sticks over the fire, placing the bowl on top. He added small twigs to ensure a quick burn. The water boiled rapidly, but the bowl was scorching hot, making it difficult to manage. Mu Chong devised a plan, crossing their swords to lift the bowl from the bottom and carefully setting it on the ground. There was no other option but to wait for the water to cool before it could be consumed. Next, he tore a large piece from his clothing and placed it beside the bowl, using the sword to stir the water, causing it to spill over. The fabric soaked up the water. Enduring the high temperature, Mu Chong squeezed the cloth and placed it on Mu Ningyi's forehead. He repeated the process with another piece of fabric, ensuring it was thoroughly soaked before applying it again. He continued this for 3 rounds. Finally, he checked Mu Ningyi's temperature again. Fortunately, the fever had subsided, and Mu Ningyi began to awaken. Mu Chong brought over some warm water for him to dry. Mu Ningyi opened his eyes with a smile and asked, "What time is it now?" Mu Chong, feeling the warmth of the small bowl, replied, "It is midnight, the hour of the dog. The porridge is ready. You should eat some. There isn't much to eat on the road, just a little pickled vegetable we brought along, so make do with that." "All right, please give me half a bowl of porridge," Mu Ningyi said. His appetite peaked as he devoured the porridge ravenously. After finishing, he requested another bowl for Mu Chong. Before long, Mu Chong returned with some wild pears for him. Mu Ningyi frowned and remarked, "Can I eat this now?" Mu Chong chuckled, explaining that pears are rich in vitamins, amino acids, and proteins, possessing considerable nutritional value. The pear is known for its benefits in clearing heat, lowering blood pressure, and soothing the lungs. Chapter 30. Communication between master and servant. Mu Ningyi expressed his surprise. "Is it really that good? Then bring it here." After Mu Chong handed him a pear, he also took one for himself. This pear, though wild, is quite juicy and sweet." Mu Ningyi nodded in approval. "It seems you have quite an understanding of this fruit." Mu Chong, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and admitted, "It's just that Mu Ling likes to eat them, so I pay more attention." Mu Ningyi laughed. "In the end, you simply dote on your wife." Mu Chong shook his head, denying it. "That's not the case. You're just being modest. I feel that love is love, and caring is caring. There's nothing to be shy about as adults." Mu Chong bashfully replied, "It's just like that. Mu Ningyi hesitated and suggested, since we've been out training for such a long time, should we return to the Mu family before heading back to the sect? Mu Chong, with a twinkle in his eye, asked, "Ah-ee, do you wish to go back?" Mu Ningyi teased, "I thought you might miss Mu Ling. Whether I return or not is inconsequential." Mu Chong opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He didn't want to return, but with the young master saying this, it felt awkward. The next day at a certain hour, the sun rose in the east. Perhaps due to the heavy rain from the previous day, the sunlight was particularly intense, making Mu Ningyi squint, tears welling in his eyes. To an observer, it could easily be mistaken for him crying. The truth was, his eyes were sensitive to bright light. Nearby, the melodious calls of spiritual birds filled the air, growing louder and waking Mu Chong. Yawning, he said, "Ah-ee, why are you up so early? You went to bed so late last night. And with your body still weak, can you handle waking up this early?" Mu Ningyi sighed. "I wanted to sleep a little longer, but the sunlight is just too glaring. I couldn't stand it, so I woke up." Mu Chong pondered. "Can you think of a way to block it?" "I'm not very clever." Mu Ningyi, rolling his eyes, suggested, "What if we try weaving a large piece from tree leaves to see if it can block the light?" "But why can't you sleep?" Mu Chong lamented. "It's that bird's call that woke me." Mu Ningyi thought for a moment and said, "If you find 2 of the tenderest leaves, twist them into a ball and place them in your ears, the sound will diminish significantly. But remember, don't push them too deep, or you might end up with ear problems." He mused internally that nowadays people use earplugs to listen to music and take calls, so this method should be effective. Mu Chong, still drowsy, replied, "All right, I'll give it a try." With Mu Chong's disturbance, Mu Ningyi felt more awake. He then used his sword to cut down several leaves and gathered some vine-like plants, binding them together. In no time, he created a leafy structure resembling the upper half of an umbrella, propped up at a slight angle. He laughed to himself, "Not bad. This not only blocks the light, but also shields against the wind. Mission accomplished. Now I can finally get some good rest." Chapter 31. Focusing energy after assembling the leafy shade. Mu Ningyi turned around to see Mu Chong fast asleep, mouth agape and snoring loudly. Having been busy earlier, he hadn't noticed the noise, but now, in the quiet, it seemed quite pronounced. It appeared he needed to use the earplug method he had just suggested. He quickly picked 2 tender leaves, crumpled them into balls, and stuffed them in his ears. He then placed the leafy structure to shield Mu Chong from the light and drew a circle around them, setting up a formation. Finally, both of them settled down peacefully inside the circle to sleep. Time swiftly passed to midday the next day. The weather was quite mild, and Mu Ningyi awoke from his slumber, coughing. Still groggy, he searched for his water flask at his waist. Remembering that Mu Chong had taken care of him when he had a fever, he wondered if Mu Chong had taken the flask. Rising, he found the flask indeed tied to Mu Chong's belt. He twisted open the cap and drank deeply, quenching his thirst. Watching this, Mu Chong, now awake, chuckled quietly to himself. When Mu Ningyi turned around and saw Mu Chong smiling broadly, he speculated, "This fellow must be in a very good mood. Brother Chong, we have rested enough. Let us find something to eat and continue our journey." Mu Chong smiled and said, "All right, I'll see if I can catch a few fish to satisfy our hunger." Mu Ningyi urged, "Hurry back. It will be difficult to travel once it gets dark. We can also stay here another night." Mu Chong teased, "Are you the master or am I? You're getting more audacious." Mu Ningyi playfully retorted, "It seems I have become quite shameless." Mu Chong laughed, "Fine, fine. No more chatter. I'll go prepare. You just wait here." Mu Ningyi cheekily remarked, "Off you go. No need to see you off." After Mu Chong left, Mu Ningyi resumed his meditation. No matter what he did, he couldn't seem to focus his energy. He pondered, "Could it be that my fever has affected my mind? This won't do. I need to think of a decisive solution." Recalling that his sister had given him some medicinal pills, which were precious and personally refined by her, he promptly retrieved a small box from his spatial storage. Despite its humble appearance, the wooden box contained various spiritual elixirs, some for treating colds, strengthening the body, and replenishing energy, among others. After some consideration, he extracted a pill designed to enhance mental acuity and intelligence, swallowing it immediately before taking several gulps from his water flask. After consuming the pill, he sat in silence for a while and then began to meditate. Soon, he found himself able to concentrate and enter a state of cultivation. Unintentionally, after taking the pill and meditating, Mu Ningyi felt his body growing stronger than before. Perhaps the heavy rain had driven the fish away, for Mu Chong had been sitting by the river for quite some time without any sign of fish biting. As Mu Ningyi waited for Mu Chong's return, his stomach growled with hunger, prompting him to seek out Mu Chong. Upon arriving at the riverbank, he spotted Mu Chang sitting silently, a grass root held in his mouth. Chapter 32. Fishing. Can you really catch fish looking that carefree? Mu Ningyi called out, mockingly laughing at Mu Chang from behind. Hearing his voice, Mu Chang turned around. "Ai, what brings you here?" "Today, the fish seem particularly elusive, refusing to bite despite my efforts. I have nearly dozed off while listening to Mu Chang." Mu Ningyi, pondering aloud, remarked, "Surely, there must be a reason. At this time, fish should be easier to catch." It was early spring in March, with willows bending gracefully and peach blossoms in full bloom. Typically, schools of fish would swarm to the shallows to spawn during this season, but the surface remained oddly still. Mu Chang remained motionless. "Brother Chang, let us retreat for now. Please find a few sturdy branches, about 3 meters long." After retracting his fishing hook, Mu Chang went off in search of sticks while Mu Ningyi sat by the shore, watching intently. Moments passed before Mu Chang returned with 3 sturdy branches. Upon seeing him, Mu Ningyi gestured for silence. "Sure." At that moment, ripples disturbed the water's surface in the shallowest area. Armed with a branch, Mu Ningyi struck the water, causing several fish to leap in apparent rebellion. Without hesitation, he jumped in to capture them, tossing them ashore while exclaiming, "Quick, Brother Chang, gather them." Mu Chang deftly threaded the fish through a vine. Soon after, more ripples appeared on the surface. Mu Ningyi swung the branch vigorously again, causing another flurry of fish to jump. This time, he managed to catch a dozen fish of varying sizes, the largest weighing about 2 pounds and the smallest around 8 ounces. Elated, he shouted, "What do you think, Brother Chang? My arrival has brought the fish." He added, "Sometimes, one must think carefully to succeed." Mu Chang nodded sheepishly, acknowledging, "You are right. I shall remember this in the future." Hearing him say that, Mu Ningyi retorted, "Is there anything wrong with what I said? Must you keep calling me young master?" Noting Mu Ningyi's strong reaction, Mu Chang apologized. "I'm sorry, i.e. sometimes. These phrases just slip out." Feeling fatigued, Mu Ningyi decided to end the conversation. "All right, this is sufficient for our meal. Let us return and cook it." After setting down his branch, he walked ahead, with Mu Chang trailing behind, carrying around 20 fish. Upon their return, they roasted the fish and enjoyed their meal. With the day still young, they set off again. As they walked, Mu Ningyi pondered, "How can Brother Chang, who is several years my senior, be so foolish? His mind seems to wander." He sighed, wishing his sister were present. Hearing his sighs, Mu Chang inquired, "I.e., do you miss your sister?" Mu Ningyi, reflecting on the question, admitted silently, "Yes, I do miss her a bit. If only she were here, I wouldn't have to work so hard." He wore a slight smirk, but Mu Chang remained oblivious. Let us move on. It's pointless to dwell on such thoughts. As the saying goes, one must rely on oneself. Mu Chang sensed a peculiar tone in Mu Ningyi's speech, but, as a servant, he dared not comment, silently following his master. Chapter 33. Returning to the Mu family. Time flew swiftly. Mu Ningyi had spent over a year honing his skills, and it was time to return to the clan. Before heading back, he longed to visit home to see his mother, wondering how she had fared over the years. How wonderful it would be if this were modern times, where a simple phone call or video chat could save me the trouble of traveling. Upon his return to Yiyang City, Mu Ningyi was now 30 years old. Strolling through the bustling streets of Yiyang, he and Mu Chang made their way back to the Mu residence, enjoying the pleasant weather under a bright moon illuminating the ground. With a few weary stars encircling it, their brilliance overshadowed. As they approached the familiar gates of the Mu residence, Mu Ningyi felt a wave of nostalgia. When he attempted to enter, a seemingly new guard rose to block him, but with a wave of his hand, Mu Ningyi pushed past and leapt inside, declaring, "I am Mu Ningyi, the young master of the Mu family." In an instant, he was already 100 meters away. "Wow, I've heard the Mu family's heir is all talk, relying heavily on his sister, but it seems he is not lacking in prowess himself." Indeed, everyone grows in their own way. The last time young Master Ninghao returned, he was quite ostentatious. One wonders who is more formidable. Each has their strengths. A topic beyond our purview. Be cautious not to let the clan leader hear. The clan leader held him in high regard. Enough gossip, let us focus on our duties. All eyes were on Ningyi, leaving little attention for Mu Chang. Although he preferred to remain unnoticed, this situation left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Just then, the gates swung open, and Mu Chang quietly sought out Mu Ling. Mu Ningyi arrived at the Wudong courtyard, noting that it was already late in the evening, uncertain if his mother had retired for the night. As he approached the main door, he prepared to knock, but at that moment, someone opened the door. It was the wet nurse. Upon seeing the young master return, her face lit up with joy. "Young master, you've returned? Lady and I have awaited your return day and night. Look who has come back." Luo Jing, caught off guard, never expected her son would return at this hour. Who could it be? If it were Mu Yang, that would be even more impossible. He hasn't set foot in Wudong courtyard in over a year. Who could it be? Arriving so late? Rising to the door, she was met by the sight of her long-missed son. "Mother, your child has returned." "Mother, why are you still awake at this hour?" Luo Jing's heart swelled with joy. The wet nurse, sensing the mother and son had much to discuss, quietly excused herself to her own room, having been informed by Mu Ningyi of Mu Cheng's return, urging her to let them catch up. "Mother, I have missed you dearly." Mu Ningyi felt a wave of maternal love wash over him, reminiscent of the affection he had experienced from his own mother in modern times. "I have missed you too. I must see how my son has grown." After hearing his mother's words, Ningyi twirled before her, beaming. "Look at me, mother. Am I not dashing?" Clad in white, he exuded elegance, with a full brow, rosy lips, white teeth, a face like jade, a nose like a delicate gourd, eyes like bright stars, and brows like ink paintings, radiating a lightness of spirit. "My son is indeed a remarkable person, blessed with such a noble and beautiful mother." "Huh. My dear son, you are becoming quite the charmer." "Nonsense. I'm merely following your example, mother. By the way, has father visited Wudong courtyard often these past 2 years? He hardly has time for us. He is the same as ever, spending his days in Rui courtyard. Mother, sometimes you should persuade father to stay. He might listen to you. Let not Rui occupy him entirely. Dear child, having you 2 siblings is enough for me. I do not wish to dwell on other matters or compete for attention. As long as you and your sister are safe, that is all I desire." Mother is kind-hearted. Unlike Rui, who monopolizes father's attention, father seems to favor such a type. "My dear, do not concern yourself with adult matters. Stay out of it." "Oh, how could I forget? Have you seen your grandfather since your return? It is now the hour of the pig, and I wonder if grandfather has gone to bed. Thus, I have refrained from visiting him. In light of this, let us wait until tomorrow morning to pay our respects together." "Very well, mother." "Ear, are you feeling hungry now? Would you like me to prepare some noodles for you?" "Yes, I would love that." At this moment, Luo Jing went to the kitchen to cook the noodles. Ningyi reflected on the past few years spent outside, where he had made do with hasty meals. Now that he was home, he longed to savor the flavors he had not tasted in ages. Soon, Luo Jing returned with a bowl. "Ear, come here. Your meal is ready. I hope you haven't waited too long." Ningyi inhaled the aroma wafting from the bowl. "Mother, what have you added? It smells divine. Just give it a taste." Ningyi's stomach seemed to respond to the enticing scent with a rumble. "Mother, look at my belly. It can't wait any longer." "Yes, go ahead and eat. If you don't, it will grow cold." Luo Jing observed as Ningyi eagerly dug in, tears welling in her eyes. This is delicious. There are mushrooms, peanuts, slices of meat, and vegetables. I had dreamt of this bowl of noodles from you, mother." As Ningyi slurped the noodles, he glanced up to find Luo Jing's eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Mother, what troubles you?" "Oh, it's nothing. Ear, please eat. I was just thinking about how your sister and brother have been away, and how the days pass without them at home." The thought made her heart ache. Luo Jing's voice carried a nasal tone. "Do not worry, mother. My sister and I are nearly 30. We can take care of ourselves, so you need not fret." "You are right. I seem to be stuck in the past, reminiscing about your childhood." With a few more slurps, Ningyi finished the large bowl of noodles. "Are you done? Look at how you are sweating. Sit for a moment. I asked the nurse to tidy your room, and it should be nearly finished by now." "Mother, please have the servants prepare some bath water. I would like to take a soak." At that moment, a servant's voice was heard. "Madam, the bath water is ready. It has been placed in the young master's room." "Very well. You need not concern yourself any further. You may rest now." "Ear, it is getting late. You should wash up and get some sleep. I am exhausted. I shall retire now and rise early tomorrow. Good night, mother." As Ningyi rose and exited Luo Jing's room, he closed the door behind him and made his way to his own room. It had been years since he last stayed here, yet his mother had ensured that it was spotless. Behind the screen, there stood a large wooden tub, steam rising from the water within. Beside it was a smaller bucket filled with cold water. Ningyi tested the water's temperature, finding it a bit too hot. The tub, constructed of double-layered wood, offered insulation. "I should add some cold water. I wouldn't want to scald myself." The scene shifts to Yunhaifeng, where Mu Ningxin resides in her cave dwelling. That moment, Ning Xian lay on a stone bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her mind racing with thoughts. How has Ai fared during these years away? He always boasts so much. I wonder if he has returned to the Mu residence? Is mother doing well at home? How is father treating him? Has he been visiting Wudong Garden? It has been over a decade since I last saw her, and I find myself yearning for her. Meanwhile, back in Mu Ningyi's room, he luxuriated in the warmth of the tub, relishing the soothing bath. A sudden sneeze interrupted his thoughts. Am I catching a cold? That can't be. The water is warm. Perhaps someone is missing me? I wonder when my sister will return home. How wonderful it would be if she were here now, so that we could all be together. As he concluded his bath, Ningyi stood, dressed, and swiftly made his way toward the bed. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, as if something had fallen. Upon investigating, he found a lamp, seemingly in disarray. As he reached for it, a mist swirled into his mind, accompanied by a searing pain. Once the sensation subsided, a fragment of memory from 25 years ago surfaced in his mind. Enduring the lingering discomfort, he sat up in bed, pondering, is this truly the memory of the real Mu Ningyi? How can it manifest at this moment? Feeling utterly fatigued, he lay down and drifted into a deep slumber. You must strive diligently and cultivate your abilities. Return to the celestial realms. Who are you referring to? I am the rightful owner of this body, and just now, the lamp you shattered is the soul lamp, which my mother sought to awaken me when my spirit was in distress, rendering me unconscious. By a twist of fate, you have entered my body, and thus the memories you disrupted have found their way into your mind. So, you are indeed the real Mu Ningyi? Ningyi was astounded. Is this true? It feels as though I am in a play. Since you have awakened, why not return to this body? I wish to return to the modern world as well. Sometimes, fate is not to be defied. My time is limited. Remember that the higher the flames rank, the greater the power of the treasures forged. Let us allow things to unfold naturally. Please honor your mother and heed your sister's guidance. From now on, we may not have the chance to converse again. You must avenge me on behalf of our mother. I must depart now. You must persevere. Be the true Mu Ningyi. Hey, where are you? Are you still there? Ningyi pondered. What is happening? I wish to return to the modern world. I miss my parents. Perhaps it is exhaustion, as he succumbed to sleep once more. He slept soundly until dawn, awoken by the melodious chirping of birds outside. As he pushed open the door, he inhaled the fresh air, feeling satisfied. Looking ahead, he sensed the fragrance of flowers and birdsong. The plants in the courtyard, all tended by his sister, flourished beautifully, thanks to the diligent care of the servants. After admiring the greenery, he proceeded to the main hall, where his mother awaited him at the dining table. Good morning, mother. Did you sleep well last night? Did you have trouble adjusting to the bed? Oh dear, look at those dark circles under your eyes. Mother, it's probably due to staying up late. Then make sure to rest early tonight. Late nights are hard on the liver. All right, I will sleep early tonight. But let us not dwell on that. The porridge has gone cold. Let us eat. Certainly, let us heed our ear's wishes. Here, mother, have some more vegetables. After Ningyi served his mother, she smiled warmly. You have certainly learned to care for others. Mother, I am nearly 30. This is nothing. Indeed. My son is at the age where he should consider marriage and family. Mother, why bring that up now? Let us eat quickly, and afterward, we shall visit grandfather to pay our respects. Very well, let us dine. At that moment, Luo Jing beamed with joy. Soon, the mother and son finished their breakfast. Mother, shall we go? Upon reaching the patriarch's courtyard, a voice called out. Is that you, Madame Luo Jing? It is a pleasure to see you. May I inquire what brings you here? Please inform the patriarch that I have brought Ningyi to pay my respects. Certainly, Madam and young master, please wait a moment. After a brief interval, the steward returned. Madam, young master, the patriarch requests your presence. Pay respects to the elder. Ningyi bowed respectfully to the patriarch. Greetings, grandfather. Please, both of you, take a seat. The patriarch then instructed the servants to prepare tea. Remarkable. It appears that has grown even stronger than before. I have heard that you have been honing your skills in the outside world this past year, and recently you ventured to the Wu Wang Sea to confront the 4 great beasts. After your triumphant victory, you even acquired the precious Lingji herb. You have truly brought glory to our Mu family. In a few days, your grandfather will host a celebration in your honor. Thank you, Grandpa. You know me well. I have never been one for extravagance. If you wish to reward me, perhaps you could bestow upon me a treasure or grant me permission to visit the 7th floor of the library, where I can explore its wonders. You are just like your sister Xiner, the clan leader chuckled, stroking his beard. Who can blame me for possessing so many fine treasures? Very well. Since you are so capable, how about I allow you to select a gift from the treasure vault? Ning Yi graciously thanked his grandfather and, a couple of days later, ventured into the Mu family's treasure vault. After much deliberation, he selected a stone. Do not underestimate this stone. It is a purple spirit stone. Not only does it enhance one's spiritual energy, but it also possesses the ability to store spiritual qi, with a capacity equivalent to that of a Yuanian cultivator. Chapter 35. Return to Tianyi Sect. Ning Yi often needed to cultivate, requiring a significant amount of spiritual energy, making the purple spirit stone an ideal choice for him. He already possessed a spirit crystal stone, which was acquired during a previous incident when he fell into a pit. Given the benefits of having ample spiritual energy, he decided to choose the purple spirit stone. You are quite astute. This will greatly aid you in your future crafting endeavors. Haha. Thank you, Grandpa. In the following days, Ning Yi spent time with his mother, strolling through Yang City, sampling spiritual tea and wine, while primarily focusing on learning the art of talisman crafting from Luo Jing. During his time at home, he managed to see his father, Mu Yang, just once. Upon seeing Ning Yi, Mu Yang seemed at a loss for words, eager to show concern yet apprehensive that his son might not welcome it, reminiscent of his childhood. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Eventually, Mu Yang expressed, "If there are no pressing matters, stay a few more days to accompany your mother. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let the family know." Understood. I hope you can visit Wudong Courtyard more often to see mother. Indeed. Here is the Mu family's direct token. In the future, when you venture out, you can use this token to claim certain cultivation resources from the Mu family's establishments. I previously gave one to your sister as well. Thank you, father. It feels somewhat unfamiliar. This is how fathers and children communicate upon reuniting. 8 days later, Ning Yi prepared to depart. Luo Jing provided him with numerous spiritual stones and talismans. Here, your sister possesses a book on talisman crafting that I authored, filled with my insights. When you have the opportunity, ask her for it. I see that you have a commendable talent for crafting talismans, much like Xiner. All right. But please take good care of yourself in my absence. Before you leave, make sure to bid farewell to your grandfather and father. I understand, mother. The Lingji herb I left for you must remain a secret. Even the wet nurse must not know. Indeed, Ear speaks wisely. That Lingji herb is a coveted treasure, and if too many people learn of its existence, it may invite disaster. Upon arriving at the clan leader's courtyard, Ning Yi was pleased to see his father, Mu Yang, present as well. Ear, what brings you here? He greeted his grandfather and father. Grandpa, I am preparing to return to Tianyi Sect today. Very well. I will not keep you. After such an extended period of training, you must report back to your master. Grandpa, I have no gifts to present upon my return, but I have left you a jar of spirit brew. Ear, you have grown up. I am delighted. That in itself is a gift. Father, you can consider your share as still owing. It's the thought that counts, son. I lack for nothing at present. Take care of yourselves, Grandpa and Father. I shall return to visit you both soon. With that, Mu Ning Yi departed from the Mu family. This time, Mu Chong did not accompany him. The day was splendid. The sky a brilliant blue, clear and serene, with gentle clouds drifting by. The flying vessel soared through the boundless sky, heading towards Tianyi Sect. As he returned, Ning Yi anticipated his master would inquire about his experiences during his years of training. Yet, he felt as though he had gained nothing substantial. The low density of spiritual energy outside made cultivation considerably slower than within the confines of Tianyi Sect. Time felt exceptionally precious now. He often heard of fellow cultivators advancing in their levels. He recalled his sister mentioning the necessity of rapid progression. Otherwise, should he encounter cultivators of superior rank in the outside world, he would stand no chance of retaliation. Thus, upon returning, he resolved to diligently enhance his cultivation. Before long, the flying vessel arrived at the gates of Tianyi Sect. Upon entering, Ning Yi proceeded to the administrative hall to register his information. The disciple at the hall, upon seeing his name on the token, greeted him with utmost respect. Disciple greets the Shirshu. Have you concluded your training? I trust it has been fruitful? All right. I suppose. He struggled to find the right words to convey his experiences during his training, and, eager to leave, he sought to exit swiftly. Isn't that the younger brother of the little Shizu? I heard he returned from training, a disciple whispered. It must be. A normal identity token cannot be forged. This Ning Yi Shirshu truly possesses an impressive demeanor. A female disciple exclaimed. I believe he is the half-brother of Ning Hao Shirshu. Is that true? Please enlighten me. You are but a frog in a well. All the disciples in the Inner Peak are aware that they are both the beloved grandsons of the Mu family patriarch. Then, who do you think is more handsome, Ning Yi Shirshu or Ning Hao Shirshu? A love-struck female disciple inquired. Sure. Lower your voice. Ning Hao is coming. Ning Yi caught sight of the disciple they referred to as Ning Hao from a distance. He had yet to meet him, but his appearance exuded arrogance. He decided to linger for a moment longer to observe how the other disciples spoke of him. Hush. Did you hear? Ning Hao Shirshu enjoys being flamboyant, while Ning Yi Shirshu is rather straightforward. If the two were to stand side by side, their appearances would be comparable. However, I prefer the character of Ning Yi Shirshu. He is refreshingly genuine. The chatter continued unabated. Ning Yi, hiding nearby, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Sighing, he thought it best to return and pay his respects to his master. Thus, Ning Yi quietly slipped away, making his way to the treasure peak. Eager to see his master. Master, are you there? Disciple Ning Yi has returned. Upon entering the cave, he was greeted by the fragrant aroma of spiritual tea. At that moment, Ziyang Zhenjuan was seated, brewing tea, with an assortment of pastries nearby. Just in time. Come, help me assess the flavor of this tea. Ning Yi approached his master, lifting the teacup to savor the rich, smooth flavor. What did you gain from your time in training? Master, I feel as though I have achieved nothing substantial. Ziyang Zhenjuan scrutinized his disciple, noting his usual careless demeanor and occasional laziness. It was evident that he had encountered some difficulties during his training. Otherwise, someone of his free-spirited nature would not have remained away for so long. Then, share with me any unique experiences you encountered during your training. Well, during my time in the Wuwang Sea, I subdued the 4 great beasts and obtained the Lingji herb. During this time, the disciple felt his cultivation was still insufficient, and thus decided to continue his training within the sect. Chapter 36. The Peak of Treasures. It is prudent to wait until one's cultivation reaches a certain level before venturing out for experience. You possess a degree of self-awareness, which is commendable. A cultivator's life is meant to be a continuous journey of training and self-improvement, often requiring one to reflect on their shortcomings from a different perspective. At all times, moderation should be maintained. Even if one possesses knowledge, it is essential to practice humility in the presence of others. As my master wisely stated, I shall engrave these words upon my heart. With that, Ning Yi finished his tea and turned his gaze towards the true monarch of Ziyang. Disciple, what grade of treasures can you forge now? Master, I am now capable of refining 3rd-grade treasures. However, I find it challenging to forge 4th-grade treasures, and the materials for 5th-grade treasures are exceedingly rare and precious, making me hesitant to attempt their refinement for fear of ruining them. The true monarch of Ziyang was somewhat taken aback by his disciple's response. Pondering internally, Ning Yi has only recently entered the early stage of the Golden Core and can already refine 4th-grade treasures. It is known that becoming a 3rd-grade artifact refiner is relatively straightforward if sufficient resources are available. Let me see if you have made any progress over the past year. Your complexion seems to indicate a degree of restraint. Do you possess any treasures that you have forged yourself? Yes, master. This is the sword I crafted. Ning Yi presented the sword for the true monarch to inspect. Is this truly the sword you forged? Yes, master. It is indeed my own creation. The structure is meticulous. It emanates an aura of righteousness and auspiciousness. To be able to refine a finished sword at this stage is commendable. The true monarch expressed his satisfaction upon seeing the sword. A refiner without a quality divine cauldron will struggle to produce exceptional artifacts. Ning Yi had previously contemplated this notion as well. The cauldron he acquired from the marketplace was hardly remarkable. Master, would you kindly assess this cauldron for me? As he spoke, Ning Yi produced the cauldron. Let me see. It is indeed excavated material, but the quality is subpar, with numerous impurities and a lack of elegance. Clearly, it is not a fine cauldron. Nonetheless, it can still be used to refine some low-grade artifacts. Ning Yi mused, I should seek a better cauldron next time at the marketplace. I will make do with this one for now. Master, I have completed my report. If there are no further instructions, I shall return to my cave residence. After speaking, Ning Yi tidied up the cauldron. Go, and continue your training diligently. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. The true monarch smiled, stroking his beard. Very well, master. I take my leave. On his way, Ning Yi sent a message to Ning Xian, informing her of his return to the Peak of Treasures. Upon entering his cave, he organized his belongings, washed what needed washing, wiped what required wiping, changed what was to be changed, and swept what required sweeping. Once he completed these tasks, he sat down and took a sip of hot water. Yet, he had not received a response from his sister Ning Xian. She was likely busy or in seclusion, perhaps even out on her own adventures. Perhaps she would respond shortly. After drinking, he sat in contemplation, pondering how to further enhance his cultivation. He opened a book detailing insights on artifact refinement, which contained various materials and the origins of treasures. Ningyi concentrated intently as he read. Chapter 37. The Marketplace during the following period. Ningyi dedicated himself solely to cultivation, though he occasionally set aside time to operate a stall at the marketplace. He believed this would provide him the opportunity to gather more refining materials, and perhaps, by a stroke of fortune, he might come across a quality refining cauldron, which was his utmost desire. This evening, he again managed to carve out some time to set up his stall at the night market. Upon arrival, he noticed the lively atmosphere, perhaps due to the pleasant weather. He reached his usual spot and, finding it vacant, laid out his cloth and began displaying his wares. Characters in the scene. The night market manager, fond of wearing black clothing, referred to by stall owners as the black-clad manager, as he arranged his merchandise. He noticed the black-clad manager at the corner collecting spirit stones. Characters in the scene. Uncle Hong, a vendor at the marketplace. An adjacent vendor grumbled, "What a leech. The market hasn't even opened, and he's already demanding my meal money for tomorrow." This vendor's plight was indeed pitiable. He possessed 5 spirit roots of the B grade, while his wife had 5 spirit roots of the C grade, which was lower than his. They had 3 daughters, and without resources to support them and coming from humble beginnings, life was truly arduous. He relied on the marketplace for his livelihood, and Ningyi occasionally assisted with his stall fees. The black-clad manager swiftly collected stall fees from nearby vendors. This time, Ningyi had finished setting up his merchandise and waved to the manager. "Come here, brother manager. I will cover Uncle Hong's stall fee. Here, take this. The remainder is for you to purchase spirit smoke." "Thank you. Thank you. Brother Mu is indeed generous." "Haha. As expected of a descendant of one of the 4 great families, your heart is truly broad. It's like the relentless flow of a mighty river. Unlike some whose hearts are as narrow," as Ningyi chuckled at the odd metaphor, thinking it rather misplaced. "Brother manager, where did you learn such sayings?" The black-clad manager replied, "Just the other day, a new vendor said it, and I found it quite pleasant, so I decided to adopt it. Who would have thought it would roll off the tongue so easily? Don't you think I express it well?" At this moment, Ningyi was astonished, slightly altering the meaning as he replied, "Well enough. You should keep striving to learn more. Now that Brother Mu has given me his approval, I shall certainly endeavor to improve." Ningyi suppressed a laugh. "It's still early. I will take a stroll and see if I can find anything appealing. Could you keep an eye on my stall? Rarely does Brother Mu request. Feel free to wander. Just don't take too long, as I'm not quite sure how to introduce some items. Rest assured, I won't take up too much of your time. Just a moment. All right. Be quick about it." As he approached the 6th stall, Ningyi halted, sensing that he might discover something he desired. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a piece of jade glimmering faintly beside the vendor. He picked it up. "Ah, young sir, your eye is truly discerning. This is a millennium-old warm jade. Little brother, don't be deceived. This is hardly warm jade. It's dull and lacks luster. It's no different from an ordinary stone. Do you genuinely believe this jade is devoid of luster?" Ningyi leaned in and asked the vendor in a hushed tone. Chapter 38. The Contest for Materials. "Young brother, I have examined it several times, and it appears just as dull. Let me rub my eyes and take another look." After doing so, he concluded, "Still the same. It is indeed dull and lacks luster. Do you see any sheen?" "Huh. I only sought your advice because I lack understanding." Ningyi contemplated. Could this truly be the so-called good fortune, where the jade only reveals its luster to those destined to possess it? My mother has long desired a piece of jade for a hair ornament. Perhaps this piece will suffice. Vendor, this jade is made of spirit stone. Little brother, since you possess such discerning taste, I shall offer you a discount. How does 50 medium-grade spirit stone sound? Very well. If you say so, then 50 it shall be. He handed over a small pouch of spirit stones and continued browsing, eventually finding another intriguing stone at the last stall. Ningyi examined the stone closely. It appeared quite unique, a white stone with a hint of transparency, reminiscent of crystal, and it bore a bright streak intermingled with silver light. The vendor noticed the young man's interest and inquired, "Young man, do you wish to purchase this stone?" The stall owner, "This stone was first noticed by me. Mu Ningyi followed the gaze of the speaker and saw Mu Ninghao standing there arrogantly, looking at him. How can you, as my younger brother, not greet me when we meet? Do you think you are worthy of being my brother? Do you not understand the principle of precedence? Mu Ningyi shouted. Seeing the domineering behavior of the customer, the stall owner felt somewhat compelled to defend Mu Ningyi. My dear customer, this stone was indeed first seen by this young man. I heard your conversation and understand that you are siblings. However, the elder should yield to the younger, so I shall sell this stone to this young man. Mu Ninghao was greatly displeased with the stall owner's statement. He had initially not cared much for the stone, but, upon seeing Mu Ningyi's interest, felt compelled to compete for it. Whatever price you offer, I will double it. This stone will be mine. It was not about the number of spirit stones. Throughout his life, he had never lacked spirit stones. The merchandise he sold was based on whether the person was worthy of possessing it. Only those with fate would receive it from him. Seeing the old man constantly speaking up for Ningyi, Mu Ninghao found it tedious and decided it was not worth the effort to fight for the stone. He thought to himself that it would be better to look elsewhere. Forget it. I cannot be bothered to argue with this old man. The stall owner stroked his white beard, chuckling and shaking his head. Thank you, old man. How much spirit stone do you want for this stone? You are too polite, young man. I appreciate your straightforward character. Just offer me whatever you think it's worth. The old man is very kind. May we meet again by fate. Mu Ningyi handed a bag of mid-grade spirit stones to the stall owner and turned back to his own stall. Brother Mu, you've finally returned. Someone wanted to sell that shell earlier, but I didn't know how to negotiate, so he left. Thank you, Brother Guan, for your patience. I apologize for taking up so much of your time. You should get back to your tasks. Next time, I'll treat you to tea. All right. I'll take my leave now. Mu Ningyi began to examine the stone he had just acquired when a cultivator politely inquired, Stall owner, how much spirit stones for that stone in your hand? Apologies. This one is not for sale. I just obtained it from an external stall. I have been searching for this type of Xuanqing stone, and by chance, I finally found it. You may offer a higher price. The grade is not an issue, as long as you are willing to part with it. This esteemed customer, I cannot bring myself to sell this stone, regardless of the amount of spirit stones offered. You should seek elsewhere. Truly sorry. I have been searching for this for quite some time. Seeing that Mu Ningyi was unwilling to part with it, the cultivator did not linger any longer. As the night wore on, the number of visiting cultivators dwindled, and Ningyi managed to sell a few talismans he crafted. Soon, it was time to close the stall, and he packed up to return to Bowie Peak. Upon arriving at his cave, Ningyi took out the Xuanqing stone mentioned by the cultivator earlier and pondered, what benefits does this Xuanqing stone hold? He retrieved a comprehensive book on artifact refining from his shelf and opened the table of contents, finding the section on the 3-star stone on page 48. Turning to page 48, he read further, 3-star stones, the hardest substances in the world, requiring unique spiritual power for refinement Milky Way Xuanqing stone, extraterrestrial Xuanqing stone, and celestial Xuanqing stone. Xuanqing stones are relatively rare, found on Shaoling Mountain. When stones on the mountain collide with the spiritual energy of the Big Dipper, Xuanqing stones may fall. 1. Milky Way Xuanqing stone. Its appearance is white with a hint of transparency, resembling crystal, adorned with a bright band of silver light. 2. Extraterrestrial Xuanqing stone. Its appearance is a white stone with a small river flowing within, crystal clear and occasionally shimmering with light. 3. Celestial Xuanqing stone. Its appearance is a white stone with a small section resembling crystal, seemingly floating with a few white clouds, intermittently sparkling. Mu Ningyi marveled at what he discovered. So this is the Milky Way Xuanqing stone. No wonder that cultivator wanted it so badly. After his research, he stored it in a small space designated for refining materials. The next day, as the sun rose, he got up and began his meditation practice. Mu Ningyi continuously circulated spirit energy within his cave, compressing it and attempting to guide it through his body. Yet, for some reason, he could not seem to move the spirit energy. He thought perhaps he was too anxious and decided to try once more, but still, it was fruitless. After much contemplation, he could not figure out the issue. With his master currently absent from Bowie Peak, he thought perhaps he could consult his sister. He wondered if she was in her cave at that moment. Mu Ningyi decided to send a message to Yunhai Peak, and soon he received a response from Mu Lingxin, i.e., I just returned to my cave and received your 2 messages. If you're in a hurry, come over now. Upon receiving her reply, Mu Ningyi felt a surge of excitement. He leaped lightly to the entrance of Mu Lingxin's cave. Sister, I've arrived. Where have you been lately? He called out loudly as he entered. Keep your voice down. Master sent me out on an errand the past few days. I just returned today, Mu Lingxin said, focused on organizing her belongings. No wonder I didn't get a response when I messaged you. This is something I obtained during my training period. I think you might find it interesting. Ningyi handed a wooden box to his sister. All right, I'll take a look at this treasure shortly. You mentioned encountering a problem while cultivating? I'm trying to guide spirit energy through my body, but for some reason, I cannot seem to move it. Could it be that you are too tense and have inadvertently compressed a nerve or artery? You should sit here and try. I'll help you observe. Mu Ningyi sat down, continuously circulating and compressing spirit energy, carefully following his sister's advice to avoid pressing on any nerves or arteries, slowly guiding the energy through his body. This time, he succeeded. After a short while, he paused and opened his eyes. Sister, you are truly remarkable. I pondered for so long without clarity, yet you understood it instantly. I.e., I have more experience than you at this. If you wish to elevate your cultivation, it's not only about secluding yourself in meditation. You should also engage in some sect tasks assigned by your master. Only through practice can you accelerate your progress. Lingxin elaborated. Understood, sister. Time is precious, so I won't disturb you any longer. I wish to return to my meditation. Remember, impatience only breeds frustration. Sometimes being overly anxious can lead to setbacks. She handed him a cushion, saying, This cushion is quite good. It helped me during my meditation, and now I gift it to you. As Mu Ningyi stood to leave, his sister's words made him pause. Accepting the cushion, he smiled brightly and said, Thank you. Sister, I shall return now. Mu Lingxin smiled and shook her head at his demeanor. Back in his cave, he sat on the cushion his sister had given him and began the meditation practice she had guided him through, circulating and compressing spirit energy carefully, avoiding any nerves or arteries, and gradually enhancing his cultivation. If he felt hungry during this seclusion, he would consume a closing valley pill, and if fatigued, he would brew a pot of homemade chrysanthemum and goji berry tea to savor slowly. With the cushion gifted by his sister, he felt a newfound smoothness in his practice, as if the spirit energy could now be nurtured through his own efforts rather than solely relying on the growth of his cultivation. This cushion indeed felt like a treasure. By focusing intently on his training, the results were quite remarkable. Over 2 years, Mu Ningyi progressed from the early stage of spiritual veins to the mid-stage, with his cultivation speed doubling compared to before. Ningyi possesses exceptional qualifications, endowed with a dual spiritual root constitution, naturally attuned to spiritual energy, and faces minimal challenges in his secluded cultivation. His strong resolve to enhance his cultivation level, however, led to unexpected results. Reflecting on 2 years prior when his sister advised him to undertake some sect tasks from his master, he understood that practical experience would expedite his progress. Upon exiting his retreat, his first course of action was to request his master to assign him some sect tasks. Upon arriving at his master's cave, he found the esteemed Ziyang Zhenjuan indulging in pastries and savoring spiritual tea. Good morning, master. I wish to take on some sect tasks to enhance my cultivation, Ningyi cheerfully expressed. Ah, splendid. It appears you have made considerable progress over the past 2 years, reaching the mid-stage of the spiritual vein. However, aside from cultivation, it is equally vital to cultivate your mindset and experiences. Otherwise, your accomplishments would be hollow, Ziyang Zhenjuan remarked, stroking his beard. Indeed, master, I understand, Ningyi replied respectfully. Since you wish to undertake sect tasks, simply present your identity token at the sect, as I am unable to arrange them for you, Ziyang Zhenjuan instructed. But master, I must inform you first, Ningyi interjected. There is some merit in what you say. I will write a communication talisman for you to present at the sect, and the attending disciples will naturally assign you tasks, Ziyang Zhenjuan decided, handing Ningyi the freshly inscribed talisman. Thank you, master. I shall go immediately, Ningyi declared, taking the talisman and swiftly exiting the cave. Arriving at the sect, he presented the talisman to the attending disciple, who, with a stoic expression, nodded and handed him the task list for his selection. Ningyi scrutinized the list, noting the divisions into 3 levels, low, medium, and high. Selecting 2 tasks from the low-level section, one required gathering Qianjin vines, a mid-grade spiritual herb, which serves as a primary ingredient in the soul-nourishing pill. The other task involved locating either a python gall or a viper gall, with either sufficing as it too is a mid-grade spiritual herb, essential for crafting the liver-fortifying pill. Given his recent ascent to the mid-stage of the spiritual vein, he prudently chose tasks appropriate for his current capabilities, planning to tackle more challenging ones as his cultivation advanced. Ningyi returned the task list to the attending disciple. Did you find suitable tasks? The disciple inquired.
Yes.
I selected the 3rd and 11th tasks from the low-level section, Ningyi responded. Please wait here a moment. I will fetch the necessary tools for you, the disciple replied. Very well, Ningyi nodded in agreement. The disciple promptly returned with the tools he required. Ningyi then ventured into the nearby mysterious forest, a place shrouded in perpetual mist, evoking an ethereal ambience. The forest was dimly lit, yet with his current cultivation level, he could navigate through it effortlessly. The dense fog housed a myriad of spiritual beasts, and rumors suggested that there were even higher-level demon beasts present, with the most formidable around level 6. Akin to the human foundational stage, cautious vigilance was essential, though he perceived no significant danger. Ningyi deemed it prudent to remain cautious. Despite the absence of high-level demon beasts, he was wary of potential ambushes. Practitioners generally traveled in groups for safety, yet he found himself alone, standing out conspicuously. During his task, he noticed fellow practitioners casting furtive glances his way, some even inviting him to join their endeavors. However, preferring solitude, he politely declined their offers. In modern times, Ningyi often enjoyed visiting misty tourist attractions, and now he felt an urge to explore the surroundings thoroughly. His objective was to locate Qinjin vines, a relatively common spiritual plant recognized for its medicinal properties in treating ailments such as sore throats, abscesses, snake bites, rheumatism, and others. It is particularly effective for sore throats, where the roots can be ground and mixed with camphor and honey to form pills, which are then taken for relief. Additionally, Qinjin vines serve a critical role in treating hemoptysis, where the dried ground root can be consumed with glutinous rice soup for effective hemostatic results. Pondering the task of collecting Qinjin vines, Ningyi searched around the forest's periphery but found no trace of them, likely due to overharvesting. Resolving to delve deeper, he was aware that the increasing fog might conceal illusions, posing a risk of becoming trapped if ensnared. Cautiously, he opened his spiritual awareness to navigate the forest, carefully avoiding any herbs he came across, mindful of the potential danger posed by 6- or 7-tiered demon beasts. After an extensive search, Ningyi still found no Qinjin vines. Disheartened by the thought that they might have been entirely harvested, just as despair began to settle in, he turned to see a glimpse of small spiritual fruits resembling ripe goji berries nestled on a steep cliff. Elated, he cleared away the overgrown grass, revealing a bountiful patch of Qinjin vines. Relieved, he retrieved his tools and collected some into the bamboo basket strapped to his back, satisfied that he had completed his first task. Next, he set out to find either a python gall or a viper gall. Navigating through the forest, he remained vigilant to evade the numerous demon beasts lurking within, testing his endurance and resilience. Taking a deep breath, he encouraged himself, good deeds lead to good paths. At that moment, 2 venomous spiders descended from the trees, landing directly before him, nearly causing him to panic. Regaining his composure, he leaped to a sturdy tree, concealing his spiritual energy and activating an invisibility talisman gifted by Ling Xian, remaining still and silent as he awaited the spiders to move away. Unbeknownst to him, 3 additional spiders were stalking him from behind. Sensing a presence, he instinctively turned to find the trio of spiders weaving their webs before him. One spider, particularly large and with a deep green abdomen, was likely laden with venom, sending chills down Ningyi's spine. Caution was paramount. He swiftly jumped in the opposite direction, evading danger. Reflecting on the multitude of venomous spiders within the forest, he realized the need for heightened vigilance. He approached another tree that appeared cleaner, devoid of the dirt that clung to the previous one. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes to center himself, deciding to rest momentarily while suppressing his breathing and spiritual energy. After remaining in this position for nearly half an hour, his legs grew numb, and he slowly began to stretch and regain mobility. Feeling the energy deplete, he reached for his water flask and took a few sips. Glancing back at the basket containing the spiritual herbs, he was relieved to find everything intact. As he surveyed the misty surroundings, he moved cautiously among the towering trees, ever wary of attracting the attention of the demon beasts. Advancing a few steps further, he stumbled upon an ancient tomb. Recalling tales from books that snakes often sought refuge in burial grounds. Surveying the ancient tomb, I sought an escape route and stumbled upon a pile of disordered stones. At the cave's entrance lay a scattering of feces, suggesting the presence of snakes within. Snakes are known for their hibernation habits. During winter, they retreat into their lairs for months, remaining motionless and fasting to conserve energy. As spring arrives, they awaken, venture out to forage, and shed their old skin. During this molting process, a fluid is secreted between the old and new skin, facilitating the shedding. By examining the size and length of the shed skin, one can ascertain the weight and even identify the species of the snake. Thus, by searching for the shed skin, I hope to determine whether it belonged to a viper. Shortly after shedding, snakes increase their activity and feeding, gradually regaining their strength. It is said that as temperatures rise, from late April to mid-May, snakes enter their mating season. During courtship, male and female snakes emit clear, bright calls resembling da-da-da. I noticed some snake skin beside a large stone, characterized by a grayish-brown center flanked by dark brown spots, indicating the potential presence of a viper within the cave. Vipers have triangular heads, grayish-brown backs, and distinctive dark spots on either side. Their fangs are venomous, necessitating caution to avoid bites. They inhabit mountainous or plains regions, preying on rodents and other small creatures. It was now early April, coinciding with the snake's mating season, and I mused that capturing one would not be overly difficult. I leaped up to a large tree, settling there to await dusk. As I closed my eyes to gather my thoughts amidst the cacophony of surrounding noises, I realized that tranquility was essential to enhance my hearing. After a couple of hours, the twilight deepened. Suddenly, a sound caught my attention. Da-da-da. Surprised, I looked down to see a pair of eyes glimmering like fireflies. Searching for a mate, swaying back and forth, I pondered how to capture it. I only needed its gallbladder, not the whole creature, which was a relief since live capture was unnecessary. I decided to try the covering method, suitable for capturing aggressive, larger snakes. Silently descending from the tree, I approached it cautiously. Sensing my presence, the snake raised its head and hissed menacingly. I produced a large luminous pearl, for snakes are generally light-sensitive. Thus, a well-charged lamp is essential for night hunting. I placed the pearl next to the snake's head, causing it to coil up, making capture significantly easier. Without delay, I hurled a burlap sack over its head, quickly pressing down with my hands and feet to secure its body. It was nighttime, illuminated only by the moon, and I estimated it to be over a meter long. In an instant, I struck its head with a blade, swiftly slicing open its belly, being careful not to exert too much force to avoid rupturing the gallbladder, reminiscent of gutting a fish. After a brief search within, I discovered a small, bluish-green gallbladder, approximately the length of my pinky finger. I carefully placed it in a small box. Chapter 44. Spiritual Mulberry Fruit. Next, I stored the spiritual herbs I had gathered into a small space. I wiped off the snake's blood, which had a notably strong odor, with some nearby leaves, then poured water from my flask to cleanse my hands. Just as I prepared to leave, fortune struck unexpectedly, and a dense fog enveloped the area. My poor as I gazed upon the fray of combatants, a mulberry tree swayed towards me, seemingly intent on colliding. If Ning-Yi did not evade its path, he would undoubtedly be knocked to the ground, facing certain death. Yet, where could he flee? In that fleeting moment, an idea sparked in his mind. He summoned a small space and swiftly absorbed the spiritual mulberry tree into it. Observing the tree's sudden disappearance, both the Yuan cultivator and the pine demon grew frantic, launching relentless attacks in Ning-Yi's direction. After securing the spiritual mulberry tree, Ning-Yi followed suit into the small space. At present, he felt utterly drained, realizing that only through diligent cultivation could he devise a means of escape from this hazy forest. The sounds of battle outside fluctuated in intensity. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Ning-Yi sat in meditation, consuming enhancement and replenishment pills, and began channeling his spiritual energy. Gradually, he sensed his vitality returning. Time passed swiftly, and after several days of cultivation within his space, his spiritual power had not only rebounded but also surged to greater heights, almost as if he were undergoing a transformation. Now was the optimal moment to exit the hazy forest. He applied an invisibility talisman and flew out of his small space, activating a teleportation talisman, which had a maximum range of approximately 300 meters. Closing his eyes, he transported himself to the outskirts of the hazy forest. Upon arrival, he was greeted by swirling mists that obscured his view, and a heavy aura of demonic energy filled the air. It dawned on him that the spiritual mulberry tree blossomed only once a year, bearing fruit but a single time. Certain demonic beasts had awaited this occasion for an entire year, and now, with the tree vanished, they would not rest easily. Chapter 46. Breaking the formation. It appeared that Ning-Yi's escape from the hazy forest would not be a simple endeavor. Fortunately, armed with invisibility talismans, 2 in total. He could deceive any watchful eyes as long as he refrained from channeling spiritual energy. However, the demonic aura intensified around him. His expression turned grave as he realized he had been ensnared within a formation crafted by a demonic beast. Surrounded by creeping green vines, he cursed his misfortune. After considerable contemplation on how to dismantle this formation, he recognized that breaking it was imperative for his escape. At this juncture, the only artifact at his disposal to assist him was the breaking cloud fan. Yet locating the formation's eye would be a challenge. As vines approached his feet, Ningyi furrowed his brow and drew his sword, severing them with a swift strike, causing the cut vines to vanish. This must be an illusion formation. The vines advanced rapidly, but Ningyi wielded his sword with equal swiftness. Swish, swish, swish. While battling the vines, he strategized on how to break the formation. Employing the 3 flavors fire, he found its power insufficient, leaving only a portion of the vines charred while many others continued to emerge. The squirrel demon that had set the formation squinted in disbelief. It had underestimated the cultivator's explosive power, as its formation was an 8th level one. At this moment, Ningyi produced the breaking cloud fan, channeling a portion of his spiritual energy into it, and resumed using the 3 flavors fire. With a sweep of the fan, all the vines were incinerated at the roots. The space within the formation collapsed, and the vines vanished, restoring the area to its original state. The demon beast fell to the ground, bloodied and motionless, its eyes wide open as if in death's grasp. Its inner core burst forth, seemingly seeking a new master. Now weakened and kneeling upon the ground, Ningyi gazed at the demon's core, pondering if this was a recompense for his earlier trials. The display of such power had drained significant spiritual energy from him. He stowed the breaking cloud fan and rose, slowly exiting the hazy forest's periphery. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the warm sunlight bathed the earth. He observed the tender shoots of grass unfurling in the sun's embrace. The air outside was refreshing. After days of confinement within the oppressive mist, he felt as if he had nearly suffocated, his spirit frayed. Thus, Ningyi dragged his fatigued body back to the sect's task office to report. Subsequently, he returned to the treasure peak for rest. Despite his usual fastidiousness, he collapsed onto his bed and slept without food or drink for 4 days and nights, a testament to the tribulations he had endured in the hazy forest. Upon awakening, he marveled at his own ability to sleep without a bath, something he would never have tolerated under normal circumstances. Today, the weather was splendid, with brilliant sunshine. After a refreshing bath, he made his way to the cave of Master Ziyang. Master, your disciple has come to greet you. Upon observing Ningyi's complexion, Master Ziyang remarked, "You appear well, even ahead of my expectations, and your cultivation seems to have progressed slightly." Originally surprised by Ningyi's remarkable talent in artifact forging, Master Ziyang's admiration deepened upon reviewing Ningyi's task completion time. Chapter 47. The teleportation technique. Observing Ningyi's joyful countenance, Master Ziyang stroked his beard and continued, "This is but a modest achievement, and it is not worthy of pride. Do not let it foster arrogance." "Understood, Master," Ningyi replied, fully aware of the importance of humility. Master Ziyang retrieved a jade slip from the shelf and presented it to Ningyi. "This contains some insights on artifact forging from my own experience. Review it at your leisure. It will be beneficial for you." "Thank you, Master." Ningyi expressed his gratitude. "I recognize your belief in my potential in this area." Master Ziyang smiled. "Time is precious. You may return to your tasks." With a nod of approval, Ningyi departed the cave. Suddenly, he recalled the spiritual plant he had acquired in the hazy forest, one he lacked the ability to cultivate. Such a large tree required ample fertile soil, and his small space did not possess the necessary environment. It seemed he would have to entrust it to his sister for cultivation. With a leap, he arrived at Cloud Sea Peak, where the abundant spiritual energy thrived. Upon reaching Ling Xian's cave, he found her concocting spiritual wine. With a beaming smile, he boisterously called out, "Sister, are you brewing spiritual wine? Do you have a habit of drinking?" "Eh, you little rascal. You've startled me so much that I may have lost several cells." Ling Xian replied with a smile, "Sister, I know you enjoy brewing spiritual wine, and I have brought a wealth of materials for you to use. You may brew as much as you like, and we can sell it together at the market." Ningyi's enthusiasm was palpable. "You seem to have quite the entrepreneurial spirit. What do you have? Show it to me. Your cave may not have enough space for it. Let us enter my small space to take a look. What could be so mysterious?" "Sister, you will understand once you see it." With that, the siblings stepped into the small space. "Wow, Where did you procure such a large spiritual mulberry tree? The fruits are exceptional. If we use them to brew spiritual wine, we could produce a significant quantity. I cannot even fathom how much. I acquired it fortuitously in the hazy forest. Are you truly planning to have it planted here? Sister, I have brought it to you. You truly wish to give it to me. Such a grand tree. I possess no talent for cultivating spiritual plants, and I doubt I can sustain it. It is better off with you. You enjoy planting them. No, no. You should cultivate it yourself. Enough of your grandstanding, sister. Deep down, you desire it. You little rascal. You've seen through me. Ling Xian laughed heartily. Now, my time is precious, so please hurry and relocate this spiritual plant. All right, you busy person. I must think of a method to transfer this spiritual plant. We can use the teleportation technique. At this moment, Ling Xin muttered a long string of incantations, and after a while, Ling Ji vanished without a trace. Truly impressive. You are remarkable, sister. When you have the time, you must teach me this trick of transference, Ningyi exclaimed, lavishing praise upon Ling Xin. It is nothing of great consequence. Whenever you wish to learn, you may come by at your convenience, she replied modestly. Chapter 48. Rigorous training. All right, sister. I shall be on my way, Ningyi said. You should return to your tasks promptly. Now that you have summoned Lingji, I have my own duties to attend to. With that, Ningyi vanished at the entrance of the cave abode. As she made her way back to the treasure artifact peak, she pondered, it appears that I have much to learn in the future. I must train my body, refine tools, and cultivate my abilities. Additionally, I need to study formations, break formations, and create talismans during my spare time. It feels as though time is never sufficient. Recalling her life in the modern world, time had always been of the essence. She often burned the midnight oil, working until 2 or 3 in the morning, only to rise punctually for work the next day. At times, she was so overwhelmed that she would even doze off at her desk, exhausted to the point of collapse, and there were months when she barely took half a day off. Thus, her current endeavors seemed far from arduous. In the eyes of others, she might appear lazy and unsteady, while the Lingyue siblings were recognized as exemplary figures. Yet, she chose not to concern herself with others' opinions, focusing instead on self-improvement. For this period, Ningyi had been rising with the dawn, determined to enhance her cultivation, believing that any hardship she endured would be worthwhile. According to her plan, she intended to forge a soul-chasing bow today. With her current late-stage apprentice spiritual pulse, refining the mid-grade star iron would pose some difficulty, necessitating the use of a softening agent. With a sigh, she began to gather the flint, ox horn, cowhide, and yew she had collected, mixing them in precise proportions and following specific steps. Crafting the bow handle should be approximately 5 centimeters wide at the center, tapering to 1.5 centimeters at each end. A groove, A, should be carved about 1.25 centimeters from the rear to secure the bowstring. After stripping the bark, the handle should be shaped and a layer of grease applied to the surface. Installing the bowstring using fresh cowhide is ideal for crafting the bowstring, which can be cut into resilient strips 3 millimeters wide. Other types of rope may be used in emergencies. The bark of the old ramie tree possesses excellent coarse fibers, which can be twisted into a sturdy bowstring. If the bow handle is highly elastic, a relatively shorter bowstring may be necessary. When securing the bowstring, the handle should only be slightly taut. Only when drawing the bow will it bend further, providing significant elasticity. First, loop the bowstring around the groove on the handle, then wrap it 2.5 times. If the material of the bow handle has not dried completely, the bowstring should be loosened when not in use to prevent deformation. Preparing the arrows can be used for the arrow shafts, which should be approximately 60 centimeters long and 6 centimeters wide. Ensuring they are perfectly straight, a taut elastic line between 2 fixed points can serve as a straightedge and as smooth as possible. The end of each shaft should be notched to accommodate the bowstring. Each notch's width should be checked to ensure it can hold the bowstring securely. Arrowheads. The front end of the arrow shaft can be sharpened directly and tempered. Attaching an additional sharp arrowhead will enhance effectiveness. This mid-grade star iron is excellent. Flint sharpened can also create truly lethal arrowheads. A slit should be made in the center of the shaft's front end to insert the arrowhead, which should then be tightly bound. Tendons serve as excellent binding materials, moistened for use and contracting once dry to secure the arrowhead firmly. With most parts completed, the next step is to infuse spiritual energy, particularly into the arrowhead. After approximately an hour, the arrowhead gradually sharpened, appearing exceptionally pointed. Chapter 49. Mulberry wine. Ningyi infused more of her spiritual energy, making the bow and arrows feel like an extension of her own body. Wounded arrows are akin to wounding oneself. The task was now complete. At this moment, Ningyi was drenched in sweat, having expended most of her spiritual energy on the bow and arrows. It seemed she would need to replenish her vitality soon. Throughout the past 6 months, Ningyi had scarcely left the treasure artifact peak, adhering to a routine akin to modern work: physical training, tool refinement, cultivation. Now, her cultivation had advanced significantly. Under a clear sky and a refreshing autumn breeze, with white clouds drifting in the azure expanse, Ningyi decided it was a perfect day to take a break from her arduous training. It was time to venture out. She wondered how her sister's mulberry wine was coming along. Her mouth watered at the thought of tasting it. The scene shifted to Cloud Sea Peak, known for being the coolest place in the entire Tianyi sect, with abundant spiritual energy. Each time Ningyi visited, she took a deep breath of the crisp air. Hastening to Lingxin's cave, she found her sister engrossed in crafting talismans. As Ningyi matured, she had become increasingly composed, no longer the rebellious child who would touch what was forbidden or shout when asked to lower her voice. Now, she silently watched her sister work, careful not to disrupt her concentration. Ningyi possessed a certain talent for crafting talismans, being a descendant of Luojing, though she lacked Lingxin's diligence, resulting in her abilities falling short. Lingxin, entirely focused on her task, was unaware of Ningyi's presence behind her. With her spiritual power, she sensed movements but assumed it was Little Black being mischievous nearby. Indeed, after such a long time crafting, my 12 invisibility talismans are finally complete, she proclaimed, then turned and exclaimed, "Little Black, come here." "Ah-ee, you rascal, when did you arrive? You should have called out." "I didn't want to disturb you," Ningyi replied. "Sister, how is the mulberry wine coming along? I'm craving a taste." "I prepared it for you ages ago," Lingxin said, retrieving a bamboo tube of wine from the cellar. Pouring some into a small cup, she offered it to Ningyi. "Here, give it a try." Ningyi beamed as she accepted the cup, downing it in one gulp. Delightful. So sweet," she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in approval. "Of course. Just look at who brewed it," Lingxin replied cheerfully. "Watching you craft talismans reminded me that our mother mentioned you have a book on talisman crafting. She asked me to take a look when I have the time." "Ah-ee, do you wish to learn talisman crafting? I can teach you." "Relying solely on books can make the meanings difficult to grasp," Lingxin offered. "Sister, I have long desired your guidance, but I noticed you've always been busy, and I feared you would not have time." "Haha, time is something one must manage. Those who claim they lack time merely offer excuses. Nevertheless, you should take the book home to study, as it contains our mother's lifelong insights into talisman crafting. As her descendants, we must understand it thoroughly." As Lingxin spoke, she retrieved the book on talisman crafting from the bookshelf and handed it to Ningyi. "Indeed. It's fortuitous that I have some free time today. I will take it with me to study." Chapter 50. Crafting Talisman. Upon seeing the book on talisman crafting, Ningyi eagerly reached out to take it. "Here, I have prepared 4 jars of mulberry wine for you. Take 2 jars to honor your master, and keep 2 jars for yourself," Lingxin instructed. Ningyi accepted the mulberry wine, unable to hide her delight. "Sister, you are the best. I shall return to the treasure artifact peak now, and I will take our mother's book on talisman crafting with me. Feel free to take it. I can recite it from memory," Lingxin assured her. Upon arriving at the treasure artifact peak, Ningyi leaped into her cave, setting down 2 jars of mulberry wine before taking the remaining 2 to present to her master, Ziyang Zhenjuan. His cave was conveniently located diagonally across from hers, and she always made the journey with a graceful leap. As she entered his abode, she found him savoring spiritual tea. "Disciple, did you not plan to go out for a stroll today? What brings you here now?" Ziyang Zhenjuan inquired. "Master, the disciple just returned from a stroll. This is the spirit mulberry fruit wine brewed by my sister Lingxin. I have brought these 2 jars as a token of respect for you." Hearing Ningyi mention that Lingxin brewed it herself, my heart instantly filled with joy. Stroking my beard, I said, "Ah, spirit mulberry fruit. That is indeed a precious item. Especially since it is brewed by Lingxin herself. It is truly exceptional. This must be carefully cherished. You have a kind heart, my disciple." In the Tiandi sect, who does not know that Lingxin is a master at brewing wine? If the master does not mind, I shall now take my leave to attend to my tasks. After departing from the residence of Ziyang Zhenjuan, Ningyi entered his own abode and focused intently on the talisman texts. Opening the introductory page, he discovered that the basics of talisman crafting were outlined on page 12. Flipping to that page, he found the three indispensable materials for crafting talismans: yellow paper, cinnabar, and a brush. There are generally two methods for crafting talismans. The first involves infusing one's own spiritual energy into the talisman, which is rather uncommon. The second utilizes the patterns and textures on the talisman to condense the energies of heaven and earth, thus imbuing the talisman with extraordinary magical power. Typically, the initial steps for either method involve calming the mind and attuning oneself to the pathways of heaven and earth. Once this is achieved, one draws the various paths of heaven and earth with the brush, granting the talisman its unique capabilities. Different talismans serve different functions, a result of the varied paths they condense. The aforementioned methods pertain to basic, entry-level talismans. The truly advanced ones are inscribed on jade, known as jade talismans, which can be used repeatedly rather than being one-time use. After a period of time, or with recharging, they can be utilized again. Naturally, the talismans crafted by great masters are interconnected with formations, embodying the legendary principle of different paths leading to the same destination. One is large-scale, the other small-scale. Feeling a slight stiffness in his neck, Ningyi stood up and stretched, seeking to relieve the tension. The text was exceptionally detailed, a testament to the author's meticulousness. Now feeling a bit parched, Ningyi poured himself a small cup of the spirit mulberry fruit wine brewed by his sister and savored it slowly. Having indulged in a more liberal manner at Yunhai Peak, he was cautious about consuming another cup too quickly, as the wine was quite potent. Exercising prudence was wise. Feeling a surge of inspiration to craft talismans, Ningyi retrieved cinnabar from his drawer and selected his most frequently used brush from the brush holder. With yellow paper laid out on his desk, he casually pulled out 2 sheets. Chapter 51. The Peculiarities of Street Stalls. He thought to himself, let me start with something simpler. An invisibility talisman. Having observed part of Ling Xin's brewing process earlier, he felt confident in his ability to replicate it. With his left hand holding the brush, he inscribed the characters for invisibility and adorned the margins with some abstract patterns. After a while, he completed 10 invisibility talismans, leaving only the condensation of heaven and earth energies remaining. The splendid weather inspired Ningyi to recall the lines from the poem Nan Kuzi. In the vast expanse of clear skies, refreshing is the view at this moment. He then went to Yunhai Peak to fetch 3 jars of spirit mulberry fruit wine, preparing to set up a stall in the afternoon. After piecing together his goods, he found he had quite a collection, yet they were not burdensome to him. Upon reaching the foot of Tiandi Sect, the small pedestrian street was already bustling with various vendors. Ningyi found an available spot and set up his items for sale. At that moment, 2 cultivators paused at Ningyi's stall, conversing. Have you heard about the mysterious happenings in the Misty Woods this year? I have heard some tales, but not in detail. I only know that the spirit mulberry fruit trees were highly sought after by Yutian cultivators, yet a sudden storm caused them to vanish without a trace. Could it be the work of some beast? I heard that the beast is still searching for them, so the likelihood seems slim. The world is full of strange occurrences, and who knows what kind of being might have taken them. Sure, speak softly. We cannot contend with them at our current cultivation level. Let us cease this discussion to avoid future troubles. Vendor, how much for these talismans? One of the blue-clad cultivators inquired as he eyed the talismans with interest. Seeing their eagerness, Ningyi offered a special price, 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Isn't that a bit much? Can you lower the price? The cultivator responded. This is already the lowest price. Go and see if you can find talismans of such quality within 100 miles, Ningyi replied. All right, I will take 5. The cultivator then asked, what do you have in that bamboo tube? Brother, you have a keen eye. This is spirit mulberry fruit wine. How much would you like? If you truly wish to purchase it, I can offer you a discount. 180 high-grade spirit stones per jar. That is too expensive. Can you reduce the price? One gets what one pays for. This wine was brewed by a Yuanying level cultivator, and consuming it can enhance one's strength. If you wish to buy again, who knows if there will be any left. Fine. I will take 1 jar. Very well. That totals 180 high-grade and 50 mid-grade spirit stones. The blue-clad cultivator produced 2 bags of spirit stones, taking out 20 high-grade stones from the larger bag and smiling at Ningyi. This small bag contains 50 mid-grade stones, while the larger bag is for the 180 high-grade stones. All yours. Ningyi beamed and said, thank you for your patronage, brother. I will offer you discounts next time. Please have a safe journey. Ningyi, who usually preferred silence, found himself unusually chatty today. However, he had no choice. With family support, he needed to find ways to earn spirit stones. After the blue-clad cultivator departed, Ningyi felt inclined to browse for items suitable for himself. Just then, The street manager arrived to collect stall fees. Ah, isn't this Brother Mu? It's been a while since I saw you at the market. What brings you here today? The street manager teased with a smile. Due to Ningyi's past generosity, the street manager had always been particularly kind to him. Ah, manager, I have been diligently training and haven't had the time to come down the mountain, Ningyi replied cheerfully. I see. Now that you have the time, you should come more often. Would you like to browse? I can watch your stall for you. I do want to, but I can't leave the stall unattended. You are indeed a benefactor to me, manager. Brother Mu, you flatter me. If you wish to go, just hurry back. I will call for you if anyone arrives. You are the best, manager. I shall take my leave. Ningyi made his way to the third stall in the busiest corner, where most items were materials for refining tools. In a distant corner, he noticed a black cauldron that seemed to shimmer faintly. Vendor, is that a refining cauldron? Little brother, your discerning eye is quite remarkable. I have been here for several months, and no one has inquired about this cauldron. May I take a closer look? Of course. You truly know your goods, but be warned, it is quite heavy. Feel free to inspect it over there. Very well. Ningyi approached the cauldron, examining it closely. Its appearance held no remarkable features. It was simply blackened, with the surface patterns indistinguishable. Yet, that faint shimmer had captured Ningyi's attention. Vendor, how much for this cauldron? This cauldron was obtained by a Yutian cultivator during their trials. Initially, he was reluctant to part with it, but he needed spirit stones urgently. Little brother, are you genuinely interested? Time is precious to me. I do not like to waste it on trivial matters. Oh, seeing your sincerity, I will let it go for 500 high-grade spirit stones, the vendor replied, beaming with delight. Old man, have you calculated how much we bought it for? Do not let yourself incur a loss, interjected the vendor's partner. 1,000 is a bit too high. Can we negotiate a lower price? Ningyi chuckled and remarked. The minimum I can offer you is 980 high-grade spirit stones. It cannot be any less. You heard my wife just now, he said, pointing at the elderly woman who had spoken earlier. Ningyi retrieved a bag of high-grade spirit stones from his waist, opened it, took out 20 high-grade stones, and handed the bag to the vendor. There are exactly 980 high-grade stones here. You may want to check. The vendor scrutinized Ningyi, observing the ethereal aura radiating from him, which set him apart from ordinary folk. He speculated, this person must hail from a prominent family. He appears to be quite frugal. I trust you, young man. Do come again next time, he said. Ningyi nodded. This cauldron weighs about 50 pounds. How do you plan to carry it? Ningyi produced a compression bag he always carried, and upon opening it, the cauldron was swiftly drawn inside due to its powerful suction. After Ningyi departed, the vendor exclaimed to his wife, next time we have a customer, try to keep your voice down. Do you not realize how long that cauldron has been here without a buyer? Now that someone finally wants it, let us not be greedy. You don't consider how heavy such items are. Carrying them around all day is exhausting. Earning 50 high-grade spirit stones is already quite good. You old fool. That's a fine item. If you had asked for another 50 high-grade spirit stones, the young man would still have bought it. Why don't you handle the business while I stay back and cook? Chapter 52. Li Du Ningyi returned to his sect and observed the black cauldron he had just acquired. The cauldron was adorned with a dragon engraving, exuding an ancient charm, while its interior remained smooth. Ningyi pondered whether to seek his master's assistance, as he currently lacked knowledge about it. Leaving his dwelling, he hurried to the cave of Zhangzhenjuan. It was now dusk, and 2 lamps were flickering within the cave. Zhangzhenjuan, deep in meditation, sensed someone approaching and confidently inquired, "What brings you here, my disciple?" "Master, I did not realize you were meditating. I apologize for the disturbance. I just settled down and was about to enter my practice. Is there something you need?" Ningyi smiled as he produced the refining cauldron from his compression bag. "Master, this is the refining cauldron I purchased today from a market stall. I would like to ask for your insight." Zhangzhenjuan opened his eyes, stood up, and examined the cauldron beside Ningyi. After a moment, he spoke, judging by the dragon motif. "Could this be the long-lost divine dragon bone cauldron? From whom did you acquire this?" The vendor was an elderly couple in their 60s. He mentioned that he was a nascent soul cultivator in urgent need of spirit stones. Ningyi replied, "You have made an excellent purchase. This cauldron likely has an unawakened spirit. Once awakened, its power will be extraordinary. You must treat it with care. Such high-grade items should not be casually discussed with outsiders to avoid attracting misfortune." Upon hearing his master's words, Ningyi quickly stored the small black cauldron and said, "Understood. Master, it's getting late. I shall return now." Very well. Go, Zhang Zhenjuan replied, smiling as he stroked his beard. Back in his own cave, Ningyi felt elated after hearing his master affirm the cauldron's value. Throughout the night, he contemplated how to awaken the cauldron's spirit. Before long, half a year had passed, and Ningyi felt the urge to venture out for some experience. He was currently in Zhang Zhenjuan's cave. Master, after much consideration over the past few months, I wish to embark on a journey, Ningyi stated earnestly. Since you've given it considerable thought, your decision is commendable and shows significant growth. Will you be traveling alone or with companions? Zhang Zhenjuan inquired, stroking his beard. I prefer solitary travels and do not have a companion. If you are traveling alone, remember to exercise caution in all matters. Do not cause concern for Luo Shi or my little disciple. Thank you for your concern, Master. I understand. Do you have enough spirit stones? Zhang Zhenjuan asked, retrieving several talismans and 5,000 high-grade spirit stones from his drawer. Master, I will gladly accept more talismans. I have saved quite a few spirit stones from my own stall over the years. You should keep them for yourself. Ningyi felt a bit embarrassed. I'm just an old man staying in this mountain, with little use for these. Keeping too many here could lead to insecurity. Take them with you. Spirit stones are essential when traveling, Zhang Zhenjuan advised. All right then, since you insist, I won't argue further. I'll consider it a loan from you. Ningyi often reflected. My master truly is like a second father to me, beyond compare. Having just returned from his own journey last month, he did not need to visit Yunhai Peak. Additionally, he had kept a low profile and made few friends. Ningyi packed his belongings, placing larger items into his compression bag. He now felt quite carefree, with a small pack slung over his right shoulder and a sword at his waist. He stepped out of the gates of the Tianyi sect. Look at the young master of the Mu family, Ningyi. Ever since he recovered from that long faint, he seems like a different person, rarely speaking and always traveling alone, remarked a disciple stationed at the gate. Indeed, I heard he used to be quite carefree, but after that fainting incident, he transformed completely, replied another disciple. It's true, people can change. It had been 3 years since Ningyi last returned to the Mu residence, and he yearned to see his mother, wondering if his sister had returned as well. Activating his flying device, he flew at a moderate speed due to his lack of confidence in flying skills. After about half a day, he arrived in Lidu, a city near Yiyang. Entering the city required a fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Once inside Lidu, he took a moment to observe the surroundings and then sought out an inn, which charged 20 middle-grade spirit stones for one night. The room appeared quite decent, with security measures in place. A bit uneasy, Ningyi set up additional protective wards at the door before settling down to rest. Having eaten little throughout the day, he felt hungry and took out some provisions to savor. After his meal, he prepared to sit in meditation and began to harness his spiritual energy. The next morning, Ningyi arose early and went downstairs to inquire with the innkeeper. Excuse me, is there a small market nearby where I can browse stalls? Young sir, exit the main door, turn right, then take a left. Continue along Xinhua Street for about 100 meters, and you will find it, the innkeeper replied attentively. Thank you. Ningyi politely responded before hastening to the entrance. Before long, he arrived at Xinhua Street, bustling with activity and various small shops. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, and he wondered if it was merely his hunger. Approaching a shop selling meat-filled pastries, Ningyi thought, yes, that's the flavor. Boss, how much for one of these pastries? Young brother, they are 6 low-grade spirit stones each, or 2 for 10 low-grade spirit stones. You seem to be from out of town, the shopkeeper greeted warmly. Indeed, how did you know? Ningyi asked as he found a seat. In this vicinity, there's no one unaware of the price of my meat-filled pastries, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. Well then, it seems your business is thriving. I must try your pastries. Bring me 2, Ningyi said with a smile. It is not mere self-praise. Once you taste it, you shall understand. There are several establishments nearby, yet none can rival the flavor I offer. As the owner of the sesame cake shop concluded his statement, he brought forth 2 large sesame cakes. Chapter 53. Issues with ginger teaning, i.e., suppressing the saliva ready to spill, took a bite of the sesame cake, which seemed to contain garlic, peanuts, sesame, shredded meat, and more. Ah, the flavor is delightful. Indeed, it is quite delicious. See, I am not exaggerating. It truly is scrumptious. I am cautious with my ingredients, ensuring they are all safe for consumption, the owner of the shop said with a beaming smile. How long can these cakes last? I'd like to purchase some for the journey, Ningyi inquired as he continued to eat. They can last at most 3 to 4 days. Beyond that, they lose their flavor. Then I shall take 4. Please wrap them up. Of course, I will wrap them immediately. Let me pay you first, Ningyi said as he produced 3 strings of low-grade spirit stones, each string containing 10 low-grade spirit stones, to hand over to the shopkeeper. After settling the payment, Ningyi finished the half-eaten sesame cake, rose, and carried the package of 4 cakes toward the street vendors, pondering the directions to Xianhua Street. Roughly 100 meters ahead with a right turn, following this street, and after passing the shop ahead and turning right, he would arrive. You have crossed my limits. Is your heart so narrow that you create a fuss over trivial matters? Suddenly, he overheard a distant commotion, piquing his curiosity, leading him to draw closer to investigate. It appeared to be a couple arguing inside a small noodle shop. What do you mean by a narrow heart? Isn't it you who cares about face? Let me tell you, do not harbor everything within. I have a stake in this family as well. A man should bear his burdens and not impose them on his family. Thus I must swallow my pride, bit by bit. A true champion of male chauvinism. Spare me. If there is a second family, I fear not the third. You shameless fool, go ahead and try. Let us see how you fare when your vitality wanes, and you are left regretting how your children perceive you. You have forced me into this position, bending over backward repeatedly, and now you want me to think about what? At that moment, a bystander, an older lady, chuckled to her companion. The wife of the owner here is quite diligent, busy from dawn till dusk, and she seems quite amiable. However, the owner himself, he only seems to work a couple of hours a day, perpetually wearing a sullen expression. His demeanor pales in comparison to his wife's generosity. It truly resembles the narrow-mindedness mentioned by his spouse. Sometimes, he even resorts to striking her in anger. Such a man is best left alone. Indeed, running a business is already demanding. To find time for quarrels is truly admirable. That he could win such a wife is remarkable. Exactly. Men with such male-centric attitudes are truly intolerable. My daughter, be sure to keep your eyes wide open when seeking a partner. Finding the noise unbearable, Ningyi shook his head and moved away. The world is indeed filled with all sorts of people. He vowed never to emulate their actions. Having lingered too long in watching the spectacle, he quickened his pace and, after turning right, discovered numerous street vendors setting up stalls. Ningyi felt a surge of excitement as he strolled through the bustling market. At the second stall of the first row, he spotted an array of spiritual plants and materials for refining. Pausing, he picked up a small stone, examining it closely. The stone was black and glossy, reminiscent of charcoal but less dark. Young man, are you interested in this void stone? It can be utilized to forge the breaking spirit cannon. How much for it? This was my discovery first. I shall offer double what he does, a voice interjected. Young man behind, everything goes by the order of arrival. This stone was indeed first seen by this young gentleman, the stall owner replied. Ningyi turned to see the persistent Ning Hao, choosing not to engage with him. The stall owner, observing the unfolding scene, shook his head and said, I am in urgent need of a spirit talisman. Whoever can provide one, I shall exchange for this void stone. Spirit talismans are not easily relinquished. Ningyi discreetly conveyed to the stall owner that he possessed one and arranged to meet at a designated location for the exchange. Hearing this, Ning Hao, feeling disheartened, departed. As he lacked such an item, after completing the exchange, Ningyi continued browsing and purchased several rare spiritual plants before returning to the inn. Upon entering his room, he relaxed and requested the attendant to bring in some hot water. Ningyi intended to indulge in a bath. Having heard that there was a grand hot spring in the vicinity, the inns nearby sourced their water from this spring, and since he was already there, he decided to relish the experience. The advantages of hot springs are numerous. 1. They promote blood circulation. 2. They alleviate muscle pain. 3. They enhance sleep quality. 4. They encourage the expansion of skin blood vessels. After enjoying his bath, Ningyi set up a protective formation on the door and took out the cushion gifted by his sister, settling down to cultivate. With this cushion, his progress in cultivation accelerated significantly. The following morning, Ningyi awoke, opened the window, and gazed outside at the gentle rain. He pondered, how fickle is the weather? It was fine yesterday, yet today it rains lightly. It seems I must remain here for another day and see how the weather evolves. Descending to the inn's lower level, he noticed the rain had lessened. Observing the bustling crowds, he reflected on his modern life, wondering how the company was faring and whether his father still held the position of chairman. He found himself yearning for a return visit. Unconsciously, he had wandered to the center of the street, where passers-by pointed at him, noting how he braved the light rain without a hat or umbrella. Realizing he was drenched, he reflected, What was I thinking? I have soaked myself. What if I catch a cold? I still intend to return to the Mu family tomorrow. Back in his room, he took another hot bath and enjoyed a cup of spirit ginger tea. The ginger flavor was strong and quite spicy, yet it was bearable as he drank it. Just after finishing, drowsiness overcame him, and without a second thought, he lay down to sleep. Thus, he awoke the next day to find evidence of a disturbance in his room. Some of his spiritual stones were missing. It seemed the spirit ginger tea brought to him by the inn's attendant had been tampered with. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have slept so soundly without awareness. Given his current level of power, even in deep slumber, he would have awakened at the slightest disturbance. Rising to dress, he checked his valuables and found them intact. Chapter 54. Returning to the Mu family still nursing a slight headache, he sat in meditation, expelling the remnants of the tea from his system. After a while, beads of sweat appeared on Ningyi's forehead. It was clear that the inn was not entirely safe. He could have opted for the Mu family's affiliated inns, but preferred to keep his whereabouts concealed. Opening the window and looking up, he beheld a clear azure sky. After packing his belongings, he descended to check out. By noon, Ningyi was piloting his flying device above Yang City, taking in the sights of the vibrant city below. After a while, he halted his device and walked through the most bustling area of Yang City. Memories flooded back of his childhood when his sister would take him here, indulging in various snacks, to the point that by mealtime at home, he often lacked appetite, concealing this from his mother and forcing himself to eat. How young he had been, yet such thoughts had already crossed his mind. As he wandered, he unknowingly made his way toward the Mu family's residence, and upon arriving, he found the gates wide open. Ningyi stepped inside, and the servant at the door, seeing Mu Ningyi, beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Isn't this young Master Ningyi? You've returned. The lady has missed you greatly." Ningyi smiled and nodded, unsure of what to say. "Hello. Is my mother in the residence?" The servant replied, "Madam and Aunt Hui went to the temple early this morning to pray. They should be back by now, as I had matters to attend to at noon." "Thank you. I'll go in and take a look," Ningyi said with a smile. He made his way directly to Wudong Courtyard, heading straight for Luo Jing's room. Upon reaching the door, he knocked gently. "Who is it? What business do you have?" "Mother, it's me, Ear." The door opened swiftly, and Luo Jing gazed at Ningyi with immense joy. "Ear, what brings you home at this time?" "Mother, I am about to embark on a journey for training, so I thought I would come back to see you first." "You are so thoughtful, Ear. I am truly blessed to have such wonderful children like you and your sister," Luo Jing said, grasping Ningyi's hand with delight. "Having a mother like you is a fortune I could only dream of," Ningyi replied with a smile. "You've become quite eloquent, Ear. By the way, I forgot to ask if you've eaten," Luo Jing inquired with concern. "Not yet, Mother." "Then wait here. I'll check the kitchen for something good to eat. If there's nothing, I'll prepare you a bowl of noodles." "That sounds great." Ningyi smiled in response. A short while later, Luo Jing entered with a steaming bowl of tomato and egg noodles. "Ear, there was hardly anything left in the kitchen, so I made you this bowl of soup noodles to fill your stomach." Ningyi had already caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and smiled. "Yes, it smells wonderful. Thank you, Mother. Being home feels so good. A child cherished by their mother is truly blessed." After taking a bite, he exclaimed, "It's delicious. I wish time could stand still at this moment." Foolish child, a man's aspirations lie beyond these walls. One cannot linger at home forever. "Mother, I just miss you," Ningyi replied, his expression somewhat spoiled. "If you miss me, make sure to come home more often." "Mother, it's only been a few years since my last visit. You see, your hair has even lost some gray. How have you been managing without my sister and me around? Has father visited Wudong Courtyard in recent years? He rarely came home even when you were here. Now, it doesn't matter if he comes or goes. Having you and your sister is enough for me. Do you not like father? If you do, just invite him here, and with a little coaxing, he would surely stay." "Child, you are still young. There are things you do not yet understand. Mother, whether father comes or not isn't important to me. I just wish you wouldn't age so quickly. I want you to remain the beautiful figure you've always been in my heart." Ear, people do grow old. As time passes, we all undergo changes. Even if one were to consume an elixir of immortality, gray hair is still a possibility. She continued, "I remember in my youth, your maternal grandmother also had gray hair. Such genetic traits cannot be escaped." "Mother, I understand. Now, let us eat before the noodles become too soggy," Luo Jing suggested, shifting the topic. "All right," Ningyi replied and buried himself in his meal, finishing the last noodle in no time. "How was it? Are you full? Do you want another bowl?" "No, I'm a bit stuffed." "Mother, Has my sister visited you recently? Exiner came back for a few days, but has since left to train as well. I plan to stay for a few days myself. Did you visit Grandfather Zuchong before coming here? I didn't think too much about it and came straight to see you. I see. Then let me accompany you to pay respects to him. Upon hearing that Luo Jing wished to accompany him to visit grandfather, Ning Yi brought 2 bottles of mulberry wine to present to the elder. Ear, what have you brought? Mother, it's a mulberry tree I stumbled upon in the misty forest. My sister made this wine from its fruit. Ear, you've grown up and learned to honor your elders. My sister also brought this when she visited recently. Perhaps we should find something else. Grandfather has always enjoyed spirit tea. I happen to have some good quality that my master roasted himself. Why not take that? Ear, gifts for elders need not be extravagant. Sincerity is what truly matters. I understand, mother. Let us go. We must hurry before night falls. Upon arriving at the clan leader's residence, the steward greeted them politely. Greetings, madam and young master. May I inquire what brings you here? Steward, Ear has just returned. I brought him to pay respects to grandfather. Please inform him. Certainly, madam. Young master, please wait a moment. After a brief interval, the steward allowed Luo Jing and Ning Yi to enter. The mother and son gracefully approached the main hall. Daughter-in-law pays her respects to the clan leader. Grandson pays his respects to grandfather. Please rise. You both sit down, the clan leader instructed, signaling a servant to brew tea. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, Ear, have you just returned? Grandfather, I arrived at the residence shortly after 3 o'clock. However, I was quite hungry, and it took some time for my mother to prepare noodles, hence my delay in coming to see you. Indeed, no matter how busy Ear is, you must not neglect your own needs. Your visit is heartwarming, the clan leader said, stroking his beard with a smile. Grandfather, it is only natural for me to visit you. How long do you plan to stay this time? You are of age to settle down. You ought to consider it. You, Exiner, and Ahau have all done so. Please do not follow their lead in changing the subject, the clan leader stated earnestly. Oh dear, grandfather, I spend my days at the sect. There is hardly anyone to meet. How can I settle down? Besides, with my current abilities, I cannot support another. Ningyi responded. As for Ahau, his choices are his own, but you are different. As the legitimate son of the Mu family, it is your duty to carry on the family line. Wouldn't you agree? The elder turned to Luo Jing as if seeking her support. Seeing the expression on the clan leader's face, Luo Jing relented, realizing she had to encourage her son. Ear, your grandfather is right. You are of the age to consider settling down, and I wish to hold grandchildren soon. Their essay saying, one should establish a family before pursuing a career. Only once you have a family can you focus on your cultivation. Indeed, as long as you establish a family to carry on the lineage, you need not worry about support given our family's circumstances, the clan leader added. With each comment from both the elder and Luo Jing, Ningyi felt overwhelmed. Grandfather, I currently have no prospective partner, so I cannot rush this matter. Does that mean you are acquiescing? As long as you agree, finding a suitable match for you will not be difficult. The Mu family is one of the prominent families in the Tue continent. Word of your return will attract many suitable families seeking alliances. Since you have returned, you should stay longer. There will be ample opportunities for training in the future. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Ningyi found some validity in his reasoning. Historically, it was indeed a man's duty to carry on the family line. However, he had not encountered anyone suitable in recent years. Grandfather, I will leave the arrangements to you. Upon hearing the elder patriarch's lengthy discourse, I sensed his underlying nervousness, and thus, I decided to yield to him for the time being. After all, if I find someone unappealing, I shall simply limit my interactions. Conversely, if I find someone agreeable, it would be all the better. As the hour grew late, I turned to the patriarch and said, Esteemed elder, my mother and I shall take our leave now. Luo Jing smiled and replied, Very well, we shall return. This matter regarding Ear is settled. I will promptly send someone to make the necessary arrangements. As a mother, do encourage him from time to time. The patriarch, stroking his beard, spoke with a serious demeanor. Understood, grandfather. I will inform my mother, and we shall take our leave. With that, Luo Jing and Ning Yi exited the patriarch's residence. During their journey back to Wudong Courtyard, Ning Yi occasionally jested, eliciting laughter from his mother. By the time they arrived at Wudong Courtyard, twilight had already descended. Upon entering the main hall, they were greeted by a table laden with an assortment of meats and dishes, all of Ning Yi's favorites. Madam and young master, you have returned. The wet nurse greeted politely. Ah Hui, ever perceptive, had prepared the meal even before I had the chance to inform her of Ir's return. Luo Jing felt immense joy upon seeing the spread. It was that clever girl Kai-en who informed me. As soon as I intended to head out for vegetables, she mentioned seeing Madame with a young gentleman heading to the patriarch's residence. I surmised that the young master had returned. Thank you, Aunt Hui. The moment I return, you have much to attend to. Do not mention it. I eagerly await your swift return to practice and reside at home, so that you may accompany Madame and alleviate her solitude. Wash your hands and come to eat. Luo Jing urged with concern. Once Ningyi had finished washing, he sat down at the table and cheerfully suggested, Aunt Hui, please invite Mu Changgu and Mu Ling to join us. Where would Mu Chang have the time to come? At the end of last month, Mu Ling gave birth to a plump baby, and he is currently attending to her. Ningyi expressed his surprise. How swiftly time passes. Congratulations, Aunt Hui. In truth, the young master is at an age to settle down. It would be prudent to find a suitable young lady to bear a plump child. Then our Wudong courtyard would be lively, the wet nurse jested. Aunt Hui, I have just returned, and the entire afternoon with grandfather revolved around this topic. Please, spare me and let me breathe. Ningyi chuckled ruefully. All right, let us eat quickly. The dishes will grow cold, Luo Jing remarked, her heart aching for her son, as she was once in his position. Marrying Mu Yang had not been her choice, and thus she sought to shift the conversation. Aunt Hui, do join us for the meal. There is more than enough for the three of us. And since Mu Yang will not be dining with us, do not stand on ceremony. Thank you, madam. Just as the wet nurse took her seat, Mu Yang appeared at the entrance, exclaiming loudly, Who says I will not eat? You rascal, you returned without informing your father. Had I not just been at your grandfather's, I would still be unaware of your return. He settled down beside Luo Jing at the table. At that moment, Luo Jing discreetly signaled to the wet nurse to bring additional bowls and chopsticks. The wet nurse nodded and returned with the utensils, and Luo Jing invited her to sit. During the meal, conversation was sparse, with only occasional exchanges between Mu Yang and Ning Yi. After dining, Luo Jing had little to attend to and retired to her chamber, leaving Mu Yang and Ning Yi to savor their tea. Mu Yang lifted his cup, savoring a sip of the fragrant brew, and remarked, time and again, your mother's tea surpasses all others. Its essence is pure and refreshing. The clarity and smoothness are unmatched. Father, why do I sense a double entendre in your words? Should I not encourage you to visit my mother more frequently? Ningyi teased. Have you any idea how often I ponder this? Every time I visit. Your mother's expression conveys a clear message of rejection. Could you not devise a strategy to charm her? A woman of her noble lineage is unlikely to be compared with those of less esteemed backgrounds. You remain unmarried and thus remain ignorant of many matters. With time, you shall come to understand. Indeed, I have observed your actions, father. If you do not bring Rui home, our family of 4 will not resemble what it is now. Mother, too, wishes for you to frequent Wudong courtyard. She simply does not express it. Sometimes, father, do not take pride to the extreme. The following morning, the patriarch sent someone to summon Ning Yi to the patriarch's residence. Ning Yi understood the purpose of this visit, but felt powerless, compelled to comply with his grandfather's wishes. Upon arriving at the patriarch's residence and entering the main gate, he saw 2 men of similar age to the patriarch seated at the tea table. Ningyi thought to himself that this meeting was inevitable. At times, one cannot evade fate and must embrace it. Good morning, grandfather. Ningyi greeted as soon as he entered. Please have a seat, the patriarch said, beaming as he stroked his beard. Thank you, grandfather. Following the patriarch's gesture, Ning Yi took a seat. The 2 individuals introduced themselves. Gu Baidong, the head of the Gu family, a prominent lineage in the Tuyu continent, and Ling Duku, the head of the Ling family, also a notable clan. Allow me to introduce you. This is Grandfather Gu, and the gentleman beside him is Grandfather Ling. Greetings, Grandfather Gu. Greetings, Grandfather Ling. Please enjoy your tea, Ningyi said politely. Quite impressive. He truly embodies the demeanor of a legitimate heir. It seems the Luo family has indeed excelled in raising their children, Gu Baidong remarked. Clearly pleased. Indeed. His courteousness and grace suggest he is destined to be the successor to the patriarch, Ling Duku echoed, equally satisfied. Do not flatter too much, however. Ai has always been understanding, the patriarch said with confidence. Old Gu, do you believe your Tianqin is worthy of marrying young Master Mu? Our Qiner is virtuous and graceful, intelligent and charming. Her beauty is undeniable. If she is not suitable, then your Baiha certainly does not measure up. Of course. Otherwise, why would I propose such a match? You old man, I had not expected you to be so ambitious. Are you attempting to compete with me? Gu Baidong responded in jest. Let us not quarrel. It ultimately depends on Ai's decision. We cannot allow him to take 2 wives, the patriarch interjected. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Ning Yi was taken aback, questioning the wisdom of such a statement. Surely, the decision rests with the individuals involved. Moreover, since they have yet to meet, there is no need for haste. I have already sent word for our Tianqin to return home, Gu Baidong declared. I too have sent a message. Let them decide for themselves when the time comes, Ling Duku added. Indeed, arguing is futile at this juncture. Let us not mar our amicable relations, Ningyi said playfully. Young Master Mu is truly understanding. I wonder if my Baiha will be fortunate, Ling Duku remarked with a smile. You possess a fair understanding of your own worth. Only my Tianqin is worthy of young Master Mu, Gu Baidong boasted. Ningyi had always harbored a dislike for overly arrogant individuals, and Gu Baidong's demeanor only fueled his disdain. He dismissed Gu Baidong from consideration in his heart. The patriarch, observing Ning Yi's expression, could sense his sentiments. The boy's flaw was his overtly candid nature. He lacked the ability to conceal his feelings. The patriarch resolved to guide him in due course. I.e., if you have matters to attend to, please do so without delay. All right, Grandpa. I bid farewell to the 2 esteemed elders. I have urgent business to attend to. After Ningyi spoke, he swiftly departed from the clan leader's residence. Upon finally stepping outside, he inhaled the fresh air deeply. He pondered, this is merely the beginning. If it is already like this, what will happen when all the candidates arrive? The thought made him shiver involuntarily. As he walked, he soon arrived at the small garden of the Mu family, where the spiritual energy was no less than that of the treasured artifact peak. The number of spiritual plants here had significantly increased since his last visit. Suddenly, Ningyi felt the urge to meditate, so he found a resting pavilion and noticed a large round stone that appeared perfect for cultivation. After ensuring he was alone, he settled down to meditate, closing his eyes and beginning to circulate his spiritual energy. Half an hour later, Ningyi stopped and rose, feeling that the stone was exceptionally conducive to his practice, seemingly aiding him in quickly entering a meditative state. However, the weather was particularly fine, with the sun shining brightly, and the increasingly intense rays made him sweat profusely, leading one to mistakenly think he had applied powder to his face. Unable to endure the blinding light any longer, he decided to return home. Upon arriving at Wudong Garden, Luo Jing looked at Ningyi, drenched in sweat, and inquired, Did Grandpa summon you for that matter again? Were you punished? Ningyi smiled and reassured her. Don't worry, mother. I was meditating in the small garden and got sunburned. I see. I was worried. Have you had breakfast yet? Luo Jing asked with concern. Not yet. I was called over by Grandpa right after I got up. Then you should have some spiritual porridge to cool down. All right, I'll wash my face first. After washing his face, he returned to find that the wet nurse had prepared 2 large bowls of spiritual porridge on the table, accompanied by some spiritual beans and olives. Hurry up and eat. Time is of the essence. I will, mother. Aunt Hui, you should join us. Aunt Hui had to rise early to do household chores. She has already eaten. After finishing the porridge, do you have any plans? If not, accompany me to the temple to burn incense. I wish to ask for a talisman for your safety. Sure. I'll accompany you after eating. After finishing the porridge, Ningyi accompanied Luo Jing to the nearby Bodhisattva temple. Kneeling on the mat, he gazed up at the 1,000-hand guanyin and prayed, Bodhisattva, may you bless my mother with peace and safety at home, and may I swiftly complete my cultivation and return to my rightful celestial position. After expressing his wishes, he bowed 3 times to guanyin. When Ningyi stood up, Luo Jing was still kneeling in prayer. Observing her figure, Ningyi felt a sense of solitude and longing emanating from her, which unexpectedly brought tears to his eyes. He thought that if it weren't for the necessity of achieving his cultivation results, he would truly wish to remain by his mother's side. Since returning, he had been acutely aware of Luo Jing's loneliness. Chapter 57. The Soul Calling Lamp. My child, this is the safety talisman I prayed for you. Carry it with you, but take care not to let it get wet. Yes, mother, I will remember. Now let us bring some spiritual stones to replenish the oil. All right, let us go. Upon reaching the oil replenishing station, Luo Jing placed a small bag of mid-grade spiritual stones into the oil tank. Is this sufficient, mother? Indeed. Let us return home. On their journey back, both Luo Jing and Ningyi shared laughter and conversation. My child, when you last returned, did you see a white jade lamp in your room? I recall seeing it before you came back, but it has disappeared since you left, Luo Jing asked earnestly. Ningi recalled that after bathing the last time, a vivid memory resurfaced in his mind. Rising to change clothes, he quickly walked toward the bed and suddenly, a loud crash echoed as something fell. Looking down, he saw that it was a lamp, now shattered beyond repair. As he reached to pick it up, a misty sensation surged into his forehead, accompanied by excruciating pain. When he regained his composure, a memory from before he turned 25 was now imprinted in his mind. Enduring the residual numbness, he sat on the bed, contemplating. Is this truly the memory of the original Mu Ningi? Why has it surfaced at this moment? Feeling exhausted, he lay down and drifted into slumber. Who are you speaking of? I am the rightful owner of this body. The lamp you just shattered is the soul-calling lamp, which my mother sought to awaken me from my coma. Due to certain conditions of my soul, I was unable to awaken, and by a twist of fate, you entered my body. Thus, when you broke the lamp, the memories rushed into your mind. So you are indeed Mu Ningi? Mu Ningi was taken aback. Is this true? It feels almost like a theatrical performance. Now that you have awakened, why do you not return to this body? I wish to return to the modern world as well. Sometimes, certain matters are beyond fate's control. My time is limited. You must remember, the higher the flame level, the greater the power of the crafted artifacts. Mother. It was just after I bathed and changed that my clothes may not have been properly adjusted, causing them to brush against the lamp, resulting in its shattering. I thought I had extinguished it, but I couldn't see clearly at that time. Ningi's expression was akin to that of a child who had misbehaved. Observing his expression, Luo Jing softened her tone and said lightly, that lamp was a soul-calling lamp left to me by your maternal grandmother. When you were in a deep coma, I feared your soul might leave your body, so I sought to summon you. After you awakened, I simply forgot to put it away. Since it is broken now, let it be. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. Mother, I am sorry. I did not realize it was such an important item. I was too careless, Ningi expressed with a hint of guilt. Luo Jing internally lamented, Mother, I have failed you. I could not protect such an important object. It's all right, my child. Do not dwell on it. Upon returning to the Mu residence, Luo Jing and Ningi each retreated to their respective chambers. Ningi contemplated the significance of the lamp, recognizing its importance from his mother's expression. He wondered if there existed another such lamp in the world. If there were, he would find a way to acquire it, hoping to bring joy to his mother. The scene shifted to Luo Jing's room, where she had been in a daze since returning. She recalled her mother telling her that the lamp was the only one of its kind in the world, inherited from her maternal grandmother, and that it could only be passed down to females. Now, it had only reached Luo Jing's generation before being destroyed. This realization filled her with an ominous premonition. As if it were destined, she could only wait until she ascended to the heavens to meet her mother and apologize. Madam, it is now mealtime. You may eat. Madam. What troubles you? The wet nurse observed Luo Jing, who remained lost in thought, waving her hand in front of her face but receiving no reaction. She wondered, what could be wrong? Wasn't she fine this morning? What happened after returning from the temple? Oh no! Fire! Fire! The wet nurse exclaimed loudly. Ahoy! Where is the fire? Quickly, find someone to extinguish it. By the way, where is Ai? At this moment, the wet nurse chuckled. I was just teasing you. As I entered just now, I noticed you lost in thought. I called out to you several times, but you remained unresponsive, so I resorted to this method. Was I pondering certain matters? Indeed, I became so absorbed in my thoughts that I lost track of time. What about Ear? Have you summoned him? When I went to call him earlier, Cain mentioned that the elder patriarch had sent someone to summon him to the patriarch's villa. Perhaps he is dining there. Then let us proceed to eat. We must prevent the food from getting cold. Please set aside some dishes, just in case. Very well, my lady. I shall do so at once. The scene shifts to the patriarch's villa. Have you dined yet? Grandfather. Not yet. I just returned from the temple with mother where we offered incense, and you summoned me right after. Then let us eat together here, and we can converse as we dine. Ningi felt a tinge of embarrassment, having never shared a meal with the elder patriarch before. He was unaware of his dining habits. Nevertheless, he thought, a man should not be timid. One must adapt to circumstances. Very well, grandfather. As Ningi followed the elder patriarch into the hall, the table was already laden with dishes, many of which were his favorites. Ear, please take a seat. I have prepared some of your preferred dishes and meats. Ningi mused, grandfather is truly attentive. Thank you, grandfather. While dining, the elder patriarch frequently served Ning meat and vegetables. Do eat more, my dear. Do not be reserved here. You often have to make do with meager meals outside. Now, eat as much as you desire. Grandfather, are you trying to stuff me? Ningi replied, his bowl nearly overflowing. Ha ha ha. I was so focused on serving that I didn't notice how full your bowl was. Indeed. Let us finish before serving more. Ningi thought to himself, I shall take over the serving from here. Chapter 58. Matchmaking, i.e. Grandfather wishes to impart something. In public, one must not reveal their thoughts through their expressions, as this can easily betray your intentions. The elder patriarch advised between bites. Grandfather, sometimes I cannot help myself, Ningi admitted, taking a hearty sip of chicken soup. I anticipated you would say that. However, you must endeavor to conceal your feelings. It is best to maintain a neutral expression. Understood, grandfather, Ningi responded, though inwardly he thought, how can one change such an ingrained nature? It is often said that one's character is hard to alter. The wayward son returning is priceless. Furthermore, the two individuals who visited this morning are from notable families within our realm. You must select one from among them, as it would greatly benefit our family's development. You might feel I am imposing this upon you, the elder patriarch continued, setting down his chopsticks. In our lineage, suitable matches have always been chosen based on status. I followed this tradition as well. Only in this way can our family grow stronger. Grandfather, I comprehend your words. I shall abide by your arrangements, Ningi replied, finishing his last bite and placing his utensils down. I.e., you are quite reasonable. If you find none appealing, prioritize practicality, and I shall permit you to take a concubine afterward, the elder patriarch remarked with satisfaction. Ningi was at a loss for words, merely smiling in response, pondering, a concubine? I do not wish to be notorious like my father, Mu Yang. After dining, Ningi accompanied the elder patriarch in savoring a few cups of spiritual tea before returning to Wudong courtyard. A few days later, Ningi strolled along the stone path in the Mu family garden, where all living things seemed to droop, defeated by the scorching sun. The vibrant sunlight illuminated the earth, casting a golden glow upon every spirit tree and flower, heralding the arrival of summer. Introducing Cain, a 16-year-old girl, petite and delicate, with striking features, large eyes, an oval face, and a cherry-like mouth. Her forthright personality stemmed from a childhood in a single-parent household. 3 years prior, her father had unexpectedly passed, leaving her to wander alone until Luo Jing took pity on her and brought her to Wudong courtyard, where she now served. Young mastery, so it is you. The elder patriarch sent someone to summon you to the patriarch's villa, Cain said, breathless. Understood. Please return to Wudong courtyard. I shall go at once, Ningi replied, hastening toward the patriarch's villa, leaving Cain, who stood dazed, gazing wistfully at his retreating figure. Suddenly, a spirit butterfly fluttered by, pulling her back to reality. What am I thinking? Am I being a bit foolish? Introducing Gu Tianqin, granddaughter of Gu Baidong, possessing a singular water element affinity, late-stage spiritual pulse, a disciple of Tianyue sect. She exudes an open and generous demeanor, with a round face and phoenix-like eyes, often dressed in elegant azure attire, tall and graceful. Upon arriving at the elder patriarch's villa, Ningi entered to find Gu Baidong present, alongside a young woman. He pondered, could this young lady be? I have greeted grandfather and elder Gu, Ningi said, i.e., you have arrived. Come, sit here, the elder patriarch beckoned. Ningi complied, taking a seat beside him. Come, Mu Xiao, allow me to introduce you. This is our Tianqin. You are of the same age. Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Mu Ning Yi, with a mutated solar affinity, late-stage spiritual pulse. Ning Yi greeted with a smile. Greetings. I am Gu Tianqin, possessing a singular water affinity. Also late-stage spiritual pulse, she replied graciously. Excellent. Miss Gu, you possess remarkable aptitude, the elder patriarch remarked, stroking his beard. You flatter me, Elder Mu. Gu Tianqin smiled modestly. Young Master Mu also possesses commendable talent. A mutated affinity is quite rare, Gu Baidong added. Thank you for the compliment, Elder Gu. Ningi replied and then inquired, as a disciple of Tianyi sect, may I ask where Miss Gu studies? I am training at Tianyue sect, Gu Tianqin responded. Observing the two young individuals engage in light conversation, the elder patriarch shook his head. Ah-ee, take Miss Gu on a tour of the Mu estate. Very well. Miss Gu, please follow me, he said, leading Gu Tianqin out of the elder patriarch's villa. The elder patriarch watched the young pair, reflecting, Old Gu, let them have some time alone. It feels tedious to always guide them. Indeed, let them interact freely and see how it unfolds. Sometimes, A forced union yields no sweetness. The thoughts of today's youth differ from our generation. They contemplate much more. True enough. The scene transitions to the Mu family garden, where Ning Yi and Gu Tianqin admired the flowers. Gu Tianqin stood beside a peony, watching two butterflies dance gracefully. She mused, if life could be as free and unfettered as the flight of a butterfly, how wonderful it would be. It would spare us many troubles. It seems Miss Gu yearns for such a life of freedom. Indeed. Yet, as descendants of noble families, what freedom do we possess? That depends on how you plan for your future, Miss Gu. Gu Tianqin paused, seemingly lost in thought, then said, thank you, young Master Mu, for your earlier words. They have awakened me. Miss Gu, you are too kind. I merely spoke casually, Ningyi replied with a smile. Your smile reminds me of someone named Feng, who also bears the surname Mu. I wonder if young Master Mu knows her? Gu Tianqin exclaimed, her face brightening. Mu Feng? No one in our family bears that name. Could you have misheard? Ningyi inquired, puzzled. No, I am certain. I met her while we were both honing our skills outside. Your smile just now reminded me of her, and I increasingly notice how strikingly similar you both are. If one were unaware, they might easily mistake you two for siblings. May I inquire about her spiritual root? She, like myself, possesses a singular water affinity, and her spiritual vein is at its tail end. She is also a disciple of your esteemed Tianyi sect and often adorns herself in garments of jade hue, Gu Tianqin elaborated. Upon hearing this, Ningyi pondered, could he be referring to my sister? She has always favored the art of disguise when venturing out, and she too enjoys dressing in jade-colored attire. Since she wishes to keep her identity as the legitimate daughter of the Mu family a secret, I shall refrain from mentioning it to avoid her displeasure. Chapter 59. The Matchmaking, Part 2. As for Mu Feng, I truly do not recognize this individual. Given the vastness of the Mu family, he could very well be from another branch. Gu Tianqin sensed her overthinking and replied, indeed, there are so many with the surname Mu. Shall we explore elsewhere? Ningyi deftly shifted the topic, young Master Mu. Might I ask why you are so obedient to your elders' arrangements today? I see that my grandfather has aged, and I wish to spare him from worry. This visit home is rather fortuitous. Whether the meeting is satisfactory or not is of little consequence. However, it would be ideal if it turns out well, Mu Ningyi articulated candidly. May I inquire how you felt upon your first glance at this young lady? Gu Tianqin asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Ningyi reflected on the moment when he entered and saw Tianqin seated beside Gu Baidong. He felt a sense of ease and comfort, yet there was no spark of romance. How should I express this? You exude a sense of tranquility that invites deeper connection, he replied thoughtfully. Ah, I see. That brings me immense relief, for I share that sentiment, Gu Tianqin responded with a smile, her earlier worries dissipating. Then the two of you must consider how to respond to their expectations, Ningyi remarked, feeling a tinge of concern for his grandfather's potential disappointment. Indeed. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? Certainly, but I am uncertain if you would be amenable, Ningyi replied with a grin. Please, share your thoughts. If it is within my power, I shall gladly comply. Ningyi proposed, let us appease their desires for now, and upon our return, we can inform them that we shall attempt to court each other. What say you? However, such a declaration may invite a plethora of complications. Gu Tianqin expressed her concerns. Complications are inevitable, yet if we clearly indicate our disinterest now, they will merely move on to the next suitor. What do you think? Ningyi suggested. Gu Tianqin, feeling a bit apprehensive, replied, your point is valid. Who knows what sort of person we might encounter next? Perhaps we should proceed with your plan. Then it is settled. Just be cautious not to reveal too much, Ningyi jested. Very well. Let us return and conclude this matter efficiently. Indeed, let us go. Ningyi took the lead as they made their way back. After some time, Mu Jian, seated in the main hall, noticed Ning Yi and Gu Tianqin returning. Why are you back so soon? Have you already explored the Mu estate? Grandfather, Miss Gu mentioned she had a long journey this morning and now feels a bit fatigued. She wishes to rest for a while, for there will be ample time for exploration in the future, Ningyi replied with a knowing smile. I.e., your tone suggests an intention to pursue a deeper connection. Indeed, grandfather, Miss Gu and I have taken a liking to one another and wish to court for a time, Ningyi admitted, averting his gaze from the clan leader for fear of betraying his true feelings. Miss Gu, are you feeling better? He inquired. Much improved. Thank you for your concern, young Master Mu, Gu Tianqin responded with a smile. After a prolonged silence, Gu Baidong finally spoke. It seems you both ought to revise your forms of address. The elder clan leader chimed in, indeed, as you have found mutual interest. There is no need for such formalities as young master and miss. I.e., as the gentleman, you must take the initiative. Yes, grandfather, I understand, Ningyi replied earnestly. As the elder leader noted the time nearing midday, he suggested, Gu Lao, please stay for lunch. What do you think, my dear granddaughter? Gu Baidong inquired. Grandfather's wishes are paramount. I shall heed his request, Gu Tianqin answered. Excellent. We shall dine here at the elder leader's estate. Gu Baidong exclaimed with delight. Upon hearing this, the elder leader called out, Steward, come here. Yes, elder leader, how may I assist? The steward replied. The elder leader, brimming with joy, instructed. Please inform the kitchen to prepare a lavish banquet, for we have distinguished guests today. Certainly, I shall attend to it immediately. I.e., please invite your mother to join us for the meal. I will send someone to fetch your father, the elder leader added. Understood, grandfather. I shall go at once. As Ningyi exited the elder leader's residence, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Such matchmaking occasions are often fraught with discomfort. Yet he felt reassured knowing Tianqin was in agreement. He hurried to Wudong courtyard, contemplating whether to share his and Tianqin's intentions with his mother. Yet, the thought of her disapproval or worry held him back. Perhaps it was best to keep this under wraps for now. Upon entering Wudong courtyard, he proceeded directly to Luo Jing's chamber. Knock, knock, knock. As the door swung open, Ningyi entered. Mother, are you alone? Yes. Ahui has gone to the kitchen. I heard your grandfather arranged a matchmaking meeting for you. Is that why you returned so early? Luo Jing inquired with concern. Not quite, mother. I have found someone I am interested in, and we have agreed to date for a while. If all goes well, we will proceed further. If not, we shall seek other fates. This way, we will not have regrets, Ningyi explained clearly. Indeed, as the saying goes, a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. Luo Jing remarked with a gentle smile. By your question, I almost forgot my purpose for coming. Grandfather wishes for you to join us for lunch, Ningyi said with a smile. Where are we dining? Luo Jing asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Mother, grandfather has specifically invited you to join us. Please. For his sake as the elder leader and for my sake as your son, do accompany us, Ningyi said, playfully coaxing her. Luo Jing chuckled at Ningyi's playful banter. Ai, when did you become such a silver-tongued charmer? Mother, everyone progresses, especially being your son with such splendid genes. I cannot fall short. Ningyi laughed heartily. Will your father be joining us? Most likely, for he is quite concerned with appearances, Ningyi replied. That would be ideal. It would prevent us from appearing sparse in numbers. Ningyi concluded. Chapter 60. The banquet. Luo Jing accompanied Ningyi to the elder leader's residence, where Mu Yang had been waiting for some time. Greetings to my esteemed father-in-law, Luo Jing said politely. Dear daughter-in-law, no need for formalities. Please, take a seat. The elder leader urged with warmth. Allow me to introduce you. This is Gu Baidong, the head of the Gu family, one of the 5 great families of our Tuyu continent, the elder leader said, stroking his beard with a smile. Luo Jing rose and addressed Gu Baidong. I am Luo Jing, a junior of the Gu family. It is an honor to meet you. This is indeed your esteemed daughter-in-law. I have long heard of your talents in talisman crafting. You are now a level 9 talisman master, Gu Baidong replied with a smile. After listening, Luo Jing smiled and said, Master Gu, you flatter me. It is truly not worth mentioning. Mu Yang is now in the later stage of the Golden Core, isn't he? With such exceptional talents as yours, it is no wonder that Master Mu also possesses great aptitude. Truly, the offspring surpass their predecessors. Gu Baidong teased. This moment, Mu Yang spoke up, smiling as he said, Master Gu, you jest. Air is not as remarkable as you perceive. She still requires much honing. Young people ought to undergo trials. Come, Achin. These two are the parents of young Master Mu. Gu Bai turned to the seated Gu Tianqin and said. Tianqin greeted them, feeling slightly embarrassed, thinking that although it was merely a formality, she still felt a bit flustered. Mu Yang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Luo Jing remarked, Miss Gu, you carry yourself with such grace. Upon meeting you, I am reminded of the phrase, as lovely as a peach in spring, as pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn. You truly embody the lineage of Master Gu. Hearing such praise from Luo Jing, Gu Tianqin blushed and replied, Aunt Luo, you are too kind. I am nowhere near what you describe. Haha, do not frighten away Miss Gu. Mu Yang laughed heartily. The elder patriarch observed that the room had quieted momentarily and spoke. Come, come, let us dine. This moment, the table was laden with an abundance of spiritual meats and vegetables. Master Gu and Miss Gu, please do not hold back. Everything here is prepared especially for you. The elder patriarch said, "Thank you for your generous hospitality, Elder Mu. Achin, make sure to eat plenty," Gu Baidong replied. The elder patriarch continued, "This roast duck was prepared by our new chef. Do give it a try." Gu Baidong picked up a piece of roast duck, saying, the color is splendid, and proceeded to taste it, exclaiming, "The meat is tender, rich in flavor, fatty yet not greasy, quite exquisite." Ningyi remarked, "It seems Master Gu is quite knowledgeable about roast duck." Young Master Mu, to be candid, our Gu family owns several roast duck establishments, and every year, I insist on holding a roast duck competition. Over time, one learns quite a bit, Gu Baidong stated confidently. "Ah, so Master Gu is indeed an expert. I am honored to meet you," Mu Ningyi smiled. "You flatter me, young Master Mu," Gu Baidong replied. "Now, enough talk of roast duck. We also have soft cow intestines, lambskin flowers, bear paws, cold beef, and beggar's chicken," the elder patriarch said while enjoying his meal. Gu Baidong, gazing at the sumptuous spread before him, thought, "It seems the elder patriarch values this match, which reflects his regard for his granddaughter." His heart swelled with joy as he laughed and said to the elder patriarch, "Elder, you have prepared so many dishes. How could we possibly finish them all? Take your time, eat less rice, and you will manage. I have also prepared a treasured bottle of spiritual wine for later. We shall toast in good cheer," the elder patriarch replied. Luo Jing stood up and served some cold beef to Tianqin, saying, "Miss Gu, do not just focus on the rice. Eat some vegetables as well. Come, try this cold beef." Gu Tianqin, feeling flustered from the attention, replied, "Thank you, Aunt Luo, but I can manage on my own. You are being too modest. Please eat more." Ningyi observed Tianqin's bashful demeanor and said to Luo Jing, "Mother, this is Tianqin's first visit to the Mu residence. She is a bit shy." "Ah, my dear, you are now speaking up for Tianqin." Luo Jing smiled gently. "Mother," Ningyi called out. All right, let us hasten to our meal." "Patriarch, Master Gu, I am full. Please enjoy your meal. I wish to take a stroll nearby," Luo Jing politely announced, rising from her seat. "Why did you eat so quickly?" "Do not wander too far," the elder patriarch replied. "Aunt Luo, please wait for me," Gu Tianqin said. "Grandfather, Elder Mu, Uncle Mu, Ningyi, please take your time. I am also finished," she addressed the table. "Achin, do chat with your Aunt Luo. Strengthen your bond," Gu Baidong advised. "Understood, grandfather. Do not drink too much," Gu Tianqin said as she approached Luo Jing. "Grandfather, where is the spiritual wine you mentioned? I shall pour it for you." Ningyi spoke up, uncertain about what to discuss with the three elders. "It is in the left cupboard, next to the stone pillar. Be careful when taking it out, for the bottle is quite slippery," the elder patriarch instructed, then ordered a servant to bring several wine cups. Ningyi, resourcefully finding a piece of coarse cloth, wrapped it around the jade wine bottle for better grip. He brought it to the table and filled 4 small cups with spiritual wine. "You should partake as well," Mu Yang chuckled. Gu Baidong remarked, "Indeed. A man should drink some spiritual wine to strengthen himself. It certainly helps when one is out in the world. Do taste it and share your thoughts." The elder patriarch added. Although Ningyi was initially reluctant to drink, he felt compelled by the atmosphere and lifted his cup, taking a small sip. "I shall drink to the utmost. The first sip lingers delightfully, the second is rich and fragrant, the third is smooth and sweet, the fifth is full-bodied, and the sixth is elegant and delicate. Truly fine wine, grandfather." Where did you learn to articulate so well?" Mu Yang asked, surprised. "It is merely from the books I often read. I have learned these nuances from literature. However, grandfather's spiritual wine is indeed exceptional. You should try it now," Ningyi replied. "I shall see for myself how truthful your words are," Mu Yang said skeptically. Ningyi thought to himself, how can a father be so oblivious to his own son? If one were to blame, it would be for not visiting the Wudong courtyard more often. Chapter 61. Intoxication. At this moment, Ningyi mused that if Gu Baidong were not present, and considering the reputation of the Mu family, he would genuinely want to take a jab at this so-called father, seeking justice for his mother. "Well then, let us drink." Mu Yang downed his cup, saying, "Quite good. You have indeed captured the essence." Ningyi stood and raised his cup, proclaiming, "Grandfather, I toast to you and Master Gu." Gu Baidong stood and raised his cup, encouraging, "Come, let us not only focus on the dishes, let us all raise our cups together." The elder patriarch and Mu Yang stood as well, clinking their cups with Ningyi and Gu Baidong. As Ningyi sat down, he noticed Mu Yang's face was gradually turning a shade of red. He leaned over and softly warned Father, "You are drinking rather quickly. The wine has a high alcohol content. Take it slow, lest you become inebriated." "What do you know? When your father can drink, you were not even a thought yet." "My capacity for alcohol is unmatched," Mu Yang boasted with a hint of pride. Ningyi suppressed his urge to retort, muttering to himself, "I truly cannot be bothered with you. If you do get drunk, do refrain from speaking your mind." "Indeed, I do not know. I am merely learning from you. I am only concerned for you on behalf of Mother," Ningyi replied. "Your mother?" "Father, you have spilled something on your clothes." Sensing Mu Yang's growing intoxication, Ningyi quickly changed the subject. "Where?" Mu Yang, who was usually fastidious, inquired. Fortunately, Gu Baidong and the elder patriarch were engrossed in their revelry and did not notice their exchange. "Right there on your hem," Ningyi deftly maneuvered, having already stained a small portion of roast duck juice on Mu Yang's clothing. "Oh dear, I ought to change into another garment before continuing to drink," Mu Yang remarked, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Father, having just indulged in a drink, it would be unwise to venture out into the wind. After all, it is merely a small stain, hardly noticeable to others, and it is of no consequence. Besides, Master Gu is still dining. If you leave now, what will others think of our Mu family?" Mu Ningyi spoke earnestly. Very well. It's just that I am somewhat unaccustomed to this, as I usually maintain a clean appearance." Mu Yang replied. "It's nothing, just a little stain," Ningyi reassured him. "All right then. For once, I shall indulge you, Father." Mu Yang conceded. "Father, do try the cold beef salad. It is truly delightful." Mu Ningyi smiled warmly. "My dear, you seldom have the opportunity to enjoy good food outside, so do partake a little more." Mu Yang encouraged. "Thank you for your concern. Father, I will not go hungry. There is food available, and it is certainly not lacking." Mu Ningyi replied, gazing at Mu Yang. At that moment, Ningyi pondered. If only Lingyue and Ninghao were absent, perhaps the bond among us, the three of us, would not feel so strained. "Is there anything in particular you require that you cannot find? If so, please let me know, and I shall keep an eye out for it. With my current resources, it would be quite easy to procure something special," Mu Yang said, punctuating his words with a burp. Ningyi understood that if he were to express a need, Mu Yang would certainly assist him. However, he was reluctant to appear reliant on familial resources. "Father, at present, there is nothing I require. Should the need arise in the future, I will seek your help," Mu Ningyi replied. At this moment, Mu Yang's face was flushed, and the area around his eyes was red. He burped again and continued, "Ningyi, pour me another glass." "Father, you ought to drink less. You appear to be quite tipsy," Ningyi advised with concern. "Tipsy? Not at all. I can still drink, just pour it for me." Mu Ningyi, feeling helpless, poured half a glass for Mu Yang. Mu Yang's right hand trembled slightly as he lifted the glass. Despite this, he insisted he was not intoxicated. The elder patriarch, having observed for some time, could no longer contain himself and finally spoke up. "Ningyi, do not pour any more wine for your father. Let him drink less." "Understood, grandfather. I will take care of it," Ningyi replied, rising to approach the steward. "Uncle Guan, please prepare a bowl of sobering tea for me. I need it right away." "Certainly, young master. I shall arrange it immediately," the steward said respectfully. After a brief interval, the steward returned with a bowl of sobering tea and presented it to Mu Ningyi. Recognizing that Mu Yang was now quite inebriated, Ningyi thought it best to substitute the wine with sobering tea. Perhaps he would not notice the difference. Having resolved this, he took advantage of Mu Yang's request for more wine to offer him the tea instead. Delicious," Mu Yang exclaimed after finishing. "Father, do have some more." "I shall pour you another," Ningyi said, while inwardly thinking. "You claim you are not drunk, yet in your current state, you might not even realize if someone were to carry you away, and you might still express gratitude." Ningyi shook his head at the sight of his father, Mu Yang. The elder patriarch declared, "It seems we have nearly finished our meal. Let us withdraw to the tea table for a conversation." "Very well, let us proceed," Gu Baidong agreed. "Ningyi, your father's wine is now your responsibility. I have matters to discuss with Master Gu." "Of course, grandfather. Please carry on," Ningyi replied, leaving him and Mu Yang behind. Ningyi was uncertain whether to return Mu Yang to Ruri Garden or to take him back to Wudong Courtyard. After contemplating for a while, he concluded that perhaps fate had conspired to provide his father and mother with an opportunity. "Uncle Guan, could you please find a few servants who can carry a sedan chair? I need assistance in transporting my father to Wudong Courtyard," Ningyi instructed as he approached the steward. "Certainly, young master. Please wait a moment while I arrange this," the steward responded before exiting. Ningyi returned to the dining table and draped his cloak over Mu Yang, who had already succumbed to a deep slumber, resting his head on the table. The steward approached Ningyi and whispered, "Young master, the bearers for the sedan chair have arrived at the entrance. Shall we carry the master inside?" Feeling satisfied, Ningyi replied, "Yes, thank you for your assistance, Uncle Guan." "You are too polite, young master," the steward responded. Together, they carefully lifted Mu Yang into the sedan chair. The chair was a bit cramped, barely accommodating one person. Ningyi ensured Mu Yang was well covered with the cloak before lowering the curtain, signaling, "We may proceed to Wudong Courtyard." Chapter 62. Wudong Courtyard. As they journeyed, Ningyi contemplated how he would settle his father into a suitable room for rest. The outcome of this endeavor remained uncertain. The sedan chair quickly arrived at Wudong Courtyard, and Ningyi signaled the bearers to carry it into the main room. Soon, they reached the door of Luo Jing's room. Ningyi knocked gently, calling out, "Mother, are you inside?" There was no response, leading Ningyi to suspect that his mother might not be present, possibly having gone somewhere with Tianqi. He gently opened the door and instructed the bearers to carry Mu Yang inside. Observing a rather stout servant among the bearers, he pointed and said, "You, come here. Help me assist my father to the bed so he can rest." "Of course, young master," the stout servant replied. "Father, let us move to the bed for some rest," Ningyi said to the inebriated Mu Yang. Together with the stout servant, they carefully placed Mu Yang onto Luo Jing's bed. After covering him with a blanket, Ningyi retrieved a pouch of spirit stones from his waist and handed it to the stout servant, saying, "Please distribute these spirit stones among you." "Thank you, young master," the stout servant exclaimed gratefully. "The garden is quite sunny. Why not come to my Wudong Courtyard for a while? I have some fine spirit tea there," Luo Jing kindly suggested. "Aunt Luo, would it be an imposition? Perhaps we should remain here," Gu Tianqin replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Do not say such things. I have invited you to sit with me. How could it be an inconvenience? Come along," Luo Jing insisted, rising and heading towards the garden's entrance with Gu Tianqin following closely, resembling a newlywed bride. The garden and Wudong Courtyard were in close proximity, and Luo Jing often visited to admire the flowers with her wet nurse. They soon arrived at Wudong Courtyard, where Luo Jing guided Gu Tianqin to the main hall to enjoy tea. "Try this. It is my own roasted spirit tea," Luo Jing offered, presenting a cup of tea to Tianqin. Gu Tianqin lifted the cup and took a small sip, savoring the flavor. Aunt, this is delightful," she remarked. At that moment, Ningyi emerged from Luo Jing's room and asked, "What makes it so delightful? Do share your thoughts." It is quite exceptional, a true balance of bitterness and sweetness," Gu Tianqin replied with a smile. "Ningyi, when did you return?" Luo Jing inquired, looking at him. "Mother, I just arrived moments before you did," Mu Ningyi responded with a grin. Turning to Gu Tianqin, he teased, "Tianqin, is this how you describe tea? Allow me to enlighten you. Tea is characterized by 5 key aspects: quality, aftertaste, astringency, throat feel, and complexity. 1. Quality refers to the richness of flavor, typically expressed in terms such as thick, thin, strong, or light. 2. Aftertaste, the sweetness that emerges after the bitterness dissipates from the palate. 3. Astringency, the tightness felt on the tongue and surrounding areas after tasting, often indicative of astringency. 4. Throat feel, the sensation that tea leaves in the throat, such as sweetness, smoothness, or a constricting feeling. 5. Complexity refers to the interplay of aromas and flavors as they evolve in the mouth. As Mu Ningyi elaborated, Gu Tianqin struggled to keep her eyes open, stifling yawns. "Miss Gu, should you feel fatigued, please take a rest in the adjoining room. I shall call for you later," Luo Jing said with concern, observing Gu Tianqin's expression. "Thank you, Aunt Luo. I only learned about this from Ning Yi. I am not quite ready to sleep yet." After Gu Tianqin spoke, she felt a bit embarrassed. "Your expression really reminds me of my ex-Iner," Luo Jing remarked. "Are you referring to the eldest Miss Mu? During my time in the outside world, I heard that Miss Mu is quite kind, and like me, possesses a water spiritual root. Fate allows. I would truly like to meet her," Gu Tianqin expressed. "Ex-Iner just returned home not long ago and is currently out training. If the two of you meet, you might become good friends," Luo Jing smiled. "Aunt Luo, why do you say that?" Gu Tianqin inquired. "You give me a feeling very similar to my ex-Iner, and your preferences seem to align," Luo Jing replied. "It is getting late. Aunt Luo, we should head back. Grandfather might be looking for me," Gu Tianqin said, glancing outside at the darkening sky. "All right, I won't keep you any longer. please do visit the Mu residence more often, Luo Jing cheerfully suggested. Sure, Aunt. I shall take my leave now, Tianqin replied with a smile as she rose and exited the main hall. Please see Miss Gu off. Luo Jing instructed Mu Ning-yi. Certainly, mother. Father is in your room. I will step out now, Ning-yi said as he left, leaving Luo Jing in a state of uncertainty. Tianqin, wait for me. I will accompany you. Mu Ning-yi hurried over. It's all right. I know the way. You should return, Gu Tianqin said without looking back. What are you saying? Guests are to be escorted. It is my duty to see you off, Ning-yi insisted. Fine. If you wish to accompany me, then so be it. Gu Tianqin's words reminded Mu Ning-yi of a song she had heard in modern times, which contained lyrics about sending someone away, written by Jay Cho. Suddenly, Ning-yi recalled the entire song. Time has been arranged for an unexpected scene in which you quietly depart. The story outside the city remains shrouded in mist, obscuring the dialogue. You cannot hear the wind. It is my lamentation. Awakening from a dream. Who is at the window? Revealing the conclusion? That fragile future is too delicate to be torn apart by anyone. I send you away, 1,000 miles apart, in silence, black and white. In this silent era, perhaps love should not be so distant. I send you away, beyond the horizon. Are you still there? Where does the music come from? Life and death are inscrutable, waiting a lifetime for an answer. Hearing the sound of tears, I seek the white pear blossoms, only to find a single line of green moss. The sky lies beyond the mountains, rain falls on the flower platform, and my hair has turned gray. Hearing the sound of tears, I seek the white pear blossoms, only to find a single line of green moss. Dressed in translucent white, you embody dust. Your love is flawless. You came from the rain, poeticizing sorrow while I am drenched in the present. The boat's shadow still lingers on the water's surface. Yet you do not return, covered by the passage of time. The flowers you spoke of have faded into blankness. That fragile future is too delicate to be torn apart by anyone. I send you away, 1,000 miles apart, in silence, black and white. In this silent era, perhaps love should not be so distant. I send you away, beyond the horizon. Are you still there? Where does the music come from? Life and death are inscrutable, waiting a lifetime for an answer. I remember how beautifully Fei Yuqing sang it back then. Unable to resist, I sang along. I send you away, beyond the horizon. Are you still there? Where does the music come from? Life and death are inscrutable, waiting a lifetime for an answer. Hey, what are you mumbling about? You even sang my name. What song were you singing? I haven't heard of it, Gu Tianqin asked. Chapter 63. Sending off the Gu family's grandfather and granddaughter. Seeing Gu Tianqin's curiosity, Ning-yi replied, It's a song I composed myself. Do you find it melodious? I find it a bit hard to comprehend, but hearing my name in it piqued my curiosity. Gu Tianqin rolled her eyes. Your expression truly reminds me of my sister. She also enjoys such little antics, Mu Ning-yi remarked. Hearing you say that makes me increasingly eager to meet your sister, Gu Tianqin said, rolling her eyes playfully. That expression is as adorable as it gets. The two continued their conversation as they made their way to the elder clan leader's residence. Upon entering, they heard Gu Baidong say, Elder Mu, Qiner has returned, and it's getting late. My granddaughter and I shall take our leave. Very well. I shall not delay your journey any longer. Travel safely, and I wish you both a safe arrival, Elder Mu said, smiling broadly. No worries. I am here. I will ensure grandfather is well protected, Gu Tianqin replied with a smile. Hearing his granddaughter say this, Gu Baidong burst into hearty laughter. Haha, for a young girl, just managing to look after yourself is quite impressive. Ah, Elder Gu, how enviable you are. What a thoughtful granddaughter you have, Elder Mu teased. Gu Baidong laughed heartily again. Just encourage Mu Xiao. He may very well become your grandson-in-law soon, huh? Elder Mu then turned to Mu Ning-yi and said, Did you hear that? Grandfather, we shouldn't waste time. It's getting late, Ning-yi said, unsure of how to respond, and changed the subject. Ning-yi and Elder Mu escorted Gu Baidong and his granddaughter to the entrance of the Mu residence, where a carriage awaited. Elder Mu, you two may remain. The carriage is over there, Gu Baidong said, waving at the carriage. Just then, the young man driving the carriage rode over. Qiner, you go ahead. Elder Mu, farewell? Gu Tianqin said with a smile. Miss Gu, do come to the Mu residence more often, Elder Mu said, stroking his beard. I will. Ning-yi, I will head in first. Mu Ning-yi nodded and smiled. Travel safely? Gu Tianqin lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. Gu Baidong looked at Mu Ning-yi with a very satisfied expression. Elder Mu, farewell. Take care, Elder Gu, Elder Mu replied. Elder Gu, please travel safely. See you again? Mu Ningyi politely said. After Gu Baidong entered the carriage, it turned and galloped away. Grandfather, you seem tired. Let us head back and let you rest, Ningyi said, observing the elderly Elder Mu, who appeared to be in his 60s, and thought, if it weren't for grandfather being a practitioner, I wonder if he could still walk at this age. All right, let us go inside, Elder Mu replied. Mu Ningyi followed the elder to his residence and said, Grandfather, father is still at Wudong Garden. May I go check on him? Your father is well taken care of by your mother. You need not worry about him. Give them some space, Elder Mu advised. Indeed. I didn't think of that, Ningyi said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. If you wish to rest, you may do so here. There are many available rooms, Elder Mu offered. All right, grandfather, I understand, Ningyi said. I feel a bit dizzy, so I will return to my room for a nap. If you need anything, just have the butler arrange it, Elder Mu said before leaving Ningyi alone in the main hall. Ningyi took out the mat he always carried and placed it where Elder Mu usually meditated, then closed his eyes and began to sit in meditation, attempting to gather energy. He practiced his spiritual energy using a special breathing method, inhaling twice and exhaling once, then inhaling 3 times and exhaling once, and so forth. After this breathing exercise, he focused on his dantian, which began to warm up, transforming essence into internal energy. At this moment, Ningyi felt his body temperature gradually rise. Did my dantian become sufficient? He sensed energy moving up his spine. Could it be the governing vessel? After a while, he felt extremely comfortable as the internal energy increased, descending through the conception vessel and returning to the dantian. My run and do meridians are unblocked. I have achieved the small heavenly circuit. The books mention that those with internal energy could withstand attacks that would torment their bodies, which is certainly more formidable than those practicing external skills. Automatically, the internal energy flowed along the run and do meridians. Days passed. Mu Ningyi and Luo Jing arrived in Yiyang City early one morning. The azure sky was adorned with delicate shades of blue, which soon transformed into hues of orange and yellow, bordered by crimson that intensified, casting its glow upon the houses. It began as a mere point of light, rapidly expanding outward in all directions. How splendidly warm it is. Mother, let us find a tea house to savor some exquisite tea and delightful pastries. Mu Ningyi squinted against the brightness. Very well. Let us head over there, to that 5 Blessings Tower. Their pastries are renowned for their delightful texture. Luo Jing smiled faintly. Then mother, please lead the way. Ningyi jested as he walked beside Luo Jing. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of 5 Blessings Tower. Ningyi dared not lift his gaze to the sign, for the light struck it directly. Luo Jing, a frequent patron, was greeted by a young attendant as soon as they stepped inside. Madam Mu, it has been quite a while since we last saw you at our humble establishment. What brings you here today? I have been preoccupied with various matters and unable to visit. Recently, my sonny has returned home, so I thought to bring him here to try your esteemed pastries, Luo Jing replied with a smile. The attendant gazed at the exquisite figure before him, clothed in pristine white, resembling a jade tree flourishing amidst verdant mountains and crystal waters, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, akin to the finest jade of Kunlun, radiating subtle elegance. He was momentarily taken aback. So this is the young master, he exclaimed, to which Ningyi nodded politely. Please follow me, the attendant said. There is a perfect spot on the 2nd floor for you, and the young master. Mother and son followed the attendant to a quiet corner on the 2nd floor, where they could observe the comings and goings below. Sitting around the table, Luo Jing spoke up. Please bring us a pot of spirit tea and a platter of osmanthus cake, a platter of water chestnut cake, and a platter of rice noodle cake. The attendant inquired. Very well, Madam Mu. Would you like anything else? Luo Jing responded. For now, this will suffice. We cannot eat too much, and if we need more later, we shall order again. Understood. Please wait a moment, and I shall arrange this for you. The attendant nodded respectfully. Mother, have you and father been getting along better lately? Your father was inebriated the other day. Did he mention anything to you? Luo Jing asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Ningyi smiled gently and replied, Not at all. Father did not say anything. I am merely concerned for you both. Just then, the attendant returned with a pot of spirit tea and 3 platters of pastries. This osmanthus cake is particularly delectable. You should try a piece, Luo Jing encouraged, pointing to the cake. Hearing her words, Ningyi picked up a piece of osmanthus cake, took a bite, and exclaimed, Indeed, it is rich with the fragrance of osmanthus, smooth and oily, soft yet sweet, not cloying, with a refreshing taste. The rice aroma and oiliness envelop the osmanthus fragrance, creating a delightful blend of flavors, sweet with a hint of saltiness and a cooling sensation. The texture is exquisite. Luo Jing, surprised by his detailed description, remarked, "It seems you possess quite the knowledge about osmanthus cake." "Mother, I have learned much from reading," Mu Ningyi replied. "Do you know the origins and preparation of osmanthus cake?" Luo Jing inquired. Ningyi pondered the books he had read and thought, "I shall recount what I can remember." He began. Osmanthus cake is a delightful pastry made from glutinous rice flour, sugar, and honeyed osmanthus. It is delicious and easy to prepare, with a variety of forms, catering to diverse palates. Its beautiful historical legends also enhance its cultural value. It is said that the osmanthus blossoms by Gue Lake were picked by Yang Sheng'an from the Moon Palace. One night, while sleeping in his study, the star god appeared in his dreams, asking if he wished to ascend to the Moon Palace to gather osmanthus. Yang Sheng'an expressed his desire, and the star god commanded the Dragon King of the West Sea to take him there. Upon arrival, he beheld a palace and a towering osmanthus tree, from which he diligently plucked branches. Upon awakening, he later traveled to the capital for the imperial examination and emerged as the top scholar. In the late Ming dynasty, a vendor named Lu Jixiang was inspired by the fragrant study of the top scholar Yang Sheng'an. He collected fresh osmanthus flowers, extracted the bitter juices, soaked them in sugar, mixed them with steamed rice flour, glutinous rice flour, and oil, and named the creation osmanthus cake. It seems the book provides quite a detailed account. You have spoken at length. Now sip some spirit tea. Mu Ningyi drank 3 cups of spirit tea, feeling quite parched. "Attendant, come here for a moment," he called. The attendant hurried over. "Yes, young Master Mu, how may I assist you?" "Please bring me another pot of spirit pu'er tea," Ningyi requested. "Certainly. I shall attend to that immediately," the attendant replied before departing. "Mother, do try some water chestnut cake as well," Luo Jing said, placing a piece onto Ningyi's plate. "Mother, you should have some too," Ningyi urged, offering her a piece while he took a bite of the water chestnut cake. This water chestnut cake is a lovely tea yellow, semi-transparent, seemingly pliable yet unbroken, soft and smooth, exuding a delightful sweetness. You seem quite knowledgeable. Is this also from your readings?" Luo Jing teased. "You have guessed correctly, mother." "Ha!" Mu Ningyi laughed. "Now, tell me about the rice noodle cake," Luo Jing said, placing a piece on Ningyi's plate. "Allow me to sip some spirit pu'er tea to cleanse my palate first," Ningyi said before enjoying the rice noodle cake. This cake has a delightful elasticity. The outer layer is made of glutinous rice, enveloping a sweet bean paste filling, leaving a lingering fragrance with every bite. "Quite splendid. Indeed, your knowledge comes from your extensive reading. Practice makes perfect," Luo Jing praised. "Mother, I believe so. One must continue to learn throughout life. Which is why I keep my schedule full and dedicate time to read," Mu Ningyi replied. I concur. One must not become complacent with minor achievements, for excessive pride only invites disdain from others, Luo Jing cautioned. "Mother, I understand. My master often imparts such wisdom," Mu Ningyi reflected. Seeing the lively scene outside, Luo Jing remarked, "That is reassuring. I can rest easy. We have lingered long enough. It is time to explore other places." At that moment, Ningyi remembered they had yet to settle the bill. "Attendant, come here," Mu Ningyi beckoned. The attendant approached swiftly. "Yes, young Master Mu. How may I serve you? Could you please calculate the total?" Ningyi requested. The attendant glanced at the teapot and platters and replied, 2 pots of spirit tea are 20 spirit stones. The osmanthus cake is 20 spirit stones. The rice noodle cake is 15 spirit stones. And the water chestnut cake is 15 spirit stones, totaling 70 lower-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Ningyi produced a pouch of spirit stones from his waist and said, "Here, 80 spirit stones. No need for change." Thank you, young Master Mu. "Thank you, Madam Mu," the attendant exclaimed gratefully. Luo Jing smiled and nodded as she stood. "Mother, let me have another cup of spirit tea to stave off hunger on our return." "Very well. I shall wait for you," Luo Jing replied. After finishing his tea, Ningyi rose and walked alongside Luo Jing. Upon exiting 5 Blessings Tower, Ningyi noticed a lively commotion around the corner to the right. "Wow, it looks so bustling over there. Mother, shall we go take a look?" "Yes, let us go," Luo Jing responded, now curious herself. Amidst the laughter, Ningyi found herself in a bustling crowd, where she discerned that someone was delivering a humorous speech. She faintly heard a man on stage exclaim, "You all found that amusing, didn't you? Well, allow me to share an even funnier tale." Would anyone here like to hear it? If so, please raise your hand. It appeared that a portion of the audience was eager to listen, so he continued, all right then, it seems some of you are interested, so I'll proceed with another story. The audience urged him on, shouting, do share. Hurry up. The man on stage obliged, recounting in the West, there was a woman who adored the sensation of rain. One day, upon returning home, a torrential downpour began. She leaned against the window, observing the sparsely populated street below, where most passers-by rode horses. Suddenly, a man rushed into view, his coat pulled tightly around him as he hurried through the rain, only to collide headfirst with a tree. The sight of his disheveled state brought laughter to the woman. As she pondered whether she recognized him, she squinted and realized it was her husband. The crowd erupted into laughter, and Ningi couldn't help but join in. The man on stage then asked, did you find that tale amusing? Many voices shouted in response. Yes, it was hilarious. He continued, are you all interested in hearing more? The crowd responded eagerly, yes, please. Go on. The speaker then said, all right. But to ensure you enjoy even more delightful stories, we have invited a talented speaker. Since there are costs associated with bringing him here, we kindly ask those with spirit stones to contribute, so we may enjoy even more splendid tales. Now that I've said my piece, we'll begin. Our companions will circulate with a bowl. Please feel free to contribute as you wish. Ningi turned to Luo Jing and asked, are they performing for money? Luo Jing smiled and replied, I suppose it could be seen that way. Ningi inquired, should we contribute? Luo Jing suggested, let us give a little. It's a kind deed, but don't overdo it. At that moment, a young girl holding a bowl approached them, smiling and gesturing for Luo Jing to donate spirit stones. Mother, this girl seems quite pitiful. Let us give her something. Ningi said, all right, dear, Luo Jing replied. Ningi examined the girl, who appeared around 14, her face dirty, with two messy buns atop her head, large eyes, a small mouth, and a round face. Dressed in a patched dress that made her seem lively and endearing. Feeling sympathy for the girl, Ningi tossed 5 inferior spirit stones into the bowl and discreetly slipped her a small bag of spirit stones, whispering, this bag is for you. Keep it hidden and buy yourself something nice. The girl shook her head, saying, no, I can't take it. They LL beat me if they find out. Ningi felt a pang of compassion for the girl, but was uncertain how to assist her. Mother, should we help her? She asked. Luo Jing cautioned, what do you propose? Those on stage are no pushovers. It's better to avoid trouble when out and about. Ningi pondered, then turned to the girl and asked, how did you end up with them? My father passed away early, and my mother raised me alone. 2 years ago, she fell gravely ill, and our circumstances were dire, lacking spirit stones for medicine. After she passed, I sold myself to my uncle to gather spirit stones for her funeral, the girl replied, tears welling in her eyes. Do you know how many spirit stones your uncle sold you for? Ningi inquired. I was too young to understand. I only knew it was a bag. The girl said, fear etched on her face. Have they ever given you anything to eat? Ningi pressed. Hey, girl, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and get moving. We still need to collect spirit stones over there, a bearded man barked. Oh, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I'll go right away, the girl responded. At that moment, a man on stage called out, we've collected half the spirit stones. To prevent further delays, let's welcome our most talented speaker to entertain us with some jokes. The crowd erupted into noise, clamoring for attention. Please, everyone, quiet down. Our next speaker is the most capable of them all. Let us welcome Coconut. Hello, everyone. Your enthusiasm is palpable. Let the show begin, the speaker announced. He shared a tale of a lazy girl who, upon reaching the age to find a partner, failed repeatedly, not because suitors rejected her laziness, but because she deemed them too poor. Finally, she decided to consult a fortune teller to discern the type of person she should seek. What do you think the fortune teller said? He asked. When the audience responded with uncertainty, he continued. The fortune teller replied, just tell me your zodiac sign, and I can reveal your ideal partner. The girl said, I am a pig. The fortune teller, after some calculations, proclaimed, you should find someone who knows how to raise pigs. Laughter erupted from the audience, and the speaker, seeing their enjoyment, declared, since you're all eager to hear more, shall I continue? The crowd responded with a mixture of shouts, some urging him on, others clamoring for more jokes. Speak up if you want to hear more. If I don't hear you, I might not continue, he said. With the previous contributions in mind, the audience collectively shouted, we want to hear more. Satisfied with the response, the speaker resumed. All right, hear us another tale. One day, A little girl continually complained to her mother about a stomach ache. Her mother reassured her, "Your stomach hurts because it's empty. Fill it with food, and it will feel better." After eating, the girl's discomfort vanished. Later that evening, when a friend visited, she overheard the adult complaining of a headache. The little girl innocently approached and said, "Auntie, your head hurts because it's empty. You should fill it with something to make it feel better." Laughter ensued once more. The speaker then asked, "Would you like to hear more?" A particularly tall man shouted, "Yes, tell us something even funnier." The speaker acknowledged the commotion. "All right, let me find a particularly amusing story. Hey you, come here." A man named Yu approached, asking, "What is up?" The speaker instructed, "When I get to a certain point, I'll need you to provide some sound effects." "Okay, I'll be ready," Yu replied. The speaker continued, "Now, for a thrilling tale." A man returned home to find his fiancée lying in bed, puzzled by her demeanor. Approaching her, he inquired if she was unwell. She looked at him, her face radiant with happiness, and gently caressed her belly, saying, "Darling, I think I'm pregnant." From the moment we awakened to our feelings for each other, 8 years have passed, and with the arrival of our child, it seems only natural that we would marry. Reflecting on this, I assured her, "I will ensure your happiness and that of our child." She nodded affirmatively, then retrieved an unpeeled pomelo from under the covers and said, "My dear, I just laid an egg for you. Please peel it for me." I was taken aback, but couldn't help but laugh at her playful nature. A commotion erupted from the audience. It's a bit noisy. Let us head back," Luo Jing said gently. "All right, mother. Let us return," Mu Ningyi replied with a smile. The dirty little girl who had been serving earlier watched the mother and daughter leave from a distance, pondering, "Perhaps they are the benefactors I have been destined to meet." Silently, she blended into the crowd, following Mu Ningyi. The streets of Yang City bustled with people walking and riding horses. Mu Ningyi and Luo Jing took a less frequented path devoid of small shops. At that moment, Mu Ningyi sensed someone trailing them and cautiously whispered to Luo Jing. After a few steps, she felt the presence of someone sneaking behind them. Swiftly, Mu Ningyi turned around. "Who is there? Come out. I know you are hiding. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall set fire to that spot." The little girl, who had been following, hid behind a tree. Terrified by the threat of fire, she trembled and stepped forward, saying, "Young master, it's me. Please save me. I cannot go back. They will beat me." "Mother, it's the girl who was carrying the basin earlier," Mu Ningyi recognized. Luo Jing, looking at the pitiable child, asked, "How do they beat you?" The girl replied, "Whenever they earn fewer spirit stones after drinking, they beat me severely. Fortunately, that plump ant sometimes protects me." She rolled up her sleeves to reveal her scarred arms, which bore numerous marks resembling whiplashes. "Enough, let us take her home," Luo Jing said, her heart aching for the girl. "Mother, should we turn back now and confront those people?" Mu Ningyi suggested. "Very well, let us go," Luo Jing replied. Then turned to the girl, "Little one, do not be afraid when we get there. We will protect you. Just answer their questions truthfully." "Okay, thank you, madam." The girl's dirty face revealed only her large, tear-filled eyes. Mu Ningyi studied her, wondering if she was moved by the situation. The three soon returned to the scene where jokes had been told, observing the speaker still engaged in his act. What did that person say? The audience was still densely packed. Mu Ningyi, Luo Jing, and the girl approached the resting area of the group without getting too close, blending into the crowd while the girl discreetly sought shelter among the throng. Mu Ningyi scanned the surroundings and noted that the group consisted of 6 individuals, 5 men and 1 woman, all robust in stature. He thought that a direct confrontation might be challenging, but perhaps a softer approach could persuade them to sell the girl. He turned to her and quietly asked, "Do you know who among them holds the most authority?" "The one in green clothes," the girl replied. After a moment, Mu Ningyi approached the man in green, inquiring, "Excuse me, who is the little girl who was just carrying the basin? She resembles a cousin I have been searching for." The man hesitated, his expression turning irritable. "That girl is ours. Young brother, your coincidence seems rather far-fetched." "Indeed, there are many coincidences in this world, and this is one of them. Since you acquired her, I kindly ask you to sell her to me," Mu Ningyi said with a smile. "You cannot have her. She is not for sale, and I am in need of assistance," the man in green replied, raising an eyebrow. "Why not ask the girl for her own wishes? Let her decide," Mu Ningyi suggested. "If she were here, she could decide. But since she is not, do not waste your breath. Go find someone else." "She is not for you," the man insisted. "Would it be acceptable if she were here?" Mu Ningyi pressed. She is not here. I am busy. Leave me be. The man retorted. Little girl, come out. Tell him you wish to follow me. Say I am your cousin, Mu Ningyi urged, speaking softly to the girl hiding behind him and Luo Jing. Do not be afraid. We will protect you. Speak boldly, Luo Jing encouraged her. Bolstered by their support, the girl stepped forward to stand beside the man in green. Uncle Green, I am back, she declared. Where have you been slacking off? The man in green snapped. Now that the girl has returned, let us hear her opinion, Mu Ningyi said with a smile, addressing her gently. Little one, how do you feel about going with this older brother? The girl hesitated, looking fearfully at the man in green before glancing at Mu Ningyi, who offered her a warm and caring expression. Uncle Green, I want to go with him. He is my cousin, she finally said. Very well. If you truly wish to sell her, let us discuss the price, the man in green said, calculating how much he should ask. Initially, he had bought her for 150 mid-grade spirit stones. He pondered whether to charge double or triple. Just offer a fair price. Mu Ningyi interjected. Previously, I bought her for 500 high-grade spirit stones. The market has changed, and considering the years she has been with me, consuming my resources. How about this? I will give you a discount. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, and you can take her now, the man detailed. I wish to see her contract of sale, Mu Ningyi requested. That is not an issue. Damie, bring forth the contract, the man in green commanded loudly. Soon, a plump woman named Damie brought the contract to Mu Ningyi. Upon inspection, he read the prominent words, contract of sale. It detailed that Guichun had a niece named Yatu, aged 10, who willingly sold herself as a maid to Lin Su for 150 mid-grade spirit stones, with clear terms stating that if she were to be sold again, it would not concern the buyer. Upon reading this, Mu Ningyi chuckled. So this is Brother Lin. You are quite amusing. The contract clearly states 150 mid-grade spirit stones, yet you claimed 500 high-grade spirit stones earlier. That is quite a discrepancy. I do not know how to read. I genuinely paid 500 high-grade spirit stones. The man in green insisted, trying to maintain his pride. In truth, 2,000 high-grade spirit stones was a trivial sum for Mu Ningyi. He merely wished to discern the character of this man. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to swell, drawn to the unfolding scene. The man in green, realizing the dire situation he was in, smiled and said, This young brother, let us discuss this amicably. In truth, there is room for negotiation regarding this price. You may say that, but my time is exceedingly precious, and I cannot afford to squander it here, Mu Ningyi replied, slightly impatient. Let us do it this way then. I will give you 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, and you can take this person away immediately. Does that sound agreeable? The man in green inquired. Upon hearing this, Ningyi turned to the girl and said, Little girl, here is your contract of servitude. Take it. You are free now. After speaking, Ningyi produced 2 large bags of spirit stones from his waist and handed them to the man in green. Each bag contained 500 high-grade spirit stones. Feel free to open and check for yourself. Thank you, young brother. We shall conduct our business here, so you all might as well leave early. I would appreciate it, the man in green said, his eyes pleading as he looked at Mu Ningyi. Mother, let us depart, Ningyi declared, leading Luo Jing and the girl out of Yang City. When they reached the entrance of the Mu residence, Ningyi asked, Mother, how do you plan to arrange for the girl? Let her stay with Cain. She can learn household chores from the wet nurse, Luo Jing replied earnestly. Very well, I shall leave it to you then. I have some matters to attend to, Ningyi said to Luo Jing. Rest assured, you go about your business, Luo Jing said gently. All right, I shall head that way, Ningyi replied thoughtfully. Girl, follow me to Wudong Courtyard, Luo Jing instructed as she walked toward it. Yes, madam, the girl said shyly, nodding. Upon arriving at the head of the clan's residence, Ningyi spotted the steward standing there, looking around. Uncle Guan, why are you here today? Ningyi teased. I typically do this. Once I finish handling some matters in the house, I stay here to accompany the old master, the steward chuckled. Uncle Guan, you are such a good person. No wonder grandfather holds you in such high regard, Ningyi smiled. Young master, did you come to see the old master about something? Would you like me to notify him? The steward asked with concern. I would like to inquire about grandfather's mood today, Ningyi said, attempting to glean information from the steward. Overall, not much has happened today. He should be in good spirits. The steward reflected on the day's events so far. Good, then please notify him for me, Ningyi said, contemplating how to address his grandfather when they met. Of course. Young master, I will go in immediately. Please wait a moment, The steward replied with a smile as he entered the main hall. Thank you, Uncle Guan, Ningyi said politely. Before long, the steward emerged and said, Young master, the old master wishes for you to come in. Thank you, Uncle Guan, Ningyi said and entered the main hall, where he saw the old clan leader enjoying spirit tea. Grandfather, your grandson has nowhere to go today and has come to disturb you, Ningyi said, feigning a cute expression. You are always welcome here whenever you have time. Are you seeking something important from your grandfather? The old clan leader asked, his expression inquisitive. I merely wish for your approval to visit the library and indulge my eyes on the 7th floor, Ningyi replied with a playful smile. You may feast your eyes, but do not take the books away. During your time at home, you may come and ask me to open the door whenever you wish to read. The old clan leader stated seriously. Yay, thank you, grandfather. I take great pride in you, Ningyi exclaimed joyfully. Let us go then. Your diligence and thirst for knowledge are commendable. I shall naturally grant my consent, the old clan leader smiled. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Ningyi saw the large characters above the entrance reading library. As his grandfather opened the door, he was greeted by rows of neatly organized bookshelves. Ningyi recalled the bookshops of the modern world, feeling a stark contrast in their sizes. What kind of books are you looking for? The old clan leader asked. Each shelf has labels indicating their categories. Just look for the labels, and you will find them easily. Thank you, grandfather. I will try to find the categories now, Ningyi replied, snapping back to reality upon hearing his grandfather's advice. Indeed, if you cannot find what you seek, do not hesitate to ask. I am always willing to assist you, the old clan leader said earnestly. Haha, thank you, grandfather. I will begin my search now, Ningyi said excitedly. Heading to the first row of bookshelves, he began searching for the labeled positions, discovering that the labels were affixed to the side of the shelves. The label on the first shelf read, Philosophy, Religion. The second shelf was labeled, Culture, Education. The third shelf read, Medicine, Health, and the fourth shelf indicated, Artifact, Refinement, Alchemy. At this point, Ningyi thought to himself that perhaps he should start from this row, but with so many books, he was unsure where to begin. Chapter 68, The Library, Part 1. He pondered, perhaps I should look at the catalog. He picked up the first book from the first row, opened the catalog, and searched for what he wanted. The first book yielded nothing. He flipped through the second book, finding nothing again, and continued flipping through the third book, and so on. After about 15 minutes, he had gone through a third of the books. Ningyi felt a bit dizzy, occasionally shaking his head to refocus as he persisted in examining the shelves. He thought, this should not be wrong. The soul-calling lamp is a treasure. Could I have been looking in the wrong place? Perhaps it is in the shelves behind. At this moment, Ningyi approached the fifth row of shelves, noticing the label read, Magical Treasures, Divine Items, Celestial Artifacts. Oh dear, I have wasted so much time. The books I needed were indeed here, he muttered to himself. Who are you talking to? The old clan leader asked as he entered. Grandfather, I was just talking to myself. I spent so long searching for nothing, only to find the correct books now, Ningyi replied loudly. Indeed, if you were not looking at the right categories, it would surely be a futile endeavor, the old clan leader remarked. Grandfather, do you have something to discuss? Ningyi inquired while continuing his search. No, I merely wanted to check if you were finding the books you were looking for, and if you needed my assistance, the old clan leader explained. I am seeking books related to magical treasures, divine items, and celestial artifacts. Now that I have found this category, I am currently browsing, Ningyi answered. Very well, take your time. You cannot take the books out of the library, but there are brushes and ink on the table. If you come across anything important that you cannot remember, feel free to copy it down, the old clan leader instructed thoroughly. Understood, grandfather, Ningyi acknowledged. However, he secretly thought to himself, if only I had a smartphone here, it would be so convenient. Writing by hand could take an eternity. Grandfather, I will return home now. I will also lock the door behind me. Please open the window for some fresh air, and I have set up a security formation at the entrance, the old clan leader said. Yes, grandfather. Take care, Ningyi replied as he continued to peruse the books. After the old clan leader left, Ningyi immersed himself in reading. He quickly finished the first book and opened the second. The first page read, Yutian Kunlun Fan. The Yutian Kunlun Fan is a divine artifact crafted by the supreme deity Yutian. As soon as it came into existence, it possessed great spiritual awareness, capable of seeking out its master on its own Fushi Qin. The Fushi Qin is a magical instrument of the supreme deity Yutian, and it is also an ancient artifact of immense power. The Father God, fearing that the supreme deity Yutian would use the Fushi Qin to harm others, had it sealed beneath Kunlun Su. The broken cloud fan is an artifact belonging to the celestial master, while the Feng Tianhua halberd is the magical implement of the winged sovereign, Qing Tsong, in the winged realm. This halberd possesses remarkable sentience, recognizing its master and remaining loyal to only one throughout its existence. It serves as Qing Tsong's most trusted aid, exhibiting tremendous power. As I continued to search, I finally found the soul-calling lamp, crafted by Luo Zhu. This unique treasure is imbued with potent spiritual energy, specifically designed to summon the souls of those on the brink of death. The lamp is unparalleled in the world, as its creation requires the rare soul-calling stone, which is exceedingly scarce, yielding only one every 100 years. Upon reaching this point, I felt a wave of self-reproach wash over me. I had initially intended to devise a means to forge a similar soul-calling lamp for my mother, hoping to bring her some joy. After grappling with my guilt, I contemplated beginning my search for the soul-calling stone. If I could uncover its origins, I might have a chance of creating the lamp. I resumed my reading, leafing through the pages of books, yet the three-word soul-calling stone eluded me. Rubbing my temples, I closed my eyes briefly and shook my head, striving to relax before plunging back into my studies. After 3 hours of diligent searching, I still could not locate the desired soul-calling stone. Enduring the stiffness in my neck, I continued my relentless pursuit within the texts. An hour later, unable to bear it any longer, I stepped to the window for a breath of fresh air. There, beside the window, was a desk neatly arranged with brushes, ink, paper, and a white jade vase. I felt an inexplicable attraction to the vase, as if some unseen force beckoned me to pay heed to it. As I touched the cool surface of the white jade vase, I noticed a prominent inscription that read "Wealth and Prosperity Blossom," illuminated by the light streaming through the window. Beneath the vase lay a wooden base, which I inadvertently nudged, producing a sound that hinted at hidden contents. I retrieved a small wooden box from within, pondering whether to open it, intrigued by its mysterious nature. Ultimately, curiosity prevailed. I opened the box to find a large sheet of paper, folded into quarters, with writing inside. It detailed that the soul-calling stone is a unique gem formed from the collision of souls and stones, requiring a stone of exceptional spiritual energy to manifest. The souls involved must be extraordinary, comprising a blend of 3 souls and 7 spirits, necessitating the union of 100 souls, including those of all ages and genders. This rare stone forms only once a century, and to acquire it, one must seek the Spirit Womb Mountain, rich in spiritual energy. Having absorbed this information, I transcribed the contents onto a fresh sheet of paper, returning the original to its place and carefully rearranging the white jade vase. The following morning, I rose early, intending to meditate in the garden. "Young master, good morning. Madam wishes for you to join her for spirit porridge," a familiar maid called out. I turned to her, recognizing her as a girl of approximately 14, with a round face and large, sparkling eyes. Her hair was styled in 2 buns, evoking a sense of familiarity. "Are you a maid?" I inquired. "Yes, young master," she replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. "There is no need to fear. In our household, you will not encounter any unkindness," I reassured her with a smile. "Oh, young master, Madam is already waiting for you," she recalled, remembering that Luo Jing was seated at the dining table. "Very well, let us go," I said, hurrying toward the hall. At the table, Luo Jing awaited my arrival. "Hurry and eat some spirit porridge. Your Aunt Hui prepared it early this morning. It's perfect at this temperature," she urged. "I'm coming, mother," I replied. "You didn't join us for meals yesterday while you were in the library. You must eat well to care for your stomach," she continued. "Mother, I am accustomed to this during my training outside. You need not worry about me," I reassured her while sipping the spirit porridge. "You were born after 10 months of my bearing you. How could I not worry?" she replied, her concern palpable. "Rest assured, I will take care of myself," I assured her. "Then let us eat. The spirit dates are delightful with the porridge. Do try them," she said, placing a date in my bowl. "Delicious. Sweet yet not cloying. Here, mother, have some as well," I offered, adding 2 spirit dates to her bowl. "What are your plans for today?" she inquired. "I intend to return to the library, as I recently spoke with grandfather. I wish to explore further what has long captivated my interest," I concluded, setting down my bowl after finishing the porridge. "You are indeed diligent. I support your quest for knowledge. Time is of the essence. Go swiftly," Luo Jing said, her heart brimming with joy at my enthusiasm. "Understood. I will head there now. Please do not overexert yourself and take some time to rest," I advised, concerned for her well-being. Nodding with a smile, she replied, Yes, I will. Go quickly. Upon my return to the library, I resumed my inquiry into the mysteries that still eluded me. I pondered the location of Spirit Womb Mountain, a name I had never encountered before. Perhaps the books would hold the answer. I approached the sixth shelf and found a label marked Geography. Let us begin here, I thought, perusing several volumes. Yet none contained the information I sought. Typically, geographical texts mention rare locations, so perhaps Spirit Womb Mountain bears another name. Where might I begin to search? Perhaps I should inquire. But no, I resolved to persist in my quest. I would surely uncover the truth among the volumes available. Encouraging myself, I continued to examine each book, skimming through them until my eyes grew weary. Finally, I discovered a passage indicating that this mountain is remote, rarely traversed, and only those possessing exceptional spiritual energy and inner strength could endure the journey. Even those who manage to reach it seldom return alive. The mountain is also referred to as the Spirit Womb Mountain. At that moment, I felt a surge of joy, realizing that my efforts had not been in vain. I returned to my desk, transcribing the newfound knowledge for safekeeping. After returning the book to its original place, I thought to myself, I have found the information I sought, and with time still at my disposal, I shall delve into some texts on artifact forging. I recall having seen the relevant books on the fourth shelf yesterday. Approaching the fourth row, I picked up the first book and began to read. On the third page, it stated that the grade of a magical artifact corresponds directly to the quality of the materials used. For instance, an artifact crafted from third-grade materials will likewise be of third grade, although if the raw materials contain a significant amount of spiritual energy, and if the forger possesses exceptional cultivation, it may enhance the artifact's grade. To forge a higher-grade artifact, one must seek a location imbued with greater spiritual energy. Only then can the artifact's grade be elevated. Continuing to read, I learned that the alchemical furnace and the forging furnace serve as the foundation for alchemy and forging. There are a total of 18 grades in alchemy and forging, ranging from grade 1 to grade 9. The furnaces themselves are classified from 1 to 9, with the 9th grade furnace being the pinnacle, boasting a fixed success rate of 100. Utilizing a 9th grade furnace for crafting celestial grade items guarantees success. Alchemy and forging are fundamentally similar. One can forge items 1 grade higher than the materials used. However, to forge an item of a grade exceeding that of the materials, one must. The grade of the alchemical or forging furnace affects both the time required and the success rate. Conversely, a higher grade furnace does not inherently yield superior results. If a high-grade furnace is used, the resulting potion or artifact will not be of any greater quality unless accompanied by high-grade materials. The same grade furnaces ensure success, while a furnace of 1 grade lower reduces success rates by approximately 20, resulting in the complete loss of materials upon failure. The higher the grade of the furnace, the longer the crafting time. Half an hour for grade 1, 1 hour for grade 2, 1.5 hours for grade 3, 2 hours for grade 4, 2.5 hours for grade 5, 3 hours for grade 6, 3.5 hours for grade 7, 4 hours for grade 8, and 4.5 hours for grade 9. Materials of grade 9 or above must be crafted using a grade 9 furnace. Next, I examined the second book on alchemical materials. Basic elixirs include strengthening elixir, beautifying elixir, anti-inflammatory elixir, dispersing elixir, cold resistance elixir, vitality elixir, detachment elixir, mist elixir, bone exchange elixir, awakening elixir. As for spiritual plants, blood-stanching herb, chicken heart vine, lingji grass, bamboo ginseng, heart-eating mushroom, thousand gold vine, illusory heart grass, illusory soul grass, iron lotus, divine herb, fire velvet grass, curacao aloe, butter pine, sweet king oyster mushroom. Chapter 70. Deep maternal affection. Upon finishing the 10th book, I felt my eyes growing weary. Gazing out the window, I noted that dusk had settled. Reflecting on my plans to venture out for training tomorrow, I decided it prudent to return home early to rest, ensuring I would be invigorated for the journey ahead. As I arrived at the elder's residence, I spotted the steward busily standing at the entrance. Uncle Guan, is grandfather inside? I inquired with a smile. Ah, it is young Mastery. The elder is currently in the main hall reading. I shall inform him of your arrival, the steward replied respectfully. Thank you, Uncle Guan, I said, watching him retreat with a feeling of familiarity. Shortly thereafter, the steward emerged, saying, Young Master, the elder requests your presence. All right, thank you, Uncle Guan, I responded politely. Entering the main hall, I saw the old patriarch seated at the tea table, engrossed in a book. Grandfather, have you finished your meal? I asked with a smile. Ah, Ear, you have come. I usually dine early. Have you eaten? The old patriarch replied. Not yet, grandfather. I just left the library and came here first, I explained. Upon hearing that I had just finished reading, the old patriarch asked, have you gleaned any insights from your studies these past few days? Indeed, grandfather. I have made significant progress and plan to venture out for training tomorrow. I disclosed my intentions. Why this sudden decision? You had not mentioned this before. The old patriarch inquired with concern. Grandfather, I have found the information I needed, and there are matters I wish to accomplish promptly, I responded. Well done. It is wise to plan ahead, the old patriarch approved. Thank you for your kind words, grandfather. I shall take my leave now to rest early, I said. Very well. Go and get a good night's sleep, so you are refreshed for tomorrow's journey, he advised. Yes, grandfather. I will return home now, I affirmed before exiting the elder's residence. Soon, I returned to the Wudong courtyard. Entering the main hall, I noticed some dishes still on the dining table, and a wave of warmth and happiness washed over me, reminiscent of a loving family. Why are you so late? Kaiyin came to the library to look for you. She mentioned it was already closed. I thought you might have gone elsewhere. The food on the table was prepared for you. I will check if it is still warm. If not, I will ask Aunt Hui to reheat it, Luo Jing said with concern. Mother, I was at grandfather's place. I plan to go out for training tomorrow, I replied. When did you decide this? Why the rush? You could have informed me beforehand, Luo Jing asked, slightly anxious. I apologize, mother. I had planned this early on but was waiting to gather the necessary information, which I managed to do these past few days, I explained candidly. Since you have already planned it, then go ahead and complete it. It will ease your mind, Luo Jing encouraged. Hearing this, I walked over and embraced Luo Jing, saying, Mother, thank you for your understanding. I will complete my tasks swiftly and return to spend time with you. Luo Jing hugged me back, saying, I am reluctant to see you leave, but a man's ambition lies beyond. Now, enough of this sentimentality. You should eat quickly. As I released her, I sat down at the dining table and took a bite, finding the food slightly cold. Mother, it's a bit chilly. Perhaps you could ask Aunt Hui to stir-fry everything together to warm it up, to avoid any hassle, I suggested. Luo Jing chuckled. Would you be able to eat it that way? Seeing her skeptical expression, I assured her, Mother, it's quite palatable. I've tried it before. With my confidence, Luo Jing smiled and said, Very well. I will ask Aunt Hui to heat it up for you. Please wait here. With that, she took the dishes and headed to the kitchen. Feeling somewhat fatigued, I settled down to rest my eyes. After approximately half a stick of incense had passed, the nanny entered the main hall, bringing steaming food along with Luo Jing. Observing me resting, she hesitated to wake me and quietly instructed the nanny to cover the dishes to retain their warmth. Although I was resting, my cultivation allowed me to sense their presence in the main hall. Mother, you've heated it so quickly. Aunt Hui, you too. I appreciate your efforts so late, I acknowledged. Not at all, young master. Please, enjoy your meal. The nanny replied. It was Aunt Hui's quick work. If not for the time spent on the fire, it would have been ready much sooner, Luo Jing added. I had already seated myself, eagerly devouring the food, exclaiming, Indeed, it tastes delightful. Soon, I polished off an entire dish, refilling my plate with another. Watching my voracious appetite, Luo Jing could not help but chuckle. Have you not eaten in days? Slow down, you might choke. To this, I responded, Mother, it is simply too delicious, and time is of the essence. I wish to finish quickly to attend to other matters. Luo Jing gazed at Ning Yi with concern and said, You must rest early today. Do not worry about the packages and provisions. Mother will prepare everything for you. Hearing Luo Jing's words, Ning Yi replied, All right, Mother. I am truly fortunate to have you. You always consider everything for us siblings. I feel immensely happy. Suddenly, Luo Jing thought of someone and inquired, Does your father know that you are going out for training tomorrow? Prompted by her question, Ning Yi realized he had not informed his father yet and responded, I haven't seen him these past few days, so I haven't had the chance to tell him. Luo Jing contemplated that if her son did not bid farewell to Mu Yang, it might lead to complications that could negatively impact Ning Yi's future. Thus, she suggested, it is getting late. You should return, freshen up, and get some rest. Tomorrow, wake up early to inform your father. Yes, Mother. I intend to do just that. I shall return to my room now, Ning Yi replied. Chapter 71. Farewell. The next morning, Ning Yi rose early, washed his face, and went to find Mu Yang. He thought to himself, at this hour, Mu Yang should be at Ru Yi. I do not wish to go there now, so perhaps I shall visit grandfather and see if I might encounter him. Upon arriving at the elder's residence, Ning Yi greeted the steward at the door. Good morning. Uncle Guan, the steward, surprised to see Ningyi so early, rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, why are you here at such an early hour? I thought I was seeing things." Ningyi smiled and replied, "Uncle Guan, I usually wake up around this time. Sometimes I even rise earlier but remain in my room reading." Hearing this, the steward felt a newfound respect for Ningyi, thinking, "The young master is indeed much more diligent than before. It seems there is no need for the old lord to worry." The steward then asked, "What brings you here so early?" Ningyi seized the opportunity and said, "Uncle Guan, do you know approximately what time my father usually arrives? I wish to bid him farewell, but I prefer not to go to Rui just yet." The steward, with an understanding expression, replied, "Young Master Yi, unless there is an urgent matter, the lord generally does not arrive this early. Shall I send a Shang to fetch him?" Ningyi felt immensely grateful and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Guan. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Ashang, come here." The steward called, and Ashang promptly arrived. The steward instructed him, "Go to Rui and invite the old lord to the elder's residence. Just tell him that young Master Yi is waiting here." "All right, I shall go at once," Ashang said. Watching Ashang walk away, Ningyi turned to the steward and said, "Uncle Guan, I am uncertain how to thank you. Allow me to sing a song for you." The steward's eyes lit up with delight at the suggestion, as he had a fondness for music. He smiled broadly and said, "Yes, yes, I have always enjoyed music." Ningyi cleared his throat and began to sing the song "Thank You for Your Love" by Rong Hai. "Thank you for your love, thank you for your love. You have given me endless emotions, only now do I understand that wealth cannot buy care. Thank you for your love, driving away the shadows in my heart, regardless of now and the future." As Ningyi neared the end of the song, the elder Mu Lao emerged, observing the two with a smile and asking, "Ear, what are you two up to?" "I was just practicing my voice here, and grandfather was drawn out by my singing," Ningyi replied with a grin. Mu Lao smiled and said, "I heard the sound of music, which is what attracted me." "Why does Ningyi say he is practicing?" Ningyi inquired. "Does grandfather enjoy music as well?" Mu Lao responded, "I have loved music since childhood, but after being appointed as the clan leader, I have had little time to indulge in it." Ningyi felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this. At that moment, Mu Yang arrived and remarked, "Why are you two standing here?" Ear was practicing his voice, and I was drawn over by the sound, Mu Lao teased. Mu Yang smiled and asked, "What are you practicing?" Ningyi chuckled, "Oh, it's nothing. My voice was a bit hoarse earlier, so I was just stretching it a bit. You mentioned you wanted to discuss something important this morning. I was still in bed." "What is it?" Mu Yang asked, looking at Ningyi. Ningyi, noticing the expression on his father's face, felt a hint of amusement and replied, "I came to bid you farewell, father. I am going out for training today." Mu Yang seemed taken aback and said, "Is it that you are not accustomed to staying at home? Why the suddenness?" "No, not at all. It was something I had planned early on. I just lacked the necessary materials. Fortunately, I gathered everything in the past few days, so I wish to complete it promptly," Ningyi explained. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang replied, "Since it is something you have planned, then go ahead and accomplish it swiftly, so you do not carry any discomfort in your heart." "Thank you for your understanding, father. I will now return to prepare." "Grandfather and father, I shall take my leave here. I will organize my things and set off shortly." At this moment, Mu Lao spoke, "Ear, as you venture out for training, be cautious in all matters. If you encounter companions along the way, travel together." "Grandfather, I am no longer a child. I will be careful. Please do not worry. I shall take my leave now," Ningyi said, turning away towards the Wudong courtyard. Upon entering Wudong courtyard, he found that Luo Jing had already packed all he needed and placed it on the tea table. "Mother, good morning. You are up early, Ear. Come, have some nourishing porridge," Luo Jing said warmly. "Mother, I just returned from the elder's residence, and I do feel a bit hungry," Ningyi replied. "Then I shall serve you a bit more. Is your father there as well?" Luo Jing inquired. "Not yet. Uncle Guan sent someone to invite him," Ningyi responded after sipping his porridge. Luo Jing placed a piece of dried vegetable in Ningyi's bowl and asked, "Did he say anything?" "Nothing much, just some pleasantries," Ningyi said, munching on the dried vegetable. Luo Jing's expression turned slightly remorseful as she said, "It is all my fault. If I had a better relationship with your father, it would not be this way. I cannot fathom how he thinks." Seeing his mother's self-reproachful expression, Ningyi reassured her, "Mother, it is all right. I am just grateful to have you. In my younger days, I did hope my father would love me as much as he does Ning Hao. But now, my perspective has changed. I have learned to be indifferent. As long as you and sister are safe and sound, that is enough." Upon hearing this, tears welled in Luo Jing's eyes as she choked out, It seems my ear has truly grown up, now considering things for mother. My heart is filled with immense joy. Chapter 72. Departing from the earthly continent, Mu Ningyi observed the redness around his mother's eyes and gently spoke. Mother, please do not be sorrowful. I understand the pain within your heart. As he spoke, he embraced and comforted Luo Jing. You must take good care of yourself at home, Mu Ningyi urged. My dear, my own cultivation is sufficient to protect me. You should feel at ease to pursue your aspirations, Luo Jing replied, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Witnessing this poignant scene, Mu Ningyi felt a pang of reluctance. Mother, it is getting late. I must prepare to leave, he said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Jing approached, carrying the items she had prepared for him, and cheerfully remarked, It is time to set forth. These are provisions and garments I have prepared for you. Inside, you will find dried food, 2 new outfits, and a small package containing talismans I crafted for your protection. The invisibility talismans are plentiful, each inscribed with a name. You will understand once you open it. As Mu Ningyi listened to Luo Jing's words, he felt immense gratitude for having such a wonderful mother. A blessing earned over many lifetimes. Mother, I am truly fortunate to have you, he responded with a smile. Luo Jing chuckled and produced a pouch of spirit stones from her waist, saying, My dear, I have little to offer, but I have prepared these for you. You and Xiner are often away, seldom returning home. This is not much. I also have a pouch of high-quality spirit stones, totaling around 10,000. Keep them with you, as you may need them. Mu Ningyi looked at the spirit stones in Luo Jing's hand and replied, Mother, I have enough for my needs. You should keep them for yourself. Luo Jing insisted, These are of no use to me. I regularly craft talismans for Mu Chang to sell, which brings in a fair amount of spirit stones, and your father sends some each month. Do not worry about me, just accept them. It is wise to have spirit stones on hand when traveling alone. Seeing the determination in her expression, Mu Ningyi decided not to refuse further, smiling as he said, Then I shall accept these spirit stones, and upon my return, I will honor you properly. Luo Jing smiled gently in response. You have truly become quite the eloquent speaker. I shall await your return. Well then, I shall take my leave now, Mu Ningyi declared joyfully. Be cautious on your journey. One must always be vigilant when alone, Luo Jing said, revealing a reluctant expression. I understand, mother. I am leaving now, Mu Ningyi replied, shouldering the package prepared by Luo Jing as he exited the Wudong courtyard, leaping into the air until he vanished from sight. At the entrance of the Mu residence, several attendants were engaged in animated discussion. Did you see that figure just now? One asked. Yes, that figure seemed to be young Master Yi, who returned not long ago, replied a slender attendant. Indeed. I heard that the old clan leader holds him in high regard and has even arranged a matchmaking meeting for him, commented a stout attendant. Yes. Young Master Yi is of direct descent. He is naturally favored, another remarked. I have also heard that Lord Mu Yang is quite concerned about young Master Yi, added a shorter attendant. It is puzzling what Lord Mu Yang is thinking. He has always favored Miss Yu and young Master Hao, neglecting Miss Xian and young Master Yi, the slender attendant expressed, somewhat defending the latter. As the attendants continued their chatter, Lord Mu Yang stood at a distance, listening intently. Mu Ningyi gazed at the clear sky. The autumn air crisp and invigorating, with white clouds drifting across the azure expanse and a gentle breeze brushing against his face. After approximately 3 hours of flight, the aerial vehicle finally exited Lidu. Mu Ningyi looked down from the flying machine, and after traversing a dense forest, he spotted a tower. The tower did not seem particularly tall. Had he not been pressed for time, he would have liked to stop and examine it. As the aerial vehicle proceeded at a leisurely pace, he savored the fresh air and absorbed the essence of the atmosphere. At this moment, Mu Ningyi reflected. The journey to seek the soul-calling stone may prove arduous and lengthy, requiring him to traverse great heights and distances. Yet, with the refreshing air as his companion, he did not feel lonely. He could also behold magnificent landscapes, accompanied by the calls of birds, and inhale the invigorating air. A truly delightful experience. After 3 days and nights of travel, he finally crossed beyond the earthly continent. Slowing the aerial vehicle, he retrieved notes transcribed from the library, discovering that the Spirit Chi mountain lay at the boundary of the earthly continent, characterized by treacherous terrain and an abundance of dense spirit energy. Mu Ningyi maneuvered the flying machine in circles around the periphery of the earthly continent, searching for areas rich in spirit energy. After 2 complete revolutions, he still could not detect anything. Puzzled, he wondered whether he was flying too high, causing the spirit energy to dissipate into the atmosphere. He decided to lower the altitude and reduce the speed by 5%. On the fourth rotation, he suddenly sensed a particularly dense concentration of spirit energy at the center of a swirling mist. Slowing the aerial vehicle by 30%, he descended beneath the fog. The haze was so thick that he could discern nothing below. As the vehicle came to a halt, Mu Ningyi heard a thud, followed by a slight tremor. He stepped out to investigate and discovered that the area was littered with stones and remnants of human bones. Shocked, he shuddered, feeling goosebumps rise and thought, what is there to fear? After all, they are merely bones of the deceased. He reminded himself of his strength and the many people he needed to protect. He must fortify his courage to fulfill his ambitions. Regaining his composure, he tidied up the aerial vehicle, compressing it into a small storage space. Surveying the surrounding stones and skulls, Mu Ningyi realized he had no idea how to locate the soul-calling stone. What characteristics did it possess? Upon disembarking, he sensed the dense spirit energy, yet it felt tainted, filled with restless souls. He mused, lingering here for too long may not bode well for me. I must find the soul-calling stone swiftly. What is that? He heard a chilling voice murmur through the mist. Curiosity piqued. He followed the sound. Is someone speaking? He called out, alertly. It is me. I am trapped beneath this large stone. As a ghost, the voice rasped. Upon hearing this, Mu Ningyi glanced behind him and indeed saw a massive stone. Where are you? I cannot see you, he inquired. You cannot see me because you possess sufficient yang energy, the ghost replied. I have been trapped beneath this stone for over 300 years, unable to transcend my spirit and reincarnate. Can you assist me in moving this stone? Feeling a surge of sympathy for the ghost, Mu Ningyi assessed the stone. Estimating it weighed at least 200 pounds. He summoned all his strength, channeling his spirit energy to lift the stone. With a swirling motion of his hands, he exerted his utmost power and managed to shift the stone aside. Peering down, he discovered the skeleton of a person who appeared to have been crushed beneath the stone. Realizing the ghost's words were indeed true, he responded, Thank you. My spirit is saved. By the way, how did you end up here? The ghost asked. Upon hearing the ghost's inquiry, Mu Ningyi responded, I have come here to search for the soul-calling stone. Do you know where it can be found? The ghost replied, Young brother, the terrain here is perilous, and it is not so easily located. I once sought the soul-calling stone myself, but as I climbed the steep cliff, I was unexpectedly struck by a cascade of loose stones, and before I knew it, I was pinned beneath a particularly large rock. Ningyi, intrigued, asked, What was your cultivation level at that time? Did you not find a way to escape? The ghost answered, At that time, my cultivation was not very high. I was merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. When the rocks fell, they compressed my nervous system, rendering me unable to summon any internal energy. After pondering this, Ningyi addressed the skeletal remains. Since I have effectively saved you, you must have some means of assistance after being trapped here for so long. The ghost conceded, Very well. Since you have rescued me, I shall impart to you all that I have witnessed over these past 3 centuries as a token of gratitude. Very well. I am all ears, Mu Ningyi replied. The ghost continued, Every century, a cluster of the 3 souls and 7 spirits converges into a sphere, awaiting the arrival of a thunderstorm. When lightning strikes, the stones collide with this sphere, and the resulting stones must absorb spiritual energy over time. Among them, the most radiant stone is the true soul-calling stone. The ghost shared all its knowledge accumulated over the years with Mu Ningyi. Senior, where do the stones that collide generally fall? Ningyi inquired, having not noticed any glowing stones since his arrival. The ghost explained, This is a question many seek to answer. Due to the impact of the lightning, the struck stones ascend, typically settling atop the steep cliffs. And how can one identify the most luminous among them? Ningyi pressed further. The ghost replied, This can only be discerned during a full moon. Ningyi then asked, When does the thunderstorm usually occur each year? The ghost responded, It is more common in the summer. The recent weather has been quite tempestuous, suggesting a storm is imminent. Has anyone else come searching for the soul-calling stone? Ningyi queried. The ghost replied, After me, you seem to be the first. No, there was another before you. It was during a heavy downpour, coinciding with a lightning storm. Unfortunately, I never saw his face, as he was struck down by lightning. Thank you for your insights, Senior. I now understand much better, Mu Ningyi expressed courteously. The ghost, bidding farewell, remarked, Yes, young brother, you saved my soul. We are even now. I must report to the underworld. Fate allows. We shall meet again in the next life. Taken aback by the ghost's words, Ningyi could only wish, I hope you find a good family in your next reincarnation. Thank you. I must take my leave. The ghost's voice faded, and he gradually vanished, leaving only a heap of bones behind. In the face of this scene, Ningi, who might have felt fear in the past, now felt indifferent due to his current cultivation. He sought a smoother spot to sit and noticed the weather had turned rather chilly. Rising, he snapped off a dry twig from a nearby tree and took out a fire starter, struggling thrice before finally igniting the twig. He then broke several more dry branches and arranged them to fuel the fire, which quickly blazed, bringing warmth. As he sat, Ningi pondered, uncertain if the ghost's words were entirely truthful. To obtain the soul-calling stone, he realized he must remain here for a while to observe. One must invest effort to reap rewards. Perhaps due to fatigue, he soon drifted into slumber. Suddenly, the weather took a drastic turn, dark clouds rolled in, and rain began to fall. Ningi awoke, grateful that the rain was still light, leaving him mostly dry, save for a few droplets. He hastily grabbed some large leaves to shield himself from the rain, musing how ancient people had no tools. A modern umbrella would have been splendid. In a moment of urgency, he remembered the tent he always carried. Quickly setting up the tent, he sheltered inside as the rain intensified. Reflecting on the ghost's mention of lightning strikes, he wondered if they were about to occur. Just as he contemplated peering outside, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and thunder followed suit. As the storm raged, Ningi thought, I wonder if the lightning has struck the stones. However, with such heavy rain, venturing out would be futile. I shall wait until it subsides. The relentless rain continued throughout the night, and Ningi, initially waiting, eventually fell asleep again. When he awoke, dawn had broken, and the sound of birds chirping roused him. Blinking away sleep, he unzipped the tent and beheld the world, rejuvenated by the rain. Chapter 74. The search for the soul-calling stone continued. Emerging from the tent, Ningi surveyed his surroundings and was startled by the sound of droplets pattering onto the puddles, amplified by the solitude of the area. Gazing upwards, he noticed dark clouds gathering in the distance, indicating more rain was likely to come. With this in mind, Ningi resolved to explore the nearby cliffs while the weather was clear. He treaded along a muddy path where rainwater had pooled. Soon, he spotted a steep cliff ahead, and with a leap, he ascended to its peak, beginning his search. The area was overgrown with dense vegetation, concealing numerous stones of varying sizes. As he examined them, he found them largely indistinguishable. Remembering the ghost's words about discerning the stones during a full moon, he felt a rumbling in his stomach. Never mind, he thought. I must first satiate my hunger. Only then will I have the strength to continue my search. He leapt back to the tent, sat down, and took out the rations his mother had prepared. As he munched, thoughts raced through his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the notes he had copied at the Mu residence. With a mouthful of food, he pulled out the paper and, glancing at it, thought, I did indeed write about how to identify the most potent soul-calling stone. Yet why can I not see it now? Perhaps it was his fatigue or overexertion of his eyes. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes momentarily before peering at the notes again. In the fourth section, he read, to identify the strongest soul-calling stone, observe during the full moon. The energy of the most potent stone will be reflected by the moonlight, creating a transparent sphere in the air as two opposing forces collide, marking the stone with a small spherical shape. With a sigh of relief, Ningi realized, so that is how it works. Now I can search with purpose. Finishing the last bite of his rations, he took several gulps of water from his flask, still contemplating how best to locate the soul-calling stone. At that moment, the clouds grew darker, as if intent on flattening the earth beneath them. The wind had risen, howling mercilessly, causing the great trees to plead for mercy. Soon, blinding flashes of lightning seemed to tear apart the heavy curtain of the sky, while the thunder rumbled intermittently, fluctuating in intensity. The air suddenly felt dense and oppressive. As I brushed aside the strands of hair that the wind had blown across my face, I mused that perhaps a downpour was imminent. Yet, the sound of rain was delayed, and instead, the wind grew louder and more frenzied. At that moment, Ningi thought to himself, seeing that this wind would not cease anytime soon, and with his already poor eyesight, venturing outside would likely result in dust being blown into his eyes. It would be better to sit in meditation and cultivate his energy, for the spiritual essence in these mountains was impure, and he must purify it himself. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a clap of thunder echoed outside, and he sensed that a torrential rain had begun to fall. A voice within him clamored, "Thunder! Strike as you will. The more, the better. I await the outcome." Yet another voice responded, urging him to calm his mind and focus on his cultivation. Ningyi opened his eyes, puzzled. What was this inner turmoil? Why could he not settle his thoughts for meditation? He realized he must not allow himself to be distracted. He needed to achieve tranquility. He recalled that his sister had given him 2-piece elixirs, which could help a cultivator avoid chaotic thoughts and clear the mind of lingering distractions. He rummaged through his small space to find the box containing the elixirs and retrieved one. Upon opening it, a fragrant scent of lotus wafted forth, indicating that the elixir had been crafted with lotus flowers. Ningyi swallowed one of the pills and took a few sips of water from his flask. He then closed his eyes, focusing on his breath, palms facing outward, drawing arcs with his arms from above downwards. Imagining the energy flowing from the Baihui point at the crown of his head into his body, settling in his dantian. After a while, he finally sensed the spiritual essence of the heavens and the earth, continuing to cultivate his inner strength by opening the Ren and Du meridians. Outside the tent, the rain poured down fiercely, driving away the sun and banishing the earlier thunder. The ground roared with the wind, leaves rustling as raindrops struck them. The lightning, now seemingly enraged, flashed like a sword, stabbing toward the earth. Before long, the thunderstorm raged, drumming on the tent and dancing in the mud. The rain fell increasingly heavily, draping the world in a curtain of beads. The muddy paths transformed into little streams, sweeping away the long-accumulated dry leaves and stones. Time swiftly passed, and as the clock struck 15 minutes past the hour of the rooster, Ningyi concluded his cultivation, listening to the chirping of birds and witnessing the clearing skies after the rain. He unzipped the tent flap and peered outside. The rain had ceased, revealing the dimming night. Ningyi pondered. The day had passed, and would it rain again tonight? If not, the moon would surely rise, and he wondered if it would be full. Indeed, he must keep a close watch on it tonight. At that moment, Pearl stirred in the small space, sensing that something was amiss outside. Master, where's this place? She inquired. Hearing her familiar voice, Ningyi replied, Is that you, Pearl? Have you awakened? Yes. I was roused by the sound of a bird calling. I remember being disturbed by such calls in the Wuwang Sea as well, Pearl smiled. What is the name of that bird? Ningyi questioned, puzzled. I believe it is called the awakening bird, though I'm not certain. That is simply what they call it among the water folk, Pearl explained, rolling her eyes playfully. Have you fully awakened, or do you still need more rest? Ningyi asked. I feel my energy has fully returned, Pearl responded. Then, Master, what brings you here? This place feels rather strange, Pearl remarked. Hearing this, Ningyi smiled and replied, I have come to seek the soul awakening stone. The terrain here is treacherous, sparsely populated, and while the spiritual essence is abundant, it is also impure. It is understandable that it feels peculiar to you. What is this place? I have heard of the soul awakening stone before, Pearl inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Ningyi, noticing her intrigued expression, explained, This is the pregnant spirit mountain, also known as the spiritual essence mountain. Pearl recalled her grandfather mentioning a place at the border of the Tuya continent, rich in spiritual essence, teeming with stones, where a soul awakening stone is born every 100 years. Oh, I remember now. My grandfather told me that the soul awakening stone of pregnant spirit mountain is born only once every century. Did your grandfather tell you how to find this soul awakening stone? Ningyi asked. I'm sorry, Master, I was just a child back then, and I only remember that much, Pearl replied, her eyes twinkling with a smile. Ningyi, feeling a bit prideful, said, No worries. I was merely asking. In truth, I have already devised a plan. Pearl, skeptical, thought to herself, Men are always so proud. He clearly has no idea how to find it yet insists he has a plan. If he truly had one, would he still seek my help? The sky had darkened thoroughly, and the moon emerged. Ningyi looked up and saw that the moon was not yet full. It appeared that the full moon would have to wait until tomorrow. As night fell, the temperature began to drop. Ningyi gathered some dry branches and piled them together, igniting them with a fire stick to keep warm. Due to the many spirits in the pregnant spirit mountain, the spiritual essence was not only overwhelming, but even wild beasts and monsters dared not venture here. Ningyi felt that although the spiritual essence was impure, it was still tolerable, at least for now. He would not be disturbed by any monstrous creatures. Master, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Pearl asked. Her voice brought Ningyi back to reality as he beamed. What would you like to eat? I fear that what I have on hand may not be to your liking. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Pearl replied, I usually enjoy birds, starfish, shellfish and fish. Just any of those will do. Ningy recalled that his mother had prepared some dried fish and asked Pearl, "Can you handle dried fish?" "It's a bit tough." Upon hearing that it was dried fish, Pearl's eyes lit up. "Yes, I've always loved dried fish." Ningy then retrieved some dried fish from his pack and offered it to Pearl, watching as she savored it with delight. And he also handed her a small cup of water. The following day, as the sun rose, the air was filled with birdsong. Ningy, still asleep in the tent, was roused by the chirping. He initially intended to roll over and continue sleeping but found himself unable to do so. Peering outside the tent, he discovered that the rain had ceased, the fog had lifted, and the sky was exceptionally clear. Could it be that the full moon had brought such fine weather? He thought to himself, such splendid weather would be a waste to squander indoors. Exiting the tent, he noticed that some of the muddy puddles had diminished since yesterday, making it easier to walk without getting stuck in the mud. As he explored, he observed not only stones but also various spiritual plants scattered about. Among these, the most abundant were the illusory heartgrass and the illusory soulgrass. He mused, if only I could refine pills. These would not merely be lying around waiting to be utilized. Perhaps I should gather some to bring back for my sister. With that thought, he promptly set to work, collecting a considerable amount of illusory heartgrass and illusory soulgrass to store in his small space. Rising, he approached what appeared to be a banyan tree, where he heard the faint sound of flowing water. Puzzled, he wondered if there was a stream hidden within the pregnant spirit mountain. As Ning-Yi approached the sound of flowing water, he beheld the distant silhouette of a waterfall. Advancing closer, he fixed his gaze and found the waterfall revealed before him, cascading down the emerald mountains like a silver ribbon suspended in the air, with crystal-clear waters tumbling down the rocky cliffs. As he drew nearer, the water crashed against the jagged stones, sending up sprays of glistening droplets, transforming the entire waterfall into a screen woven of pearls. The pearls, awakened by the thundering sound of the waterfall, smiled and exclaimed, "How beautiful! What is this, my master?" "This is the waterfall," Ning-Yi replied. The pearls gazed longingly at the waterfall and remarked, "It's called a waterfall. How splendid! I yearn to swim freely within it." "That poses no problem. I can place you here without any burden," Ning-Yi jested. "Oh no, please don't. My master, I cannot bear to part with you," the pearl exclaimed, a hint of fear in its voice. At that moment, Ning-Yi recalled that his water jug was empty, so he made his way to the foot of the waterfall, instantly sensing that the aura here was far purer than in other locations, devoid of any impurities. He pondered, perhaps I should meditate here. This place may serve as an excellent cultivation ground before I find the soul stone. Securing the filled water jug to his waist, Ning-Yi's sole desire was to return swiftly and pack up the tent to relocate here. He found a large round stone to sit upon, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his internal energy. With palms facing outward, he traced arcs downward along his sides, exhaling as his hands descended, envisioning energy flowing from the Baihui point at the crown of his head into his body, collecting in the dantian. This cycle continued, and after a while, he finally felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Continuing to focus his mind, he opened the Ren and Du meridians to allow his internal power to flow. Indeed, this place is exceptional, Ning-Yi muttered to himself, his countenance radiating tranquility as he walked along the muddy path toward the place where he had rested the night before. After a while, he arrived and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the tent still standing, quickly gathering it up. He felt a pang of guilt, wishing he had packed it in the morning to avoid this unnecessary detour. As night descended and the moon gradually appeared, the light tonight was brighter than the previous evening. With the moonlight guiding him, Ning-Yi leaped onto a nearby steep cliff, gazing at the multitude of stones, but finding none with the small round dots he sought. Just as disappointment began to settle in, he suddenly heard a series of knocks. Chapter 76, A Fortuitous Encounter. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the sound, Ning-Yi turned toward its direction and noticed a stone shimmering with light. Intrigued, he approached and reached out to pick up the luminescent stone, discovering it bore a small dot and was oval in shape. Ning-Yi felt an overwhelming joy, thinking, now that I have found the stone, it is time to depart. I shall temporarily rest here tonight and set out at dawn. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, he tossed and turned in the tent all night, unable to sleep. Though his eyes were shut, his mind was still abuzz with energy. Around the hour of the tiger, Ning-Yi rose, packed his tent, and sat atop a stone by the campfire. As he looked up, the sky was a soft blue, and soon a red glow appeared in the east, gradually expanding until it stained a portion of the sky crimson. Moments later, A sliver of the sun's face emerged, seemingly burdened as it struggled to ascend. Finally, the radiant sun broke free from the clouds, shining brightly and illuminating the earth anew. All things returned to the embrace of the sun. Ning Yi, filled with reflections, mused. I have never risen so early to witness the sunrise. It seems there are indeed benefits to waking early. At that moment, Ning Yi extinguished the campfire, retrieved his flying device from his small storage space, and opened it. He glanced back at the surrounding flora and fauna, feeling a tinge of reluctance, yet he recognized that time was of the essence. He stepped onto the flying device, which slowly ascended into the air. As he flew at a moderate pace, he examined the soul stone, contemplating, as the saying goes, one must invest to reap rewards. Now that I have found the stone, what should my next step be? He pulled out notes from the library and began to read through them, discovering that the most crucial component for the soul lamp was indeed the soul stone. The other parts, such as lamp holders and wicks, could be acquired from street vendors. Each person's interpretation varied, leading to distinct appearances. But as long as the final step involved infusing the lamp with pure spiritual energy, the magic would remain intact. After finishing, he folded the paper and stored it away. However, at that moment, the flying device encountered strong winds, seemingly spiraling out of control. Ning Yi was jolted from his thoughts as the device flipped unexpectedly. With the wind's force intensifying, he reached for the steering wheel but was blown against a corner, nearly losing his grip. Fortunately, he managed to grasp a corner bar just in time. The flying device now seemed to be in a frenzy, careening wildly through the air. If this were a vehicle on the road, it might have already crashed countless times. Ning Yi assessed the situation, realizing it would be challenging to regain control. He thought it best to find a way to land the device quickly to preserve his life. Or perhaps I should wait for the wind to subside before leaping to the steering wheel to halt its flight, he concluded, deciding this would have to suffice. After what felt like an eternity, as the wind gradually lessened, Ning Yi endured the headache and dizziness it caused. He fought through the pain to reach the steering wheel, finding no solid footing. Had he not clung to the steering wheel, he might have been blown out of the device. Slowly, he managed to regain control, and the flying device began to right itself. With a sigh of relief, Ning Yi rubbed his temples, shaking his head, feeling considerably more alert. Just as he reveled in this moment of relief, the steering wheel slipped from his grasp again, sending the device plummeting downward. Looking below, he realized he was heading toward a cliff, and the consequences of such a descent were uncertain. In a moment of desperation, he sealed the exit of his small storage space, preparing for the worst as the device continued its descent. In a room adorned with lilies, Ning Yi awoke with a start. Where am I? He thought, scarcely able to open his eyes. Instinctively, he raised his hand to strike the ground, hoping to leverage the rebound to escape. This was the instinctive reaction of a cultivator. However, as his hand struck the surface, a jolt of pain coursed through him, leaving him feeling weak. Why do I feel so feeble? As his heart raced with confusion, he finally opened his eyes. Before him stood Ling Baihe, the youngest daughter of the Ling family, one of the 5 great clans of the Earth Mountain continent, and a potential match arranged by the elder of the Mu clan for Ning Yi. She possessed breathtaking beauty, standing over 1.60 meters, with willow-like eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and a delicate oval face. Young master, you have finally awakened, a gentle and surprised voice echoed in his ears. Ning Yi turned to see a stunningly beautiful woman gazing at him with concern. Excuse me, where am I? How did I end up here? He inquired, though deep down, he suspected he had been rescued. My young master, I was out gathering spirit fruits at the soul-severing cliff when I found you hanging from a branch. I approached and, sensing your breath, brought you back, she explained. Ning Yi, enduring the ache, propped himself up against the headboard. He observed Ning Yi's anguished expression and remarked, Young master, it seems you may have injured your meridians. I possess a healing pill. Would you like to try it? Ning Yi pondered that this girl before him appeared to be of good character. Since she had rescued him, he resolved to give the pill a chance. Thank you, miss, he replied, taking the pill and swallowing it with a glass of water he had provided. After consuming the healing pill, he felt his blood circulating throughout his body, indicating its efficacy. Moments later, the intense pain began to subside. Noticing the relief on the face of his savior, he inquired, How do you feel now, young master? At her question, Ning Yi felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks, his heart racing. He thought to himself, What is happening to me? I have never felt this way around a woman before. Perhaps the pill was indeed taking effect, as the pain had significantly diminished. Congratulations, young master. May I ask how you came to be in such a predicament? Chapter 77. A Fateful Encounter, Part 1. Faced with the inquiry from his lifesaver, Ning Yi reluctantly explained, I was piloting a flying vessel alone when the controls malfunctioned, causing me to plummet with the craft. After that, I lost consciousness and awoke here. I see. Ning Yi gazed at Bai He, slightly entranced. Sensing his gaze, Bai He blushed and asked, Young master, is there something wrong? Are you still unwell? I have yet to express my gratitude for your timely assistance, he responded. Oh, it was merely a small effort. Please do not dwell on it. Bai He smiled graciously. I fear I may have intruded upon you. Once my internal energy stabilizes, I shall take my leave, Ning Yi said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Not at all. I have ample room here. Please feel at ease to stay. You need not feel constrained, especially since you are also a cultivator. Ning Yi, intrigued by Bai He's words, smiled and asked, could it be that you are also a cultivator? Indeed. I am Bai He. Feel free to call me by my name. I prefer it over being addressed as Miss, she replied, a hint of discomfort in her tone. Very well then. I am Mufeng. Please call me by that name. Upon hearing Bai He's name, Ning Yi recalled that his potential match from the Ling family was also named Bai He. He mused. Could it be mere coincidence? The head of the Ling family had mentioned bringing his granddaughter Bai He to the Mu residence, but there had been no further word since. Could she be the one? Perhaps it would be wise to change my name until I ascertain the truth. Mufeng, where do you cultivate? She queried. My sect is Tianyi sect, where I possess a mutated solar root, currently at the late stage of spiritual meridians. And you, Bai He, where do you practice? Ning Yi inquired with a smile, masking his elevated heartbeat. I am a disciple of Tianyi sect, with a water-type alchemical root, also at the late stage of spiritual meridians, Bai He replied confidently. Realizing they shared a common path, Ning Yi seized the opportunity to shift the conversation. Might I ask where we are? This is a shop belonging to my family, called Yipin Lu, akin to an inn, conveniently located near Duan Hun Cliff. That is why I encouraged you to stay, Bai He explained, her face lighting up with joy. I see. May I ask which family you belong to? Ning Yi inquired, scrutinizing Bai He's features, recognizing a resemblance to Ling Duko. Mufeng, why do you gaze at me so? Are you a member of the Mu family? Bai He's question caught Ning Yi off guard, prompting him to feign nonchalance. Not at all. Your appearance merely reminds me of someone, he replied, concealing his thoughts. Is that so? Could there truly be another who resembles me? Bai He blushed, lowering her gaze. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Ning Yi felt an urge to reach out and grasp her hand. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, reminding himself that he had yet to answer her previous question. I indeed belong to the Mu family. Bai He, intrigued, pondered whether he recognized the name Ning Yi. Should she inquire further? Yet, she hesitated, having escaped her family's matchmaking endeavors. Is there something on your mind, Bai He? Ning Yi asked, noticing her deep contemplation. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely reflecting on my grandfather's insistence that I meet with the young master of the Mu family, she replied, regaining her composure. Sensing her probing tone, Ning Yi contemplated how best to respond. Suddenly, he feigned a pained expression, diverting the topic. My head aches. You must rest for a few days. I had forgotten you were injured. I shall not disturb your recovery any further, Bai He said, her concern evident. Apologies. Let us converse once I feel better, Ning Yi replied, avoiding direct eye contact with Bai He, fearful of revealing his secrets. Very well, rest well. I shall return in a few days. Should you require anything, simply inform the attendant outside. I will ensure it is arranged, Bai He said before departing, leaving Ning Yi in a state of contemplation. As the door closed, he reflected. Is this Bai He truly the granddaughter of Ling Duko? If I continue to conceal my identity, what implications might arise? She has shown me such kindness. Should our paths cross again in familial matters, how shall I explain? After consideration, he concluded that since she is my savior, it would be prudent to find an appropriate moment to reveal the truth. Miss, Trouble Brews. The family head has arrived. Do you wish to employ a disguise? The innkeeper's assistant knocked frantically on Bai He's door. My grandfather has come? When did this happen? Bai He hastily retrieved her disguise kit and began to prepare in front of the mirror. Fetch me a suitable outfit for a male servant, she instructed. Yes, at once. Once her disguise was complete, Bai He stored all her belongings, including her bedding, into her spatial pouch. Just as she finished, the assistant knocked again. Miss, I found it. May I enter? Come in. I am ready. Upon entering, the assistant was greeted by a young man, scarcely recognizable as a woman, complete with a small beauty mark by his lips. Miss, Your disguise is truly remarkable. As long as you do not speak, no one would suspect a thing. He acknowledged the compliment, contemplating how to alter her voice, yet she had yet to discover a suitable method. Perhaps adopting a nasal tone while discreetly placing something in her mouth might suffice. You come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. Chapter 78. An Unexpected Encounter, Part 2. Please help me fetch a few small lychees or little plums. Just a few will suffice. The waiter replied, Of course. I shall go right away. Once the waiter left, Baiha promptly closed the door and donned the attire he had brought. Shortly thereafter, the waiter returned with several lychees and small plums. Baiha eagerly stuffed a small plum into his mouth and, with a nasally tone, asked, Xiao Wei, do you think my voice can be recognized this way? Incredible. Miss, how did you manage that? The waiter exclaimed, somewhat excited. Baiha playfully remarked, Well, I can't tell you just yet. Perhaps you will gradually discover it. At this moment, Baiha did not forget to gaze into the bronze mirror, applying a false mustache above his lips. The waiter found this amusing but managed to suppress a laugh, smiling as he said, Miss, shall I go out to see where the master is gone? Yes, remember to call me Mu Feng while the master is here. Really? Baiha said, pointing to himself with a hint of masculine bravado. Understood, Mu Feng. I shall take my leave. Await my news. After the waiter departed, Baiha lay back on the bed, hands clasped behind his head, legs crossed, resembling a young man. The scene shifts to Mu Ningyi, who, after 2 full days of slumber and having consumed the chuangmai dan provided by Baiha, was now able to sit up and practice cultivation. He settled onto a cushion at the tea table, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Having overcome his earlier aches, he began to circulate his qi, turning his palms outward, tracing arcs down his sides, and with each exhale, allowing his hands to descend slowly, envisioning energy flowing into his body from the Baihui acupoint atop his head. However, he found it difficult to absorb the energy, pondering whether his lack of nourishment over the past few days was the cause. Releasing his legs, he stood and walked, taking a few deep breaths to relax. He then opened a small compartment in his belongings, retrieving a compressed food pack, and consumed a portion. Afterward, he resumed his meditation, closing his eyes, focusing on circulating his qi, clearing his mind of distractions, and envisioning energy flowing into his dantian. After several cycles, he finally sensed the spiritual energy around him, guiding his focus to unblock the Ren and Du meridians, allowing his inner strength to flow. At the moment he halted his practice, he felt a revitalizing transformation within his meridians, his inner strength noticeably enhanced, akin to a rebirth. He thought, it seems this injury has not been in vain. Indeed, every loss brings something gained. Just then, a knock on the door startled Mu Ningyi back to reality. Who is it? What do you want? He wondered, speculating whether Baiha had come to see him. A voice from outside, thickened with a nasally tone, called, Hello, I am Mu Feng, sent by Miss Baiha to bring you some food. Could you please open the door? Upon realizing it was Baiha, Mu Ningyi lowered his guard and opened the door. Feeling an odd familiarity with the person claiming to be Mu Feng, as if he had seen him before but could not recall where. Come in. I was just changing. Hence the delay. He smiled at the figure before him, unable to discern anything amiss. No worries. I hope I am not intruding. The miss asked me how you have been staying here these few days. Baiha restrained a laugh, smiling as she inquired. Please thank Miss Baiha for me. I've been quite comfortable, mostly sleeping, so I haven't had much time to notice anything else, Mu Ningyi replied, gazing curiously at this Mu Feng, who seemed oddly restrained. You are too kind, sir. It is our courtesy at Pinlu. Please focus on eating. These are what Miss Baiha asked me to bring for you. They are best enjoyed warm. Baiha felt hesitant to look directly at Mu Ningyi, fearing that continued interaction might expose her disguise. Thank you. I will eat shortly. Is Miss Baiha busy? I have matters to discuss with her. When might I see her? Mu Ningyi worried about the secrecy of his identity, feeling that continued concealment would be detrimental to both parties, especially since Baiha had once saved him. I will convey your message to Miss Baiha. Please wait a few days. If there is nothing else to relay, I shall take my leave. Our Master Lin will be looking for Miss Baiha during these days. If asked about you, just say you have not seen her, and do not elaborate. Baiha, with a nasally tone mixed with a coarse voice, recited the lines she had memorized. Feeling relieved to have completed her part, Mu Ningyi observed that this Mu Feng was no ordinary individual. He spoke decisively, unlike an average waiter, seemingly educated. Very well. Since this is Miss Baiha's request, I shall cooperate. If you are busy, you may return. I will not be polite in accepting this food. All right. I shall take my leave. Should you need anything, just inform the waiter outside. They will assist you. As Mu Ningyi watched Mu Feng leave, he felt an increasing familiarity with the figure's back, noting how it resembled Baihe's, particularly in height. He recalled how his sister often used disguises during her travels. Could it be that Baihe employed the same technique? Mu Feng's demeanor suggested he was suppressing something, and there seemed to be something tucked in his left cheek. With the mention of Master Lin searching for Baihe, he wondered how one could hide a living person without a disguise. Connecting these moments, he decided not to expose her secret, allowing her a sense of security. He hoped she would navigate this situation smoothly without any unpleasantness. This moment, Mu Ningyi looked at the food on the table, swallowing his saliva as he picked up chopsticks to sample a sweet and sour rib. Quite delicious. Chapter 79. An Encounter by the Stream. I certainly heard what you said. I was merely lost in thought. Mu Ningyi gazed at Baihe, pondering that if she were to learn of matters through others, it could lead to complications. Baihe, I have something to share with you, but you must promise not to ignore me regardless of your thoughts after hearing it. Baihe's curiosity piqued, and she replied with a smile, What is it? Do you fear I would disregard you? If you can promise me, I will tell you. Mu Ningyi feigned indifference as he regarded Baihe. All right, I promise. What is it? He then recounted the incident at the Mu residence involving Gu Tianqin. Although Baihe felt some displeasure, she remembered her promise to Mu Ningyi not to disregard him. I thought it was something significant. It turns out to be this. This young lady would not be bothered by such matters. Do you think I would be provoked so easily? Baihe feigned indifference. Mu Ningyi found her expression amusing, yet he glanced at the sky, noting it was already noon. Several hours have passed. Shall we quietly return to our room? Lily gazed at her attire, contemplating that should she step outside in such a manner, her grandfather's attendants would undoubtedly recognize her. No, it was not yet the appropriate time to meet her grandfather. It would be wiser to disguise herself. She observed the white-clad attendant still rummaging for something beneath the large tree. Hey, attendant, come here for a moment. I require your assistance. The attendant approached and inquired, What is it, miss? Why are you hiding behind the tree? Lily, interpreting the attendant's tone, surmised that he might be unaware of her grandfather's visit to this establishment was in search of her. Please fetch me a set of servants' clothing that would fit me. And remember, it must be for a male. Certainly, miss. I shall retrieve it at once. Good, go ahead. If anyone inquires whether you've seen me, simply say no, understood? Lily felt a flicker of apprehension that the attendant might reveal her presence here, which would defeat the purpose of her hiding. Understood, miss. Excellent. Hurry back. I am in urgent need. After the attendant departed, Ning Yi, observing Lily's every move, deduced her intention to employ a disguise. Is there something I can assist you with? Are you planning to present yourself before the head of the Ling family as Mu Feng? Lily, taken aback by Ning Yi's insight, had been secretly reveling in her recent mastery of disguise, particularly after not being recognized during her previous encounter with him. Ning Yi's question made her somewhat uneasy. Soon, the attendant returned with the clothing, and Lily requested Ning Yi to stand guard while she changed, thus allowing her to dress with peace of mind. The remaining task was to apply her disguise. She retrieved her portable disguise kit and began her transformation. Within half a stick of incense, she had successfully altered her appearance. Taking out a small copper mirror, she examined herself, feeling as though something was still amiss. She then extracted adhesive false whiskers and affixed them, followed by using an eyebrow pencil to add a beauty mark at the corner of her eye and on her chin. Ningyi, you may turn around now. Upon turning, Ningyi was greeted by the sight of a rather convincing disguise. It seems your skills in disguise have improved somewhat, however, your voice remains unchanged. If you wish to achieve the same effect as last time, I would advise against speaking. Why? Lily inquired, perplexed. Because the moment you speak, those familiar with you will instantly recognize your voice, Ningyi clarified. Then what solution do you propose? I do have a solution, though I am unsure if you will accept it, Ningyi replied with a confident demeanor. Do share. I am all ears. If it sounds reasonable, I shall consider it, Lily said with a playful tone, tugging at Ning Yi's sleeve as if to coax him. Ning Yi, unable to resist her charm, smiled and suggested, You could refrain from speaking and communicate through gestures instead. How did I not think of simply pretending to be mute? She exclaimed, laughing. Additionally, you could darken your complexion so as not to attract attention. Ningyi shared his final thoughts. Very well. Let me try that. Do not mock me if I look foolish. Lily, now brimming with trust in Ning Yi, felt as though she would believe anything he suggested. Who would be foolish enough to mock the woman they admire? Ningyi's words caused Lily's cheeks to flush with a hint of color. Now, what do you think of my transformation? Lily turned to present her slightly shiny face to Ningyi. He suppressed a smile and remarked, "Not bad. With this appearance, I doubt many would wish to engage you in conversation, thus avoiding inquiries from the head of the Ling family's attendants. Is that so? Then let us venture out and see what my grandfather is up to." Upon hearing this, Ningyi adopted a serious expression. "I believe it would be prudent for you to keep your distance from your grandfather. It would be best to avoid any encounters. If you wish to return to the Ling residence quickly, you ought to meet him now." Feeling slightly vexed by Ningyi's words, Lily could only trust him at this moment. "Let us go together. You can pretend to be my attendant, and I shall feel more secure without constantly worrying." Ningyi sought to use this as an excuse to keep Lily close. "Is that truly wise? Wouldn't it complicate matters for you?" Lily appeared somewhat shy and hesitant. "What kind of nonsense is that? Those in love often wish to be together every day. Now that we have this opportunity, you would rather avoid it?" Ningyi's expression made Lily feel a twinge of insecurity. Did he seem displeased? "You have misunderstood my intent. I merely believe we are moving rather swiftly. I have no intention of rejecting your proposal." "Very well, let us proceed together. Let us go. Remember, do not stray from my side, and inform me of anything that occurs." As Lily observed the somewhat domineering expression on Ningyi's face, she felt she had no choice but to follow him closely. Upon entering through the back door, they found no sign of the head of the Ling family, leaving them unaware of his whereabouts. The hall remained bustling as before, with a steady stream of patrons, some seeking accommodations, others dining on the first floor. Unable to locate the head of the Ling family, Ningyi guided Lily through the adjacent streets. Before long, it was nearly a quarter past the hour of the rooster, and the two of them stopped at a small street-side eatery to satiate their hunger. Chapter 80. Closed-door training in a moment of urgency. Lily considered heading towards the back door, though she was uncertain of its exact location. She inquired with a blue-clad attendant who kindly pointed her in the right direction. As she stepped outside, the beauty of the surroundings, the greenery and the babbling brook, captivated her completely. Ningyi, rolling his eyes, recounted the experience. "I was truly drawn in by the beauty of this place." With a mischievous glint, Lily seized the moment. "Since you were captivated by the scenery, allow me to ask, does the person standing before you hold any allure?" Ningyi was taken aback by Lily's forthrightness. Should he admit to being attracted to her? If he said yes, it would undoubtedly lead to a cascade of implications. Yet, this was a truth he would have to confront eventually. "Before I respond, there is something I have kept from you, which I now wish to disclose." Curiosity piqued, Lily thought. "We have only met twice. Once under circumstances where he was unaware of his identity. What is it you have withheld from me? Please, share." Ningyi, observing her inquisitive expression, smiled and revealed, "In truth, I am Mu Ningyi, the young master of the Mu family. That day, upon learning you were the esteemed Miss Ling, I chose to conceal my name." Lily had suspected his identity all along, but felt there was no need to press him for confirmation. Now that the truth was revealed, she did not feel particularly angry, though as a woman, she felt compelled to feign a bit of indignation. After all, if their relationship were to deepen, such concealment would be trivialized. How irritating. "Had we not met, how long did you plan to keep this from me?" Lily's brows furrowed and her eyes widened, an expression of mock anger adorning her face. Ningyi found her demeanor amusing yet felt reluctant to laugh. "I apologize. It was not my intention to deceive you." Instantly, Lily suppressed her urge to laugh, pretending to cough as she turned her head aside, stifling a smile before returning to her feigned anger. What good is an apology now? If merely uttering an apology suffices to rectify one's mistakes, then what purpose do the officials serve? At this moment, Ningyi found himself at a loss for words in response to Bai He and recalled the lines from the poem Qiao Qiao Xian. "Tender feelings are like water. The best moments are but a dream." Do you grasp the essence of this verse? Upon hearing this, Bai He shyly replied, "If love endures, does it really matter the frequency of our meetings?" Ningyi, realizing that she comprehended the poetry's sentiment, couldn't help but probe further. "Do you understand the deeper meaning of these lines? Are you expressing affection towards me?" As she spoke, a rosy hue graced her cheeks. In that instant, Ningyi remained silent, gazing deeply into her eyes, enchanted as the gentle breeze tousled her hair, which shimmered in the sunlight. The tips of her damp hair occasionally released droplets of water, and in her azure eyes, she appeared utterly captivating. When Bai He met Ningyi's ardent gaze, She felt an electric thrill, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy and a desire to shy away from his scrutiny. Suddenly, Ning-yi grasped by He's hand, beaming as he urged, "Look into my eyes. The answer lies within." This gesture caused by He's face to flush even deeper. Her heart raced and feeling awkward. She stole a glance at Ning-yi, whose eyes radiated affection. Simultaneously, he perceived a blend of fondness and shyness in Bai He's gaze. Unconsciously, they drew closer, their eyes locking in a shared moment. Ning-yi caught a whiff of Bai He's delicate floral fragrance, which further enchanted him, urging him to lean in closer until their noses gently brushed against each other. Bai He, slightly embarrassed, averted her eyes. Landing on Ning-yi's lips, his smile revealing pearly whites, his lips of vivid hue, perfectly sculpted. Ning-yi sensed Bai He's attention on his lips, stirring a primal response within him. Observing her slightly upturned, sensual cherry-red lips, he tenderly caressed her face, seizing the moment to kiss her when she was momentarily distracted. Bai He, in a state of shock, did not resist. She remained passive, allowing Ning-yi to kiss her. Gradually, he shifted his hands from her face to her waist, guiding her on how to respond. Bai He found it hard to breathe amidst the intensity of the moment, feeling like a novice in romance. Yet she instinctively wrapped her arms around Ning-yi. His joy surged as he felt her reciprocation, and he continued to kiss her. Bai He, in turn, began to timidly reciprocate, kissing him slowly. "Hey, that was my first kiss. How dare you steal it?" she exclaimed, pushing Ning-yi away, a mixture of anger and embarrassment evident in her voice. Ning-yi, taken aback by her reaction, instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Bai He, standing just at the height of his neck, rested her head on his shoulder. "Who was it that held on to me just now?" she thought, her arms instinctively loosening upon hearing his words, her face flushed with shyness. Ning-yi, recalling that Ling Dejia was still outside, swiftly changed the subject. "I wonder how long Ling Dejia intends to stay here? How shall we avoid him? Do you know why I wish to avoid my grandfather?" Bai He contemplated sharing the thoughts she had kept hidden. "I don't know. Please, enlighten me," Ning-yi replied, eager to listen. As he gazed at Bai He, memories of his time at the Mu family during his engagement with Gu Tianqin surfaced. Should he confide in Bai He about his grandfather's intentions? "It's because my grandfather recently sought to arrange a marriage between us. I yearned to escape such a predetermined fate, so I slipped away. Now he is here searching for me." Upon finishing her explanation, Bai He noticed Ning-yi lost in thought and waved a hand before his eyes, but he remained unresponsive. "Oh no, someone is coming," she exclaimed, pulling him behind a large tree to hide. Ning-yi snapped back to reality as Bai He tugged him. Peeking from behind the tree, they observed a young attendant in white entering, seemingly in search of something. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Bai He sighed in relief. "I thought it was my grandfather. Did you hear what I just said? You seemed quite dazed," she added. Chapter 81. The Little Black Cauldron Reacts. "Master, I require spiritual oil. If you desire to forge exceptional treasures, let me absorb a substantial amount of spiritual oil. Only this can enhance my strength, and then you shall witness the true might of this cauldron." Ning-yi, intrigued to hear the voice emanating from the little black cauldron, inquired, "Are you the spirit of the cauldron? Are you contained within it?" "Indeed," the cauldron spirit responded. Ning-yi pondered why he had not heard the cauldron speak until now, and whether there was something unique about the current circumstances. "Why have you remained silent until now?" "The previous master encountered unforeseen circumstances, and I was buried at the cliff's base, absorbing much of the earth's essence, which caused me to enter a dormant state. It was only the scent of spiritual oil that roused me. Please add more. I require a significant amount." Ning-yi, realizing the cauldron spirit's need for oil, worried about where to procure it in haste. "So that's how it is. Besides spiritual oil, is there anything else that can substitute it? My current supply is nearly depleted. I only need spiritual oil for sustenance. The previous master always utilized it, and I have not experimented with alternatives." Ning-yi poured the remaining small quantity of spiritual oil into the cauldron's bowl. "This is all I have for now. I shall find more for you." "Very well. I shall await your return." After tidying up the items on the table and placing them in a portable space, Ning-yi grasped the He-Bo sword and ventured out. Noticing that it was already late afternoon, he leaped to the neighboring town, seeking a general store. "Shopkeeper, do you have any spiritual oil for sale?" Ning-yi inquired, smiling at the shop owner. "Yes, we do. We received a shipment this morning. How much do you require?" "Whatever you have, I shall take it all." The shopkeeper regarded Ning-yi with skepticism. "Are you planning to resell it?" "Rest assured, I will pay the full price in spiritual stones. Just ensure it is packaged securely to prevent any spillage. Understanding the shopkeeper's concern for profit, Ningyi reassured him, take your time, weigh it, and pack it well. Moments later, the shopkeeper returned with the goods. Sir, we have 20 liters available, priced at 5 lower-grade spiritual stones per liter. The total comes to 100 lower-grade spiritual stones, and I will package them into 4 bottles for you. Ningyi nodded and retrieved a small pouch filled with spiritual stones, offering it to the shopkeeper. Please count them. It contains exactly 100 lower-grade stones. Thank you, esteemed guest. Do you require assistance in transporting them back? The shopkeeper, satisfied after counting, inquired. No need, just bring them outside. Very well, please hold on a moment. The shopkeeper called out to 2 assistants. You two, bring those 4 large bottles of spiritual oil to the entrance for this guest. Ningyi followed the 2 carrying the oil to the entrance, ignoring the bustling crowd around him. With a swift motion of his right hand, the 4 bottles vanished, and he leaped onto the rooftops, soaring towards the Yi-Pin Tower. Upon arriving at the door of the room, Ningyi beheld Bai He, who was resting against the door, resembling Mu Feng in appearance. Perhaps she had grown weary from waiting, for she had fallen into a deep slumber. Observing her peaceful repose, Ningyi chose not to disturb her. Instead, he gently cradled her in his arms and carried her into his room, laying her softly upon the bed, tucking her in with a blanket and adjusting the curtains. He then approached the table, retrieving the small black cauldron and a vial of spiritual oil, filling the cauldron to the brim with the precious liquid. Master, have you returned? The spirit of the cauldron bubbled with excitement at the scent of the oil. Indeed, I fetched the spiritual oil and returned promptly. Sensing the spirit's jovial mood, Ningyi smiled as he watched the oil diminish in quantity. Do you have a name? Cauldron Spirit? Yes. My previous master always called me Little Black, a name I despised. Now that you are with me, shall I bestow upon you a new name? Yes, please. The spirit's delight was palpable. Ningyi, inspired, suggested, how about Ling Er? Much more melodious than the old name, the spirit replied. It seems you favor this name, Ningyi remarked with a hint of confidence. As long as it's not unpleasant, I shall be called Ling Er from now on. Please refrain from calling me Cauldron Spirit. It sounds quite dreadful. Ningyi chuckled at the spirit's lively demeanor. Very well, Ling Er. Noticing the cauldron was now empty, he filled it once more with oil from the vial, which was nearly depleted. Master, once this bowl is finished, there will be no need for more. What do you mean? I have plenty in my space for you to enjoy. I've absorbed enough. The remainder should be reserved for crafting. When will you unleash your power? After consuming this bowl of spiritual oil, I will need an additional 3 days to awaken my long-dormant consciousness. Ningyi pondered. So the cauldron spirit possesses consciousness? Naturally, it must have some to be able to speak. Understood. Once you finish, rest well. I shall not intrude. Thank you, master. Moments later, as the last drop of oil was consumed, Ningyi returned the small black cauldron to his spatial realm. Just as he finished tidying up, Bai He stirred. Ningyi, what have you done to me? How did I end up in your bed? She exclaimed, throwing off the covers. Noticing her attire remained intact, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Thank goodness for my disguise. Otherwise, I'd be mortified. Ningyi unveiled the curtains, smiling at her. Did you sleep well? A young lady like you, napping at someone else's threshold during the day. Aren't you worried about unsavory characters? Is this my fault? I've come by twice today, only to find you either in seclusion or absent. And you didn't summon me when you left. I had no idea you wished to accompany me. Bai He pouted in irritation. Ningyi stifled a laugh at her expression, but felt a hint of guilt for not inviting her earlier. All right, I apologize. I was eager to gather spiritual oil for the cauldron, and simply forgot to call you. As he spoke, he seated himself beside her, gently wrapping his arms around her. Nestled close to Ningyi's heart, Bai He could hear the rhythmic thumping of his pulse, feeling her own quicken in response. You only know how to say sorry. Ningyi gazed at her, her face still adorned with the remnants of her disguise, making her all the more enchanting. Indeed, I am truly sorry. What more would you have me do? Perhaps we could. Chapter 82. A kiss seals the deal. They soon returned to the Yi-Pin building, each retreating to their respective rooms. As Ningyi sat in reflection, he wondered if his relationship with Bai He was progressing too swiftly, almost reminiscent of a modern drama. After a long day, feeling quite fatigued, he indulged in a bath before retiring to bed. In the dead of night, the sound of heavy rain roused Ningyi from his slumber. The downpour was relentless, drumming loudly against the roof tiles. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, his eyes heavy and dry, and one nostril clogged. Rising, he drank some water and peered out the window into the inky darkness, uncertain of the time. Despite his exhaustion, sleep evaded him. He recalled how, in the modern world, his allergies would flare with shifts in the weather. He had thought that in this new existence, such ailments would no longer plague him, yet here they were. Meanwhile, in Baihe's room, she too was awakened by the storm, tossing and turning in her bed, unable to find rest. Reflecting on her earlier behavior, she questioned if she had been too forward, wondering how Ningyi perceived her. Oh well, I shall not dwell on my actions. I will let nature take its course. After several restless turns, sleep continued to elude her. Rising, she changed her attire, employing her transformation skills to assume the guise of Mufeng. Opening the window, she observed the darkness outside, then returned to her tea table to peruse her alchemical texts. As dawn approached, the rain diminished but showed no signs of stopping. Ningyi mused, "It seems today I shall remain indoors. Such weather renders venturing outside exhausting. Better to meditate and cultivate." With vigilance, he sealed his door with protective charms and drank a cup of warm water before settling into meditation. He took out his portable cushion, sitting at the tea table and closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, channeling spiritual energy and clearing his mind of distractions. With palms facing outward, he traced arcs from above, exhaling as his hands descended, envisioning energy flowing from the Baihui point at the crown of his head into his body, settling into his dantian, harmonizing consciousness with spiritual energy. After several cycles, he felt the ambient spiritual energy and continued to guide it, having already opened his run and du meridians, allowing his internal force to circulate. Outside his door, Baihui knocked repeatedly, receiving no response. Concerned, she thought perhaps he had stepped out. Just then, a small attendant passed by her. "Hey, can you stop for a moment? Have you seen the person in this room?" "Well, when I checked this morning, the door was unresponsive to my knocks." Baihui felt a twinge of worry at the attendant's words. She decided to activate her divination technique, bringing her hands together and murmuring incantations. As she spread her hands, a mist of crystals formed, revealing an image of Ningyi meditating. Seeing him at peace eased her concern, and as she withdrew her hands, the vision dissipated into the air. Why is he unaware of my knocking? Contemplating, she wondered if he had employed protective charms to avoid disturbances. Feeling fatigued, she realized the energy spent on her divination had drained her, compounded by her generally frail constitution and lack of breakfast. Returning to her room, her first thought was to nourish herself, so she summoned the attendant to bring her some food. After 3 full hours of cultivation, Ningyi made another small advancement in his abilities, now drenched in sweat. He was contemplating the next step of his practice, artifact forging. The black cauldron he had procured from a street vendor had yet to be tested, and perhaps this was the perfect moment. A grumbling sound emanated from his stomach, indicating a faint hunger. Alas, to forge artifacts, one must first satiate their hunger. He pondered what to eat. It seemed anything would suffice at this moment, as his mind was solely focused on cultivation. It appeared that his bag still contained food, some spiritual rations. Rather than indulging in thoughts of hunger, he decided to retrieve a portion from his small storage space, setting aside the rest. Noticing the water jug on the table, Ningyi surmised that it was nearly empty, feeling its lightness when he had lifted it earlier. It seemed he would need to remove the anti-theft talisman. After doing so, he called for the attendant at the door, requesting hot water to be brought in. "Young master, the water has been filled. Do you require anything else?" The attendant glanced at the spiritual rations on Ningyi's table, his expression betraying a hint of judgment, as if to imply that this gentleman was somewhat miserly. Observing that he appeared to belong to a wealthy household, one not lacking in spiritual stones, it was curious that he would choose these rations over a proper meal. Feeling slightly reassured by the attendant's expression, Ningyi remarked, "Today, I am somewhat fatigued and lack an appetite. I shall call for you when needed." "Very well, I shall take my leave," the attendant replied politely before exiting, leaving Ningyi to munch on his spiritual rations and sip warm water. Time was precious, and he devoured his meal quickly, finishing with a generous gulp of water. Once he tidied the table, he laid out various materials for artifact forging beside the small black cauldron. Ningyi had long wished to forge a potent sword, yet he was uncertain whether the materials before him and the cauldron possessed the capability to do so. As he examined the schwanching stone, star iron, softening agents, nitrate soil, and adhesives on the table, he hesitated before igniting the spiritual pulse fire beneath the black cauldron. The cauldron had not been activated in a long time, The flames flickered weakly, and the spiritual oil within was quickly consumed. Ningyi refilled the oil compartment, but it was not long before it was depleted again. Gazing at the dwindling supply of spiritual oil in the bottle, he decided against pouring in more and instead focused on studying the cauldron. In a moment of distraction, a voice unexpectedly interrupted him. Why not engage in something that brings you joy? What do you mean? Please, enlighten me, Bai pouted. Before Ningyi could react, he leaned toward her cherry-like lips and kissed her. Bai was taken aback by the sudden kiss, but as she felt Ningyi's tenderness, she gradually learned how to respond to his affection. After a brief moment, Ningyi released Bai from the kiss, reflecting that had he not felt her struggle for breath, he would have lingered longer. Bai, sitting on the bed, savored the sensation of the kiss, her face flushing a deeper shade than a ripe apple due to her makeup, and her affection for Ningyi grew even stronger. Drink some water, Ningyi offered, handing her a cup. Thank you. Bai shyly accepted the cup and took her time sipping it. Once finished, she raised her gaze to meet Ningyi's tender eyes, feeling a wave of unease as their eyes locked. Bai, come here. Let us talk at the tea table. Okay, she replied, standing to adjust her attire, her fingers brushing through her hair, uncertain if it had become disheveled. She approached the bronze mirror to check her reflection, casually combing through her hair. Are you ready? Come over. I have something to discuss. Ningyi thought to himself. This girl is rather particular. All right, I'm coming, she responded. Sit down. Let me explain. I came out to search for materials to create a soul-calling lamp. I had one, but I accidentally broke it during a dizzy spell. I thought it was inconsequential, but later realized it was a precious item for my mother. Noticing the seriousness in Ningyi's demeanor, Bai felt compelled to interrupt. Just how important is it that you value it so highly? It was a keepsake from my grandmother to my mother. Recently, my mother discovered the lamp was broken, and since I was nearby, I sensed her spirits were not as high as before. After expressing his thoughts, Ningyi felt a weight lift off his heart. Bai realized that Ningyi was not only handsome but also possessed a filial spirit, earning her admiration even more. But what you've shared seems to have little to do with me. What are you trying to convey? She asked, her impatience evident. Foolish girl. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished yet, Ningyi teased, wanting to keep her in suspense. What I wish to say is, once I complete the lamp, I will come to your home to propose. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Bai shyly lowered her head, murmuring, I haven't yet decided to be with you. Ningyi felt a pang of disappointment at her words, thinking to himself, if only I could claim her now. I've kissed her twice and seen her completely, yet she still says such things. Are you sincere? He managed to suppress his earlier thoughts, but he noticed Ningyi's discontent. At that moment, he stood and slowly approached her, gazing deeply into her eyes. Have you truly not made up your mind? But he found it hard to meet his gaze. Hearing her response, Ningyi closed the distance, causing Bai to retreat against the chair's back. Yet, Ningyi kissed her again with fervor. Bai was caught off guard by his sudden boldness. As his kisses grew more insistent, his hands naturally ventured towards her clothing. Ningyi, what are you doing? Stop. I like you, but let me go. We can discuss this. Bai pushed against his face with all her might, tears brimming in her eyes. Realizing his misstep, Ningyi embraced her tightly, kissing her forehead. I am truly sorry, Bai. I was afraid of losing you and acted impulsively, not realizing I had frightened you. You must understand, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the woman I desired for life. Yet hearing your words made me enough. I understand. I will agree to it, Bai replied through her tears, wrapping her arms around him. They remained in a tranquil embrace, saying nothing at all. Days later, Lingda had departed from the Pin Tower, and Bai no longer needed to present herself as Mu Feng. After waking up, Ningyi sat at the table, sipping a glass of warm water, then opened the window to gaze outside. The rain had poured all night, and now, the skies were clear, the air crisp. He admired the lush greenery beyond the back door, where vibrant grass thrived. Birds chirped joyfully in the dense foliage. The world seemed to glow with renewed vitality, the rain-soaked earth glistening under sunlight, resembling a canvas adorned with sparkling diamonds. The beauty of a post-rain landscape was truly intoxicating. He contemplated inviting Bai out to share the news that he would soon depart in search of materials for the soul-calling lamp. At this moment, Ningyi composed a communication talisman and approached the window, directing it towards Bai's room. After tidying up his belongings, he descended the stairs and made his way to the back door. Stepping outside, he inhaled deeply the fresh air brought by the rain. Suddenly, he heard a melodious voice and followed it, discovering Baiha sitting by the creek, singing, I long, I yearn, to be with you forever. Ningi gently embraced her from behind, joining her in song, growing old together, slowly with you. Baiha turned to him, asking, What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be training today? The weather is delightful. I wish to spend the entire day with you. Baiha wrapped her arms around Ningi's neck, exclaiming, Why the sudden change? Am I dreaming? Ning-yi, beaming with joy, replied, Pinch yourself to see if it hurts. If it does, it's not a dream. And if it doesn't, then it is. Of course, I'm not foolish. Baiha retorted. Ning-yi, I plan to leave here tomorrow to finish what remains. Would you like to accompany me? His expression revealed he had made up his mind. Must you leave so soon? Can't you stay here a few more days? Baiha gazed at him with reluctance. Chapter 85. Leaving Yutian Tower. Baiha looked at Ning-yi with increasing sorrow. Do you know? Back then, no matter how much I cried or protested, my mother refused to take me away. Her departing figure remains etched in my heart, a memory I cannot erase. So, when I heard you were leaving, my heart ached, for I have grown fearful of the pain of parting. Ning-yi embraced Baiha, comforting her. My dear, do not be sad. I will not leave you. You shall come with me tomorrow. Baiha remained silent, merely nodding in response. The next morning, as dawn broke, Ning-yi packed his things and sent a communication talisman towards Baiha's direction through the window. Inside her room, Baiha was gazing into a bronze mirror when the talisman flew in. Rising to retrieve it, she opened it to read, Darling, have you finished packing? Do you need my help? Baiha wrote back on the talisman, I'm still packing. I'll be done shortly. I wouldn't dare trouble you, young Master Mu. Hurry up with your own packing. Let us meet in the lobby and half a stick of incense. After sending it back, she resumed her packing. Upon receiving her message, Ning-yi replied once more. Meanwhile, Baiha was engrossed in her work when she heard another message at the window. Opening it, she read, Do you miss me? Baiha thought to herself, This person is truly tiresome. I am not even done packing yet. She decided to focus on her own tasks, knowing he had likely finished his. After sending the talisman, Ning-yi gathered his belongings and checked out on the ground floor. Shortly thereafter, Baiha finished packing, slung her bundle over her shoulder, and approached the counter. The innkeeper greeted her politely. Good morning, Miss Baiha. Are you leaving us? Yes, Uncle Lin. I've troubled you all this time, and I wish to return to Ling Mansion now. Baiha was contemplating how to leave without alerting the staff at Yutian Tower. Ning-yi observed her quietly, not approaching to greet her, but silently watching her next move. At that moment, Baiha glanced at Ning-yi, her eyes sparkling, then tilted her chin towards the door. Ning-yi sensed she might want him to go ahead and wait for her outside, so he finished his drink, stood up, and exited Yutian Tower. Miss Baiha, it is indeed time to return to Ling Mansion. Otherwise, the master will search the entire continent for you. Upon seeing Ning-yi had exited, Baiha smiled faintly. Yes, I thought of that, which is why I wanted to return quickly. Will you be going back alone? Do you need me to send someone with you? The innkeeper inquired with concern. Thank you, Uncle Lin, but I am also a cultivator, now at the late stage of the spiritual vein. I can manage to return home alone. Very well. Since you don't require assistance, I wish you a safe journey. The innkeeper felt a sense of relief, glad to see a troublesome guest depart. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I shall visit Ling Mansion when I have the chance. With that, Baiha turned and walked towards the door. Did you bid farewell to everyone? Ning-yi asked as she emerged with her bundle. Yes, I said my goodbyes. Where shall we go now? Baiha inquired, her face bright with joy. First, we should look for places with street vendors, as I need to find some materials. Ning-yi mentioned the missing lamp sockets, wicks, and bulbs. Let us start at the small town we visited a few days ago. It seemed to have vendors. Yes, I remember seeing some there too. Let us go. They both activated their lightness skills and leaped onto the rooftops, soaring towards the neighboring town. Upon arriving at the bustling street, Ning-yi pointed out, There's a dumpling shop ahead. Let us eat there before continuing our journey. Baiha, catching the enticing aroma of freshly steamed buns, replied, Great. I'm a bit hungry. I wonder if they have soy milk and fried dough sticks. Most dumpling shops do. I'll go check. You wait here. Ning-yi guided Baiha to a nearby empty table. Be quick. Baiha teased, rolling her eyes playfully. Ning-yi smiled and entered the dumpling shop. Shopkeeper, what do you recommend? He inquired politely. We have meat buns, soup dumplings, vegetable buns, rice buns, red bean buns, lotus seed paste, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Which would you like? The shopkeeper listed with fluency. 2 meat buns, 1 red bean bun, 2 fried dough sticks, and 2 bowls of soy milk, please. Ningyi stood by the steamer, the rising steam nearly obscuring his vision. The shopkeeper promptly placed the buns on a plate and handed it to Ningyi, saying, "Take these first. I'll get the rest. You can't carry so much." Ningyi accepted the plate with a smile. "Thank you." The shopkeeper thought to himself, "This person seems to be from out of town. Perhaps I can earn a bit more." "You're back already?" "I just sat down," Baiha joked. "Who was it that insisted I hurry?" Ningyi laughed, placing the plate in front of her. "Eat quickly while they're hot. They want tea taste good when cold." "But didn't we agree on soy milk and fried dough sticks?" "Where are they?" Baiha pouted. "Don't worry, I'll bring those too. The shopkeeper will deliver them." Ningyi chuckled at her childish demeanor. "Really?" Baiha peered towards the counter. Just then, the shopkeeper approached with a rectangular plate. "Ha! Soy milk has arrived," Baiha exclaimed with excitement. Ningyi gazed at her, finding her innocence utterly charming. The shopkeeper placed the soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table, saying, "Everything you ordered is here. Enjoy your meal." "What is the total, shopkeeper?" Ningyi asked, taking a bite of a bun and savoring its delightful flavor. "There are a total of 9 inferior spirit stones. If so, could you please assist me in acquiring, 4 red bean buns, 4 meat buns, 2 vegetable buns, and 6 fried dough sticks, then wrap it all up?" Ningyi observed that he particularly enjoyed the fried dough sticks, hence he opted for more of them. "All right, I will retrieve them immediately." Upon hearing the order, the shopkeeper felt a surge of warmth in his heart. "Yes, Ningyi, these fried dough sticks are delicious. Do give them a try," he said, handing over a fried dough stick soaked in soy milk to Ningyi. Reluctant to refuse for fear of disappointing her, Ningyi, who had a slight obsession with cleanliness, recalled that they had already shared a few kisses. What difference was there? Really? He took a bite. Not bad. If you like it, do indulge." After saying this, he returned the fried dough stick to Baihe. She sensed Ningyi's genuine kindness towards her. "Hurry and eat. The buns are getting a bit hard." Ningyi handed a meat bun to Baihe. "I still prefer the fried dough sticks, but I shall also eat what you've picked." Upon hearing this, Ningyi felt a warm sensation spread across his face. Just then, the shopkeeper approached with the wrapped buns. "Dear customer, here are the buns and fried dough sticks you requested. The total comes to 28 inferior spirit stones. Additionally, I have included a soup dumpling as a complimentary gift." "Thank you, shopkeeper. Here are 30 inferior spirit stones. Keep the change." Ningyi handed over a small pouch of spirit stones. Thank you, dear customer." After the shopkeeper left, he spoke up. "Do you really think we can finish all this? I intended to save some for when we get hungry on the road." Chapter 86, Searching for Lantern Materials. 1. Ningyi said earnestly. "I hadn't considered that, haha. I never thought about how there might not be anything to eat on the road. Why not buy some soy milk?" He questioned, thinking that buns and fried dough sticks paired with soy milk would be delightful and inexpensive. "Silly girl, soy milk cannot be consumed once it cools down, and it cannot be stored for long." Ningyi shook his head, revealing a slightly surprised expression. "You clearly haven't spent time in the kitchen. You guessed it. Since I was young, these matters have been foreign to me. My grandfather always taught me that a woman shouldn't know too much. Knowing too much only makes life harder. Just doing one's part is sufficient. There are servants in the household to handle these chores." After Baihe finished speaking, she rolled her eyes at Ningyi. Upon hearing this, Ningyi replied with a smirk, "Do you not think that if a woman understands everything, she would not be deceived by her husband? A woman must excel in both the realm of heaven and the kitchen. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Capturing his stomach is tantamount to capturing his heart. That also depends on whether that man is worth such efforts from the woman." Baihe responded with a slightly skeptical expression. "What kind of look is that? Fine, let us drop the subject. Hurry up and eat so we can continue our journey." Ningyi shot Baihe a slightly annoyed glance. "All right, let us eat," Baihe said, once again bringing the leftover fried dough, stick dipped in soy milk to Ningyi's lips. "Eat. We share our blessings together." Ningyi felt a mix of emotions. Opening his mouth to receive the fried dough stick, inwardly lamenting, "What kind of woman have I fallen for? Let us go. Let us take a look over there." Baihe trailed behind Ningyi, her eyes darting around. "It seems like there's a street market. Look over there are many items on display." Baihe pointed ahead. Hearing this, Ningyi peered over with his right hand shielding his eyes. "It's south so close. Why would I need to do that?" Baihe couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. "The sunlight is a bit too bright. I struggle to see clearly, and my vision isn't great to begin with. In such strong light, it becomes even harder to see." Ning Yi candidly admitted his visual impairment to Bai He. Oh, I thought you were joking. My apologies. Ning Yi thought to himself, who jokes about their eyesight? No worries. It's my fault for not mentioning it sooner. Bai He, displaying a slightly naive expression, took Ning Yi's hand and said, let me be your bright eyes. I will accompany you until we grow old. Ning Yi gazed at her, touched. My dear, have you truly considered this? If you follow me, you will have to abide by some restrictions within the Mu household. You want to have the same freedom you possess now. Can you endure that? Bai He, with a serious demeanor, gently rose on her toes and planted a delicate kiss on Ning Yi's lips, then added, as long as I can be with you. Anything I do will be a source of joy. Ning Yi was taken aback by her sudden gesture, incredulously asking, are you serious? Have you truly made up your mind? Indeed. I have thought it through, but I hope you can be tolerant of me in all things, and also, no other woman can take my place. Can you promise me that? Bai He was determined not to follow in her parents' footsteps and wished to live a fulfilling life with Ning Yi. If you can do it, then I can too. Ning Yi gazed at Bai He with growing emotion, thinking, were it not for our current journey, I would surely kiss her passionately. Bai He observed Ning Yi, feeling uncertain about whether he would treat her well in the future. Having witnessed her mother's experiences, she harbored fears about marriage, which is why she ran away from home when her grandfather arranged for her to meet a match in the Mu household. Had she not encountered Ning Yi along the way, she might never have considered the notion of love and marriage. Vendor, how much for this? Ning Yi inquired about a unique lampstand at the third stall. That will be 15 inferior spirit stones. The vendor, noticing Ning Yi was not a local, deliberately inflated the price. 15 inferior stones seems a bit excessive, don't you think? Bai He chimed in, scheming. Little girl, you seem to know your worth. This was the young man's first choice. Observing the vendor's expression, Bai He thought, he doesn't even realize I'm with Ning Yi. Why not take advantage of this? She shot Ning Yi a glance. Ning Yi chuckled, vendor, 15 inferior stones is truly too much. Could you perhaps lower it? How much do you think is fair? This girl clearly wants to buy 12 inferior stones. How does that sound? Ning Yi began to negotiate. 12 is too low, you can check elsewhere. Ning Yi, upon hearing this, walked towards another stall. Young lady, what will you offer? That young man clearly lacks discernment. Ignore him. Bai He smiled. I misspoke earlier. 15 inferior stones is too much. How about 10? If you agree, please wrap it up for me. The vendor, now visibly irritated, retorted, go on, go look elsewhere. Let us see if you can find something unique for just 10 inferior stones. Hey, it's poor business practice to speak like that. I wouldn't need it if I took it back. 10 inferior stones is already too high for me. Bai He rolled her eyes and departed for the stall across from her. Young man, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss. The vendor approached Ning Yi, pulling at his sleeve. What is it? Ning Yi suspected he was being coaxed back to buy the lampstand, which was something he had anticipated. After Ning Yi approached, the vendor smiled and said, that girl mentioned she didn't have any money on her and wanted to owe me. I thought it over and decided to sell it to you for 12 inferior spirit stones. Ning Yi wore a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely disingenuous as he remarked, Chapter 87. Seeking lantern materials, too. However, I now find 12 inferior grade items to be rather expensive. Let us settle for 10. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yi made his move. The vendor, recalling how the young girl had just claimed that 10 inferior grade items were too costly, contemplated selling them now. He thought, if I deliberate further, I may lose the sale altogether. All right. I shall give you 10 inferior grade items. You truly possess a knack for bargaining, the vendor said, packing them up and handing them to Ning Yi. After receiving the items, Ning Yi swiftly produced a small string of spirit stones to offer in exchange before departing. He strolled through several more stalls but found nothing that caught his fancy. At that moment, Bai He approached him, her face alight with excitement. Ning Yi, over there at that stall, there's a lampshade that I find quite beautiful. Come with me to take a look. Your enthusiasm suggests it must be splendid. As they walked, Ning Yi observed Bai He's expression. Need it be said? Just look at who has chosen it. I am the young lady of the Ling residence. Upon arriving at the stall Bai He had mentioned, Ning Yi examined the lampshade. It was entirely transparent, adorned with plum blossom patterns, and featured intricate hollow designs at both the top and bottom. It seems your taste is rather commendable, he remarked. Bai He beamed with uncontainable joy. Young man, do you fancy this lampshade? The vendor watched as Ning Yi reluctantly set it down. How much for this? Since you appear eager to purchase, I shall let it go for 20 inferior grade stones, the vendor replied earnestly. Could you lower the price a bit? He interjected. Girl, how much less do you desire? My stall has always operated on fixed prices. Few have dared to haggle with me. You are the first. The vendor responded rather curtly. Indeed. I too find it expensive. Let us negotiate for a lower price. Less cannot be less, and more cannot be more. You know the saying, you get what you pay for. Just look at the quality. My stall incurs rent as well. Consider this a small profit for my sustenance. The vendor continued to drone on. Stop. How much can you reduce it by? He asked, growing impatient. At least 18 inferior grade stones. If that works for you, I shall wrap it up. The vendor put on a somewhat reluctant expression. Very well. Wrap it up. Here, this is 18 inferior grade stones. Ningyi shook his head at the two of them. Before long, noon arrived, and Ningyi took Bai away from the bustling market. Let us seek out some delicious food, he suggested. What qualifies as delicious? Bai inquired, her joy palpable. Is there anything in particular you wish to eat? Ningyi had already procured 2 materials and felt exceedingly pleased, thinking, it appears our wedding arrangements draw nearer. If I were to mention it, would you be able to locate it? Bai pondered, curious about his response. Why not just say it? If you desire the moon, I could pluck it down for you, Ningyi jested. Really? Then when the moon rises, do show me your prowess. Bai teased playfully. You little rascal, don't evade the topic. Speak up. What do you wish to eat? Rice or grains? Ningyi urged, slightly exasperated. Whatever you choose, I shall have as well. As long as I am dining with you, I am content. Ningyi could hardly bear her sudden sweetness. Let us go. That establishment ahead looks promising. Let us give it a try. Yes, indeed, Bai replied, rolling her eyes. Upon reaching the entrance of the shop, Ningyi was greeted by the enticing aroma of eggplant. There's a table available over there. Let us sit. Bai pointed to an empty table across the way. You go ahead. I will check the counter, Ningyi said as he watched Bai take her seat. Welcome. May I take your order? The attendant inquired. What delectable dishes do you recommend? Ningyi asked, glancing at the sign that read, the best dish is the concubine chicken. Our concubine chicken is our signature dish and the most favored by patrons. Would you like to try a serving? Ningyi thought the name was delightful and decided to order it. Very well. I shall have 1 serving. Additionally, please prepare a stir-fried vegetable, a pig's stomach soup, and 2 bowls of plain rice. Ningyi opened the menu presented to him. Certainly. Your order will be arranged shortly. As it is quite busy here, please return to your table and wait. Observing the throng of patrons, Ningyi returned to Bai's table. Why did you take so long? Have you placed the order? Bai asked, slightly impatient. Yes, it should be in preparation now. You are merely feeling the wait because you sit here. I have not delayed even a moment. Ningyi glanced toward the counter, noting the queue of customers. What did you order? Bai asked, bored. Chicken, pig stomach soup, vegetables, and rice. Ningyi replied with a smile. Oh, I am so hungry. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Bai complained, clutching her stomach. Ningyi could not help but chuckle at her expression. Just hold on a moment. If I do not eat soon, I may faint from hunger. Here you are, sir. This is the concubine chicken you ordered, the attendant announced cheerfully. Thank you. What about the vegetables and the pig stomach soup? Ningyi inquired with a smile. The vegetables will be ready shortly. The pig's stomach requires a bit of stewing for optimal flavor. What is concubine chicken? Bai asked curiously, peering at the dish. Why don't you taste it? Would you like to know the origin of its name? Ningyi suggested. Yes. Please enlighten me. Bai said as she sampled a piece. I recall reading about the origins of concubine chicken in some Tang dynasty literature. It is said to be a famous dish from Suzhou. The preparation involves selecting tender young chicken wings, cooked alongside shiitake mushrooms, scallops, tender bamboo shoots, and green peppers. The dish is characterized by its vibrant colors, green, creamy yellow, black, and white, that are visually appealing and, upon tasting, are both tender and savory, with an enticing aroma. It is noted that the renowned chef Su Kongtu crafted this dish specifically for Emperor Ming of Tang and his beloved Yang Guifei, who personally named it concubine chicken. And how does it taste to you now? Is it both tender and flavorful? Ningyi asked as he watched Bai relish her meal. It indeed possesses a certain tenderness. It is quite delicious, Bai replied, her mouth full of chicken. Ningyi also took a bite, commenting, yes, it is passable. Afterward, he served himself a bowl of pig stomach soup, filling another for Bai as well. Ah, this pig stomach soup has a remarkable flavor, especially with the rich, crisp texture that lingers on the palate. Upon hearing Ningyi's praise, Bai eagerly joined in. The broth is indeed well seasoned with pepper. It is truly delightful. Once their meal concluded, the two exchanged playful banter. The afternoon sky was exceptionally clear, with a vibrant blue hue devoid of even a wisp of cloud, as if filtered of all impurities, radiating a splendid brilliance. Observing the beautiful weather, Ning-Yi activated the flying device, allowing them to inhale the fresh air brought by nature. Ning-Yi, look over there. It appears there is another tower city, he exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Ning-Yi shielded his eyes with his hand to gain a better view. Indeed, there is a tower city, he confirmed, adjusting the controls to accelerate their speed. As they approached the tower city, they could discern a lively atmosphere below. Ning-Yi slowed down, seeking an open space to land the flying device. After securing the craft, he eagerly pulled Ning-Yi toward the bustling crowd. It seemed the tower city was a marketplace, with small stalls lining the streets, while permanent shops were scarce, only a few in number. Ning-Yi walked behind Bai and paused at a stall selling accessories, noticing a beautiful hairpin that seemed perfect for her. How much for this hairpin, vendor? He inquired. Young man. This one is just 10 spirit stones, replied the stall owner, an elderly gentleman in his 70s. Very well. I shall take it. Here are the spirit stones, Ning-Yi said, handing over the payment. Sensing that Ning-Yi had not followed her, Bai turned to look. What are you looking at over there? At that moment, Ning-Yi had already concealed the hairpin. Oh, I merely spotted a pair of earrings reminiscent of those my mother used to wear, so I took a closer look. Bai approached to examine the trinkets, but shook her head and took Ning-Yi's hand to move on. After all, what would a young lady of noble birth see in goods from a roadside stall? Look over there. It's quite lively. Let us go take a look. Upon reaching the bustling area, they heard the crowd cheer, "Good, good." Ning-Yi stood on tiptoe to see a male cultivator on stage. He mused. That movement resembles what we would call magic tricks in the 21st century. It seems someone is performing simple illusions here. On a table lay a piece of paper and a pencil. The male cultivator approached the table, turned out his pockets for the audience to inspect, and then flipped them back. He wrote a number on the paper, not letting the audience see, and tucked the note into his pocket. Now, please think of any number between 0 and 9, he announced. A man in the audience shouted, 8. The cultivator smiled, proclaiming, Behold, the number I predicted is written on this paper. He produced the note, revealing the number 8 as the crowd gasped in astonishment. The performance is complete. This is a fine display of spirit magic. Would you like to see something even more thrilling? The audience erupted in cheers, with some exclaiming, Good, excellent, while others clamored for more. Bai was utterly astonished. How is this possible? Can he truly predict? She pondered, unable to comprehend the trick. Ning-Yi, observing Bai's bewilderment, leaned closer and whispered, Did you notice how the cultivator discreetly touched the table before putting his hand back in his pocket? I wonder what he was doing. Bai recalled the cultivator's actions, realizing that she had been too engrossed to notice his small movements. Next, I shall perform a trick where plain paper transforms into currency, the cultivator announced. In this realm, paper currency is rarely used, as it is a high-value item. A clamor arose from the audience. The cultivator prepared 10 sheets of white paper, fanning them out. He pulled out a few sheets, showing both sides, then neatly stacked them. With a swift punch, he struck the pile of paper, and when he fanned them out again, each sheet had transformed into a 100-value spirit note. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Did you catch that? He turned to Ning-Yi, who was watching intently. I understand the trick. He had a stack of spirit notes hidden between the 9th and 10th sheets of paper. He cleverly moved the 10 sheets to the bottom, revealing the notes. Ning-Yi explained quietly. Bai marveled at his keen insight. The audience roared with excitement, shouting for more spirit notes. Just then, a young boy approached with a metal basin, collecting spirit stones. He was part of the performance, soliciting donations from the audience. Ning-Yi, feeling sympathy for the boy, tossed a few stones into the basin. Thank you, everyone. To show my gratitude, I'll perform another trick. The crowd cheered again. Please, be quiet. I will begin shortly. Have you ever seen paper hold water? No. The crowd responded. Now, I shall demonstrate. He poured water into a funnel made of paper, which was astonishing enough. How could paper contain water? Then, maintaining a serious demeanor, he folded the bottom of the paper funnel to prevent leakage. The audience waited in suspense, curious if the water would escape. To their surprise, the cultivator suddenly tossed the paper into the air, catching it and unfolding it, revealing it to be completely dry. How marvelous! What did you see? He noticed Ning-Yi seemed a bit drowsy. She nudged him gently. What is wrong? Ningyi snapped back to attention. I was just asking what you thought. What were you daydreaming about? Nothing much. I was just a bit sleepy and didn't realize I was closing my eyes, he admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. With all this noise, how could you possibly fall asleep? Truly impressive. He teased, recalling that she had never asked Ningyi his age. She remembered her grandfather mentioning it once, but at the time, she had been indifferent to the details. Let us go. I'm feeling a bit tired standing here. He pulled Ningyi along. Thief. Help. Thief. An elderly woman, appearing to be in her 80s, pleaded with Ningyi with desperate eyes. Without hesitation, he pursued the thief. He stayed behind to support the woman, who leaned on her cane, her hair white as snow. Thank you, dear girl. The woman smiled at Bai. What did you lose? Bai inquired. It was the spirit stones I took to buy vegetables. I kept them in my pouch, tied to my waist. That thief bumped into me and stole them, she lamented, wiping away tears. Bai felt a pang of sympathy and comforted her. Here. Is this your pouch? I retrieved it from the thief, Ningyi said, panting slightly. Yes. Thank you, young man, the woman exclaimed, opening it to check. It's just as I had it, not a stone missing. Ningyi observed the elderly woman's hunch and felt a deep compassion. He pulled out a small bag of spirit stones from his waist. Here, take these spirit stones and buy something nutritious. Oh, how can I accept? You've already helped me retrieve my pouch, she protested. It's nothing. Please accept it. It's just a small token of my goodwill. Ningyi insisted with a smile, holding Bai's hand. Then I shall thank you, young man. It seems you two are quite the pair, the woman remarked. Bai blushed slightly, responding, Oh, you flatter us. We are not that special. I mean it. You remind me of my husband and me when we were young, always holding hands, despite the laughter of others. Yet we never let it bother us. Seeing you two truly makes me a bit envious. My dear husband passed away too soon. The woman's expression suddenly darkened. I'm terribly sorry, Bai said. The memories flooded back to Ningyi as he smiled at the elderly woman before him. It's nothing. I'm just a bit sentimental, he reassured her. The old woman managed a faint smile. Grandma, it's getting late. We should be on our way. Please take care of yourself and keep your valuables hidden. A hint of concern lingered in Ningyi's heart for the old woman. All right, thank you, young man. Be careful on your journey, she replied, her right hand trembling as she spoke with her cane. Understood, Grandma. Bai waved goodbye as she followed Ningyi. Are you hungry? Perhaps we should find somewhere nice to eat. Ningyi watched Bai's inquisitive gaze and replied, A little, yes. It's nearly 1/4 the hour. Let's see if we can find a place that serves food and offers lodging, Bai suggested. If we do, that would be quite convenient, Ningyi agreed, leading Bai diagonally across the street towards an inn. Upon arrival, he noticed a sign that read, A shop under the Mu family. Being one who preferred solitude, he thought it best to avoid entering. Turning away, he felt Bai's puzzled gaze upon him. What's wrong? That place seemed quite suitable. That establishment is affiliated with the Mu family. I prefer not to be the subject of gossip. Being a scion of the Mu family staying at their own inn for experience, Ningyi candidly expressed his feelings. Bai, upon hearing this, realized that Ningyi was indeed a person who valued self-reliance, elevating her impression of him. Oh, how admirable. Such thoughts are commendable. Is that so? One must consider who has chosen them, Ningyi said, rolling his eyes with a subtle smile. Ha, are you complimenting me or yourself? Bai responded with a beaming expression. Both, perhaps, he laughed. Let us explore elsewhere. With that, Ningyi wrapped an arm around Bai and they ventured forth. Bai, feeling a thrill, pondered silently. If I were to bring him home to the Ling residence later, I wonder how grandfather would react? There's a place over there. Shall we check it out? Bai, didn't you hear me? Ningyi glanced back, finding her lost in thought. He waved his hand before her eyes, but she remained unresponsive. Gently, he tapped her forehead with his finger. Hey, why did you hit me? That hurt. Bai protested, a hint of annoyance in her voice. I was talking to you, yet you seemed so distracted. If I hadn't roused you, would you have just stood there? Ningyi chuckled inwardly at her expression, but managed to suppress his laughter. What did you want from me? I was just lost in thought, Bai pouted. I noticed an inn that looks quite promising over there. He pointed across the street. All right, let us head over. It's getting dark, Bai said in a soft, slightly playful tone. Ningyi shivered slightly at the sweet sound of her voice. They crossed the road and stopped at the inn's entrance. Ningyi was once again dismayed to see the same sign indicating it was also part of the Mu family. It seems all the establishments around here are under the Mu family, he mused. Bai He, sensing his hesitation, stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear. I doubt anyone would recognize you. Why not stay incognito for a night, and we can leave at dawn? Ningyi considered her suggestion and found it plausible. All right, you can take charge of booking the room. Of course. Let us go inside, Bai He exclaimed, pulling him eagerly into the inn. Inside, they found several empty tables in the lobby, and Ningyi chose a relatively quiet spot. Bai He placed their belongings down and approached the counter. Excuse me, do you have any fine rooms available? I would like a double room. She smiled at the innkeeper. It's not peak time now. We still have some available. The innkeeper replied, adjusting his glasses with a smile. Please choose a room in a quieter area, Bai He requested, scanning the menu at the counter. Certainly. What else would you like to order? The innkeeper inquired, noticing her intent to dine as well. Which dishes are the best? Cost is no object, Bai He asked, seeking his guidance. Miss, any dish listed in this menu is delectable. Choose whatever you fancy, the innkeeper recommended with a warm smile. All right then. I'll have an eggplant casserole, sour fish, stir-fried cabbage, tofu soup, and 2 bowls of rice, she ordered. Very well, I will have it prepared shortly. Please take a seat, the innkeeper said, turning to summon the staff. Bai He returned to their table. Have you ordered everything? Ningyi smiled at her. Yes, all done, she replied cheerily as she took a seat across from him. I was thinking about whether I should disguise you a bit, Bai He teased, her expression a playful mix of amusement. I think that's unnecessary. No one here knows me, Ningyi guessed her intentions. Oh, you caught on too quickly. That's no fun. Just then, the waiter arrived with their dishes. Miss, your orders are ready. Let me know if you need anything else. Bai He, her hunger peaked, immediately began to eat. Thank you. I doubt we'll finish it all. You may leave and come back if needed. Enjoy your meal. The waiter nodded and departed. Delicious. You must try this, Bai He said, offering some of the eggplant casserole to Ningyi. You should eat more. You look quite thin, he remarked, noticing her figure, which seemed as though she hadn't eaten well. All right, I will, she replied, and soon, the table was filled with empty plates. Waiter, could you come here for a moment? We're ready to settle the bill, Ningyi called out to the nearby staff. Certainly. 1 eggplant casserole, 15. 1 sour fish, 15. 1 stir-fried cabbage, 5. 1 tofu soup, 5. And 2 bowls of rice, complimentary, totaling 40 low-grade spirit stones, the waiter calculated. I'll take care of it, Ningyi offered. Bai He stood up, reaching for her waist, only to panic when she couldn't find her pouch. Ningyi noticed her expression and guessed what had happened. Let me handle it. After settling the bill, they made their way upstairs to room 205. Upon entering, Bai He found 2 beds, 2 desks, a round table in the middle, and a window on the left side of the door. Ningyi guided Bai He to sit around the table. What is wrong? Did you lose your pouch? He asked. As they reminisced about their journey, Ningyi inquired gently about the whereabouts of Bai He's pouch and whether someone had approached her closely during their travels. Bai He recalled the morning at the market when her pouch was secured around her waist, and later, while she was distracted by a magician, she had pulled out spirit stones to show a boy. It seemed the only person who had come close to her waist was an old woman. Could it be that the old woman had snatched it during that moment? Not good, Ningyi. We've been deceived. That old woman is in cahoots with the thief. Bai He expressed her discontent, looking at Ningyi. What brings you to such a conclusion? Have you discovered something? Ningyi asked with a smile, eyeing Bai He with suspicion. I just recalled that when you went after the thief, the old woman bumped into me while I was distracted. It's very possible that she took my pouch at that moment, Bai He reflected, the scene vividly replaying in her mind. What a coincidence. The moment we turned our backs, the old woman was approached by the thief. She must have been watching us from the start, Ningyi analyzed internally. From now on, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble, Bai He lamented. Is there anything of value in your pouch? Ningyi asked with concern. Nothing but some loose spirit stones, Bai He replied. Well, since they aren't precious items, consider it an act of kindness and try to forget about it, Ningyi suggested. At that moment, Ningyi produced a jeweled hairpin from his waist, holding it behind his back and performing a mysterious gesture. Darling, can you guess what I'm holding? What is it? Are you trying to amuse me, or do you have something to gift me? Bai He teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Ningyi, captivated by Bai He's enchanting smile, revealed the hairpin. You've guessed half correctly. This is a gift for you. Bai He gazed at the hairpin, astonished that he had bestowed upon her such a beautiful gift. When did you buy this? I had no idea. Do you like it? Ningyi inquired. I adore it. As long as it comes from you, I cherish it, Bai replied. Let me put it on for you. Indeed. I truly like it, she admitted. Then, that's all that matters. Are you tired? They exchanged lingering glances, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words. Ning Yi, entranced by Bai's alluring lips, leaned in closer. Would you like a drink of water? Ning Yi asked, concern etched on his face. No, I wish to meditate and cultivate for a while. Bai averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Can you focus your mind now? Ning Yi questioned, slightly puzzled. Bai mused to herself, indeed. My thoughts are still with that fellow. Perhaps a bath would help me relax. I'll take a bath to unwind, she declared with a lively expression. Do you wish to bathe with me? Ning Yi teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Bai blushed at his words, thinking, this fellow is quite the rogue, always twisting my words. What shall I do? Ning Yi chuckled at her reaction. Rest assured, I'm merely teasing you. Until we are wed, I shall not overstep my bounds. Bai felt a wave of relief wash over her. Vapor, please prepare 2 tubs of hot water and 1 of cold water for bathing, Ning Yi called out as he opened the door to the hallway. Certainly. I'll bring it right away, the innkeeper replied. Bai stepped behind a screen and noticed a large wooden tub and a clothes rack nearby. Assessing the screen's density, she felt more at ease knowing she could change without worry. What are you looking at? Ning Yi asked, smiling as he approached her from behind. Nothing, just admiring the size of the tub, Bai replied nervously, as if she had committed a transgression. Isn't a bathing tub supposed to be of this size? If it were smaller, could one even fit inside? Ning Yi teased. True, yet, this one seems far larger than those at Pinlu, Bai admitted, realizing her slip of tongue. I might as well embrace my blunder. You silly girl. You needn't script your falsehoods, Ning Yi chuckled, ruffling Bai's hair. Sir, the 3 tubs of water you requested are ready, the innkeeper announced, knocking at the door. Coming. Please place them behind the screen, Ning Yi replied with a smile as he opened the door. Of course. The innkeeper quickly set the water down and departed. Quickly grab your change of clothes and go bathe. I'd like to bathe after you, Ning Yi encouraged, smiling at Bai. Bai took her clothes and stepped behind the screen, filling the tub with water and adjusting the temperature. She then retrieved some dried rose petals from her belongings, sprinkling them into the tub to enjoy a fragrant rose bath, allowing herself to unwind. After some time, feeling the water cool, Bai concluded her bath and changed. She emerged to find Ning Yi meditating with his eyes closed. Not wanting to disturb him, she settled at the table, poured herself a cup of water, and then sat on her bed to meditate, taking deep breaths to calm her mind and begin her cultivation. Though Ning Yi appeared to be meditating, he was keenly aware of Bai's every movement, choosing to let her be, wishing for her to relax. Opening his left eye, he noticed Bai seemed to have entered a state of tranquility and, thus, he took his clothes and stepped behind the screen. He poured the remaining hot water into the tub, adding some cold water to achieve a comfortable temperature. Meanwhile, Bai silently sensed the spiritual energy surrounding her, continuing to focus as she opened her meridians to facilitate the flow of her inner strength. Ning Yi luxuriated in the tub, reflecting on how swiftly their relationship had blossomed. If I were to take her home to meet my mother, would she like her? Affection relies on mutual feelings. As the saying goes, it takes 2 to tango. After a brief moment, Ning Yi added the remaining hot water to the tub, dismissing his earlier thoughts, and closed his eyes to savor the pleasure of his bath. After a while, Ning Yi emerged from behind the screen, donning fresh garments. Seeing Bai still engrossed in her practice, he chose not to interrupt her and returned to his bed, feeling a bit weary from the day's events, wishing to rest early in preparation for their journey tomorrow. Soon, dawn broke, and Ning Yi awoke naturally, glancing over at Bai, who was still blissfully asleep, her soft snores barely audible. Not wishing to disturb her, he approached the window and opened it, discovering that it had rained the night before. The world outside was pristine, washed clean by the rain, and the post-storm sky appeared clearer than usual, offering a refreshing vista. Peering down, he admired the damp courtyard and the few trees by the flower bed, still adorned with droplets from the previous night's rain. You're awake. Why didn't you wake me? Bai rubbed her eyes, stifling a yawn. I merely wished for you to rest more, Ning Yi replied with a smile as he embraced her. Shall we check out of the room now? Bai asked, her eyes shining with joy. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and Ning Yi opened it to find the innkeeper holding a basin of water. Esteemed guests, here is your washing water and towels. Ning Yi gazed at the waiter with a hint of confusion, pondering to himself. I did not call for this to be brought in just now. Could it be that Bai did? Please bring it in, he called out. Baihe, the water for washing your face has arrived. Very well, the waiter replied with a smile, entering the room to place the water on the washstand. What? I just got up and did not call for this. However, I do find myself in need of this water. You misunderstand, esteemed guest. For all our distinguished patrons staying here, we arrange for the delivery of washing water every morning around the second hour after dawn, the waiter explained, deducing Ning Yi's earlier query from his demeanor. So that is how it is. Thank you. Ning Yi responded with a smile and a nod. You are too kind, the waiter said before departing. Let us wash our faces. After rinsing, we shall check out of this room. You go ahead. I will pack my belongings, Ning Yi said, moving to his bed to gather his items. Hurry up. It is getting late, and we still need to grab some breakfast, he urged, walking to the washstand to fetch an empty basin, dividing the water into 2 portions as she washed her face with a towel. Ning Yi quickly finished packing his things, and just then, Baihe completed her washing as well. With a few splashes, Ning Yi washed his face and rinsed his mouth. Are you all packed? He asked, noticing that Baihe was already shouldering her bundle. All set, let us go, Baihe exclaimed, pulling Ning Yi along as they hurried downstairs. I will wait outside the door for you. You handle the checkout. Ning Yi thought it best to avoid an encounter with the innkeeper, uncertain of who it might be. If he were to run into someone familiar, all his previous efforts would be in vain. All right, no problem, Baihe anticipated his response. Here is the spirit stone for you to settle the bill. Ning Yi, aware that Baihe had lost her purse, produced a bag of spirit stones to hand to her. You think I, a young lady of high standing, would venture out with just that little purse? I have plenty of spirit stones, Baihe replied, unwilling to accept Ning Yi's offering. Indeed, as the saying goes, one should not flaunt their wealth to avoid inviting disaster. Upon hearing Ning Yi's words, Baihe said nothing more, simply taking the spirit stones and proceeding to the counter. Innkeeper, I would like to check out of room 205. May I ask under what name the room was booked? The innkeeper inquired while flipping through the ledger. Baihe, she replied. Please hold on a moment. As Baihe grew impatient, she glanced at the ledger, where it recorded, 1 night's stay in the room, 3 buckets of water for bathing. Greetings. The room is 80 lower-grade spirit stones, and the 3 buckets of water are 6 lower-grade spirit stones, totaling 86 lower-grade spirit stones. I will charge you 85 lower-grade spirit stones, the innkeeper said with a smile, stroking his beard. Baihe retrieved 15 spirit stones from the bag she had just received and handed them over to the innkeeper before turning to leave. Dear guest, please walk slowly. Are we ready? Ning Yi asked as he saw Baihe emerging, and he joined her. Indeed, waiting for someone always feels longer than being busy with tasks. Baihe smiled at Ning Yi. Chapter 91. Searching for lantern-making materials. 6. Let us find a spacious area. We will use our flying device to travel and quickly gather the remaining materials in the next town. As Ning Yi spoke, his expression was somewhat. All right, let us go. The two leaped into the air with agility. It seems there is an open space over there. Let us descend and take a look. They landed on a grassy patch, observing the surrounding purple flowers with a sense of reluctance, fearing to trample on them. Finding a spot devoid of flowers, they activated their flying device and sat upon it, soaring together like 2 birds in flight. I have always cherished this feeling of freedom. If we were to marry in the future, I do not wish to remain at home. I want to explore the world by your side, Baihe said, gazing at Ning Yi with a smile. That is agreed upon. Just do not complain when it gets tough, Ning Yi replied, his heart filled with joy. As he had initially thought Baihe, hailing from a noble family, would be quite delicate. Not at all. From childhood until I was 15, I was trapped in the Ling residence, suffocating under pressure. I longed to see the outside world, but my grandfather would not allow it. Fortunately, I was able to join Tianyu's sect to learn skills when I turned 15, and since then, I have savored the freedom outside. Baihe shared, reflecting on her past. You may have felt isolated without siblings around you as a child. I remember sneaking out with my sister to play in the nearby Yang city. On one occasion, while we were playing, a torrential rain fell, and we took shelter under an eave, eventually falling asleep from exhaustion. Thankfully, our mother braved the downpour to search for us. After a long while, she inquired with a kind stranger, who informed her of our whereabouts. Ning Yi reminisced about how his sister had always cared for him. I envy you for having a mother and an elder sister. Baihe smiled wryly, indeed, but my father has never treated us like other fathers treat their families. In his eyes, it seems there are only those 3 from the Rui Yuan. Ning Yi felt a surge of anger recalling past events. Well, that is all in the past. Let us not dwell on it. What matters now is that we live our lives happily. Bai He attempted to comfort Ning Yi. Lost in memories, we have missed several places. Ning Yi looked below, searching for the locations he had in mind, but after a while, he realized he had likely overlooked something. He turned the flying device around and descended slightly, maintaining a steady flight. There it is. Look over there. Bai He exclaimed excitedly, pointing below. Indeed, let us find a spot to land the flying device, Ning Yi replied, observing the area as he slowly descended to locate a suitable landing spot. Let us go. It seems quite lively over there. We should check it out. After securing the flying device, Ning Yi wrapped his arm around Bai He as they walked towards the bustling direction. Upon arrival, they found themselves at a market filled with people. Ning Yi overheard a vendor calling out, Come, don't miss out. Here, I have the finest handicrafts and some handmade materials. Come, let us go take a look, he urged Bai He, pulling her toward the enticing voice. Approaching the stall, they found a plethora of items on display, some packed away in bags rather than laid out. Ning Yi bent down to examine the various crafts closely, feeling slightly dizzy from the dense arrangement. Look over there. That device for making soul-calling lanterns would surely be stunning. Bai He pointed to a nearby star-shaped device. Where? I do not see it. What does it look like? Ning Yi scanned the area but failed to spot the device Bai He described. It is star-shaped. Allow me to fetch it for you, she said, bending down to retrieve the star-shaped device to show him. Here it is. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Ning Yi took the device from Bai He's hands, contemplating its design in relation to the lantern shade, and thought that it indeed matched well. It seemed Bai He had an eye for quality. Vendor, how much for this? Ning Yi asked the stall owner, turning his attention to him. This is 10 lower-grade spirit stones. If you select another similar item, I'll give you a discount of 5 spirit stones, the vendor replied, wearing a persuasive smile. Ning Yi surveyed the array of items, noting that he still needed the wick and the base for holding oil. Perhaps he should continue searching to see what else could be found here. What are you daydreaming about? What other materials do you need? I can help you find them. Bai He's sudden voice snapped Ning Yi back to reality. What is it? She had been lost in thought, even asking me what was wrong. Bio shook her head. Ning Yi felt a bit embarrassed, having been preoccupied with what materials were still needed, perhaps too engrossed to come back to reality. Go ahead. What other materials do we need for the base? Bio urged Ning Yi with a hint of impatience. As for the wick and the oil holder, I think we should take a look at the lamp holder we found earlier. If we see one we like, we can install it and see how it looks. Ning Yi replied with a smile. Then let us take a look. This way, we can check if the size fits, Bio said cheerfully, rolling her eyes playfully. Ning Yi stood behind Bio, retrieving the previously found materials from his small space. You should try this regulator on to see if it fits, he said, handing her a star-shaped regulator. Bio placed it on and remarked that it looked quite nice, though it was slightly oversized. Shopkeeper, do you have a smaller one of this regulator? Ning Yi asked the vendor. How much smaller? Bring the one you like over for me to see. The vendor replied with a thoughtful smile. Just one size smaller, Ning Yi said, handing the star-shaped regulator to the vendor. Let me check. Yes, we have it in stock. Just a moment, the vendor replied, bending down to retrieve a bag filled with accessories. Ning Yi approached to help search, but the items were so small they were difficult to find. I think this is it, but it's not the shape I originally found, he said. Yes, little brother, you have a keen eye. This is it. The shapes are all different, so if you want one that fits, this is the one, the vendor said with a smile. Bio, what do you think? Which one would you like? Ning Yi asked, holding a bundle of regulators that included round, square, crescent, and heart shapes. Bio thought deeply. Since it was a gift for his mother, it should be the heart shape, representing his heartfelt craftsmanship. I'll take this heart-shaped one, she decided. With the regulator chosen, Ning Yi began to scan the stall for the wick and oil holder. Hey, there's a base over there. Go grab it and try it out. Bio pointed towards a spot near a wooden pillar. Where? Ning Yi searched for a long time but couldn't spot it. Right next to the wooden pillar. I'll go get it, Bio said, walking over to grab it. She returned and gently placed it on. Not bad. Your taste is exquisite, Ning Yi said, affectionately ruffling Bio's hair. Is that even a question? Just look at who chose it, Bio teased, beaming with joy. Are you copying my way of speaking? Ning Yi thought, impressed by how quickly Bio picked it up. What else do we need? Bio asked, momentarily at a loss for words before changing the subject. We still need the wick and the tube for holding the wick. Ning Yi observed the partially assembled lamp. Why don't we just ask the vendor? This rate, we'll be searching forever, and half the day is already gone, Bio said, her wit shining through. Shopkeeper, I want to make an oil lamp. Do you have the wick and the tube for it? Ning-yi turned to the vendor, considering BOS logic. I'm really sorry. I have too many items here. I can't keep track of everything. I can't think of it right now, so you might as well look for it yourself. That would be faster. The vendor nodded at Ning-yi. Let us just look ourselves, Bo said, feeling a bit shy in front of Ning-yi. No worries. Take your time. If we can't find it, then it's just how it is, Ning-yi replied, slowly searching while yawning. Why don't we take a break and come back? Bo suggested with a meaningful glance. Sure, we've made good progress today. Let us grab some snacks to nourish ourselves, Ning-yi said, putting away the items and handing 10 small spirit stones to the vendor. This place is nice. Let us eat here. Bo pulled Ning-yi to a table outdoors, where a menu was displayed. Ning-yi picked it up casually, noting it was filled with desserts. Chrysanthemum goji tea or pure tea, which do you prefer? Ning-yi asked with a smile. Both. Let us have a pot of each, Bo said, twirling her hair with a smile. Green bean cake, layered cake, sesame cake, or pumpkin cake. Which one do you want? Ning-yi inquired as he flipped to the second page. I'll take one of each. Green bean, layered, and pumpkin, he decided. After hearing Bo's choices, Ning-yi noticed that there didn't seem to be any waitstaff around, so he stood up. I'll go order, he said to Bo, who nodded in agreement. Approaching the counter, Ning-yi smiled at the array of particularly small pastries and ordered 2 additional servings of the assorted fruit cake. How much for these? He asked. Please hold on a moment, the shopkeeper replied, calculating with an abacus. Chrysanthemum goji tea 10, pure tea 10, green bean 10, layered cake 5, pumpkin 10, assorted fruit cake 10, totaling 55 low-grade spirit stones. After tallying, the shopkeeper looked up with a smile. Here you go. Ning-yi took out a pouch filled with scattered low-grade spirit stones and counted out 55 to hand over. Please take a seat while I prepare your order. Someone will bring it to you shortly. The shopkeeper gestured for him to sit. Is everything ordered? Bo smiled as Ning-yi returned. Yes. It's being prepared and should be ready soon. Are you hungry? He asked, concerned. I'm fine, not too hungry. How about you? Bo replied, glancing back at him. I'm all right. We'll be eating soon, so it's not a big deal, Ning-yi said nonchalantly. At that moment, a waiter approached with a rectangular tray. Smiling as he said, Sir, please place your bundles on the chair beside you. I need to set the pastries on the table. Of course. Ning-yi quickly moved the 2 bundles to the side. The waiter swiftly placed the tea and snacks on the table before leaving. This handkerchief is quite nice, Bo remarked, admiring the one included with the pastries. Hurry and eat. Things like this are so cheap. You can grab a handful without a second thought. What is so special about it? If you like it, I'll buy you a better one, Ning-yi said, rolling his eyes at the low-quality items. This assorted fruit cake is delicious. Give it a try, he said, taking a bite with a fork and finding it delightful. He offered a bite to Bo, who hesitated, looking somewhat reluctant. We've kissed several times already. What is stopping you now? Do you need me to feed you? Ning-yi teased. Bo's face flushed at his words. Just leave me alone. I'll eat. She shyly opened her mouth to take a bite from the fork he offered. That's more like it. Is it good? Ning-yi grinned mischievously. It's not bad. I'll have one for myself. You should eat too, she replied. Here, have a cup of tea. What flavor do you want? Ning-yi asked with concern. I'll have chrysanthemum goji tea, Bo said with a smile. Ning-yi stood up to pour her a cup. You should have some too. Don't fill it too much, she cautioned as the tea nearly overflowed. After pouring, Ning-yi sat down to leisurely enjoy the pastries. Contemplating, Ning-yi mused that in the modern era, he had never found the time to revel in such leisurely moments as he did now, seated with a cherished companion, sipping tea and savoring delicacies. What are you thinking about? Why are you so lost in thought? Bai queried, her expression tinged with displeasure. Oh, nothing. A recent occurrence reminded me of something from the past, Ning-yi replied with a gentle smile. Don't you have anything to say to me? Every time we sit down, you just space out, Bai pouted, clearly dissatisfied. All right, don't be upset. Sometimes I just want to tease you, but it seems to make you unhappy. When 2 people spend a lot of time together, they need to allow each other some space, Ning-yi chuckled. Do you think I'm too clingy? Bai protested childishly. That's not what I meant. You've misunderstood. I was referring to our thoughts, Ning-yi said, genuinely at a loss for how to communicate with her. Hurry and eat. You haven't had much, he urged. I don't want to eat anymore. I have no appetite, Bai sulked. In that case, drink some more tea to soothe your temper, Ning-yi jested. I'm not angry, so no need to drink, she retorted. If that's the case, then let's leave. Ning-yi called to the waiter with a smile. What can I do for you, esteemed guest? The waiter inquired. Please pack everything except the tea. I wish to take it with me, Ning-yi instructed, gesturing to the pastries on the table. Certainly, please wait a moment. The waiter soon returned with 2 transparent boxes, neatly packed and placed before Ning-yi. Let us go. Since you won't eat, we shouldn't occupy the table any longer, he said, still beaming. Fine, let us go. He replied, still a bit miffed. Ning-yi approached her, intending to embrace her, but she deliberately stepped aside. He shook his head with a wry smile, thinking, this girl certainly has a strong personality when upset. I might as well let her sulk for a while. There was clearly nothing to be upset about. Yet she insists on putting on a show. Women are so fickle. One moment everything is fine, and the next, the sky has turned. What did I do to provoke her? Sigh. Ning-yi displayed a troubled expression. Observing him, he felt her heart soften. In truth, there was no real reason for her earlier anger. Perhaps her monthly cycle was approaching. Though she thought this, she couldn't bring herself to relent, still pouting. Seeing her pout, Ning-yi quickly approached and pulled her into an embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her lips, merely a fleeting brush. Are you still upset with me? He gazed at her affectionately. He averted her eyes, attempting to evade his gaze. All right, I've lowered my guard, so you should at least say something. Don't keep it all bottled up, he playfully urged. There are so many people watching. Let us go, he exclaimed, noticing the onlookers. Ning-yi smiled and remained silent as they walked on together. Ning-yi led the way back to the stalls they had visited earlier, searching for items for a lamp. He, observing the various wares, felt her mood lighten. As the goods were tightly packed, Ning-yi began to sift through them one by one. Just as he began to feel a little dizzy from the effort, he spotted a circular wick beneath a bag of plates. With great delight, he retrieved it, and upon assembling it with the other components, they fit perfectly as if custom-made. He approached, smiling slightly. Is this all you needed to find? Almost. But I still need some adhesive to secure everything in place, Ning-yi replied with a grin. At that moment, they both forgot their earlier quarrel in their excitement. Where shall we find adhesive? He asked, puzzled. I'm not sure. Perhaps a general store might have some. Let us ask this vendor, Ning-yi suggested, a realization dawning on him. Excuse me, do you sell adhesive here? He inquired cheerfully. Are you making a handicraft? The vendor asked, eyeing the small box containing 2 types of glue, unsure which they required. Yes, we need a stronger adhesive, Ning-yi replied with a smile. You should use this one. It's more suitable for crafts. Feel free to take a look, the vendor said, presenting a blue plastic bottle. All right, I'll trust your judgment. How much does it cost? Ning-yi asked, not wanting to waste more time. 15 low-grade spirit stones, the vendor replied. Here you go, Ning-yi said, producing the required amount. Let us go. We should find an inn to stay at, he declared, securing the lamp components before pulling Bai He along. She, somewhat dazed, allowed him to lead her. As they approached a sign that read by Jia Fu, Ning-yi thought this must be the inn. Let us check out by Jia Fu, he suggested. Upon hearing the name, Bai He's smile vanished. Wait, Bai Jia Fu is under the management of the Ling family, currently overseen by my uncle. If we go there now, we might run into him, she explained. In that case, let's find another place to avoid complications, Ning-yi replied, turning her around. After a moment, he pointed to a modest establishment. Look, there's a Sui Lu. It's not too large and likely not affiliated with anyone. Let us go check it out. All right, let us go. We'll be careful before deciding where to stay. We have plenty of time to choose, Bai He said with a smile, rolling her eyes playfully. Upon arriving at the entrance of Sui Lu, Ning-yi scrutinized the place, reassured by the sign's simplicity before stepping inside with Bai He. Welcome. Are you looking for accommodations? The innkeeper greeted with a smile. I'd like a fine double room, Ning-yi replied, leaving Bai He in the waiting area. Currently, it's peak season, and all the double rooms are occupied. We only have premium single rooms available. Would you like to reserve one? The innkeeper said, flipping through the register. Ning-yi considered that they would inevitably share a space, so a single room would suffice, provided they behaved appropriately. I'll take a premium single room. I prefer a quiet environment, he decided. This is the only one available. Room 208, located in a quiet area. Here is your key. Please take care of it and return it upon checkout. Thank you. Ning-yi accepted the key with a smile. Please leave a deposit of 100 low-grade spirit stones, the innkeeper added. No problem. Here's 100 low-grade spirit stones, Ning-yi replied, handing over the required amount. The innkeeper accepted it with a nod and a smile. Bai He, let us head upstairs, Ning-yi said, turning to her. "What is the room number? Is it in a quiet area?" "I'm a light sleeper," he inquired anxiously as they walked. "Yes, it's room 208, Ningyi teased, enjoying her flustered expression. Upon reaching room 208, he unlocked the door to reveal a luxurious interior. On the right side of the door was a large window, and there was another window near the left side of the bed, which appeared impressively spacious, about 2.5 meters wide, with high-quality bedding. Nearby stood a washstand, a round table in the center, a writing desk beneath the window, and a tea set, while a screen occupied the right side of the room. Why is there only one bed?" he asked, clearly displeased, pouting once more. "The innkeeper informed us that due to the peak season, there were no double rooms available, leaving me with no choice but to book this one." Ningyi placed his belongings on the round table. "So how are the two of us supposed to stay here?" he exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. "No worries. You can take the bed. I'll sleep on the floor," Ningyi declared, adopting a demeanor of masculine bravado before moving to the window to gaze at the scenery outside. His gaze fell upon the very spot where he had just purchased the soul-calling lantern's accessories. After a brief moment, Ningyi took a deep breath and sat down beside the round table. He retrieved all the accessories for the soul-calling lantern, opened a blue bottle of adhesive, and began to assemble them. He then produced a small black cauldron, filled its bowl with spirit oil, and observed as the oil began to diminish. "Master, are you not busy? Why do you need me to absorb more spirit oil?" The cauldron spirit seemed quite animated at that moment. "Linger, listen to me. I need your assistance to refine the soul stone and integrate it into the soul-calling lantern." Ningyi, resting his forehead on the table, smiled as he shared his thoughts with the cauldron spirit. "I see. Have you prepared everything?" Linger inquired. "Yes. Can we begin now?" Ningyi expressed a hint of uncertainty since it was his first time using the small black cauldron. "Make sure there are no interruptions. If we're disturbed during the refining process, all our efforts will be in vain," Linger kindly reminded him, aware of his inexperience. Recalling Bai He, who had been unusually silent, he searched for her and found her seated at the tea table, deftly mending a garment. "Darling, what are you busy with?" he asked. "Can't you see I'm sewing?" Bai He replied, her head down as she focused on her coat. "I want to discuss something with you." Ningyi smiled, waving the broken cloud fan in his right hand. "What is it? Speak quickly. I can't afford to mess up this seam," Bai He replied, showing signs of impatience. "I need to refine the soul stone, and during this process, it must be uninterrupted, especially not to break focus. Can you help me by keeping watch?" Ningyi revealed his vulnerability. "No problem. I'll finish this stitching as quickly as I can." Bai He, intrigued, wanted to see Ningyi's crafting process. Upon hearing her response, Ningyi approached the door and secured it with 2 anti-theft talismans. Returning to the round table, he saw that Linger had absorbed all the spirit oil. "Linger, we're ready to begin. How much more spirit oil do you need?" "Master, just half a portion more will suffice." Ningyi added the required amount of spirit oil, closed his eyes, and summoned the spirit fire from the spiritual vein towards the small black cauldron, which gradually ignited. After a short while, Linger urged, "Master, quickly place the soul stone into the cauldron bowl and add some softening and purifying agents." Following her instructions, Ningyi took out the soul stone and added the necessary substances. Bai He observed quietly from the side. Moments later, Ningyi felt the cauldron vibrating slightly. Sensing a change in the stone, he intensified the flow of spirit energy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Linger announced, "Master, the soul stone has been refined. Quickly channel it into the soul-calling lantern, ensuring your spirit energy is at its peak, or all will be lost." Heeding her words, Ningyi concentrated all his spirit energy into his dantian, directing it with his right hand towards the soul stone within the cauldron. The soul stone transformed into a transparent orb, gradually ascending. Ningyi intensified his spirit energy further, and the orb slowly flew into the soul-calling lantern, which seemed to vibrate slightly. He then infused some of his own spirit energy into the lantern. The infusion was successful, but Ningyi had exhausted most of his spirit energy, beads of sweat pooling on his forehead as he leaned weakly against the table. "Are you all right?" Bai He inquired. Having realized the success of the soul-calling lantern, Ningyi shook his head and closed his eyes. Bai He said nothing further, gently stroking his head. Moments later, noticing his heavy breathing, she understood he had fallen asleep from exhaustion and helped him to bed. "Waiter, please bring me a towel and a basin of warm water." She called to the attendant outside the door. "Certainly, just a moment," the attendant replied before departing. Once the door was securely shut, He tidied up the remnants of the crafting process and sat down to drink some water. Knock, knock. Here are the towel and warm water you requested. Come in and place it on the table, he instructed, opening the door. As the attendant entered, his eyes wandered greedily, fixating on the soul-calling lantern. There's nothing to see. Just set it down, he said, her annoyance evident. Understood. After the attendant left, he took the towel and began to wipe Ningyi's forehead and face, thinking how sticky he must feel after sweating so much. She rinsed the towel in the basin, wrung it out, and wiped down his upper body and hands. Feeling rather bored, she sat at the tea table, plucking an apple from the fruit bowl and gazing out the window, now shrouded in darkness. Ningyi, having awakened, watched his every movement, reluctant to disturb her, and instead closed his eyes to rest. After finishing the apple, he took a stool and sat at the edge of the bed, admiring Ningyi's handsome features, his high nose, oval face, and alluring lips adorned with a few subtle whiskers. She felt an urge to kiss him as she gazed at his lips. Unconsciously, he leaned closer to Ningyi, noticing his heavy breathing and deep slumber. She mused that if she kissed him now, he might not notice, so she decided to give him a gentle peck. Shyly, she lowered her head and quickly brushed her lips against his. Ningyi, initially intending to embrace her in return, suddenly sensed a disturbance outside. Alarmed, he remembered the soul-calling lantern was still on the table. Without thinking further, as he pulled away, he summoned his spirit energy to draw the lantern onto the bed. With a soft thud, the lantern was secured within his small space. Be careful, darling. We may have thieves watching us, Ningyi warned. I understand. Are you feeling any better? Do you need me to share some spirit energy with you? He inquired, aware of his diminished strength. I'm fine. I have some spirit-enhancing pills. I believe they're in my bag. Please fetch it for me, Ningyi replied, his voice weak. Of course, here you go. He quickly handed him the bag. After retrieving the spirit-enhancing pill, Ningyi swallowed it, then drank the water he had brought him, feeling a sense of relief. He closed the window and extinguished the lamp. Now come to bed, Ningyi replied earnestly. There's no need for me to take the bed. I'll just lean against the table and sleep, he responded, somewhat bashful. If you leave it on the table, it might attract thieves. I don't mind. It's quite comfortable to sleep alone in such a large bed, Ningyi jested. He hesitated, but eventually complied with his suggestion. Come on, what are you afraid of? I don't plan on anything happening right now, and eventually, we will have to share a bed. Getting used to it a bit early is no harm, he whispered, revealing his true thoughts. I won't argue with you. I'm going to sleep now. Hibiscus turned her back to Ningyi. Sure, keep your voice down. There are thieves at the door. Wait for my signal, and then you can call out, all right? Ningyi sensed some movement outside. Call out what? Hibiscus inquired. The sounds that couples make after being intimate, Ningyi replied. What? I've never done that. How would I know how to call out? Hibiscus rolled her eyes. Just let out a long ah, and then add be gentle it hurts, followed by my name. Ningyi whispered softly in Hibiscus's ear. Got it. Hibiscus was slightly overwhelmed by Ningyi's actions. Her neck tightening. They're coming inside. Start calling. Ningyi listened intently to every movement outside. Be gentle. It hurts. Slower. Hibiscus recalled the phrases she had just learned and spoke them carelessly. We need to get out of here. This is so unlucky. We lost something on the table and nearly walked in on them being affectionate. Thankfully, we didn't bump into them directly, or we would have been cursed. The leader of the thieves muttered as he left the room. It seems they have gone. You really have some tricks up your sleeve, Hibiscus praised Ningyi. Of course. Who do you think I am? Chapter 95. Strolling through Yang City. Casual is fine. We haven't settled on anything yet. Just address them like you would a friend's parents, Ningyi said, looking at Hibiscus before turning back to pilot the aircraft seriously. Understood. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. I'll take a quick nap in the corner. Wake me when we arrive. At that moment, Hibiscus felt heavy with sleep. Sure, sleep tight. Use your cloak. It's windy up here. Ningyi turned to look at Hibiscus with concern. Hibiscus slowly closed her eyes. As the aircraft broke through the cloud layer, the view below unfolded. They first saw the endless mountain ranges, with a white cloud drifting in the valley. Ningyi gently descended the aircraft, allowing the rivers and mountains to come into full view. After a while, the aircraft flew past Lidu, and Yang City appeared before them. Seeing the familiar place before him, Ningyi felt a surge of joy. Hibiscus, wake up, we're almost there. Ningyi turned to Hibiscus, who was still asleep in the corner. Are we there already? Hibiscus rubbed her eyes with her right hand. You must have been asleep. That's why it felt so close. As Ningyi spoke, he searched for a place to land the aircraft. The aircraft gradually descended and came to rest in a relatively quiet area. We arrived. Let us disembark. Ningyi extended his right hand to Hibiscus, and they stepped down from the aircraft. Hand me the package. Hibiscus smiled at Ningyi. After handing over the package, Ningyi secured the aircraft. The two walked hand in hand through the most bustling part of Yang City. It was already evening, and the night had fallen. Fortunately, the surrounding stalls were lit, making the street feel less dark. Hibiscus spotted a stall selling paintings and released Ningyi to stop and admire them. Ningyi, who was usually indifferent to painting, approached a stall where handmade clay dolls were being crafted. Intrigued by the finished creations, he paused. "Excuse me, could you make me a couple of dolls?" he asked the stall owner, an elderly man in his 60s. "Of course, but you'll have to wait a moment," the stall owner replied. "I'd like them to be quite lovely," Ningyi said with a smile. "Bring your beloved over, and I'll try to mold them based on your appearances, if that works for you." The stall owner smiled. "All right, wait here while I fetch her," Ningyi said, returning a smile to the stall owner. He approached Hibiscus, who was still engrossed in the paintings. "Have you not finished yet? Let me borrow you for a moment. Come see the doll stall. I want to make a pair of clay lovers." Ningyi whispered in Hibiscus's ear. "Clay dolls? Sure. I've never seen that. I want to see what it's like." Hibiscus replied, intrigued. The two made their way to the clay doll stall. "Sir, this is my beloved," Ningyi said to the stall owner, who was busy sculpting. "What a beautiful girl. You two truly are a match made in heaven." The stall owner looked up and smiled at the couple. "Oh no, you flatter us," Ningyi replied, while Hibiscus blushed, admiring the finished clay dolls on display. "Since you are here, I'll set aside my previous work and sculpt yours first." The stall owner took out some fresh clay. "Thank you, sir," Ningyi said, eagerly anticipating how the dolls would turn out. "Young man, step closer to your girl. Face each other." The stall owner picked up a handy sculpting knife. Ningyi moved closer to Hibiscus, wrapping his left arm around her, gazing affectionately into her eyes. "Yes. Hold that expression. Just a moment." The stall owner began to mold the clay. "Is it ready yet, sir?" "My hand is getting a bit numb," Ningyi chuckled. "Almost there. Just a moment. Where are you from?" "I don't recall seeing you around here before," the stall owner continued sculpting. "We live near Yang City, but we spend most of our time away from home," Ningyi replied with a smile, rolling his eyes playfully. "I see. That explains the unfamiliar faces." The stall owner continued. "Have you been here long?" Ningyi asked. "Quite a few years now. I'm just an old man making a living with my humble skills," the stall owner replied as he worked. "You're too modest. This is not something just anyone can do," Ningyi said. Hibiscus added, "Indeed. Sir, you are quite skilled. With just a few movements, you can create a doll. Have you heard of the goddess who created humans?" Ningyi laughed. Before long, a pair of clay lovers presented themselves before Ningyi and Hibiscus, perfectly resembling them in miniature. "Wow, they look just like us," Hibiscus exclaimed, taking the dolls from the stall owner in amazement. "Here, you each take one. What do you think?" The stall owner smiled at Ningyi. "Thank you, sir. You have truly outdone yourself. How much do I owe you?" Ningyi asked after carefully stowing the dolls. "Just 20 low-grade spirit stones," the stall owner replied. Ningyi took out 2 strings of low-grade spirit stones and handed them over. "Let us go. We'll explore elsewhere," Hibiscus said, still holding her doll with one hand, while pulling Ningyi along with the other. "The young people today are wonderful. If only my partner were still here." The stall owner mused as he watched them depart. "Turns out I'm quite handsome," Ningyi teased, leaning closer to Hibiscus and grinning at the clay doll in her hand. "Oh, stop being vain. Go find a mirror and see for yourself. Don't you realize that the stall owner intentionally made you look so good?" Hibiscus replied with a smile. "Really? Then are you also made to look so lovely by the stall owner?" Ningyi thought. "This girl, she is just teasing. Everyone is complimenting their beloved, and she turns it around." He mused. "Hee. Look at you," Hibiscus playfully teased. They strolled through the bustling street, their surroundings vibrant and lively. "Let us go check out that lively spot over there," Hibiscus exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as they approached a large tree where people were engaged in a guessing game with couplets. Ningyi remained silent, quietly following behind. He felt somewhat fatigued after piloting the aircraft for most of the day, compounded by their lengthy excursion. 2 tables and 3 visits, declared a middle-aged man, presenting the couplet. "Who among you knows the corresponding line and its meaning? This bracelet will belong to the one who answers correctly." The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. "Look here. If you guess correctly, the bracelet shall be yours. At that moment, a scholar in white, waving a fan, spoke up. A pair endures for 1,000 autumns. This couplet extols the renowned Zhuge Liang. The first line refers to Zhuge Liang's memorial on the expedition, while Lu Yu's words, one memorial to the expedition truly names the world. Who can match in 1,000 years? Echo the sentiment. The tale of Liu Bei's 3 visits to Zhuge Liang's humble abode is a well-known story. The second line alludes to Zhuge Liang's strategic insights at Longzhong. Well said. You are quite detailed. This bracelet is yours, said the stall owner. After the scholar claimed the bracelet, the stall owner unveiled the second couplet. When did the spring water grow cold? What is the corresponding line? The reward for this couplet was a fabric doll. Come, let us see who can answer. Hearing about the doll, Bai He's eyes sparkled. She thought, this couplet will not stump me. After contemplating the words, she confidently replied, from where does the peak soar? The meaning pertains to the Feilai Peak and the Cold Spring Pavilion in Hangzhou. The peak, also known as Lingzhu Peak, earned its name when the Indian monk Huiri marveled at it, likening it to a peak from his homeland. The couplet possesses a Zen quality that lingers in the memory. Excellent, young lady. You guessed correctly. This doll is yours. The stall owner handed her a small teddy bear. Whispers rippled through the crowd. The stall owner then presented the third couplet. The light of the lamp flickers, desolate winds blow through the rainy night. What is the corresponding line? The challenge had escalated, and a game of Go awaited the one who could articulate the answer and its meaning. Bai He pondered but remained silent. By this time, Ningyi had awakened from a brief nap and, upon hearing the third couplet, felt he knew the answer and awaited Bai He's response. Around them, murmurs arose. Can that woman answer, or might the man have a better chance? Ningyi grew increasingly irritated at the speculation and whispered into Bai He's ear. She nodded, swallowed nervously, and then said, the reed flowers rustle, souls entranced by the bright moon circling the boat. The stall owner replied, indeed, correct. Now, what is the meaning? The meaning of this couplet commemorates Bai Juyi and the Pipa Pavilion. Bai Juyi, a prominent poet of the Tang dynasty, is renowned for his works, including the Song of the Pipa and the Song of Everlasting Regret. The opening lines of the former, at Xuanyang River's edge, I bid farewell to my guest. The autumn leaves rustle, connect directly to Bai He's answer. The stall owner regarded her with approval, nodding with a smile as she continued. The first line about the lamp flickering originates from the poem of Yuan Zhen. The dying lamp casts no flame, shadows flicker. Tonight, I hear of your exile to Zhejiang. Yuan Zhen and Bai Juyi were close friends, and this poem expresses nostalgia for Bai Juyi. The couplet's author skillfully incorporates these verses, emphasizing the theme of remembrance. Dear lady, you are indeed a person of remarkable talent. Please come forth to claim your go set, so everyone may recognize you, the stall owner said with a smile. Bai He stood still, but Ningyi gently urged her, go on, it's well deserved. Blushing, she approached, and the stall owner remarked, it seems you truly possess both beauty and intellect. The crowd buzzed once more. After accepting the go set, Bai He returned to Ningyi's side. The stall owner revealed the fourth couplet. The door faces 1,000 bamboo stalks. The difficulty had risen yet again. What is the corresponding line? A voice inquired. A flute. The stall owner replied with a smile. Ningyi felt an inexplicable thrill upon hearing flute. The meaning behind the door faces 1,000 bamboo stalks relates to a scholar named Xiejin from the Ming dynasty who posted a couplet during the new year. The wealthy man, upon seeing it, summoned scholars to explain its meaning, leading to the bamboo being cut down. Xiejin cleverly added a word to each line, transforming it into, the door faces 1,000 bamboo stalks, yet short. My family houses 10,000 volumes, yet long. The wealthy man, further enraged, ordered the bamboo uprooted. Xiejin, amused, added more words. The door faces 1,000 bamboo stalks, yet short, none. My family houses 10,000 volumes, yet long, some. The wealthy man was left speechless. Well done. Please come forth to claim your prize, said the stall owner with a grin. Go on, Ningyi. Everyone's watching. Bai He encouraged him with a smile. Ningyi stepped forward, and those nearby murmured, he truly possesses remarkable skill. It seems he is with that young lady. As Ningyi accepted the flute, he nodded in appreciation to the stall owner. Young man, you truly exude elegance born from knowledge, the stall owner remarked, stroking his beard. You flatter me. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now, Ningyi replied with a polite bow. Approaching Bai He said with a smile, let us go. It's getting late. We should return to the Mu residence. All right, Bai He responded with a smile. Upon reaching the gates of the Mu residence, they found the doors closed, and Ningyi thought to himself that it was just as well. He preferred not to draw attention to the fact that he had brought a young lady home. How shall we get in? Bai He asked nervously. Fear not. We shall climb over the wall, Ningyi said playfully. Is that appropriate? Bai He pondered, considering this was her first visit to the Mu residence. Observing her unease, Ningyi reassured her, there's nothing inappropriate about it. This way, we can avoid the gossip of Miss Bai He visits the Mu residence at night. After a moment, Bai He conceded, you have a point. I do not enjoy being the center of attention. Then it's settled. Follow my lead, he replied. With a graceful leap, they landed atop the roof. Who intrudes upon the estate? A voice suddenly called out. I am Mu Ningyi. After introducing himself, he led Bai He into the Wudong courtyard. Upon entering, he noticed that the light in his mother's room was still on, and he gently took Bai He's hand, guiding her inside. Come, let me introduce you to my mother. There is no need to be formal. She is quite amiable. Bai He nodded at Ningyi. Knock. Knock. Who is it? Ah Hui. Did you forget something? Luo Jing opened the door, and her heart leapt with joy upon seeing her son, tears welling in her eyes. My son, why are you back at this hour? Mother, I missed you. So I came to see you, Ningyi said, embracing Luo Jing with a smile. And who is this beside you? Though she had been conversing with Ningyi, she had noticed Bai He's gaze upon him and felt a sense of understanding. Ah, I almost forgot to introduce her to you, mother. Ningyi, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. Mother, this is Baihe, the one whom I hold dear, and also the young mistress of the Ling family, one of the 5 great clans of the 2U continent. Hello, Aunt Luo. Baihe smiled and nodded at Luo Jing. My apologies, Miss Baihe. We were so engrossed in our reunion that we didn't notice your presence. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable, Luo Jing said, pulling Baihe into her room. Upon entering Luo Jing's room, Baihe observed the neatness within, with numerous antique vases adorning the shelves, and a beautifully embroidered picture hanging above a writing desk. Her curiosity piqued. She fixated on the embroidery. It seemed that Miss Baihe had a keen interest in embroidery. This particular piece was one of the 4 great embroideries, Sushio. Sushio, originating from Suzhou in the Jiangnan region, flourishes near Taihu Lake, where the climate is mild and silk is abundant. Thus, there exists a long-standing tradition of women excelling in embroidery. The favorable geographical conditions, vibrant brocades, and colorful threads have created ideal circumstances for the evolution of Sushio. Throughout its extensive history, Sushio has developed a distinctive local style characterized by exquisite patterns, harmonious colors, lively lines, and meticulous stitching, earning it the title of Pearl of the Orient. Oh, I was captivated by the lotus flowers inside. I had no idea this was one of the 4 great embroideries, Baihe exclaimed in amazement. It appears that you, Miss Baihe, are also a lover of lotus flowers, Luo Jing remarked, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Indeed, the lotus, emerging from the murky waters untainted, has always been celebrated by the world, which is why I have adored it since childhood, Baihe responded, her gaze unwavering on the Sushio. Could you recite a couple of verses praising the lotus? Luo Jing inquired with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Baihe replied with a smile, the leaves of the lotus stretch infinitely green, reflecting the sunlight, the lotus blooms in a unique red. This truly captures the beauty of the lotus. Luo Jing nodded approvingly, thinking that this young lady was quite admirable, though she felt a twinge of concern as she recalled Ningyi's earlier mention of pursuing a relationship with Gu Tianqi. How could he so swiftly bring home someone he claims to cherish? To be honest, I too am an admirer of the lotus. It seems we shall have much to discuss in the future. Come, let us converse over tea. Ningyi had been sitting quietly for a while, observing the pleasant exchange between his mother and Baihe without interrupting. Please ask Silver to brew a pot of spirit tea, Luo Jing instructed, noticing her son sitting idly. Really? Aunt Luo, could you tell me more about Sushio? Baihe expressed her interest in the embroidery, recalling how her grandfather had once employed masters to teach her, but her restless nature had hindered her from mastering it. Generally, young ladies from esteemed families are expected to excel in the arts, yet she struggled to do so. Luo Jing, seeing Baihe's enthusiasm, took a sip of water to clear her throat and continued, from an appreciation standpoint. The primary artistic characteristics of Sushio include the ability to convey depth in landscapes, the profound essence of architecture, the vivid emotions of characters, and the delicate intimacy of floral and avian motifs. The realism in Sushio's imitation and portrait embroidery is world-renowned. The technique primarily employs layering stitches, concealing the thread connections. Often, 3 or 4 shades of similar colors or adjacent hues are used to create a seamless gradient effect. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. "Come in." Ning-yi went to open the door, revealing Silver, who entered with a pot of spirit tea. Luo Jing continued, "Moreover, when depicting objects, Sushio excels in leaving a path of negative space, allowing for clear differentiation in depth and a well-defined outline of the patterns. Thus, when evaluating Sushio, people often summarize it with the 8 words: flat, even, fine, dense, uniform, smooth, harmonious, and luminous." Ning-yi, stifling yawns, rose to assist his mother and Baihe with the tea. "That should be about it," Luo Jing concluded, downing her cup of spirit tea in one go. "Aunt Luo, you are quite impressive. I had a master teach me when I was young, but I lacked the patience to learn," Baihe admitted shyly. Observing Baihe's bright disposition, Luo Jing noted that embroidery might suit more delicate women, while Baihe appeared to possess a more capable demeanor, fitting for a practitioner of the arts. "Aunt Luo, you truly have a discerning eye," Baihe complimented, raising her cup to finish its contents. "Well, it's getting late. Let us not linger in compliments. Mother, please arrange a room for her to rest. I am feeling a bit weary," Ning-yi stated as he stood up. "Very well. Perhaps she could rest in your sister's room, which is cleaner. You didn't inform me in advance, and now that a Jing is back to rest, it would be troublesome to clean other rooms," Luo Jing replied with a smile. "All right. By the way, Mother, this is the soul-calling lamp I crafted for you. My recent endeavors were aimed at perfecting it, and now it is successfully refined. Please accept it," Ning-yi said with a smile, placing the lamp on the tea table. Upon hearing soul-calling lamp, Luo Jing seemed deeply touched, sitting still as she gazed at it. Observing his mother's reaction, Ning-yi felt a desire to comfort her but hesitated, ultimately exchanging a subtle glance with Baihe, and the two quietly departed. "Come, I shall show you to my sister's room." Ning-yi took Baihe's hand and led her to Ling Xian's room. The door was unlocked, and upon entering, they found it remarkably tidy. He thought to himself, "It seems Mother prepares for my sister's return, ensuring she can settle in at any moment. You may rest here at ease. Let me know if you require anything. It is getting late. You should rest early," Ning-yi said, leaning down to plant a kiss on Baihe's forehead. "Very well," Baihe replied, her eyes glimmering with affection as she gazed at Ning-yi. "I shall return to my room now. Please lock the door when you come in." With a smile, Ning-yi exited Ling Xian's room and approached his own. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a neat room, a testament to his mother's care for him and his sister. Feeling fatigued from the day, he quickly lay down on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, as dawn broke, the courtyard of Wudong Courtyard was alive with the sound of chirping birds. The sunlight was particularly strong, reflecting brightly. A large portion of Ning-yi's room was bathed in sunlight, causing the interior to heat up, waking him from his dreams. He rose, downed a glass of water, and approached the window, contemplating how splendid the weather was. One could almost cook an egg in the sun. Coming back to his senses, he turned to wash up and change. Upon opening the door, he admired the flowers and trees in the courtyard, inhaling the faint fragrance of blossoms. Hearing a door close, he turned to see Baihe emerging from Ling Xian's room. Upon seeing her, Ning-yi inquired with concern, "How did you sleep last night?" Baihe smiled gently. "Perhaps I was a bit tired. I slept soundly until dawn. If it weren't for the birds, I might still be lost in slumber." Ning-yi took her hand, saying, "I'm glad you slept well. I was worried you might struggle to sleep in a new place. Come, let us go to the main hall for breakfast." "Sounds great," Baihe replied cheerfully. Chapter 97. The Role of the Wudong Tree. Upon entering the main hall, they found a round table set with spirit porridge and various side dishes. "Where is Aunt Luo?" Baihe asked with a smile as she settled at the table. "She might still be in her room. Please sit. I will go and fetch her for breakfast," Ning-yi said before exiting the hall and heading towards Luo Jing's room. "Knock, knock." Ning-yi gently knocked on the door and inquired, "Mother, are you awake?" "Here, I am awake. What is it?" came the reply. "Let us have breakfast together." "Aunt Hui has already prepared the spirit porridge on the table," Ning-yi suggested. "All right, Mother, I will come over shortly. You and Miss Baihe can start eating first." "Yes. Mother, please hurry. It won't taste good if it gets cold," Ning-yi reminded her, recalling that the spirit porridge was left uncovered. "All right. Mother will finish what she is doing and come over right away." Ning-yi returned to the hall and sat beside Baihe. "Let us eat first. Mother still has some matters to attend to." "Isn't that inappropriate? We are the younger generation," and this is my first time dining at the Mu residence. Baiha smiled as she looked at Ning-yi. If you wish to wait, then wait. Just don't let yourself go hungry. Ning-yi rolled her eyes. It's still early. I am not that hungry. Baiha, feeling a bit shy, said. Ning-yi thought that since they were waiting, it might be better to find something to do. How about I take you to explore Wudong Garden? Sure. Let's go. Baiha said excitedly, standing up and taking Ning-yi's hand. Do you know why this place is called Wudong Garden? Ning-yi wanted Baiha to learn more about it. Why? This is my first time here. How would I know? Baiha replied, somewhat puzzled. Ning-yi recalled that it was the flowering season for the Wudong trees and remembered how her mother often brought her and her sister to play beneath the tree when they were young. There is a large Wudong tree here, and it is just at the end of its blooming period. Come, let me show you. All right, let us take a look, Baiha said, now quite excited. Upon reaching the Wudong tree, Ning-yi halted. This is the Wudong tree. When we were little, the three of us would often play under it. When it bore fruit, some would fall, and those were the best times. Baiha noticed a Wudong leaf had landed on her and picked it up, examining it closely. It had 3 large lobes, with many smaller lobes along the edges, and the veins were intricate and orderly. The surface felt rough to her touch, almost as if she could feel the delicate veins. I'm quite curious after hearing you say that. Why keep such a large tree? Isn't it a waste of space? Baiha asked. Let me tell you. The Wudong tree has numerous benefits and high medicinal value. It takes many years to grow such a large one. Ning-yi shared what she knew. So, does it have medicinal properties? Could it be used for concocting elixirs? Baiha's understanding dawned upon her. Huh. It seems you are not as foolish as I thought. You guessed correctly. It treats diarrhea, hernias, and premature graying of hair. Is that all? Is there more detail? Baiha pressed, her curiosity piqued. Of course. That is just a general overview. The seeds of the Wudong. Sweet in taste, neutral in nature, clear heat, detoxify, regulate qi, strengthen the spleen, aid digestion, and stop bleeding. The flowers. Sweet in taste, neutral, dispel dampness, reduce swelling, and detoxify. The white bark, the bark after removing the cork, is sweet and bitter, cool in nature, dispels wind and dampness, invigorates blood, and circulates qi. Huh. I've learned so much. How do you know all this so well? Baiha laughed, intrigued. I've been reciting these since I was young. So, am I familiar or not? Ning-yi chuckled in response. Baiha suddenly felt a bit hungry. It's true. I wonder if Aunt Hui has finished her tasks? Shall we head back and check? Let's go. It should be about time. Ning-yi followed Baiha closely. Where have you two been? Why didn't you finish eating before going out? Luo Jing looked at the returning Ning-yi and Baiha. Knowing Luo Jing was about to scold her, Ning-yi decided to change the subject. Nothing. It just felt early. So I took Baiha for a stroll to familiarize her with the treasures of Wudong Garden. Hearing this, Luo Jing recalled Ning-yi's fondness for playing there as a child. It's flower season now. There must be some fragrance in the air. Baiha remarked as she touched the bowl, feeling that the spirit porridge had cooled slightly. Indeed. I almost forgot the porridge has been sitting for quite a while. Let us hurry and eat, Luo Jing said, a bit embarrassed for having delayed them. Hurry up. You women talk too much. Ning-yi quickly finished her bowl. After breakfast, Luo Jing smiled and asked, have you thought about taking Baiha to meet your grandfather and father? I was considering it, but I wonder if father is at the clan leader's estate right now? Ning-yi observed a hint of meaning in her mother's words. After a moment's thought, Luo Jing smiled. I had Aunt Hui check earlier to see if he would be going today. That would be wonderful. Ning-yi beamed. Have you taken Baiha to Yang City? Luo Jing inquired. We went to play there right after arriving yesterday, Baiha replied with a smile. Since you've already been, let us visit Ning-yi's grandfather today. Luo Jing suggested cheerfully. Mother, we discussed this earlier. Let's wait a bit longer. It's still quite early, and grandfather usually likes to practice early in the morning. Ning-yi recalled how her grandfather would rise early to cultivate before breakfast. You seem to know him well. I've been in Wudong Garden for so many years, and didn't he realize your grandfather preferred early practice? Luo Jing felt somewhat like a frog at the bottom of a well, knowing little. Ning-yi expressed her concern. Baiha watched the closeness between Ning-yi and her mother, and her eyes suddenly reddened, tears unwittingly falling. As Ning-yi finished speaking, she turned to Baiha, feeling she had neglected her. What's wrong, Baiha? Wasn't everything fine just now? Baiha struggled to hold back her tears, but they still fell. It's nothing. I just felt a bit sentimental watching you and Annie chat so warmly. Hearing Baiha's words, Ning-yi understood she was reminded of her own mother. Baiha, what's the matter? Did Annie say something wrong? Luo Jing looked at Baiha, somewhat apologetically. Auntie, it's nothing. I just thought of my own mother when I saw you, and ears so close. Baihe smiled, revealing her sentiments. Oh, I see. In a few days. Let Ear accompany you back to Lingfu, Luo Jing said gently. Mother, you may not know this, but Baihe's mother left Lingfu when she was very young, Ningyi explained. Realizing she had touched on a painful subject for Baihe, Luo Jing decided it was best not to dwell on it. Just then, the wet nurse returned. Greetings, Madam and young master, she said with a smile. Aunt Hui, let me introduce you. This is Miss Baihe from Lingfu, currently residing in my sister's room, Ningyi said, pulling Baihe closer to the wet nurse with a smile. Miss Baihe, it is a pleasure to meet you. You are truly stunning, the wet nurse remarked, taken by Baihe's beauty. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Aunt Hui. You flatter me. I am not as lovely as you say. You must have been breathtaking in your youth. Baihe blushed as she spoke. The wet nurse felt a bit shy after hearing this. Miss Baihe, you jest. I was nowhere near as beautiful as you, she replied modestly. Luo Jing observed the two exchanging compliments and noted, Aunt Hui, your eloquence has certainly improved. Aunt Hui, have you found out anything about the matter I asked you to investigate this morning? The wet nurse suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit. Madam, I heard from the steward that the master visits the clan leader's estate every day, usually arriving around the hour of SI. Upon hearing this, Luo Jing began to formulate a plan. Ear, have you truly decided to meet the elders? Ningyi pondered for a moment before smiling and replying, Mother, it is something we must do sooner or later. Since everyone is free now, why not arrange it promptly? Luo Jing, upon hearing this, smiled and turned to Baihe, asking, Miss Baihe, do you share the same sentiment? Are you both prepared? Yes, Aunt. Yi and I discussed this before our return. Baihe, aware of Luo Jing's concern, refrained from elaborating further. As Luo Jing gazed upon the couple before her, memories long buried within her heart surged forth, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Since you are so well matched, I wish you both eternal happiness and bliss. Thank you, Aunt. Baihe shyly glanced at Ning Yi. Thank you, Mother. Ning Yi, aware that Baihe was looking at him, exchanged a knowing glance with her. Observing the joyful couple, Luo Jing remarked, It is nearly the hour of C. We should make our way there now. All right, Aunt. Very well, Mother. The wet nurse, seeing that her presence was unnecessary, smiled and said, Madam, it seems there is no need for me to accompany you, so I shall attend to my own affairs. Very well, do what you must. Luo Jing replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, Baihe, filled with excitement, approached and took Luo Jing's hand. Aunt, let us go together. Ningyi followed closely behind, contemplating the two most significant women in his life. He mused, how splendid it would be if this happiness could last forever. Throughout the journey, Luo Jing remained mostly silent, and Baihe, feeling a bit uncomfortable, sought a topic to discuss with her. She thought of Ningyi's father. Aunt, is uncle very busy every day? Why haven't we seen him this morning? Luo Jing, caught off guard by the question, was unsure how to respond. If she told Baihe that Mu Yang rarely returned to Wudong Garden and usually resided in his side quarters, it might create a rift between them. Your uncle is quite busy, often leaving early and returning late, especially since he has recently taken on the responsibilities of the clan leader, which has made him even busier. Upon hearing this, Baihe reflected on the gossip surrounding Mu Yang and his legitimate wife, realizing it was indeed because he was preoccupied with official matters. Luo Jing, realizing that continuing the conversation might reveal too much, quickly diverted. Miss Baihe, over here is the garden of the Mu residence, which contains some unique features. Once we are done, I shall have you take you for a stroll. Hearing this, Baihe turned to look, admiring the picturesque scenery. Had she not promised Aunt Luo to visit the clan leader's villa, she would have wanted to explore it immediately. That sounds wonderful, Aunt. I have always adored wandering through gardens and collecting rare plants. Luo Jing, observing Baihe's enthusiasm, was reminded of Ling Xian. Our Xian heir is just like you. She has a profound love for rare plants. Every flower and tree in Wudong Garden owes its existence to her efforts. Upon hearing the name Xian heir, Baihe recognized it as Ningyi's sister, Mu Lingxin. She had heard tales of her exceptional talent in cultivation from a young age, eventually becoming a renowned alchemist under the esteemed Qing Mu Daojun at Tianyi sect. Baihe had always admired her and wished for an opportunity to meet her. Are you referring to Ningyi's sister? Indeed. Xian heir is Yi's sister, Luo Jing replied, smiling at Baihe, who bore a resemblance to Xian heir. I have heard of Sister Ling Xian within the sect and have longed for a chance to make her acquaintance, Baihe admitted shyly. Luo Jing felt as though she had a pair of daughters. Miss Baihe, what type of spirit root do you possess? After holding back for quite some time, Ningyi finally interjected, thinking, this woman can talk endlessly. Now I finally have a chance to speak. Mother, she possesses a water-type single spirit root, just like my sister. Luo Jing smiled, saying, ah, so you are indeed like Xian heir with a water-type single spirit root. I have been wondering why you two seem to share some similarities. As they approached the entrance of the clan leader's villa, the steward stood waiting there. Greetings, madam and young master. Young master, have you just returned? I did not see you yesterday. Ningyi, guessing that someone must have reported his arrival, quickly responded, yes, Uncle Guan, I just returned early this morning. I learned that grandfather had finished his morning exercises, so I came to pay my respects. The steward thought to himself, this young master is quite clever. Please wait a moment. I shall inform him. After the steward left, Ningyi leaned toward Bai He and whispered, are you feeling nervous? Bai He retorted, what is there to be nervous about? I am marrying you, not them. From a distance, Mu Yang spotted his long-absent wife, Ning Yi, and an unfamiliar young lady. Observing Bai He's demeanor, he wondered, could this young man have done something untoward? Wasn't he just courting the daughter of the Gu family? Why has he brought another one back? What brings you two here? And when did you return? I.e., Luo Jing shot Mu Yang a look, signaling him to cease his endless questioning, before gently nudging him. Mu Yang, realizing her hint, smiled and redirected the conversation. I have been so busy. I hardly have time to think. Who is this young lady beside you? Father, you speak incessantly, making it difficult for me to respond. This is Bai He, the young lady from the Ling family, one of the 5 great families of the Earth continent, and she is my beloved, Ningyi stated proudly. Bai He regarded Mu Yang, noting how much younger he appeared compared to her own father, leading her to feel it appropriate to address him as uncle. She politely nodded and greeted him, greetings, Uncle Mu. I wish you well. Just then, the steward reappeared, smiling as he addressed the family. Ah, master, you have arrived. Madam, young master, the old clan leader requests your presence inside. Luo Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Yang scrutinized Bai He, thinking, this girl gives off an impression of being quite extraordinary. It seems he has found a capable partner. Miss Bai He, no need for excessive courtesy. Please, come in. Upon entering the hall, they found the old clan leader seated at the center. Daughter-in-law, pay your respects to your father-in-law. Grandfather, I pay my respects. Greetings, grandfather. Bai He joined in the respectful greetings. What a clever and bright young lady. And who might this be? The old clan leader inquired with a smile. Ningyi felt it was best for him to answer. Grandfather, allow me to respond. Mother has only just met her. Do you recall the last time I returned when you introduced me to 2 elders? The old clan leader reminisced about that day, recalling Ling Du and Gu Baidong. Has that incident any connection? Ningyi replied with a smile. I remember that Ling Du mentioned arranging for his granddaughter to come for an introduction, but after that, there was no further news. Do you know what transpired? The old clan leader, sensing the implications in Ningyi's words, stroked his beard and chuckled. I truly did not expect this. What has transpired? After returning home, Ling Du informed his granddaughter that, disliking blind dates, she decided to leave home. It was during my time of distress that she fortuitously rescued me, and upon regaining consciousness, I found myself captivated by her at first sight. Throughout our shared journey, we encountered various experiences, and I have now firmly acknowledged her, Ling Baihe, as an indispensable person in my life. Ningyi expressed his heartfelt thoughts in one breath. Finishing the tea set before him in a single gulp, he observed his grandfather scrutinizing Baihe, who occasionally stroked his beard while smiling. Since you have taken a liking to her, I, your grandfather, will support you. Do you plan to settle down now? The old patriarch regarded the young couple with a warm gaze. Grandfather, I had considered that before returning, Ningyi replied, casting a glance at Baihe to gauge her reaction. Feeling his attention, Baihe responded with a smile. The old patriarch beamed. Knowing you think this way puts me at ease. I will have the steward arrange for an auspicious day for you to visit the Ling residence. He then inquired, when did you return, A.E.? Grandfather, I arrived early this morning, close to midnight. Everyone was resting, so I thought to come here and see you without disturbing you, knowing you prefer your morning practice. Ningyi replied earnestly. The old patriarch chuckled, stroking his beard as he addressed the other 3. Dear daughter-in-law, you all needn't stand. Please take your seats. Xiang, come and serve the tea. Yes, old patriarch. The servant brought forth the brewed spiritual tea. Mu Yang, now that A.E. has brought someone back, do you have any thoughts? The old patriarch asked while sipping his tea and glancing at Mu Yang. Father, your inquiry is rather amusing. This is A.E.'s choice. and I naturally support him, Mu Yang responded, pondering if his father was becoming a bit forgetful. That reassures me, but it complicates matters with the Gu family. As there is a certain order to everything, the old patriarch remarked with concern in his eyes as he looked at Ning Yi. Ning Yi understood his grandfather's worries and recalled the day when Gu Baidong and Ling Duku first met, the atmosphere instantly tense. Grandfather, you needn't worry. I will handle it. Miss Gu and I have already had a clear discussion. We are merely close friends, and she agrees. The old patriarch was perplexed. Then why did you say you would try to date? Ning Yi felt a bit embarrassed recalling that day of the blind date. That moment, we were apprehensive about how you would react, given that we were both aware you would not easily relent if the outcome displeased you. Thus, we decided to approach it as a trial relationship. Mu Yang sensed that Ning Yi had inherited his cunning nature, noting how similar their approaches were. Do you really think the Gu family would simply let this go? If word of this spreads, the Gu family will undoubtedly seek an explanation. Indeed, your father speaks the truth. How do you plan to respond to them? The old patriarch regarded Ning Yi thoughtfully. Grandfather, this is my first experience with such matters. I kindly seek your guidance, Ning Yi replied, causing the hall to fall silent. Baihe looked at him, anxiety etching her features, thinking she had hoped to secure a commitment upon meeting the elders, but unforeseen complications arose. Ning Yi met her gaze, sensing her worry, and reassured her, do not fret. I shall handle it. He believed that only Miss Gu could assist them now, and finding her was of utmost importance. Mu Yang wore a serious expression. She is currently on her journey. How will you find her? Ning Yi recalled her mentioning that after escorting Gu Baidong back to the Gu residence, she would continue her training. A.E., do you possess any token from Miss Gu? Ning Yi thought back, recalling that day in the garden. She did give me something, 2 self-made calming pills, which I have yet to use and stored in my treasure box. The old patriarch stroked his beard confidently, stating, having her token gives us a way to find her. We possess a rare spirit bird, a snipe, renowned for its keen sense of smell. If we place the box that Miss Gu used near its nose for a few days, twice daily, and include something it enjoys, we can attach a letter to its leg and release it outside. It will seek familiar scents, as this bird is one of the most spiritually attuned creatures. Chapter 99. The impulse in the Mu residence garden. Ning Yi contemplated. Since it is a rare creature, perhaps we ought not to employ it. Surely there are other ways. Suddenly, Luo Jing recalled that Gu Tianqin had mentioned being good friends with Ling Xinxin, suggesting that perhaps Ling Xinxin could help reach her. Let us refrain from spreading the news of A.E. and Miss Baihe's situation for now. We should first contact Xinxin. I remember Tianqin saying they were friends, and she might have a means to find her. The old patriarch looked at Luo Jing, understanding her implication, and felt a surge of excitement. Can the daughter-in-law indeed reach Xinxin in a timely manner? Luo Jing, equally exhilarated, responded, Father-in-law, to be honest, my daughter and I occasionally exchange messages via carrier pigeons. Recently, I received a letter from Xinxin that I have yet to reply to. I will write back immediately. The old patriarch stood up abruptly, exclaiming, Excellent. A timely arrival is better than a hasty one. Go ahead and make the arrangements. All right, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. A.E., you and Baihe should keep your grandfather company. Luo Jing nodded hurriedly and turned to leave, stumbling slightly, but Mu Yang quickly steadied her. Luo Jing regained her balance, gripping Mu Yang's arm tightly, her face pale and her eyes fixed on him. After a moment, she snapped back to reality and departed. Mother, take your time. Don't rush, Ning Yi said, watching her leave with concern. A.E., what is wrong with your mother today? She seems a bit off. She has never behaved like this, Mu Yang mused, recalling Luo Jing's earlier actions. Ning Yi observed the care Mu Yang had shown, a sentiment he had never witnessed before. He sensed that something deeper stirred within his father and took the opportunity to quietly suggest, Father, when you have the time, please spend more moments with Mother in the Wudong courtyard. Mu Yang smiled, realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, and jokingly replied, How can I not accompany her? You've only been away for a few months, and you already act like an old man. Ning Yi saw no reason to conceal anything, as Baihe would eventually learn the truth. As the saying goes, a man must be flexible and true to his word. The old patriarch, noticing Mu Yang's unspoken concerns, said, A.E., trust your father this once. If he goes back on his word, I shall intervene. Baihe, observing the 3 men before her, felt a sense of familiarity and couldn't help but yawn, drawing everyone's attention. Embarrassed, she pretended to sneeze. Baihe, are you all right? Have you caught a chill? Ning Yi asked, draping his cloak over her shoulders. Baihe muttered, You silly fellow, Can't you see I am trying not to laugh? In this sweltering heat, you throw this heavy cloak over me. Are you trying to roast me? Just wait until I get my hands on you, she teased. But then her expression softened. It's just that I have been away from home for so long. Indeed, it could be. Who does not cherish their descendants? Why not let I accompany you back to the Ling residence for a while and arrange the marriage? The old clan leader of the Mu family felt somewhat guilty towards Ling Duku. Ningyi stood still, gazing at the elder. Good heavens! What should be done? Just a moment ago, he clearly stated that they would handle the Gu family matters before making arrangements. Yet now he insists on hastening back to the Ling residence to finalize the marriage. Has grandfather lost his wits? What is the right course of action? Grandfather, did you forget that we agreed to settle the Gu family matters before discussing the marriage at the Ling residence? Upon Ning Yi's remark, the old clan leader suddenly recalled and said, You see, I truly am getting forgetful. Let us proceed as we initially planned. Miss Baiha, please endure your longing for the time being. Hearing the old man address her as Miss, Baiha felt a bit uncomfortable. Grandfather, Uncle Mu, as a younger generation, you may simply call me Baiha. I find it hard to bear the title of Miss. Ning Yi, observing Baiha's demeanor, felt pleased by her politeness. Indeed, grandfather and father should call her Baiha from now on. The old clan leader also found this reasoning sound. After Baiha and Ning Yi marry, she would become his granddaughter-in-law. It would indeed be unreasonable to continue addressing her as Mississippi. From now on, let us follow Baiha's preference. Mu Yang had long since recognized that Baiha was no ordinary person, and this was confirmed. After a while, as lunchtime approached, the old clan leader invited Ning Yi and Baiha to dine in the guest house. Fearing that Baiha might feel uncomfortable, Ning Yi replied to his grandfather, and the two departed. Approaching the garden, Ning Yi smiled and said, Let us go. There is still some time. I'll take you for a stroll in the garden. All right, let us go. Baiha's eyes sparkled, gazing at him without blinking. Ning Yi took her hand, reflecting on how, moments ago, he had spoken without considering her feelings. He wondered if she felt any sadness from his words. Earlier, I spoke rather bluntly. You know that my heart belongs solely to you. Before I met you, I harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards Tianqi. At this moment, Baiha's eyes revealed desolation. I understand your heart, and I comprehend your intentions. I have always found it strange why you remain unmarried. Now it all makes sense. I have long known that men like you are all the same, charming one after another. Your affection for me is merely an irresistible impulse. In truth, I have pondered much these days. The first thing I wish to convey to you is, please let me go. Ningyi was taken aback, his face paling. What do you mean? After much contemplation, I believe there is no future for us. An encounter devoid of a future is a perpetual torment. Let us bring this to an end. Ning Yi, filled with agitation, exclaimed, How could there be no future? What I wish to convey is that we have a challenging road ahead, and I hope you do not waver in the face of adversity. Please trust me. My heart is as constant as the sun and moon. You must have faith in me. I have not made any commitments with Tianqi. After much thought, I realized my only path is to find an opportunity to confess to her that I have encountered a woman who stirs my heart and to seek her blessing. Baiha was startled, staring at Ning Yi in disbelief. As a woman myself, I doubt she would support you. She would surely harbor resentment. You should not speak of it. On what grounds do you believe she would not support me? Ning Yi retorted. If she becomes angry, I will remind her of that day in the garden at the Mu residence when she expressed her desire for freedom, claiming she was unsuited for such a life. Baiha trembled, wide-eyed, and exclaimed, Do not frighten me. I am already feeling lost, and now you speak such fanciful words. Like my father, what he can do, you cannot. Moreover, she took a painful breath and stated emphatically, He was so cruel to my mother. These words struck Ning Yi like a thunderbolt, leaving him dizzy. Indeed, Baiha's father was notorious for his infidelity, often treating affairs as fleeting whims, leaving no trace behind. All right, I misspoke. I shall not act impulsively. What should I do? I will take my time to devise a plan. I have said so much mainly to convey my circumstances and my determination. Please, trust me and grant me time to arrange everything. As Ning Yi spoke, he reached for Baiha's hand. She flinched but gently withdrew her hand, lowering her head in sorrow. Ning Yi felt a pang of hurt. What is this? Have I suddenly become a venomous beast? At that moment, tears welled in Baiha's eyes. It is not that. It is because you mentioned my mother. I recalled her last words to me before she left the Ling residence. What were they? She said, Baiha, promise me, Never consider marrying a man like that. Do not follow in your mother's footsteps. Perhaps when you are young, you may not understand, but you will come to grasp it as you mature. Ningyi was shaken, instinctively taking a step back, fully grasping Baiha's feelings. A clandestine commitment might merely repeat history, leading her down the same path as her mother. If he were to resemble her father, speaking empty promises, it would be a profound disrespect to Baiha. Ningyi gazed at Baiha, who stood there with an unassailable grace and beauty. He was captivated by her allure, hesitant to overstep his bounds, merely gazing at her. Yet within, he silently vowed that unless they were lawfully wed, he would never infringe upon her, nor allow her to tread the same path as her mother. Amidst the fragrant blossoms, the gentle breeze carried the scents far and wide. The two stood in silence, each feeling the depths of sorrow, experiencing the profound pain that love can bring. Madam, lunch is prepared, but why hasn't he, the young master, returned? The wet nurse had set a table filled with Ningyi's favorite dishes, pacing back and forth at the main hall entrance. Hui, you should sit down. With your pacing, I feel a bit dizzy, Luo Jing said, rubbing her temples. My apologies. I did not pay attention, the wet nurse replied, lowering her head sheepishly. They are grown now and understand the ways of the world. If there were no delays, they would surely return soon. We need not rush. Let us keep the food warm. Luo Jing appeared somewhat fatigued. Mother, I'm back. Why didn't you all eat first? Chapter 100. Cultivation in Wudong Courtyard. Ningyi concealed his inner pain, forcing a smile. Where is Miss Baiha? Luo Jing asked with a smile. Mother, Baiha has been feeling a bit weak lately. She felt dizzy on the way back, so I sent her to rest in her room. Ningyi recalled Baiha's swollen eyes, and his heart ached. Hui, reserve some dishes for to take to Baiha after he finishes eating. Also, tomorrow, let us buy 2 old hens at the market to make a nourishing soup for Baiha. After having a few bites, Luo Jing instructed the wet nurse beside her. Mother, you should also take care of yourself. I've noticed your hair has turned quite gray lately. As Ningyi spoke, he did not forget to serve his mother. Madam truly has raised a pair of excellent children, the wet nurse remarked with envy. Hui, that is not quite right. If Chong hears this, he will be displeased. Luo Jing smiled slightly. Indeed. Chong is a great filial son. Ningyi chimed in. Hui, sit down and eat with us. All right. The wet nurse sat beside Luo Jing and began to eat slowly. Madam, young master, Chong has changed lately, the wet nurse spoke, holding back tears. What is it? Is something the matter, Aunt Hui? Ningyi looked at the nurse with concern. Recently, he noted that he had not received the same warm welcome upon his return as in the past, and at times, he would even lose his temper. The nurse reflected on the daily events, pondering whether he was feeling the weight of new responsibilities, having just become a father, and with Mu Ling recently out of confinement. Not only was he unable to earn spirit stones, but he also had to care for a child, who would often disrupt his rest. Luo Jing recalled that Ningyi had been similarly troubled when he was born. Though he had never voiced these sentiments, she sensed a change in him. The nurse spoke through her tears. Aunt Hui, Brother Chong wouldn't do that. He must simply be harboring his troubles. Please don't worry too much. Eat more vegetables. As Ningyi comforted her, he served her food. I think you should return to Wudong Courtyard. It would alleviate some troubles and free up a room for Mu Chong to rest, Luo Jing stated earnestly. Mother's words hold wisdom. As long as Brother Chong rests well, everything will improve, Ningyi reassured her. Thank you, madam and young master, the nurse said, setting down her chopsticks and preparing to kneel before Luo Jing and Ningyi. No, please don't. We cannot bear to see you do that. Luo Jing quickly rose to help her, smiling. Hui, you raised the air with your milk. Regardless of what happens, you must never kneel before him, understand? I understand, madam. I was just confused. Please do not hold it against me, the nurse replied, somewhat embarrassed. Aunt Hui is like a second mother to you. You must never allow her to kneel, or it will invite calamity, Luo Jing cautioned, still worried. Understood, mother. I will remember, Ningyi replied with a serious expression. The 3 of them returned to their meal. After a while, Ningyi announced, I am full. Mother and Aunt Hui, please take your time. I will quickly bring this food to Bai He. He stood up with a smile. Go ahead, Luo Jing said, continuing her meal. Ningyi carried the food to Ling Xian's room and knocked on the door. Bai He, open the door. I've brought you some food. I can't eat. You should just go back. Bai He's voice carried a hint of sadness. If you do not wish to see me, I shall leave. I will place the food at the door for you to collect. Remember not to let the birds knock it over, Ningyi called out. Finding a place to hide, he waited until Bai He slowly opened the door, peeking outside before bringing the food in. With a sigh of relief, Ningyi thought, what a day. Among the women I know, 2 have such tempers. Perhaps it is the weather's volatility at play. Back in his room, he reflected on the morning's garden antics with Bai He, lamenting, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. The following day, the nurse brought a pot of nourishing chicken soup to Ling Xian's door. Miss Bai He, please open the door. The madam sent me with some nourishing chicken soup. Coming. Please come in, Aunt Hui. Bai He smiled at the nurse. Once inside, the nurse set down the soup and opened the lid. Miss Bai He, you should drink it while it's hot. That way, I can report back to the madam. What ingredients are in here? It looks rather dark, Bai He said, hesitating as she stirred the contents. It contains red dates and gelatin, primarily for nourishing the blood. The madam usually guards this gelatin jealously, and you are fortunate to receive it, the nurse explained earnestly. Must you watch me eat it? Bai He asked, a hint of a wry smile on her face. It is customary. I labored for 3 hours to prepare this soup. Do you not wish to try it? Sometimes, things that look unappealing can taste delightful. The nurse insisted with a serious tone. Very well, I will give it a taste. It's not as bad as I imagined, Bai He conceded, not wanting to disappoint the nurse. You are truly fortunate to have met such a wonderful person as young Master Ning Ai. Please cherish him, the nurse remarked, recognizing Bai He as a refined individual. Aunt Hui, why do you say that? Bai He finished the last spoonful of soup, letting out a small burp. Young Master Ning Ai was raised by me. Where could you find fault? Besides, the madam has trained him rigorously, the nurse continued. After spending time with Ning Ai, Bai He had come to understand his character. Thank you for your concern. I have finished, she smiled at the nurse. That's good. Now I can report back. Forgive me for being so talkative, the nurse said, feeling slightly embarrassed as she gathered her things to leave. As she stepped out, Ning Ai approached. Aunt Hui, what brings you here? Young master, I just delivered the chicken soup to Miss Bai He, the nurse replied, her face beaming with joy. Did she drink it? Ning Ai asked, surprised. Yes, I watched her drink it. If all is well, I shall return to report to the madam, the nurse informed him. All right, you may go about your duties. Ning Ai thought to himself that the soup had been consumed, and perhaps her mood had improved. He decided it best not to seek her out just yet, opting to wait a few days. Back in his room, he settled down to meditate, preparing for a session of cultivation. Uncertain if it was lingering thoughts that distracted him, he found it difficult to summon any spiritual energy. Rising to relax by the window, he inhaled deeply, then moved to the tea area to drink a glass of water before stepping behind a screen for a moment of relief. With his tasks completed, he retrieved a cushion to place on the tea seat. Sitting down, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, perhaps a psychological effect. He resumed his usual practice, hands rotating with palms outward, tracing arcs from above downward along his sides. As he exhaled, he slowly brought his hands down, visualizing energy flowing from the Bai Hui point at the crown of his head into his body, gathering in the lower dantian. The cycle continued, and after a while, he finally sensed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, focusing further as he opened his meridians to allow his inner strength to circulate. Bai He, feeling quite bored in her room, stepped outside to observe the spiritual plants. Always fascinated by them, she bent down to pull some weeds from around the flowers. Luo Jing happened to emerge at that moment and, seeing Bai He, was struck by how much she resembled Ling Xian, lost in thought. Sheener, what are you doing? Be careful, there might be earthworms in there. Hearing the voice, Bai He looked up and smiled. Auntie, it's me. Ah, I must be missing Sheener too much. Luo Jing said, a bit embarrassed. Then why not consider me as your goddaughter? What do you think? Bai He, having longed for maternal affection, proposed eagerly. Observing Bai He's expression, Luo Jing sensed her yearning and thought, well, the daughter-in-law hasn't been finalized yet. Accepting her as a goddaughter wouldn't be bad. Miss Bai He, are you serious? Annie, I mean it. As your junior, just call me Bai He from now on, she said, brushing the dirt from her hands and smiling as she went to wash them. You needn't busy yourself. Wash your hands and come over for some tea, Luo Jing said, turning towards the main hall. All right, Auntie, are you done washing? Come sit beside me, Luo Jing said, feeling an instant connection with Bai He upon first seeing her, drawn to the comforting aura she exuded. All right, Auntie, Bai He replied, a touch shy as she settled beside Luo Jing. Come, let us sample this tea, Luo Jing said as she presented a cup of freshly brewed spiritual tea to Bai He. Bai He examined the tea's color, a vibrant green and crystal clear, inhaling its fragrant aroma before taking a sip. The transformation of the tea's rich scent and flavor in her mouth prompted her to adopt an air of sophistication. Delightful, with a pleasing texture, perfectly balanced, and remarkably layered. It seems you possess considerable knowledge about spiritual tea, Luo Jing remarked, amused by her demeanor. Oh, not at all. I simply learned from observing my master. He often had me practice brewing spiritual tea, and each time he would savor my concoctions in this manner. He replied with a faint smile, placing the cup back on the tray. When did your mother leave you? Luo Jing inquired, concern etched on her face. He froze for a moment, lost in memories of her childhood, recalling the heart-wrenching sight of her mother departing, while she could only cry out in despair, restrained by her wet nurse. The anguish of that moment still pierced her heart. I was merely 5 years old, yet the image remains vividly clear. I remember my mother instructing me not to follow her path. Luo Jing, intrigued, asked, why did she say that? What compelled her to leave you back then? Honestly, I am not entirely certain. I vaguely recall that my father often returned home late at night, reeking of alcohol. My mother, unable to endure it, would confront him, and he would retaliate in a drunken rage. For a time, she wept daily. Eventually, she insisted on leaving the Ling residence, and my grandfather agreed, but she would not take me with her. She claimed that only in the Ling household could I grow up safely, and that following her could lead to a life of destitution. He reflected painfully on the events of that fateful year. Now that you are grown, have you considered searching for your mother? Luo Jing asked empathetically, drawing from her own maternal perspective. I did contemplate it in the past, but I lacked any leads and had no idea how to begin the search, he recounted, recalling her thoughts from when she first ventured out at 18. Close your eyes and reflect on your childhood interactions with your mother. Did you notice any distinctive features, perhaps a birthmark or a mole? Luo Jing gently suggested. He complied, slowly closing her eyes as memories surfaced. A little girl swinging in a garden, the rope suddenly snapping, and her mother rushing to catch her, only to miss, resulting in a painful fall. The self-reproach in her mother's eyes, the moment a breeze lifted her skirt, revealing a red mark on her right leg, shaped somewhat like a heart. Could that be her mother's birthmark? He opened her eyes, startled. Did you recall something? Luo Jing asked, puzzled by his expression. Yes. Thank you, Auntie. I just remembered a heart-shaped birthmark on my mother's right leg. He replied innocently. That's splendid. You can begin your search from that mark. Luo Jing smiled softly. He hesitated. But how can I search starting from her right leg? Women wear long skirts. No one would casually reveal their right leg for others to see. That is indeed a valid point. It will depend on how you approach it, Luo Jing mused thoughtfully. He felt lost in contemplation. I wonder what has been troubling Ier these past few days. He returns to his room after meals, not as talkative as usual. Have you two quarreled? Luo Jing observed He with concern. Not at all. He has been preoccupied with his training, and I do not wish to distract him. He replied just as she heard Ier's voice. The moment I leave, you all start thinking of me. It seems I must allocate more time to be with you. A brief moment of awkwardness hung in the air. He pouted. Auntie, some people are just thick-skinned, constantly boasting. Enjoy your conversation. I have matters to attend to, Luo Jing smiled, choosing not to intrude further before quietly departing. Annie, he called out, only to find Luo Jing's figure had vanished. Listen to me, Ningyi said, stepping forward with an elegant grace, his movements fluid and captivating. He gazed down at her, the height difference instilling a profound sense of pressure. Her body tensed, every nerve taut, yet her gaze remained fixed on him as he looked at her with longing. What do you wish to convey? You have 1 incense stick's worth of time, he replied, raising an eyebrow playfully. After reflecting these past few days, I realize I may have pressured you too much, leading to your distress that day. Ningyi confessed. You never understood what I truly wanted? He arched her brow. Ningyi observed her, sensing a change in her demeanor that pained him deeply. What must I do for your satisfaction? He casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, forcing out the words, given your current state. We are not suited for conversation. Let us wait until you have sorted your emotions. I thought I had resolved my feelings, but your demeanor only deepens my discomfort. Ningyi sighed, feeling as though he had been struck, with profound anguish welling up inside him. He, sensing his distress, wished to comfort him, but felt an invisible force restraining her. Let us reflect on ourselves and allow 3 more days. Perhaps then we can converse calmly. Very well, Ningyi replied, disappointment and desolation clouding his eyes as he watched He depart. Outside, the sun dimmed suddenly, once bright light turning cold, mirroring the darkness in his gaze, as if he were submerged in a chilling abyss, exuding a haunting aura that seeped into the soul. "Brother Chong, accompany me for sword practice," Ningyi urged, masking his inner turmoil with a forced smile. "I.e., when did you return?" Mu Chong exclaimed, surprised to see him after discussing him with Mu Ling that morning. "I've been back for a few days. Didn't Ani Hui tell you?" Ningyi replied, eager to unleash his pent-up frustration. "Oh, my mother has been staying in the Wudong courtyard and hasn't returned much," Mu Chong stammered. "Come on, you're a grown man. Stop dawdling," Ningyi insisted, pulling Mu Chong along. "Wait, I haven't even grabbed my sword," Mu Chong protested, slipping away to retrieve his weapon. "Hurry up," Ningyi called out loudly. "Who is making such a racket?" Mu Ling, awakened from her slumber, emerged, rubbing her eyes. "Ah, the young master has returned. Come inside and sit." "My apologies, Sister Mu Ling. I did not realize you were resting. Brother Chong and I are eager to practice swords, so no need for me to sit. You should return to your rest," Ningyi said, a hint of regret in his voice. "Come on, Ai, let us go," Mu Chong reminded Mu Ling just before stepping out the door. "Be careful and don't sleep too deeply." "Got it. Come back early," Mu Ling replied. But her words were cut short as Ning Yi and Mu Chong vanished without a trace. Ning Yi had always enjoyed practicing swordsmanship in various terrains. Yet as he surveyed the area, he found himself surrounded by ordinary grassland and a few large trees. "Ai, do you truly believe this place is suitable for sword training?" Mu Chong asked hesitantly. "Those trees might not come in handy, but the spaciousness seems quite fitting," Ningyi said, suddenly looking up at the sky, squinting against the strong sunlight. "All right then, since you were the one who suggested practicing, I shall leave it in your hands," Mu Chong replied, momentarily closing his eyes. "Let us begin." Ningyi swiftly engaged Mu Chong in a few exchanges, then with a sudden leap and rebound, he soared into the air, his sword striking directly at Mu Chong with unrivaled precision. Ning Yi could see Mu Chong striving to open his eyes and discern the trajectory of his sword, seemingly attempting to counter the attack. Yet, this played right into Ning Yi's strategy. Ning Yi's plan was simple, unfolding precisely as it was now. Suddenly, he sensed an illusory scene before him, and his heart sank. He realized he had fallen into someone else's trap. His form shifted slightly in the void. "Oh no, the young master has been ensnared in a formation. What shall we do?" Mu Chong remained still, awaiting Ning Yi's figure to stabilize. At last, Ning Yi's silhouette came to a halt. Mu Chong seized the opportunity to swing his sword towards Ning Yi, believing he could shatter the heart of the formation. But just then, a gust of wind arose, swirling the leaves on the ground. Ning Yi sighed internally. Mu Chong's strike had created a significant disturbance within the formation. Determined to escape, Ning Yi leaped and spun towards the center of the maze, merging with his sword to unleash its maximum power, cleaving the formation apart. However, he collapsed to the ground, grievously injured, having spat out several mouthfuls of blood the moment he exited the maze. "Ai, how do you feel? Do you have any elixirs on you?" Mu Chong asked anxiously, leaning close to Ning Yi's lips to hear his response. "I have a vitality pill in my belt. Please retrieve it for me." Mu Chong's hands trembled with excitement as he thought, "How will I explain this to Madam? The young master is her dearest treasure. Where is it? Hurry." As Ning Yi was on the verge of falling apart, Mu Chong's frantic movements nearly made him lose consciousness. "I, Haven Tea. Found it." Ning Yi gazed at the tear-streaked face before him and, despite the pain, pulled her into an embrace. "How do you feel now? Do you need anything from me? You should rest on the bed." But he realized that Ning Yi had unknowingly carved a special place in her heart. Hearing him say he might not return, her heart ached. "Are you all right? You seem cold. Are you unwell?" But he asked with concern, guiding Ning Yi to the bedside. His complexion was pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his lips dry and white, offering a wry smile. "I'm fine. Please bring me a cup of water." "Shall I call for Annie to check on you?" But he asked, handing him the cup, worry etched on her face. "No, please. If my mother finds out, she will be very worried. I have elixirs here." Ning Yi retrieved a pill from his belt. "What kind of elixir is this?" But he inquired curiously. "A vitality pill," Ning Yi weakly replied. "I think you shouldn't take a vitality pill now," she said seriously, eyeing him on the bed. Ning Yi paused, about to consume a pill, and asked, "Why not?" "Because the main ingredient of the vitality pill is astragalus, and your body is currently weak and overheated, making it unsuitable for you. I have an 8 treasures pill that might be more appropriate." But he presented a pill from a pink ceramic bottle. As Ning Yi accepted the pill, He gazed into Bai He's eyes, tenderness flickering within, thinking, "It seems the elixir is indeed fine. Is this truly suitable for me? Did you concoct it yourself?" "Yes. My master said it's excellent and very practical," she replied, bringing him a cup of water. Upon receiving the water, Ning-yi inhaled its scent, detecting the aroma of angelica and wine, prompting him to ask, "What ingredients are in this?" "There's angelica, ligusticum, white peony, cooked romania, ginseng, white atractylodes, poria, roasted licorice, and a dash of spirit rice wine," He recalled, remembering the array of herbs laid out while preparing the 8 treasures pill. "How complicated," Ning-yi remarked before consuming the elixir and draining the cup, instantly feeling drowsy. "If you are tired, you should lie down," He said, rolling her eyes as she lowered the bed curtains. "All right, I'll rest for a bit." Ning-yi smiled faintly at her. It's getting late. I should head back and will visit you tomorrow morning." He glanced out the window, noting the darkness and fewer stars than usual. "What time is it now?" "It is already the hour of high," she replied. "Very well, rest well, don't overthink it. Perhaps I'll be lively again by tomorrow." Although he knew it was unlikely, he still wished to cheer Bai up. It's always good to be optimistic. Then I shall take my leave." Bai turned to depart. "Remember to close the door," Ning-yi murmured, already succumbing to sleep. The next morning, Bai came to check on Ning-yi's recovery. Approaching the door, she attempted to push it open, only to find it locked. "Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. I've come to see you." After a moment of silence, she murmured, "How strange. I distinctly remember not locking it when I left yesterday. Could he have locked it behind him, or is he absent?" Behind the screen, Ning-yi was soaking in a medicinal bath, perhaps too comfortable, and had drifted off to sleep. Growing increasingly uneasy, Bai decided to act impulsively. Stepping back a few paces, she charged at the door, using her internal energy to burst it open. She looked around cautiously but found no sign of him, wondering if he had collapsed behind the screen. As she walked forward absent-mindedly, the noise from the door startled the sleeping Ning-yi awake. Rubbing his eyes, he saw Bai rush in. "Hey, what are you doing? Trying to sneak a peek? I didn't see anything. I called out for you in broad daylight, and when you didn't respond, I worried you might have fainted," Bai exclaimed, covering her eyes, her face flushed. Ning-yi quickly got up, dressed, and closed the door behind him, turning with a gentle smile. "I must have dozed off while enjoying the medicinal bath. I couldn't hear you calling from outside." Bai smiled brightly. "From your tone, it seems you're recovering quite well. The efficacy of my elixir appears to be remarkable." Ning-yi chuckled lightly, offering her a seat and pouring her a cup of water. Not wanting to beat around the bush, he directly asked, "Why were you suddenly so concerned about me last night? Isn't it still a few days until the time is up?" His voice carried a hint of tension, contrasting with his previous lightheartedness. Bai sat there, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as she spoke. "At that time, I merely wished to comfort you. Yet I do not understand why an inexplicable force within me held me back." Ning-yi, somewhat skeptical, gazed at Bai and smirked. "Are you merely seeking excuses for yourself?" Bai's complexion shifted, and rising in a fit of anger, she hesitated, fearing to agitate Ning-yi's recently restored health, and could only suppress her emotions as she questioned, "Do we now lack even a shred of trust between us?" Ning-yi smiled gently and replied, "Just as I wished to place my complete trust in you, you ruthlessly wounded my heart. Such pain is beyond description." Leaning closer, Bai grasped the hem of Ning-yi's garment and smiled softly. "With 1,000 words to say, I can only utter 3. I am sorry. Sometimes, I simply act foolishly, so please do not be angry. I truly cannot find a way to deal with you." Upon finishing, Ning-yi wrapped his right arm around Bai. The two remained in silence, the atmosphere so tranquil that even the sound of a droplet falling could be heard. After a moment, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a knock at the door. "Young master, are you awake?" The wet nurse called out anxiously from beyond the door. "I just woke up not long ago and haven't even washed up. What is it, Aunt Hui?" Ning-yi made a shushing gesture towards Bai. The wet nurse continued, "Madam has asked you to have breakfast. Has Miss Bai come to see you?" Ning-yi responded, "Not at all." "What is it?" The wet nurse replied, "I want to call her just now, but she wasn't in her room." Ning-yi added, "Perhaps she had some matters to attend to early on. Do not fret. Sometimes she is more reliable than men, and nothing will happen." The wet nurse inquired, "Is that so?" "That is good. With Miss Ling Xian around, we will have another capable woman in Wudong Garden, so we need not fear the heat of Rui Garden. Please return for now, and tell mother that I will seek." Bai He to have breakfast together once I am finished. Ningyi suppressed a chuckle, while Bai He laughed so heartily that she bent down. All right, young master, but do hurry. The kanji is already prepared in bowls. After saying this, the wet nurse turned and left. Understood, Aunt Hui. Once Ningyi heard the sound of her footsteps fade away, he burst into laughter. Ningyi adjusted his emotions while looking at the copper mirror and smiled at Bai He, saying, "Let us go. We must not keep mother waiting." Bai He smiled softly. "Let us proceed. I am quite hungry as well. Are you truly feeling all right?" After a moment of contemplation, Ningyi replied, "Feigning wellness is of no concern, as long as we do not linger too long." "I understand. Let us go." Subsequently, the two arrived in the main hall, where Luo Jing was already seated, waiting for them. "Mother, I apologize for keeping you waiting." I am sorry for the delay," they both exclaimed in unison. "Did you practice that beforehand? How come your tones are so similar?" Luo Jing smiled slightly. "No, is it not said that minds connected resonate?" Ningyi playfully remarked. "Eat now. Do not chatter too much." Luo Jing cast a sidelong glance at Ningyi. Ningyi, who generally favored warm kanji, had no appetite for the slightly cool dish. "I am full, mother. You both should eat more." Rising, he turned and cast a glance at Bai He. Luo Jing, concerned, asked, "Why are you eating so little? Are you unwell?" Ningyi replied with a gentle smile, "No, I just lack appetite." After taking a spoonful of kanji, Luo Jing inquired with a smile, "What would you like to eat? I can send Aunt Hui to buy it." Ningyi, quick-witted, responded, "Today, I plan to take Bai He out for a stroll, so we may not need to dine out." Luo Jing remarked, "In that case, you may arrange your meals while you are out." "Understood, mother. I will return to my room to prepare. Bai He, please come find me once you finish eating." After speaking, Ningyi turned and left. Returning to his room, he took out a bajandan and swallowed it. Sitting cross-legged on a meditation cushion, he closed his eyes to clear his thoughts. He resumed his usual practice, hands rotating with palms facing outward, tracing arcs down the sides of his body, exhaling as his hands gradually descended, envisioning energy flowing from the Bai Hui point atop his head into his body and gathering at his dantian. At that moment, he hit a wall. The energy simply would not enter. Taking a deep breath to sense the flow, he imagined the energy moving from the Bai Hui point into his body, feeling a warm sensation as the energy entered his dantian. Continuing the cycle, after a while, he finally sensed the spiritual energy around him, maintaining his focus to open the Ren and Du meridians, allowing his internal force to circulate. At this point, Ningyi felt his spiritual power gradually rising. It seemed this session of cultivation had progressed significantly compared to before. But he noticed the door to his room was not locked and pushed it open, witnessing Ningyi deep in concentrated practice. She hesitated to disturb him and casually picked up an apple to nibble on. Moments later, Ningyi was drenched in sweat. Yet he continued to push himself, hoping to enhance his spiritual energy further. Otherwise, his body might not endure this strain. Observing Ningyi's flushed face, Bai He sensed something was amiss and thus snapped him out of his trance. "Hey, what are you doing? Do you not know that one must avoid disturbances while cultivating?" At that moment, Ningyi was unaware that he had nearly succumbed to a trance. Bai He stood there, smiling wryly. "Do you truly have no sense of it? Just now, you were on the brink of falling into a trance. I was worried and had to wake you." Ningyi, upon hearing this, began to reflect, recalling how an unfamiliar wave of heat had surged through his body during his enhancement. His face felt as if it were ablaze. Could what Bai He said be true? He smiled broadly. Upon reflection, there indeed seemed to be some similarities, though Bai He was slightly displeased by his remark. She chose not to hold it against him due to his condition and replied with a smile, "How do you feel now?" Ningyi reached out to pull Bai He to sit beside him, smiling as he said, "I am glad to have you by my side." Bai He teased, "So, you finally recognize my worth? Come, let us move to the tea table. I will check your pulse." Thus, Ningyi guided Bai He to the tea table, where she folded a handkerchief thrice and instructed him to place his hand upon it. She then smiled at him, saying, "Keep your forearm level with your heart, palm facing up, and rest your forearm flat to ensure smooth blood flow." Ningyi found her demeanor amusing, struggling to suppress a laugh, settling instead for a gentle smile as he followed her instructions. Bai He positioned 3 fingers, first pressing her middle finger on the Guan pulse point, followed by her index finger on the Cun pulse, and her ring finger on the Qi pulse, forming a bow shape with her fingers, ensuring they were aligned, and applying gentle pressure on the 3 points, her expression turning serious. "Relax, do not think of anything. It will soon be over. After taking a deep breath, Ningyi allowed himself to relax. After a moment, Bai He, with a straight face, declared, "Your pulse is relatively stable, though it leans towards deficiency." Ningyi's eyes brightened with curiosity as he asked, "What does that mean?" Bai He glanced at him, sighed softly, and released her hold, saying, "A deficient pulse indicates a deficiency syndrome, often resulting from insufficient qi and blood or weakened organ functions. When qi is insufficient, it cannot drive blood circulation, leading to a weak pulse. When blood is insufficient, it fails to fill the pulse, resulting in a hollow sensation, and diminished organ functions lead to a loss of essence, blood, and fluids." Initially, Ningyi thought she was merely jesting, but upon realizing her seriousness, he replied with a smile, "That could indeed be the result of my excessive blood loss after breaking the formation, leading to my current state. Is there any remedy or elixir one might consume?" Bai He feigned the demeanor of a physician, shaking her head with a subtle smile, and replied, "For those suffering from blood deficiency, the first step is to maintain a regular and nutritious diet. The spleen and stomach are the foundation of our vitality, the source of our qi and blood. To ensure an ample supply of energy and blood, one must first nurture the spleen and stomach, with proper nourishment forming the basis of this care. Therefore, attention must be given to the nutritional balance of 3 meals a day, emphasizing the consumption of acidic foods such as beef, lamb, eel, sweet treats, red dates, longan, lychee, as well as pungent items like scallions and ginger. Additionally, it is imperative to ensure the quality of sleep is sufficient. The optimal approach is to rest to restore blood, and to sit or stand to supply blood outward. Thus, one must prioritize sleep and care for the liver." Ningyi could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Where on earth did you learn all this?" Bai He narrowed her phoenix eyes, her voice laced with frost, and retorted, "Is it amusing?" Ningyi recognized he had overstepped, smirking slightly as he replied, "Well, cough, cough. It's not that funny. That's not what I'm laughing at." Bai He, slightly miffed, raised her brows and said, "Cough to your demise, then." Ningyi covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughing incessantly. Eventually, he paused and glanced at the handkerchief, now stained with blood, offering a bittersweet smile as he remarked, "Hey, can you not exhibit any compassion?" At that moment, Bai He had already poured a glass of water and prepared a medicinal pill, placing it before him with a glare and saying, "If I lacked compassion, I would have left long ago, indifferent to your fate. Quickly, drink it." Ningyi peered into the glass, noticing a dark substance dissolving in the water, and inquired with a smile, "What is this?" Bai He glanced at him, her expression impassive, and replied, "This is a harmless remedy for you. Just consume it." Ningyi jested, "You must consider carefully. If you're being sarcastic, you might end up as a widow." Bai He, slightly irritated, shot him a glare and asked, "Are you truly foolish or merely humorous?" Ningyi chuckled. Bai He shook her head, observing him and saying, "Even at this hour, you still find time to jest." Ningyi raised the cup, swirling it before downing it in one gulp, then grimaced as he added, "What kind of herbs are in this? The taste is unbearable. Hand me a glass of plain water. I can't endure it." Bai He promptly walked to pour him a glass of plain water, smiling as she said, "Good medicine is often bitter, but beneficial for ailments." Ningyi felt the remedy coursing through his body, and after a while, he sensed a renewed vigor, pondering to himself, "Could it be that the medicine is working?" Bai He observed Ningyi, who appeared noticeably more spirited than before, and her excitement was palpable as she inquired, "Do you feel much better?" Ningyi smirked, a semblance of a smile playing at his lips. "Indeed, it seems you possess quite the skill in healing. Speak, how might I repay you?" Bai He smiled lightly, saying, "Repay? I have yet to consider that. I will inform you once I do." As time slipped away unnoticed, several days passed. Luo Jing was seated at the stone table in the courtyard of Wudong Garden, engrossed in a book. At that moment, a carrier pigeon flew towards her, landing on the table and cooing a few times. Luo Jing, unperturbed, continued reading. Yet, the persistent pigeon hopped onto her book, startling her. Upon closer inspection, she noticed it was tethered with something. Upon unwrapping it, she discovered a bamboo tube, and peering with one eye revealed it contained a letter. Elated, she thought, could this be a letter from Exine Air? She retrieved a hairpin from her head and extracted the letter, opening it to read, "Mother, I have received your letter, and I understand your sentiments. Today, I encountered Tianqin and shared everything with her. Though her expression was not particularly cheerful, she was nonetheless very understanding. She has agreed to write back to Grandpa Gu, expressing her disinterest in continuing relations with Ai. No need for further elaboration. All is well with me here. Please take care of yourself at home. Signed, Mu Ling Xin on a certain date. After reading the letter, Luo Jing felt a sense of relief. Ah Hui, please summon Yi heir. Certainly, madam. I shall fetch him at once, the nurse replied, heading towards Ning Yi's room. A quarter of an hour later, Ning Yi arrived, smiling as he addressed Luo Jing. Mother, what do you need? Luo Jing noticed the sweat glistening on his forehead and handed him a handkerchief with a gentle smile, saying, sit down and wipe your sweat. She then instructed the nurse, Hui, please brew a pot of Longjing tea and bring 2 blankets. The nurse complied respectfully. Of course, I will prepare it immediately. Thank you. Mother. Ningyi took the handkerchief and wiped his face. Luo Jing observed her son, whose actions evoked memories of his innocent and adorable childhood, and asked with concern, Yi heir, what have you been busy with lately? Have you been in touch with Tianqin? Ning Yi, thinking that with his sister's presence, everything would surely work out, was taken aback by his mother's question. He smiled wryly. Ever since that day she came to the Mu residence for the matchmaking, there has been no contact. Now, finding her would truly be a challenge. The nurse returned with the Longjing tea, pouring a cup for both mother and son before leaving quietly. Luo Jing kindly offered a cup to Ning Yi, smiling gently. Here, try your mother's Longjing tea and see how it tastes. Ning Yi raised the cup, taking a sip, savoring it. It is sweet and fragrant, a delight to the palate with an enduring aftertaste. Luo Jing nodded. Is it truly as you say? Then what flavor does Bai He hold for you? Ning Yi did not anticipate that his mother would bring this up. Mother, how can Bai He be compared to this tea? Luo Jing regarded him, her eyes reflecting a thoughtful reminiscence. I believe people are akin to this tea. Initially, the flavor is fresh and rich, but with time, it may become bland and insipid. Ning Yi sensed the underlying meaning in Luo Jing's words and smiled lightly. What prompts your thoughts, mother? Luo Jing's lips curved into a slight smile, tinged with melancholy. As one who has experienced life, I wish to remind you that now that you have chosen to be with Bai He, you must cherish her and remain devoted, without harboring extraneous thoughts, understood? Ning Yi smiled warmly, sipping his Longjing tea. Mother, rest assured, I will not follow in my father's footsteps. I shall only take Bai He as my wife, without considering concubines. Luo Jing felt her heart settle at his words, and softly replied, make sure to take Bai He to Yang City more often, so she isn't cooped up in her room all the time. By the way, your sister just sent a letter. She mentioned she has communicated with Tianqin, who is now preparing to write back to the Gu family. Ning Yi's eyes widened in delight, his spirit soaring. Really? Am I dreaming? Luo Jing observed his excitement, offering a gentle smile. Do not rejoice too soon. Matters are not yet firmly settled. The Gu family is not easily swayed. We must wait to see what your sister's subsequent letter conveys before making any decisions. Chapter 105. Intentional adornment. Ning Yi had long heard of Gu Baidong's ruthless and domineering nature in business. Whatever he set his sights on, he would not relent, even if it meant raising the price. Yes, I understand, yet I cannot suppress the joy swelling within. Luo Jing, realizing she had not perused much of her book, beamed. Since we have enjoyed the tea, if you have other matters, do tend to them swiftly. We shall return to our room now. With that, Ning Yi, elated, rose and made his way to his chamber. Upon returning to his quarters, he indulged in a soothing bath and donned an elegant blue coat. Standing before the bronze mirror, he gathered his hair into a neat bun, leaving a few strands to cascade gracefully across his forehead, evoking the refined charm of a scholarly gentleman. Ning Yi gazed at his reflection with immense satisfaction, granting himself an approving smile before departing his room. Strolling to Ling Xian's chamber, he approached with a beaming countenance. Knocking gently, he called out, Who is it? Came the voice of Bai He. Eagerly, Ning Yi replied, Bai He, it's me. Open the door quickly. I wish to take you out for some fun. Bai He responded, I'm busy right now, I can't. Curiosity piqued within Ning Yi. Typically, she would be elated at the prospect of leaving the estate, yet now she seemed preoccupied. Just open the door. I want to see you, he urged. After a moment's hesitation, Bai He replied, What is there to see? I'm just the same, 2 eyes, 1 mouth, 1 nose. Don't you grow weary of seeing me every day? Ning Yi remained silent, his curiosity intensifying as he leaned against the door, overhearing Bai He mutter, finally resolved. How wonderful, he pondered. What exactly had she resolved? This warranted further inquiry. He knocked again. Who is it this time? Bai He asked impatiently. It's me. Are you done yet? He inquired. You are quite persistent, she retorted as the door creaked open, revealing Bai He with a sulky pout. Ningyi stepped inside, scanning the room for anything unusual but finding nothing of note, which allowed him to relax. What were you busy with? I heard you talking to yourself, he asked with a playful tone. Bai He shot him a look of exasperation. I was behind the screen, attending to some delicate matters. What of it? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ningyi rubbed his head sheepishly and smiled. My apologies. I truly hadn't considered that. Bai He beamed at him. You've even changed your hairstyle. Where are you off to dress like that? Ningyi replied with a graceful smile. I just finished a rigorous training session and changed out of my sweat-soaked clothes. Is it not presentable? Bai He studied him, admiring his high nose, thin lips, and sword-like brows that gracefully blended with a few strands of black hair. His eyes sparkled with celestial brilliance, clear and profound, while his skin glowed like jade, and his profile was impeccably handsome. With his hair tied with a red ribbon and clad in blue satin, he exuded an ethereal charm, akin to that of a celestial being. She found herself momentarily entranced. Noticing her rapt gaze, Ningyi playfully tugged at her hand, smirking. Are you utterly captivated by my attire? Bai He snapped back to reality, concealing her embarrassment with a light laugh. Someone seems rather full of himself. Ningyi, aware of her reluctance to admit it, chuckled and shook his head. Since you seem finished, why not accompany me for a stroll? The most bustling street in Yang City is lively today. If we miss it, we shall have to wait until next year. Bai He's curiosity piqued at the mention of excitement, her eyes widening. What kind of excitement? Tell me. Ningyi smiled mischievously. You'll have to see for yourself. I truly cannot describe it. Bai He yearned to witness the festivities but hesitated, recalling her earlier claim of having no time. Perhaps I shouldn't go. I still have matters to attend to, she said reluctantly. Ningyi observed her with a knowing smile. Are you truly saying that? Don't regret it later when it's too late. Bai He frowned, pouting. Regret? Never. Fine, I'll go myself. I've heard there are many delightful activities. If you don't wish to join, I'll find someone else. Ningyi cast a sidelong glance at her. I was merely trying to coax you into going. I want no one but you. Bai He raised an eyebrow. Now that's more like it. Give me a moment to change. Ningyi returned to his room, settling at the table with a contented smile. Bai He excitedly disappeared behind the screen to change, and shortly after, she emerged in a lovely pink ensemble, approaching the mirror to adjust her hair. After about a quarter of an hour, Bai He turned to Ningyi, her face radiant. How do I look? She asked. Ningyi gazed at her, momentarily spellbound by her appearance. A pink flowing gown that brushed the ground, complemented by a pink satin jacket adorned with white rabbit fur at the edges. A white satin ribbon cinched her waist, embellished with a sparkling crystal. To the left, a fine jade pendant hung gracefully, while her long hair, resembling luxurious satin, was styled with a red coral hairpin, accentuated by dangling glass beads that enhanced her allure. A delicate plum blossom makeup adorned her refined features, transforming her youthful innocence into a charming elegance. She resembled a transcendent beauty, captivating and unforgettable, especially with her brilliant star-like eyes. Why so quiet? Bai He's voice snapped Ningyi back to reality. He cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed, and grinned. Quite impressive. You truly are the woman I have set my sights upon. Bai He teased. You are quite the narcissist. Did you feel a flush of pride as you said that? Yes. I do enjoy a bit of vanity, but if we don't leave soon, it will be dark. With that, Ningyi took her hand and led her out. Initially, he intended to inform his mother as they passed through the courtyard, but to his surprise, it was deserted. The pair hurried out of the Wudong courtyard, and Ningyi accidentally bumped into the wet nurse returning from market errands. Feeling a bit sheepish, he scratched his head. Aunt Hui, are you all right? Did I hurt you? The wet nurse steadied herself and, upon recognizing Ningyi's voice, smiled. Young master, I'm fine. Where are you and Miss Bai He off to in such splendid attire? Ningyi interjected before Bai He could respond. We plan to explore Yang City and won't be back for lunch. The wet nurse smiled slightly. I see. Is Madam aware? Ningyi recalled his mother's earlier suggestion to take Bai He out for some fresh air. Actually, it was Mother who encouraged us to venture out. Please inform her when you have a moment. We must be off. Before the wet nurse could reply, Ningyi and Bai He dashed away, their excitement palpable as they stepped onto the most vibrant street bustling with life, where throngs of people flowed like a river. Ningyi approached a stall selling loquats, taking a few to sniff, grinning as he asked, Vendor, how much for a pound? The vendor replied with a smile, These are premium fruits. 20 low-grade spirit stones per pound. He chimed in, that is a bit pricey. Can we negotiate for a bulk purchase? Ningyi watched her bargain fiercely, bemused by her boldness, silently wondering how a young lady of privilege could haggle like a commoner. The vendor replied, how many would you like? The more you buy, the more discount I can offer, depending on the quantity. He responded, let's go with 3 gene then. Just tell me, how many spirit stones for 3 gene? The stall owner smiled, pinching his fingers and replied, I'll give you 52 spirit stones. He countered, 52 is too expensive. Just a moment ago, the vendor over there offered me 50, and I didn't even want that. The stall owner asked, Miss, I acquired these at wholesale prices. Doing business is truly challenging nowadays. How about I let you have them for 48? However, you can't pick the larger ones, and you mustn't disclose this arrangement, as I am not making a profit from you. Consider it a favor in helping you procure goods. If the food is to your liking, do remember to return. He smiled happily and said, all right then, I shall reluctantly make the purchase. Come help me carry this. Why are you just standing there? Ningyi raised an eyebrow, smiling, oh, all right, my lady. After packing the loquats, they left the stall. Ningyi walked behind He, observing her as she looked left and right, her spirits evidently high. He stopped in front of a pottery shop and turned to Ningyi, waving, come quickly and take a look. Isn't this vase beautiful? Ningyi approached, inspecting it closely and realizing it was a second-rate item. Nonetheless, the shape was still appealing. So he leaned in and whispered, that is a second-rate piece. If you want it, you must negotiate the price, truly. He examined the vase and confidently asked, boss, how many spirit stones for this vase? The pottery shop owner inquired, Miss, are you truly interested in purchasing it? He smiled. Of course I am asking because I wish to buy. Now, how much? The shop owner studied He and smiled, saying, Miss, seeing your eagerness, I'll give you a discount of 100 low-grade spirit stones. He replied, boss, this vase is a second-rate item. Are you trying to deceive me with this price? The pottery shop owner retorted, how can my exquisite vase be deemed second-rate just because you say so? He asserted, well, take a look for yourself. There's a crack at the bottom. The owner scrutinized He again and said, miss, you misunderstand. That S merely painted on. He examined the vase once more when suddenly a man in a long black coat bumped into her and swiftly departed. Caught off guard, her grip loosened, and with a crash, the vase shattered. He was filled with dread, thinking, what now? Ningyi approached gently and asked, are you all right? Did you hurt your hand? The pottery shop owner's face darkened, his expression grim. Miss, was this intentional? I haven't made a sale today. Ningyi smiled and said, boss, since the vase is broken, we shall purchase it. Upon hearing this, the shop owner laughed. This customer is indeed straightforward. Then, the price is 100 low-grade spirit stones. He, indignant, exclaimed, you must have calculated this. Did you arrange for someone to bump into me, catching me off guard? The shop owner, furious, shouted, where do you come from, girl? How dare you act so recklessly in my shop? Ningyi sensed the situation was dire and signaled He to leave. But she ignored him, boldly stating, I hail from the Ling residence in Jincheng. The shop owner had no interest in her words and clapped his hands twice, summoning 6 men in black to surround He and Ningyi. Ningyi was startled. The intense killing aura and the number of foes had gone unnoticed by him. He concentrated, only to find he couldn't summon his spiritual energy, his heart sinking in fear. Scanning the black-clad men, he noted their firm grips on their swords, their expressions serious, indicating their intent. He was puzzled as to why his powers had suddenly vanished, save for his hands. Rapidly, he recalled the peculiar scent from the vase, reminiscent of a spirit herb called soft grass. Clearly, there was something amiss here. He appeared unaffected. Was she just feigning nonchalance like him? If that were the case, they were indeed in trouble. Ningyi calmly smiled. Speak. Who sent you? One of the black-clad men growled. We are merely following orders. Another, filled with rage, urged, stop wasting time. Just kill them and be done with it. Ningyi recognized this tone. He suspected he knew who was behind this assassination attempt, which had occurred not just once or twice. The one seeking his life, who he could identify, yet still lived. Who could that be? The leading man in black glared fiercely, the murderous intent palpable, and without further ado, signaled his comrades to attack. In an instant, several swords formed a circle around Ningyi. His heart raced. Just then, a figure appeared like a phantom, swiftly deflecting the swords surrounding him and engaging in combat with the assailants. Clad in blue cloth, with a black veil obscuring their face, Ningyi felt an uncanny familiarity. Could it be his mother? Before he could discern their identity, the figure swiftly struck Ningyi's back, causing his mouth to open involuntarily. As they tossed a pill into him, the blue-clad figure continued to battle the black-clad men. Ningyi felt the pill dissolve within him, gradually restoring his spiritual energy. These assassins were no ordinary foes. Each was an elite fighter, their moves precise and lethal. One black-clad man lunged forward, his sharp blade aimed at Ningyi. His eyes fierce and movements swift, yet silent. He rushed over, urgently calling, "Ningyi, be careful." Ningyi felt a warmth in his gaze. Even in this critical moment, he remained concerned for him. Despite her usual carelessness, she displayed an instinctive awareness to warn him of the danger behind. Just as the black-clad man aimed to strike at his neck, Ningyi deftly tilted his head and swiftly raised his hand, capturing the blade between his long fingers with ease. The black-clad man was taken aback, trying to pull back his sword, but to no avail. Ningyi smirked, effortlessly twisting his fingers, and with a sharp crack, the sword broke as if it were a mere twig. With a disdainful expression, he remarked, "Such poor quality in your weapon, yet you think to use it against me?" The black-clad man hesitated, clearly flustered, and in a fit of rage. He swung the broken blade toward Ningyi again, who simply flicked his hand toward the man's eyes. The weapon fell, stained with blood, as the man screamed in agony, rolling on the ground, clutching his face as crimson streamed from his fingers. After a long moment, the cries faded, and the man's hands fell limply to the ground. He, catching sight of this, was horrified, her body stiffening as she beheld the man, his eyes hollow, with blood soaking the pristine tiles. The air thickened with the scent of blood, overwhelming her senses. The warm, sticky liquid splattered upon her. Although trained in martial arts, she had only ever used it for self-defense and had never taken a life. This was her first encounter with such brutal violence, witnessing a living being one moment, and at this moment, Baihe felt a chilling sensation enveloping her, as if she possessed an inexplicable sensitivity to death. Noticing her in a daze, another cloaked figure seized the opportunity, swinging his long sword towards her. Just as the blade was about to pierce her throat, Ningyi swiftly drew his sword, the He-Bo sword, and plunged it into the back of the assailant. The attacker, rolling his eyes back in shock, lost his grip on the sword, which clattered to the ground. Terrified by the look of sheer malice in the man's eyes, Baihe was overwhelmed with horror, witnessing the unfolding chaos. Unable to contain herself, she cried out, "Ah, ah." After a brief pause, only one cloaked figure remained standing, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of his comrades. He appeared utterly terrified, as if desperately searching for a means of escape. Indeed, every individual fears death, for life is singular and precious. Ningyi observed Baihe, who sat frozen on the ground, her delicate brows furrowed, her eyes revealing a fleeting glimmer of fear before she regained her composure, though her complexion remained pale. With a heart full of concern, he leaned slightly toward her and asked gently, "Have you been frightened?" Before Baihe could respond, the last cloaked man fixed his gaze upon her. A sense of foreboding washed over Baihe as she glared defiantly at the malevolent figure. He was doing this on purpose. As the assailant lunged towards her, she strained to summon her energy, only to find her body growing weaker with each effort. Why? Why could she not harness her spiritual energy at that moment? Just as these thoughts flitted through her mind, the sword of the cloaked man pressed against her neck, and he hissed, "Don't move. If you want her to live, let me go. I will leave immediately." Ningyi remained still, his brow unwrinkled, his demeanor indifferent as he replied, "Her life or death is of no concern to me." The cloaked man was taken aback. Moments ago, he had exhibited great concern for the woman, and now he seemed completely unconcerned. The blade inched closer, its cold edge grazing her smooth skin, sending a sharp pang of pain coursing through her neck, warm blood trickling down. Ningyi stood tall, his exterior betraying no sign of involvement, appearing merely an observer of the spectacle. Baihe felt a surge of anger, her teeth clenched in confusion over Ningyi's intentions, her heart heavy with sorrow, wondering if he truly would not save her. Did he not fear that should anything happen to her, her grandfather would not take it lightly? A barrage of questions consumed her thoughts. In an instant, as the cloaked man became distracted, Ningyi's expression hardened. He sprang into action, executing a swift kick to the man's right hand, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Ningyi followed with another kick, seizing the fallen weapon to strike at the man's shoulder, blood gushing forth, staining Ningyi's garment and shoe. Seizing the moment, he pressed his foot against the assailant's body, fury radiating from him as he demanded, "Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Tell me, and I shall spare your life." After a prolonged silence, the cloaked man struggled. His gaze locked onto Ningyi, devoid of life. Ningyi leaned closer, observing the lack of vitality in his eyes, blood trickling from his lips. Ningyi surmised that the man had bitten his own tongue to escape captivity. Baiha sat in shock, her once pink gown now marred with crimson stains. Ningyi approached her, helping her to her feet, gently arranging her disheveled hair with a caring expression. Overwhelmed with a mix of fear and relief, Baiha realized that Ningyi had only been feigning indifference in front of the cloaked man. Now filled with excitement from her earlier fright, Ningyi, unsure of what to say, enveloped her in his embrace, assuring her, "It is all right now. We are safe." Just as he recalled the invaluable assistance of the blue-clad figure, he noticed that she had vanished from sight. Chapter 107. Baiha's abduction. Though the cloaked figures lay defeated, Ningyi's heart remained heavy with worry. He pondered the possibility of future encounters that might not end as smoothly. Observing the disheveled state of both himself and Baiha, he was relieved to note they bore no injuries. Returning at this moment would invite unnecessary troubles, so Ningyi opted to secure a double room at a nearby inn. Fortunately, both he and Baiha had packed some clothing, which proved fortuitous. As he glanced at Baiha seated by the table, he sensed her spirit was still shaken from the earlier fright. Pouring her a glass of water, he spoke with a gentle tone, "Drink this. It will make you feel better." Baiha turned, downing the water in one go, and upon meeting his gaze, she found a calmness in his clear eyes that eased her heart. At that moment, her stomach growled audibly. Ningyi chuckled. "What is this? Are you hungry?" Baiha smiled softly, replying, "Yes, I am hungry." With a teasing smile, Ningyi remarked, "Let us change into fresh clothes before we dine." Baiha, noticing her disheveled appearance, hurried behind a screen to change. After about a quarter of an hour, she emerged in a simple yet fresh outfit. Ningyi too had changed. Offering her a damp towel with a gentle smile, "There are a few traces of blood on your face. Wipe them away." Baiha accepted the towel and approached the mirror, meticulously cleaning herself. Ningyi observed her transformation with a satisfied smile, proclaiming, "Very nice. You look clean and tidy. Now, let us head downstairs." Baiha beamed, "Yes. Let us go." Upon reaching the ground floor, Ningyi remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. Finding nothing amiss, he directed Baiha to a more secluded spot before proceeding to the counter to order food. Noting the menu was filled with simple fare, he casually ordered a vegetable dish, a meat dish, and a soup. Before long, he returned with the food, his face aglow with happiness. "Just some ordinary dishes. That's why I ordered quickly." Baiha laughed. "That's even better. I'm absolutely famished, and simpler dishes are prepared faster." After taking his seat, Ningyi continued to scan the area, noticing a man in white who seemed to be watching them intently. Feeling something was amiss, he leaned closer to Baiha and whispered, "Be cautious of the man in white behind you." Baiha nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, the server arrived with their meal, cheerfully announcing, "Here you are, esteemed guests. 1 seaweed egg drop soup, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 braised stream fish, along with 2 bowls of rice." Ningyi replied, "Thank you. Please set it down." He tapped the table lightly with his right hand. The aroma of the fish was enticing, and he placed a piece in Baiha's bowl, encouraging her, "Eat more. It looks delicious." "Thank you," Baiha responded, quickly devouring her rice. Ningyi, smiling at her voracious appetite, called over the server, "Excuse me. Could you come here for a moment?" The server approached, politely nodding, "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" Ningyi ordered 2 more bowls of rice and a plate of roasted goose. "Certainly, please wait a moment," the server replied before departing. After sipping her soup, Baiha remarked, "This is enough. Why are you ordering more meat?" Ningyi replied, "You seem too thin. You should eat more. I want to see you gain some weight." For reasons unknown, Ningyi felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched during their meal. Each time he glanced around, he found nothing unusual. Eventually, after finishing their meal, they settled the bill and stepped out of the inn. The streets were bustling with life as they strolled, Baiha seemingly unfazed as she admired various small goods. "How much for this?" she inquired of a vendor. The seller, pleased to engage, replied, "This is 5 low-grade spirit stones." Ningyi promptly handed over the 5 stones. "Hey, what are you doing? I didn't he say I wanted to buy it?" Baiha exclaimed, her displeasure evident. Ningyi chuckled, "It's merely 5 low-grade spirit stones. Since you fancy it, just buy it. Bai He sighed. Ah, if you have excess spirit stones with no place to spend them, why not donate some to the disaster-stricken areas? Ningyi shot Bai He a glance and wandered off, noticing someone seemingly setting up a street stall ahead, disregarding whether Bai He followed him or not. At that moment, a man in white appeared behind Bai He, observing her in a daze and thinking to himself that now was the perfect time to act. Ningyi's instinct warned him that something was amiss behind him, and he quickly turned to look back, only to find Bai He had vanished. However, he remained undeterred, scanning the surroundings. Just then, a small boy approached him with a blank expression, saying, "Uncle, someone asked me to give this to you." Ningyi took the envelope from him and opened it to find a note that read, "If you wish to know Miss Ling's whereabouts, come alone to Taiha Garden. Remember, you must come alone. Otherwise, Miss Ling will only be bound for the underworld." Upon reading this, Ningyi felt a wave of guilt wash over him, realizing that if he had simply held on to Bai He, she wouldn't have fallen into the hands of others. Turning around, he resolved to head towards Taiha Garden. Yet he had no idea where it lay. He paused at a stall selling hats and inquired, "Excuse me, could you tell me where Taiha Garden is?" The stall owner looked at him thoughtfully and replied, "Young man, that place is not suitable for common folk like us." Ningyi smiled wryly and insisted, "I have urgent business there. Please guide me." The stall owner shook his head, warning, "You must tread carefully. The people there are exceedingly ruthless. Look, from here, turn right, exit the city gate, and walk eastward until you reach a small stream. It will be right across from it." Ningyi smiled, "Thank you, sir. But your directions are quite difficult to remember. Would you mind drawing them out for me?" The stall owner nodded and took a pen to sketch a rough map on a piece of old paper, adding some dots for landmarks. He chuckled, "I can't read, so this is the best I can do for you." Ningyi observed the simple lines, grateful that it was better than nothing. He smiled and said, "This is perfect. I can understand it. Thank you. I'll take all your hats and have them sent to those in need in the disaster area." He then produced 500 low-grade spirit stones and placed them before the stall owner. With a leap, he ascended onto the rooftops, swiftly making his way toward Taiha Garden. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback, and by the time he regained his senses, Ningyi had vanished. Following the map, Ningyi quickly exited the city gate and made his way eastward. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he spotted a small stream not far ahead. Feeling parched, he knelt down and cupped his hands to drink from the crystal-clear water before carefully crossing the stream on a log. After walking a bit further, he finally spotted the 3 large characters spelling Taiha Garden. Ningyi did not approach too closely. Instead, he concealed himself behind a nearby tree to observe the happenings at the garden. He noticed guards stationed on either side of the entrance, with a lively atmosphere inside. It seemed it was time to utilize his invisibility talisman. He took out the talisman and affixed several to himself before quietly slipping inside. The 2 guards at the entrance failed to notice him, and as the door was ajar, he stealthily entered. Inside, he found a group of people gathered around something. As he drew closer, he realized it was a few inconspicuous women surrounded by men. Ningyi scrutinized them, and none were Bai He. He overheard a man say, "I want that taller one tonight. With such a furnace, my spiritual energy will surely increase quickly." Ningyi felt a surge of disgust, deeply disdaining such men who would treat women merely as tools for their own gain. Another man chimed in, "I saw her first. What right do you have to compete with me?" The ensuing argument became increasingly unbearable for Ningyi, prompting him to swiftly withdraw in search of Bai He. Just as he turned to leave, the 2 men began to brawl, with the shorter one getting brutally beaten. The victor boasted, "You should know who you're dealing with. If I set my sights on someone, no one else can have them." Ningyi's mind raced. Could there be another woman inside? Was it possible that Bai He was among them? The winning man smugly replied, "If it weren't for the master stating that the woman is a valuable asset, I would have taken her myself." Laughter erupted from the group of men. The more Ningyi listened, the more unsettling it became, as he increasingly felt they were describing Bai He. Yet, he had no clue where the main house was located. Looking down, he noticed his invisibility talisman was running low on energy. He quickly applied a few more before entering the main hall, where he found it eerily quiet. He soon moved to another room, finding it empty as well. Just as he sighed in frustration, he noticed the words "main house" clearly marked overhead. What luck! Leaning closer to the door, he took out a small knife and carved a tiny hole in the wooden panel, squinting through to see a woman bound to a chair. Her eyes filled with fury. His heart leaped with joy upon realizing it was indeed Bai He, the one he had searched for tirelessly. However, He quickly noted that two men were guardi. He tossed a mist bomb behind him, and instantly, a thick fog enveloped the area. Seizing that moment, he turned and flew westward, while the pursuers behind were caught off guard, coughing and covering their noses. Where are we headed? Why not activate the aircraft? Baiha inquired, her voice tinged with confusion. Are you foolish? You think we could shake them off using the aircraft? She added. Ah, I see. But where exactly are we going? Ningi replied with a wry smile. At the moment, we can't go anywhere. We can only flee to a safe place once we lose them. Baiha pondered this, asking, It's strange that I've faced misfortune twice today. I haven't done anything wrong in my daily life, so why am I being targeted? Ningi sighed. Perhaps they are after me. If it were aimed at you, they would have eliminated you long ago. Why keep you around for me to rescue? True. But why do they want to kill you? Chapter 109. The Chase. Baiha, now filled with curiosity, asked. Ningi smirked. The reason is quite simple. It's a struggle for power and profit. Baiha, somewhat understanding, responded. So it's for this reason. Could it be someone from the Mu family? Not your half-brother, I hope? Ningi looked at her with an impassive expression. Are you referring to your Mu Ninghao? Baiha nodded affirmatively. Ningi continued. Only those who rely on connections would dare to act. Only his mother would have the audacity to do such a thing. After hearing this, Baiha gazed at Ning Yi with concern. After a while, sensing that their pursuers had not followed, Ning Yi lowered his body and leapt onto the rooftop of a courtyard. The night was already deep, with an inky sky devoid of even a crescent moon or a glimmer of starlight. Occasionally, a shooting star streaked across the sky, its cold glow appearing desolate and forlorn. The wind began softly, caressing the willow branches and leaves in the courtyard, but soon it grew stronger, whipping through the air with the ferocity of a wild bull. Sensing the chill, Ning Yi draped his cloak over Baiha, gazing at her with warm eyes. It seems we can't linger here. Shall we go down and take a look? Baiha, gazing at the hazy figure of Ning Yi, replied. I was just about to suggest that. Then let us go, Ning Yi said, leading Baiha as they leapt out of the courtyard. Most of the shops along the street were closed, with only a few lights remaining. After walking for a while, they spotted a tavern named Fuel and still open, where two tables were occupied by patrons enjoying late-night snacks. Ning Yi entered without hesitation, and Baiha followed closely behind. The innkeeper smiled slightly, asking, Sir, do you wish to book a room or order food? Ning Yi replied with a smile, I need both. Please arrange a quiet double room for me. The innkeeper looked down at the ledger, pleased, that's no problem. We have rooms available. I will arrange it immediately. Here is the menu. Please take a look at what you would like. After handing the menu to Ning Yi, he opened it to find only a selection of snacks, lacking substantial dishes. Displeased, he asked, is there another menu? The innkeeper politely responded, Sir, it is already midnight, and this is all we have. Ning Yi felt somewhat reluctant but conceded. All right then, I'll have one of each. The innkeeper quickly noted down Ning Yi's selections and handed them to a waiter, instructing him to serve them in room 209. Here is the key to your room, he said with a smile. Ning Yi accepted the key, grinning. We'll head upstairs now. Have the food sent to our room. The innkeeper nodded. Certainly, no problem. Please, go ahead. Ning Yi, his expression unchanged, led Baiha upstairs. Noticing the rooms on either side, he checked the first room on the right, number 206, thinking to himself, it seems this path is correct. Upon entering the room, he found two beds, a round table, a tea set, a washstand, a dressing table, and two windows. Chapter 110. Baiha in Peril. Baiha hurriedly entered, only to stumble and fall to the ground with a thud. Ning Yi rushed to help her up, smiling, Hey, be a bit more careful, will you? Baiha frowned. I've been flying for several hours. The wind has made my legs weak. Then sit here and rest, Ning Yi suggested. After a quarter of an hour, a waiter arrived with several dishes they had ordered, setting them down before leaving. As usual, Ning Yi occasionally helped Baiha with her food. After finishing their meal and resting for a moment, they each returned to their beds to sleep. Ning Yi, feeling uneasy, could not find rest, merely closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Baiha, perhaps exhausted from the day, occasionally snored from the adjacent bed. As the hour approached the early morning, Ning Yi sensed some movement outside the window, suspecting that their pursuers had returned. He realized he could only wait and see. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke billowed in through the window, the scent growing increasingly potent. Ning Yi, caught off guard, inhaled deeply. Feeling dizzy, he cursed inwardly, Damn it, have I been poisoned? I need to expel this from my system, but every attempt to channel his energy only worsened his dizziness. It seemed their pursuers had indeed gone to great lengths. During his struggle, Baihe was stealthily abducted. 2 hours later, Ningyi slowly regained consciousness, his head throbbing. Feeling discomfort, he rubbed his temples and suddenly remembered Baihe, a wave of foreboding washing over him. This is bad, Baihe. He bore the headache and rose to her bed, only to find it empty, with a letter resting on her pillow. It read, to Mu Ningyi. Opening the letter, he discovered, if you wish to save Miss Ling, come as the legitimate heir of the Mu family. You have 3 days. Meet at Taihe Courtyard, and remember to come alone. Should you exceed the time, you shall bear the consequences. Ningyi's anger flared as he took a recovery pill and sat back down to meditate, channeling his energy. His hands intertwined, swirling as transparent mist emanated from his palms. After an hour, he felt a significant boost in his power. Changing his clothes, he hurried downstairs to check out. Outside, the weather was foggy, and few people were on the street, likely due to the early hour. Ningyi, anxious, leapt onto a nearby rooftop, extending his arms to soar through the air as the sun began to rise, its light growing stronger. He needed to return to Taihe Courtyard, but the path was still unclear. Having been chased the previous day, he had paid little attention to directions. What if I can't find my way back at this speed? I need to find a place to stop and think of a solution. He halted at a small town, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Perhaps he should ask someone nearby if they knew how to get to Taihe Courtyard? Ningyi perched atop an inn's roof, noticing no one below, then gracefully leapt down and made his way to the counter. With a gentle tone and a smile, he asked, Innkeeper, may I inquire about a location? Chapter 111, Fortune-Telling. The innkeeper, sensing that Ningyi was not there to make a purchase, appeared reluctant and replied, What is it? I rarely go out. Ningyi smiled gently. Could you tell me how to get to Taihe Courtyard? The innkeeper, expressionless, responded, Taihe Courtyard? That's a name I've never heard. I don't know. You should ask elsewhere. Ningyi remarked, Oh, I see. Thank you very much. Upon exiting the inn, the flow of people outside gradually increased. Noticing a fortune-teller across the street, Ningyi approached him. The fortune-teller, seeing a potential client, enthusiastically inquired, Young sir, would you like a fortune reading? Ningyi smiled wryly and replied, No need for that. I wish to gather information about a certain place. The fortune-teller, his eyes glinting with curiosity, responded, What place do you seek? Perhaps I am familiar with it. After a moment's contemplation, Ningyi spoke, Taihe Yuan. Have you been there? The fortune-teller stroked his beard and chuckled. Taihe Yuan is not a place for just anyone. I advise you against going there. Ningyi pressed. Then you must know the way. Please guide me. The fortune-teller cautioned, I sensed your fortune is rather low today. It would be wise to tread carefully. Sensing the underlying meaning in the fortune-teller's words, Ningyi asked, Why not read my fortune now? The fortune-teller studied him intently, gestured for him to extend his palm, and after a moment of contemplation while stroking his beard, he spoke earnestly. You were born into a prominent family but lacked paternal affection. In your 20s, you faced a brush with death but were granted a second chance. Recently, you have been pursued by treacherous schemes. Ningyi inquired curiously, Is there any way to prevent these events from unfolding? The fortune-teller replied, Some things are fated. You cannot obstruct them, only remain vigilant. Ningyi, though somewhat skeptical, smiled and said, Please, do tell me the location of Taihe Yuan. The fortune-teller replied, Since you are determined to go, proceed in this direction. Once you exit the town, turn right into the woods, cross a mountain, and continue eastward until you reach a stream. Ningyi's face brightened, and he exclaimed, Thank you. Here are 100 low-grade spirit stones, a token of gratitude for your guidance. After placing the stones down, he leaped away. The fortune-teller, momentarily taken aback, soon lost sight of him. Ningyi soared through the air, gazing upon the vast town below, realizing that departing this small town would still take some time. After a while, he caught a glimpse of the trees in the distance and quickened his pace. Exiting the town, he turned right and, after about half an incense stick's worth of time, beheld a majestic mountain, no ordinary peak. Ascending approximately 5 meters with his lightness skill, he surveyed the mountain's flora and layers of hills, though distinguishing them was challenging, especially with wisps of cloud weaving through, obscuring the mountain's true form. After about 2 hours, he finally cleared the mountain range and noticed a gentle slope below, sensing that his destination was near. Chapter 112. Deceived like a fool after flying over the slope, Ningyi continued eastward for nearly a quarter of an hour without encountering anything. He resorted to leaping into the air, and as his shoes brushed against the dry leaves on the ground, they fluttered gently to the earth. He began to feel as though he had been tricked, having flown for nearly an hour without spotting any small streams or rivers. Just as despair began to settle in, he noticed a small creek nearby and, upon closer inspection, found it appeared entirely different from what he remembered from days past. Doubting his own memory, he decided to investigate further. Crossing the creek, he paused to drink from its crystal-clear waters before leaping ahead. After a short while, he came upon a building adorned with brown bricks, which bore no resemblance to Tai Yutian. Undeterred, he approached, only to find 3 large characters reading. Tai Fu Lu. Rage surged within him, and he struck a nearby tree with a fist, blood seeping from his hand. Who could he blame but himself for his carelessness? Glancing at the time, he realized an entire day had slipped away, and he sought to console himself with the adage, "Failure is the mother of success." Taking a deep breath, he turned in another direction to search anew. This time, Ningyi employed a flying device for transportation. After a day spent soaring through the skies, he had depleted much of his spiritual energy, compounded by his lack of food. Positioned on the device, he gripped the steering wheel with his left hand while hastily gnawing on provisions with his right. It seemed he was preparing to replenish his energy for the next destination. After consuming 5 portions and quenching his thirst with half a flask of water, he felt his spiritual energy revitalized. Observing a small town in the distance, he gradually descended, landing his device in a clearing before making his way towards the more bustling areas. The streets teemed with people, yet he had no idea whom to ask for the answers he sought. Anxious and hopeful, he inquired, "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to Tai Yutian?" "I don't know. I've never heard of it." "Brother, do you know where Tai Yutian is?" "Sorry, I don't know." "Excuse me, do you know where Tai Yutian is located?" "I'm not sure. I just arrived here and am unfamiliar with many places." Ningyi felt a chill run through him, clenching his fists. Dusk was approaching rapidly, and if this continued, the 3-day deadline would soon expire. Undeterred, he continued to ask passers-by, yet no one seemed to know of Tai Yutian's existence, plunging his spirits to an all-time low. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, the vibrant sunset was devoured by twilight, transforming the sky into a dull brown, as if torn apart by unseen hands, leaving tattered remnants scattered across the western sky. Before long, the crescent moon appeared, while faint stars flickered in the air. Ningyi sighed, realizing that nightfall would make searching even more arduous. He resolved to find a place to rest, regain his strength, and continue his quest the following day. This time, he fortified his defenses and, upon entering his room, cast protective arrays over the windows and door, ensuring a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Ningyi arose early, prepared all necessary items, and departed from the inn. Chapter 113. Asking for directions upon exiting the inn, Ningyi found himself uncertain of his next steps. His thoughts were consumed by he, a longing that was a bittersweet sorrow. When one cares for another, they often wonder if the sentiment is reciprocated. Pondering how she fared at that very moment, countless questions clouded his mind. Observing the overcast sky, he leaped onto the rooftop and soared into the air. Recalling the day he was pursued by the cloaked figures, Ningyi had turned to flee towards Li Du with he, feeling many behind them. He threw a mist bomb behind, creating a thick fog that obscured their pursuers, allowing him to veer westward while they choked and covered their noses. He also remembered he asking, "Where are we headed?" Ningyi had replied with a wry smile, "We can't go anywhere now. We must find safety away from them." Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of unease and recalled yet another moment. After a while, he sensed his pursuers had ceased their chase, prompting him to lower his altitude and land on a rooftop. As the memory faded, he remained at a loss for the direction to take. Growing anxious, he focused on the last memory. How, in that fleeting moment, he had taken flight amidst the clouds, clearing his mind of distractions. Revisiting the events of that day, he realized he had consistently flown westward, never diverting to other paths. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. If he could determine the direction of Li Du, he would surely discover Tai Yutian. Lowering his altitude by about 2 meters, he gained a clearer view of the houses and trees below. In the distance, majestic mountain peaks are interconnected, their verdant trees resembling the surging waves of a vast ocean. After a while, upon traversing these heights, a tower-like structure comes into view. Lowering himself to observe below, he notices a throng of pedestrians, appearing like ants in a bustling migration. As he nears the ground, the inscription Tower City of Li Du catches his eye. Ningyi's eyes brighten. He has arrived at Li Du. Approaching a stall selling steamed buns, he smiles and requests, 10 meat buns, please." The stall owner beams with delight and replies, "Certainly, just a moment." Ningi inquires, "How much is that in spirit stones?" The vendor hands him the neatly wrapped buns and replies, 10 low-grade spirit stones. "Here you go. Is this the very center of Lidu?" Ningi cleverly asks after paying. The stall owner gently responds, "Not quite the center. This is the northern part." Ningi smiles and queries, "Which direction should I head to reach the center?" After a moment's thought, the vendor advises, "Just continue straight for about a mile. And at the intersection, take a right. You will see the city gate. Once you exit, proceed westward and inquire further." Observing the vendor's warm and trustworthy demeanor, Ningi nods appreciatively, saying, "Thank you very much." Chapter 114. Nameless Town. Ningi still harbors a sense of vigilance within. He approaches a small shop selling baked flatbreads, noticing a considerable number of customers. He moves closer and requests, 5 with meat, please." The stall owner, a modestly dressed man, responds with a cheerful voice, "Sure. Coming right up." Soon, he hands Ningi the neatly wrapped flatbreads. "Here you are, 5 mid-grade spirit stones in total." After receiving them, Ningi pays and casually asks the same question he posed to the bun vendor. The flatbread seller provides a similar response. "Just continue along this road for about a mile, and you'll encounter a fork. Take the right path, and you'll see the city gate. After exiting, head west and ask for more specific directions." With their answers aligning, Ningi's caution diminishes significantly. He takes out a meat-filled flatbread, munching on it as he walks out of the Tower City. Sensing that he has expended considerable spirit energy, he thinks it wise to purchase a horse for easier travel. Nearby, he finds a shop selling horses and acquires a decent mid-grade steed. As he strokes the horse's head, he notices its clear and intelligent gaze, suggesting it is a fine animal. He feeds it some grass from the stable before departing. Since arriving in this world, Ningi has yet to experience riding a horse firsthand. His only encounters have been through television dramas. Recalling some details, he gently mounts the horse. Unsure if the horse can understand him, he softly addresses it, "My good horse, this is my first time riding. I need your cooperation." The horse remains silent, merely flicking its tail. With a gentle flick of the whip across its back, the horse begins to walk slowly. Although it is his first experience riding, he does not wish to linger unnecessarily. Imitating the motions he has seen, the horse gradually picks up speed. Upon reaching the city gate, he pays the required spirit stones and exits. At this point, Ningi subtly directs the horse westward, applying a bit of pressure with the whip, causing it to gallop. As they race through the forest, trees swiftly recede, and a delightful sensation of freedom envelopes him. After approximately half an hour of galloping, he arrives at a small town. Noticing a sign with the characters "Nameless Town," he gradually brings the horse to a halt. This nameless town appears neither too large nor too small, with a bustling populace. Ningi approaches a middle-aged man seated at a stall, writing letters, and cheerfully asks, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the center of Lidu?" The man smiles and replies, "Young man, it's evident you are from afar. It will take at least a day to ride to the center of Lidu from here." Ningi is taken aback, pondering why the previous 2 vendors did not mention such a lengthy journey. He smiles and responds, "No problem. I still have time. Could you please point me in the right direction?" The middle-aged man explains, "Continue straight, then take a left upon exiting the town. You will pass through Shangxi, Ruei, and Xiahong before reaching the urban area." Ningi expresses his gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much. Farewell." The man gestures, "Please, be on your way." Ningi feels a touch of self-deception as he observes the time, which is nearing dusk. The weather has inexplicably shifted, with dark clouds gathering ominously. A sense of alarm grips him. If it rains, it would pose a significant inconvenience. Is the heavens conspiring against him? Nevertheless, he mounts his horse, grips the reins tightly, and gently nudges its belly with his legs, prompting it to start walking. He then applies the whip firmly to its flank, and the horse accelerates. As they traverse the streets and enter the woods, rain begins to pour down, pattering against them. Ningi finds himself drenched but continues undeterred, the horse galloping like lightning through the storm. After about 2 hours, they reach Shangxi, where the rain has ceased. Ningi finds a modest inn to change clothes and feed his horse before continuing on his journey. The population here is sparse compared to Nameless Town. It is a small settlement, nestled in the mountains and positioned to the west, aptly named Western Town. After half an hour, he exits Western Town and rides along the winding mountain path. The terrain is varied, causing the horse to alternate between slow and fast speeds. Upon crossing the mountain ridge, a forest unfolds before him. Feeling fatigued and thirsty, Ningi spots what appears to be a small river ahead. He halts the horse, pulling on the reins to stop its advance. Dismounting, he approaches the river, kneeling at the shallowest point. The water is crystal clear, and he feels a wave of relaxation wash over him as he scoops up handfuls to drink. Realizing the horse must also be thirsty after a long day, he rises and leads it to the river to drink. As night approaches, the post-rain gloom settles in, the absence of sunlight rendering the sky particularly dreary. He knows he must press on. Traveling in darkness would only complicate matters. Gently patting the horse's head, he murmurs, "You've worked hard. Just endure a bit longer, and you can rest well at our destination." The horse seems to understand, flicking its tail in response. Ningi swiftly mounts the horse again, grips the reins, and nudges its belly, prompting it to walk. With a firm tap of the whip, the horse gallops forward once more. Soon, he arrives at the gates of Ruei, which are closed. Pulling on the reins to halt the horse, he dismounts and approaches the gate. It appears robust and locked. He pushes against it firmly and calls out, "Is anyone there? Could you please open the gate?" After a moment of silence, Ningi feels a sense of helplessness. He contemplates alternative solutions. The gate is locked, preventing his horse from entering. It seems he must place the horse into the small space he carries with him while he uses his lightness skill to leap over the gate. Resolving this, he swiftly draws the horse into the small space with a swift motion, then leaps onto the gate's rooftop. The height is not very imposing, and it seems manageable for now. On both sides of the rooftop, there are fences standing at 1 meter high. Crossing the fence, Chapter 117. The Empty City. Ningi noticed a staircase to his right and rushed down swiftly. Steadying himself, he felt an overwhelming silence enveloping the city. Could it truly be a desolate city devoid of life? Ningi understood that he had no time to ponder these thoughts, so he summoned his horse, swiftly mounting its back, and continued to wield the whip, urging it to gallop onward. That night, a gentle breeze caressed his face. Ningi could not help but grumble, yet remained unfazed as he pressed on. After a while, feeling the wind intensify, he suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Achoo! He pulled the reins simultaneously, bringing the horse to a halt. He rummaged through his pack to retrieve a large black cloak and looked up at the moon, which appeared slightly fuller than the previous night, surrounded by twinkling stars. Despite the darkness, he donned the cloak and resumed his journey. Fortunately, his horse possessed keen eyesight and galloped through the night like a flash of lightning. They traversed through forests and over hills. The night breeze swept past, and Ning-Yi, seated on the horse, occasionally stifled yawns. Upon exiting the city gates, it was already 1/4 past midnight. After maneuvering around the woods, he spotted distant lights flickering. With a sigh of relief, Ningi realized that after such a long journey, another town was finally within sight. Time, however, did not allow him a moment's respite. He could not afford to waste even a second on hunger. Continuing to urge his horse onward, he struck its flank to hasten its pace. After a while, the horse began to slow, its legs showing signs of fatigue. Ningi sensed something was amiss. He pulled the reins to stop the horse. Nearby, lights flickered, and he guided his horse closer for inspection, noting its weak demeanor. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he gently stroked its head, speaking in a soothing tone. "My dear horse, are you exhausted from running? It pains me to see you in this state. Let us rest for a while. You can stay in my little space while I temporarily use my flying device." Upon hearing this, the horse flicked its tail. Ningi understood it was an agreement and led it into the small space. He then took out the flying device, activated it, and continued his journey, this time flying at the lowest altitude. With his right hand steering the controls, his thoughts wandered to Bai He, wondering how she was faring. At the Mu residence, Luo Jing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Ningi since their last parting at the antique shop, wondering if he was safe. Rising, she poured herself a glass of water, just as a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, a man dressed in black entered. His expression impassive. "Madam, I have discovered that Miss Bai He has been kidnapped and is currently at Taiha Courtyard. They have left a letter demanding that the young master come alone within 3 days. Otherwise, it will be void." Luo Jing's face clouded with worry as she smiled and asked, "Is there any news of Ir?" The man in black replied, "Yesterday, the young master was seen in the direction of Lidu, inquiring about Taiha Courtyard's location, but there has been no news today." Luo Jing responded, "Very well. There is nothing more to discuss for now. You may return and rest until I summon you." The man nodded respectfully, affirming, "Understood," before departing. The flying device flew low, occasionally brushing against trees and grazing rooftops. Chapter 118. Arrival at Lidu City. Before him lay a bridge, and beyond it, a narrow path. Crossing the path, he saw the characters Shaman Airlines inscribed on an archway. At that moment, Ningi felt a flicker of comfort, realizing he was nearing Taiha Courtyard. Pushing onward, he felt his energy waning, dizziness creeping in, and recalled that he had not eaten for quite some time. With his left hand, he retrieved a bun from his pack, savoring it as if it were a sumptuous feast. Famished, he devoured 5 buns and drank half a pot of water, his spiritual energy gradually warming his body. After 2 hours, the flying device landed in the city. Ningi lacked the inclination to observe the people and surroundings. His mind was solely focused on Taiha Courtyard. Stowing the flying device, he leaped into the air, recalling the day he had flown with by he toward Lidu, feeling the pursuit of many behind them. He had tossed a mist bomb behind, creating a veil of fog, and seized the moment to veer westward, while those chasing him recoiled in coughing fits. Ningi recollected another memory. By he had asked, "Where are we headed?" He had chuckled, "At this point, we cannot go anywhere. We must evade them and seek safety wherever it may be." Reflecting on this brought forth another thought. After a while, he sensed the pursuers had ceased their chase and lowered himself to land on a rooftop in a courtyard. Anxiously, he reminisced about the last moment when he had paused in midair, clearing his mind amid the clouds. He seemed to recall being in the east, while the heart of Lidu lay before him, illuminated by the sun, leaving him feeling somewhat weary. Now, with closed eyes, he envisioned himself back in that moment. Suddenly, his eyes flickered open. It dawned on him that he was facing south, and he turned to fly southward, realizing he had been moving straight ahead without diverging in any other direction. At Taiha Courtyard, Bai He was confined in another room, guarded by 4 men. The leader, a stout man, fixated his lecherous gaze upon her. Bai He felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, shivering with unease. The rotund leader sneered. "It seems that young Master Mu will not come. Perhaps you would do well to accompany me instead." Fear gripped Bai He as she forced a smile, saying, Even if he doesn't come, you stand no chance with me." The stout man, incensed, retorted, "You foolish woman. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Bai He smiled defiantly. "Have you ever heard of the Ling family from the Tuyu family, Ling Duku?" The stout man replied, "I've heard of them." "So what?" Bai He stated, "He is my grandfather. If he knew how you treated me, you would not escape unscathed." The stout man scoffed, "Do not casually invoke connections. You may have some beauty, but you are hardly a wealthy young lady." Bai He insisted, "I truly am Ling Bai He. Please help me escape. I can offer you money." The stout man scoffed, "Who would fall for your ruse? You should obey and keep quiet. The 3-day deadline is approaching, and your pretty face makes me want to." Bai He shouted angrily, "Get lost. How dare you insult me?" Chapter 119. Rescuing Bai He. "Do you think I am a docile cat just because I am not angry?" The stout man, infuriated, ordered one of his subordinates, "Bring the medicine over." The subordinate handed him a blue ceramic vial. He took it, extracted a pill, and forcefully attempted to shove it into Bai He's mouth. She resisted vehemently. The stout man pinched her nose, forcing the pill down her throat. After a moment, her face flushed, and her body grew warm. Realizing the drug was taking effect, the stout man leaned closer, his hot breath fanning over her flushed face as he whispered, "My little beauty, just acquiesce to me this once, and I will." Bai He felt a surge of panic. Utterly defenseless at that moment, a rough hand grazed her face, and a pair of lecherous eyes, filled with a frivolous smile, remarked, "Look at you. Your words betray your heart. I haven't even begun, yet your body is already so warm." With that, a thieving hand reached to tear at her clothing while another lifted her chin, just as his lips were about to descend upon hers. At that moment, a sword, imbued with enchantment, pierced the back of the rotund man. Bai He, witnessing him collapse before her, was struck with terror, instinctively emitting a sound that any woman would when faced with danger. Ning Yi, filled with rage, observed the distressed woman before him. Her complexion was flushed, her body weak and feeble, as she leaned against the bed. In a fit of anger, he swiftly dispatched 2 of the assailants and pointed his sword at the remaining one, demanding, "What have you administered to her?" The man trembled and retreated a few steps, stammering, I don't know. It seems to be something." Ning Yi, exuding authority, urged, "Speak quickly, or I shall send you to the netherworld with a single stroke." The man, petrified, could barely contain himself, trembling as he confessed. It was the Xiaoyao pill they used. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi's anger flared, and he thrust his sword down. Baihe slowly regained her senses, attempting to rise, but nearly collapsing to the ground. Ning Yi rushed forward to support her. Gazing up at him, she smiled through her tears, softly stating, "I have always believed in my judgment. I knew you would come to rescue me." Her words, so light yet imbued with profound meaning, pierced Ning Yi's heart. Did she truly have unwavering faith that he would arrive? The thought of her nearly being violated by another man caused him a pang of anguish. Suppressing his natural male instincts, he considered that this woman was destined to be his, and thus he could not allow any other man to touch her. Observing the unusual flush upon Baihe's cheeks, he instinctively tightened his embrace around her. They departed from Taihe Courtyard, pursued relentlessly by their assailants. Ultimately, Ning Yi devised a plan to retreat into his private space. Inside this sanctuary, he had constructed a small room for emergencies. Without hesitation, he carried Baihe inside. The following morning, Ning Yi sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed upon Baihe's serene and beautiful sleeping visage. She appeared so peaceful, so enviably tranquil. The flush upon her face had vanished since their earlier encounters. As Baihe awakened, she caught a familiar scent and turned her head, meeting the gaze of his enchanting, deep-set eyes, which shimmered with tenderness, enveloping her in an unexpected wave of warmth. Stunned for a moment, she questioned, "Ah, how did you end up here?" Ning Yi leaned against the bed's railing, his dark hair cascading casually over the sheets, entwined with her own. Stretching lazily, he smirked, "Have you forgotten what transpired last night? You insisted that I stay." Recalling the events of the previous evening, Baihe's face flushed with embarrassment. Could it be that they had? Ning Yi affirmed with a drawn-out, lazy sound. Baihe's curiosity piqued as she lifted the covers, noticing that her clothing had indeed been changed. She pouted and inquired, "Did you change my clothes?" Ning Yi, with an amused smile, replied, "Do you see anyone else here?" Baihe's brows furrowed in disbelief. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing a voice from beyond the curtain. Master, the medicinal soup is ready." Ning Yi peered out, smiling gently. "Just place it on the table. You may leave if there is nothing else." The maid, with a hint of jealousy in her smile, responded, "Understood. I shall take my leave." Baihe, filled with curiosity, asked, "Where exactly are we?" Ning Yi, with a playful grin, explained, "We are in my personal space." "Oh, I see. And that servant of yours?" Baihe's curiosity remained unquenched. Ning Yi chuckled, "Servant? She's no mere servant." Baihe pressed on, "The one who called you master?" Ning Yi clarified, "Ah, her? She is not human. She is a pearl I acquired from the Wuwang Sea." Baihe inquired further, "Is she of the shelled variety?" Ning Yi rose to fetch the medicinal soup, revealing a charming dimple as he gently urged, "Come, drink your medicine." Baihe half sat up in bed, and Ning Yi offered the spoon at her lips. She gazed at the hand holding the spoon, its long, strong fingers elegantly defined. Was she dreaming? The esteemed young master personally feeding her medicine? As her eyes traced up to his flawless visage, he appeared half drowsy, his expression shrouded in an air of mystery, exuding an irresistible allure that drew her in. Noticing her momentary daze, Ning Yi furrowed his brow and, with a teasing smile, inquired, "Are you dissatisfied with this method of feeding?" Before Baihe could respond, she instinctively leaned forward, her mouth poised to accept the spoon. Yet, Ning Yi playfully diverted the spoon to his own lips. Baihe looked up in surprise, her thoughts racing. Was he intending to